Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 293 to Chapter 351. The sky was dark and dusk was approaching. In the wilderness, a figure was walking alone. He was tall and handsome, with long hair tied behind his head at will, revealing a sharp and handsome face. On his back, he carried a quaint black saber and a ferocious bow that seemed to be made of skulls. This man was Lin Sun. After leaving Mist City, he set out alone along a fixed route. Now 2 days had passed. In these 2 days, Lin Sun slept in the open air. Except for a few ignorant beasts, he did not encounter any danger. But Lin Sun was not careless at all. This time, the enemy came from the Forbidden City, which was powerful enough to make a big shot in Heiyao Shrine choose to betray. Now that they wanted to stop him from entering Mist City, they would inevitably send the most elite and tyrannical forces. In order to be able to fight at the first time in any emergency, Lin Sun carried the flowing lightsaber made by himself and the mysterious insignificant bow on his back. At the same time, he maintained a unique rhythm at the speed of moving forward. In this way, he could save his physical strength to the greatest extent. This was a skill learned from the bloodthirsty camp. It seemed trivial, but when he encountered real danger, it could show its real value. Under the setting sun, Lin Sun's figure was like a wisp of smoke, flying in the wilderness with lush vegetation. His whereabouts were erratic. It was hard to notice him without looking carefully. It's been 2 days. Normally, the enemy should have noticed my existence. Maybe they have set up a heavy ambush on the road ahead? Lin Sun thought as he moved forward. According to the map, this wasteland was called the Bloodwolf Plains, and it covered an area of over 50 kilometers. It was extremely vast, and it got its name because packs of blood wolves frequently roamed within it. For Lin Sun, blood wolves were not dangerous, but this wilderness was very dangerous. Because the terrain here was gentle, there was almost no hiding place except the grass on the ground, and it was extremely easy to expose himself. But there was no way. If Lin Sun wanted to go to the Forbidden City, he must cross the plain of Blood Wolf. As long as the enemy sent some scouts, they could easily find his whereabouts. Not long after, Lin Sun suddenly caught a glimpse of a black spot flashing in the extremely high sky. Because it was too far away, Lin Sun couldn't see it clearly. Lin Sun frowned immediately. As far as he knew, the enemy wouldn't send practitioners higher than Gang Spirit Realm this time, which meant that there couldn't be Sea Spirit Realm overmatches who had the ability to fly in the sky and burrow underground. From this, it could be concluded that even if the black dot in the sky was a practitioner, it could not be sent by the enemy. At the same time, Lin Sun had learned about the situation on the plain of Blood Wolf along the way. He was very clear that the birds living in the plain of Blood Wolf could only fly at a height of thousands of meters, while the black spot was at least tens of thousands of meters high. From this, it could be determined that the black dot was definitely not from the Blood Wolf plain. Interesting. Lin Sun was lost in thought. There was still no danger on the way, but it didn't make Lin Sun relaxed. Instead, he became more vigilant. Because night had come, night was always the most suitable natural environment for killing. If the enemy wanted to ambush and assassinate, it was impossible not to take advantage of this unique environment. Until the night covered the sky, the whole plain of Blood Wolf was already dark. From time to time, there were bursts of shrill howls like ghosts crying and gods howling, which was extremely horrifying. Rustle the night wind blew the grass and gave rise to waves that emitted rustling sounds in the night. It was like the movements of wandering ghosts, and it added a sense of mystery and ghastly to the atmosphere. Lin Sun didn't move forward anymore. It was too dangerous to hurry at this time. He chose a place with lush bushes and took out a bronze object that looked like a roulette. This object was called Awakening Globe, which was branded with 16 spiritual tattoos. As long as it was activated with spiritual stones, it could spread invisible waves of power. Within a range of 100 zhang, once an expert with cultivation power approached, this invisible power would suddenly collapse, causing the cultivator to become vigilant. The most wonderful thing was that the invisible power released by Awakening Globe was extremely ethereal. Unless a strong practitioner of Tao Insight Realm who could perceive the wonders of heaven and earth came here, he could not perceive this kind of power at all. The only drawback was that this object also consumed a lot of spiritual stones. Lin Sun would never use it at will without special circumstances. This was one of the gadgets Lin Sun refined before he left Mist City, which was not sold in the market at all. After starting Awakening Globe, Lin Sun sat cross-legged on the ground and meditated quietly. Today, Lin Sun had already reached the mastery of Human Gang Realm and had the potential to break through to the Earth Gang Realm. But Lin Sun was not in a hurry. His current cultivation was like a cup full of water. When the water was full and overflowed, his cultivation would naturally break through. There was no need to force it. This natural way of breakthrough could not only tap the greatest potential of practitioners, but also make them have a solid foundation far beyond their peers when they were promoted. In the night, Lin Sun looked tranquil like an ancient well without ripples. His whole body was full of qi. From the appearance alone, there was no fluctuation of breath. In his body, the surging power of gang spirit had already boiled to the extreme. Under the quenching of the windstorm millstone, it was glowing with a dreamy blue luster. But, Lin Sun had just practiced for less than 2 hours when his heart suddenly palpitated. He stopped practicing at once and opened his eyes. At this time, the invisible power released by Awakening Globe began to collapse. Sure enough, it's coming, a cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. He got up quietly and put away the Awakening Globe on the ground. Then he bent his back and crawled in the lush grass like a vigilant and calm cheetah. The power of perception in his sea of consciousness spread like ripples. The night was as dark as ink. A few hundred feet away, several silhouettes had appeared out of nowhere. They walked forward step by step without making a sound, as if they were ghosts from hell. But under Lin Sun's powerful perception, those ghostly figures that were hard to detect were clearly reflected. 5, 10, 20, Lin Sun's mind was as calm as ice and snow. In an instant, he judged that a total of 30 practitioners were coming to him from all directions. These practitioners were all masked in black. Their breath was heavy and their actions were tacit. It was obvious that they were a group of well-trained and ruthless characters. This didn't make Lin Sun feel emotional. What really puzzled him was how these guys found him. This was very important. If he couldn't figure this out, no matter where he went and where he hid, the enemies would inevitably surround him like sharks smelling blood, but now was not the time to think about this. Almost at the first time, Lin Sun picked up Insignificant's bow and gently hooked the bowstring like red blood with his fingertips. Insignificant's bow, a mysterious spiritual weapon that Lin Sun obtained by chance, gave out a cold and terrifying breath as soon as it was used. In an instant, Lin Sun's mind and emotions seemed to disappear, and he entered a strange state of absolute calmness. At the same time, in Lin Sun's senses, the world seemed to become different. The sound of the wind, insects, air flow, and the subtle fluctuations of the enemy's breathing. Everything became very clear. In an instant, Lin Sun's consciousness locked on a practitioner in front of him. This person had the strongest breath and was obviously the leader. Without the slightest hesitation, the fingers that were placed on the bowstring loosened, and the body of the bow that seemed to be made from numerous skulls was suffused with a wisp of a mysterious sheen that seemed like flowing water. In an instant, a shapeless spirit arrow had already soundlessly passed through space and vanished under the night sky. Bang! Almost at the same time, a practitioner who was stealthily moving 100 meters away suddenly felt a pain in his throat. The next moment, his whole body flew out and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. "Big brother!" Exclamations of shock resounded out under the veil of the night. Someone charged over and immediately saw that Big Brother had perished on the spot a long time ago. His pupils bulged out while a bloody hole appeared on his throat, and his face was covered in terror and bewilderment, seeming as if he still didn't dare believe his eyes before his death. "What's the matter?" In other places, there was a burst of questioning. Before that person could answer, there was a muffled sound. In different areas, practitioners had no time to react, and their throats were pierced by spiritual arrows. Blood burst out and they died on the spot. Because the speed was too fast, those practitioners didn't have time to scream until they died. This sudden scene caused the scene to become completely chaotic. "Oh no! The target has found us. The situation has changed. Kill the enemy with all your strength. Hurry up. We can't give him time to sneak attack and shoot arrows." Loud shouts sounded one after another. In the wilderness under the night sky, many figures rushed up from different places and rushed to Lin Sun. At this time, Lin Sun had already put away the insignificant bow and pulled out the flowing light saber on his back. The distance was too close. He killed people with bows and arrows just now by surprise. Now the enemy had reacted, so he could only change his strategy. Kill. It was just a distance of 300 meters. For practitioners, it was almost instantaneous. Soon, a practitioner had rushed to Lin Sun's head and chopped down with his sword. Clatter the sword light, like a dazzling light, tore the dark night. But Lin Sun didn't dodge. He rushed forward with his saber, and his black eyes were full of indifference and coldness. Bang, the flowing light saber flashed, and the opponent's sword light burst like paper. Lin Sun had taken the opportunity to step forward and cut off a bloody head with his saber. As soon as he finished all this, 4 or 5 practitioners rushed from different directions. It seemed that they were going to besiege and kill Lin Sun. Lin Sun snorted coldly, and the flowing light saber cut through the air. In an instant, there were many illusory saber shadows like flowing light. The saber light flashed. It seemed simple, but in that flash, there were many mysteries. The saber force chopped, rotated, stabbed, and shook. It was changeable and unpredictable. With a series of muffled sounds, the enemies who besieged Lin were either cut in the neck, torn in the chest, pierced in the throat, or shattered in the head. All of them were killed on the spot in an instant, and their blood splashed everywhere. It was terrible. Those enemies were not easy to deal with. If they were the selected elites, they would have experienced hundreds of battles and had strong combat power. But in the blink of an eye, all of them had lost their lives under a single blade, and the bloody scene was enough to shake one's soul. Compared with the battle in the province test, Lin Sun was like another person at this time, decisive and ruthless. And this was Lin Sun's real fighting style. The province test was an assessment after all, which had nothing to do with life and death. It was also impossible for Lin Sun to expose his true face in the battle. Only at this time, without the shackles of various rules, could Lin Sun give full play to what he had learned. The smell of blood permeated the night. Many enemies were shocked by Lin Sun's fierce and tyrannical fighting power, and their faces changed suddenly. They had long known that the target they were going to deal with this time was very tricky, and they had already made thorough preparations to besiege and kill him. But when the real battle started, they found that they still underestimated the terror of the target. From the very beginning of the confrontation, their leader and 4 companions had been silently sniped and fell to the ground. At this time, several companions were killed by one saber. All this was too incredible and too shocking. They even suspected that the target was not a human gang realm teenager at all, but a genius who was proficient in killing. Whoosh, Lin Sun's figure jumped. Before the enemies rushed up again, he had taken the initiative to kill them. At this moment, his figure was like lightning, and his saber was dancing like flowing light. He launched a bloody killing in a simple, accurate, and direct way. The saber method was still the 6-word saber play. However, compared to before, there was an indescribable charm to his saber technique. It was as if it carried the might of the heavens and the earth, and it possessed a majestic power that shook one's heart. This was inseparable from the RFS Lin practiced. In the 3rd test of Green Cloud Path, Secret Realm of 100 Battles, Lin experienced many life and death situations. Finally, he absorbed the advantages of all kinds of martial arts and perfected the RFS Reaching for the Stars. The mystery and essence of RFS Reaching for the Stars had also become a part of Lin's saber cultivation. Therefore, when he performed the 6-word saber play, although the moves were exactly the same as before, the power contained in each move had become completely different, and there were many more mysteries of RFS Reaching for the Stars. Of course, this power couldn't be compared with the real Reaching for the Stars, but it was much stronger than before. In next to no time, shrill cries resounded ceaselessly under the night sky as the enemies were crushed and killed on the spot. From beginning to end, no one could block Lin Sun's saber. This bloody scene was not a battle at all, but a massacre. Although the enemies were numerous, they were as vulnerable as paper under Lin's attack. Bang, Lin Sun waved his saber, and the giant hammer in the hand of an enemy was smashed. The momentum of the saber didn't decrease, and the enemy's body was cut in half. Blood mixed with colorful internal organs poured on the ground. It had to be said that Lin Sun was indeed too powerful in this battle. Not only was his fighting power unparalleled, but even the flowing light saber in his hand was a peerless spiritual treasure. Under such circumstances, it was really difficult for those enemies to fight against Lin Sun with their fighting power alone. After killing the practitioner with the giant hammer, Lin Sun was ready to continue his killing. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes as if he had noticed something. His body suddenly stopped in place, and the flowing lightsaber in his hand suddenly rotated and drew a lot of saber shadows. Almost at the same time, there was a strong and short sound around, bang. Bang. Bang, in the night sky, groups of dazzling lights like fireworks suddenly lit up one after another. They were wrapped in sharp whistling sounds, tearing the void and shooting at Lin Sun from all directions. Spiritual short crossbows, and there were more than 10 of them. The most terrible thing was that all the short crossbows shot at the same time, blocking all the escape routes of Lin Sun. There was no way to avoid them at all. If it were other practitioners, they would have been desperate because there was no way to avoid them at all. At this time, Lin Sun did not dodge. As early as the moment he noticed that something was wrong, he had already cut out a lot of saber shadows to defend himself. A strange scene appeared. When the first crossbow shot at Lin Sun, it was gently pulled by the heavy saber shadows before it got close, and the direction of the crossbow suddenly deviated. With a bang, it shot into the ground on one side of Lin Sun and blasted out a bottomless hole. This was the whirl of the 6-word saber play, which could overcome hardness with softness and move 1,000 kilograms with little effort. With a drag and a pull, it could achieve the wonderful power of using force to dispel force. Bang 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 in the following time, such a strange scene continued. The crossbow arrows hit the ground one after another, making earth-shaking collision sounds. Smoke and dust filled the air, and mud splashed everywhere. But Lin Sun, who was standing in the eye of the storm, was unscathed. Fuck. He's still alive? Damn it, this guy is a monster. Let's go. The enemy is tricky. No matter how hard we fight, we will die. When they witnessed such a scene, all the enemies that used crossbows were flabbergasted and horrified, and they simply didn't dare believe their eyes. But the fact told them that all this was true. This scared them out of their wits. Without any hesitation, they turned around and fled. It was so terrible that even crossbow arrows could not kill Lin Sun. Who else could be Lin Sun's opponent? So when Lin Sun defused all the crossbow arrows one by one, he found that the remaining enemies had taken this opportunity to escape. But Lin Sun was not in the mood to chase them at this moment. It seemed easy to defuse the crossbow arrows just now, but only he himself knew how powerful the impact force he suffered each time he defused a crossbow arrow. For example, at this moment, Lin Sun's qi and blood were boiling in his body, and his tendons and bones were aching faintly. If he didn't force himself to hold back, he would have almost coughed up blood. This was the horror of the spiritual crossbow. As long as the trigger was pulled, it would release a chilling and fatal power in an instant. With Lin Sun's current strength, he would have been killed on the spot if he hadn't defended himself with swirl formula in time. Lin Sun had no doubt about this. As a spiritual tattooist, he naturally knew the horror of the spiritual crossbow better than other practitioners. Taking a few deep breaths, Lin Sun tried to suppress the rolling qi and blood in his body. Then he came to a dead enemy and found a half-foot-long bronze crossbow. Holy crossbow! Lin Sun recognized the origin of this crossbow at a glance. It was one of the most common standard crossbows in the Empire. With a shooting range of 1,500 meters, it could hold 12 standard armor-piercing bolts. It was as fast as lightning and could kill a Sea Spirit Realm practitioner in a sneak attack. Lin Sun thought for a while and searched other dead enemies. As expected, he found more than a dozen holy crossbows of the same type. If I didn't warn them just now, they would all use holy crossbows as soon as they came up. Lin Sun felt a chill in his heart and didn't dare to think about it anymore. While searching for the enemy's relics, Lin Sun also got some elixirs for healing and supplementing physical strength, as well as some equipment and weapons needed for fighting. After careful identification, Lin Sun found that the elixirs and equipment were all of the same specifications and of extremely high quality, which couldn't be compared with the ordinary goods on the market. Obviously, these enemies must have prepared a large number of marching materials and equipment at the beginning of the action. Standard holy crossbow, uniform weapons and elixirs. It seems that the enemy has made a lot of capital to deal with me this time. Lin Sun pondered for a while, put away the seized trophies and left quickly in the night. In the same night, In an ancient mansion with a history of thousands of years in the Forbidden City. The room had been completely renovated. In the center was a long stone table for holding meetings. On the wall behind the stone table hung a large precise map. At this time, Su Qianjing was standing in front of the map with his hands behind his back. His clear eyes were full of concentration and contemplation. At this time, a guard suddenly hurried in and said, "Child, there's news." The target appeared in Blood Wolf Plain. The 5 or 6 young people sitting around the stone table were all excited. They were sent by Qi Tsangmei to be Su Qianjing's assistants. They had been waiting here for 3 days. They were very impatient. Now they finally heard the news of the target. How could they not be excited? Only Su Qianjing seemed to have expected this. He looked as calm as before. He turned his head and waved to the guard to leave. Then he said to the assistants around the stone table, since the target appeared in Blood Wolf Plain, he must choose to come to the Forbidden City from the middle route. All the assistants nodded. Su Qianjing looked serious and conveyed the order, "Now there are 3 things for you to do. First, withdraw the forces stationed on the east and west routes, and let all of them rush to the stronghold on the middle route and wait for orders. Second, mobilize all the Wind Shadow Hawks to monitor all the movements and traces of the target in all directions. I need to get information about the target as soon as possible. Third, dispatch 6 purpling battleships to wait behind Tianmu Mountain and Yingqiu Stream for orders." His tone was calm and orderly, and it was filled with the peerless elegance of having everything under control. It caused all the assistants to unconsciously nod and accept their orders. Su Qianjing had turned back to the map hanging on the wall. Through the information obtained before, he had a vague hunch that the target this time was not so easy to deal with. But only in this way, Su Qianjing had a little interest. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother to make a layout. When the assistants were ready to take action, suddenly the guard hurried into the room again and said with a dignified look, "Child, the first encirclement and suppression mission failed." What? All the assistants were stunned and almost couldn't believe their ears. Not long after the news of the target's appearance came back, the first encirclement and suppression mission failed. Who could believe it? The group of deputies was bewildered. Standing in front of the map, Su Qianjing turned around and asked calmly, "Is there any record?" The guard nodded and waved his hand. A wind shadow hawk with dark wings flew out. Su Qianjing stepped forward, grabbed the neck of the wind shadow hawk and pinched it. With a scream, a bead full of water was spat out from its mouth. The bead spun and floated in the air. Suddenly, a screen of light appeared, showing a bloody and tragic battle. The perspective of the light curtain was from the sky, and all the details of the whole battle could be seen clearly and comprehensively. As the screen of light changed, the expressions of the assistants changed indeterminately as well, and they gasped incessantly. In this first encirclement and suppression action, a total of 5 Heaven Gang Realm, 10 Earth Gang Realm and 15 Human Gang Realm elites were dispatched together. There were a total of 30 people, each equipped with a divine crossbow and a full set of equipment and weapons. However, it was precisely such a well-prepared force that couldn't withstand a single blow like a piece of paper before the target. In merely a short moment, they were crushed to the point of being utterly defeated and unable to resist at all. This was extremely astounding, especially when they saw that even the overwhelming attacks of the divine crossbow were easily neutralized by the target. The eyes of the assistants were wide open, and their expressions were lifeless. Isn't he too strong? The information they had collected about the target had already let them know that the young man who could become the first in the province test of Southwest Province was certainly not an ordinary person. But when they witnessed this bloody and almost slaughtering battle with their own eyes, they realized that their target this time wasn't just an ordinary figure, he was simply a heaven-defying monster. Soon, the light curtain disappeared, and the atmosphere in the room seemed a little silent for a while. Only Su Qianjing seemed to feel nothing. He looked as calm as before. He threw the bead to the Wind Shadow Hawk, and then ordered the guard to leave. Then he sat in the chair and meditated. "Child Su, do you want to change the action plan?" Someone couldn't help asking, breaking the silence. Su Qianjing suddenly smiled and said, "No, this first encirclement and suppression was originally a test. I didn't expect to kill the target at all. Through this matter, I roughly judged that the combat effectiveness of the target is not much different from what I expected before. Probing, the faces of the deputies changed slightly and they felt cold in their hearts. Just to test the strength of the target, Xianxia sent 30 elite practitioners to die. How cruel he was. However, after this incident, they no longer dared to underestimate this seemingly thin and weak master tactician of the younger generation. Perhaps only those with a heart of stone could have the power to devise strategies and take every possibility into account in a battle situation. Xianxia didn't seem to notice the change of people's expressions. He said in a calm and emotionless voice, "Everyone, please continue to follow my order. The show has just begun, and the real highlights will be staged soon, on the outskirts of the imperial capital, at the peak of the 9,900 feet high observatory." The night wind was biting cold. The flamen stood alone on it, staring at the night sky with a pair of eyes full of vicissitudes of life. There was a kind of purity and brightness that only belonged to children in those grayish-brown pupils. As for many days in the past, the flamen was still dressed in a black robe, with white hair and a stooped figure, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Everyone in the imperial capital knew that the flamen was indeed very old, but his wisdom and strength had become more and more powerful with the precipitation of years. As for how strong the flamen was, no one knew. There was a sound of footsteps. With the sound of footsteps, a thin and vigorous figure strode to the top of the observatory. This was a young man with an extremely outstanding appearance. He had slanted brows, starry eyes, and a graceful bearing. Every single move he made carried an innate aura of nobility, and his expression was restrained and not overbearing. "Greetings, Flamen." The young man bowed and saluted with impeccable etiquette. The Flamen didn't look back and said softly, "The action has begun, but you seem to be a little impatient." The young man looked calm and said, "It's not impatient. I'm just curious about how he survived after his spiritual vein was dug away." The Flamen said, "Just curious?" The young man was stunned and said with a smile, "Of course not. At least, I really don't want to see him return to the Forbidden City." The Flamen was silent for a moment. He looked up at the night sky and sighed, "There are many people in the Forbidden City who don't want to see any waves caused by what happened that year. So, like you, they don't want to see the child return." Speaking of this, he turned around and stared at the young man with his vicissitudes of life. He said, "However, whether you want to or not, the agreed action has begun. What you have to do is to wait for the result calmly, instead of leaving the imperial palace in the middle of the night and appearing on the observatory." The young man's face changed slightly, and then he showed a respectful expression and said, "You're right. I'm too impatient. But I'm still puzzled. Why don't you send the most powerful force to do this?" This was the reason why he came here tonight. The Flamen turned his head and looked at the empty night sky again, saying, "You'll understand later. From the moment the child's origin was confirmed, it's not so easy to kill him." Obviously, the young man was not satisfied with this answer. He frowned and said, "Is it because of Heiyao Shrine?" The Flamen shook his head. "Even if Heiyao Shrine doesn't show up, they won't change all the arrangements of this action." The young man was stunned and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Flamen, can you give me a definite answer?" "Why on earth?" The Flamen shook his head. Seeing this, the young man couldn't help but sigh. After thinking for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth and plucked up his courage to ask, "So, are you willing to see him enter the Forbidden City alive?" The Flamen still didn't speak, as if he was unaware of it. The young man's expression changed slightly. Finally, he took a deep breath and restrained his dissatisfaction. He cupped his hands and said, "Goodbye." After that, he turned around and left. When he just walked down the observatory, he suddenly heard the old and indifferent voice of the Flamen, "Ninth Prince, I have a word of advice. No matter who dares to effect this action without authorization, he is doomed to die. Remember, no matter who it is." The young man was stiff all over, and there was a chill in his heart. He stood there in a daze as if falling into an ice cave. It was the first time for him to hear such threatening words from the Flamen in these years. After a long time, the young man raised his head and looked up at the top of the observatory, which was 9,900 feet high. After a while, he took back his eyes and turned into the darkness. At the top of the observatory, the Flamen stared at the night sky and sighed, "It's time to solve the things left behind in those years." In the Castle of the Night, the conversation between the old man and the Queen of the Dark Night was heard. I found out that the force responsible for the action comes from Qi family. Qi Tsangmei, the rising star of Qi family, is fully in charge of it. Qi Tsangmei invited Su Qianjing, the tactical master of strategy branch of Green Deer School last year, to arrange the plan. The force mobilized is not beyond the scope of Gang Spirit Realm. Oh, have you found out the real intention of the old guy in the observatory? I can't find out for the time being. Keep investigating and pay close attention to this matter. I have a feeling that if we can figure out this matter, we can find out the real reason why Lu Boya suddenly disappeared and chose to live in Ziyuan Mine prison. Yes. In addition, go and find out the situation of those clansmen left after the catastrophe of Lin family. Although the things of that year have passed, if Lin Sun can really return to the Forbidden City, he should know these things. Miss, it seems a little inappropriate. Lin Sun is different from other clansmen of Lin family. His mother is, don't say more. Just do as I say. Yes. Lin Sun didn't know that when he chose to go to the Forbidden City, many turbulent undercurrents had arisen in the Forbidden City because of his decision. It had been 7 days since the end of the battle in Blood Wolf Plain. Lin Sun had already left Blood Wolf Plain, passed through a swamp and came to a mountain range with undulating peaks. This mountain range was called Maple Night. There were many fierce beasts in the mountains. Across the Maple Night mountain range, there was a town built on the mountain ahead. Generally speaking, pedestrians and traders on the road often used spiritual shuttles to cross the Maple Night mountain, which not only saved time but also was extremely safe. In front of the Maple Night mountain range, there was a specially built post station, in which many spiritual shuttles were parked. The purpose of this post station was to serve pedestrians on both sides of the Maple Night mountain range. It was noon. On the open field in front of the post station, many pedestrians had already been waiting. Most of them were ordinary people, but there were also many practitioners. After all, even practitioners could not fly in the void without the cultivation of Sea Spirit Realm. If they wanted to cross the Maple Night mountain range safely and conveniently, it was undoubtedly the best choice to take spiritual shuttles. Before long, Lin Sun appeared in front of the post station. His appearance immediately caused many people to feel uneasy. Even some practitioners showed expressions of wariness and bewilderment. At this time, Lin Sun carried a saber and bow on his back, and his clothes were stained with blood. Between his eyebrows and eyes, there was a sharp light flowing and a murderous aura, which brought people a sense of oppression. In particular, the insignificant bow on his back was made of white bones and skulls. The bowstring was as red as blood, and it was filled with a ferocious and dense evil spirit, which made people tremble and feel creepy when they saw it from a distance. Seeing that people were avoiding him as if he was a snake or a scorpion, Lin Sun was slightly stunned. He immediately came to his senses, quickly restrained his aura, and smiled apologetically at those pedestrians. During these 7 days, he'd encountered numerous ambushes and encirclement. Even though he'd overcome danger every single time, it caused his mind to be strained at all times, and he didn't dare slack off in the slightest so as to avoid encountering a sudden attack and suffering misfortune. But in this way, it caused his entire body to imperceptibly carry a wisp of a murderous aura. He was like a sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed and revealed its edge, and this was the reason why those people in the surroundings felt uneasy and terrified. This was the client's cached BG. Everyone could try to delete and add the Heavenly Sun's Battle Chronicles from the client's bookshelf. You could also uninstall and reinstall the software. Of course, the simplest and crudest way was to use the computer to read it. Goldfish was deeply apologetic about this small mistake. She had a fever and was confused. She was really sorry to everyone. She would update more in the future to make it up to everyone. After restraining his breath, people around him relaxed a lot, but they still looked at Lin Sun with fear, as if he was a dangerous person. Lin Sun could do nothing about it. Fortunately, before long, a spiritual shuttle started and was about to set sail. After paying a silver coin, Lin Sun and a group of pedestrians boarded the spiritual shuttle and rushed to the sky with a roar. In the spacious carriage, Lin Sun's seat was empty, and no one was willing to approach him. Lin Sun was happy to be quiet and took the opportunity to count his gains these days. In the 7 days after leaving the plain of Blood Wolf, he encountered 3 more ambushes. The first one happened in a jungle. There were 40 enemies, all of whom were good at jungle assassination. Each of them was equipped with a special thornwood crossbow. They were distributed in different areas of the jungle, appearing and disappearing like ghosts, and were extremely difficult to deal with. But in the face of Lin Sun, who came from the bloodthirsty camp, the jungle attack tactics they adopted were simply child's play. Lin Sun directly counterattacked them with the same assassination tactics. In the end, only 13 people were lucky enough to escape, and the rest were all killed. After this battle, Lin Sun was injured 7 times, and gained dozens of bottles of various elixirs, 16 intact thornwood crossbows, and 23 spiritual weapons of various types. The second ambush took place in the swamp. There were 50 enemies, who were good at fighting in formations. They tried to kill Lin Sun in one fell swoop with the help of a spiritual tattoo killing formation. But obviously, their tactics were wrong from the beginning. If Xu Jin and Xu Feng knew that someone used a spiritual formation to deal with Lin Sun, they would definitely laugh their heads off. Anyone who knew the details of Lin Sun would never do such a crazy and stupid thing. The result of this battle was that a killing formation with spiritual tattoos that had been ambushed was taken over by Lin Sun. With his own spiritual tattoos, he easily seized the control of the killing formation and killed all the enemies in one fell swoop. Lin Sun was not only unscathed, but also easily got an amazing trophies. The third ambush took place on a lake. The enemy mobilized a large number of ships to encircle and kill Lin Sun on the water. The enemy had obviously learned a lesson from the previous battles. This time, they were very well prepared. Not only did they have ships, but they were also equipped with 200 elite practitioners and a large amount of battle equipment. However, to the enemy's surprise, Lin accidentally slipped away from the bottom of the lake with the help of the Amrita St. Pearl in his sea of consciousness. When the enemy noticed that something was wrong, Lin had already escaped. A well-prepared ambush had failed just like that. This was too embarrassing. Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but raise a strange curve at the corner of his mouth. This was luck. When luck was good, even God would help. When luck was bad, no matter how well arranged the ambush was, it would end in vain. Of course, after experiencing these ambushes, the enemy would definitely become even more vigilant, and when they moved out once more, the forces they sent out would absolutely be extraordinary. Lin Sun was also clear about this and had made preparations for it. After counting all the trophies, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The crudest way to accumulate wealth in the world was undoubtedly to plunder the trophies. Just like now, the total value of the trophies he collected along the way was at least more than 10,000 gold coins. Brother, you have a lot of blood on you. My mother said that she would give this set of clothes to you. Suddenly, a childish voice rang out, awakening Lin Sun from his contemplation. Looking up, he saw a little girl of 3 or 4 years old hobbling over with a stack of clothes in her hands not far from the carriage. The little girl's hair was tied up in a ponytail, and her big eyes were blinking, which was very cute. Lin Sun was stunned. Glancing around, he saw a woman in plain clothes looking at him with a smile not far away. This warmed Lin Sun's heart, and he felt a long-lost warmth. They met by chance, but he could be kindly cared by a stranger, which made Lin Sun feel touched. Thank you, little sister. Lin Sun squatted down, rubbed the little girl's head with a smile, and accepted the set of clothes. He didn't lack clothes, but the gift was more kind and warm to him, so he couldn't bear to refuse it. Goodbye, brother. The little girl waved her hand obediently, and then turned back to the woman. Lin Sun nodded to the woman with a smile, and carefully accepted the clothes. He thought that after the spiritual shuttle passed through the Maple Mount, he would find a chance to buy some gifts for the mother and son to express his gratitude and goodwill. Brother, can I have a chat with you? Suddenly, the little girl came over again, and looked at Lin Sun expectantly with her big black eyes. Of course. Lin Sun immediately smiled, sat the little girl on his lap, and said, Little sister, what do you want to talk about with me? Brother, they are all afraid of you. Is it because you are very fierce? Well, do you think I am fierce? No, I think you are very beautiful, like a porcelain doll hidden at home. Beautiful? Ha ha ha, little sister, beautiful is not used to describe boys. An adult and a child engaged in a childish conversation. The little girl was very excited, and Lin Sun was also enjoying it. They were happy and harmonious. Gradually, some passengers in the distance relaxed a lot, and their attitude towards Lin Sun was no longer as scrupulous and evasive as before. And all of this was caused by the kindness of a child. Perhaps this was the power of warmth and kindness. In the old mansion of the Forbidden City, Su Qianjing sat at the table, analyzing the intelligence. His clear eyes were full of calmness and wisdom. On the table, there were detailed intelligence sent these days, and some of them were analyzed and summarized by Su Qianjing himself. In the end, Su Qianjing came to 3 accurate conclusions. The target, who came from the bloodthirsty camp, mastered extremely skilled means of surprise attack and anti-surprise attack, and had an extremely sharp insight into danger. This could be seen from the ambush in the jungle a few days ago. This was a factor mentioned in the previous intelligence, but it had not been paid attention to. No one thought that the means the target learned in the bloodthirsty camp could be so excellent and perfect, including Su Qianjing. This also led to the final failure of a jungle raid strategy formulated a few days ago. However, this did not affect Su Qianjing's mood. A failure in exchange for a further understanding of the target, which was enough. What really surprised Su Qianjing was the battle that took place in the swamp. At that time, a killing formation of spiritual tattoos was set up in the swamp, called 9 Dragons Binding Spirits Formation, which was created by a spiritual tattooist of Qi family. It was an extremely powerful trap formation. Let alone human gang realm practitioners, even sea spirit realm practitioners could not escape the doom of being killed if they were trapped in it. In order to set up this formation, Su Qianjing mobilized a lot of manpower and materials. He thought that it was enough to make the target unable to escape, but he failed in the end. Su Qianjing had found out the root cause of the failure, which made him realize that the target was a spiritual tattooist with profound attainments in spiritual tattoos in addition to extremely powerful combat effectiveness and skilled fighting means. This was incredible. When making this judgment, Su Qianjing couldn't help doubting it, but the bloody facts told him that it was true. Otherwise, it was impossible for the target to seize the control of 9 Dragons Binding Spirits Formation in one fell swoop. Otherwise, the whole team might be wiped out in this battle. After confirming all this, Su Qianjing didn't feel frustrated at all. Instead, he became more and more interested in the encirclement and suppression of the target. For this reason, he took action once more, and he formulated a plan that could be said to be perfect. He was prepared to kill his target on the surface of a lake. But Su Qianjing didn't expect that the target would escape from the bottom of the lake quietly by deceiving others. When knowing all this, Su Qianjing couldn't help being stunned. He didn't expect that there was a human gang realm practitioner in the world who could walk at the bottom of the lake like walking on the ground. No matter how profound his cultivation was, it was impossible for him to stay at the bottom of the lake for a long time without the cultivation of sea spirit realm, but it just so happened that the target had done it. Moreover, it was precisely because of this that he had managed to avoid a fatal situation. From the appearance of the target to the present, they had carried out 4 encirclement and suppression operations, but all of them ended in failure. Su Qianjing didn't feel anything, but those deputies and subordinates couldn't sit still and kept making noise. Some people even thought that Su Qianjing's title of tactical master was undeserved. At this time, Su Qianjing was analyzing the intelligence, but a group of deputies nearby had been arguing with each other. Some thought that they should gather all their forces to crush the target head-on, while others thought that even if they didn't use all their forces, they should change their strategy and not be as conservative as before. In fact, they all revealed their dissatisfaction with Su Qianjing as the person in charge. Su Qianjing didn't say much. It was normal to complain. He was the one who made the real decision, unless they dared to disobey him. I just got the news that the target has taken the spiritual shuttle and plans to cross the Maple Mount by air. I wonder if Child Su has come up with any brilliant tactics. Someone asked in a strange tone. Others also looked at Su Qianjing. Although the words were harsh, Su Qianjing seemed to be unaware of it. He said calmly, "It's not too late to take action after he crosses the Maple Mount. I have arranged some means for this. I believe it should give the target a surprise." "Humph, it's too conservative. I remember that there are 6 new Ziying battleships ready for this action, right? Isn't it better to take this opportunity to dispatch one to kill the target directly in the air?" Someone snorted. Su Qianjing frowned, glanced at the crowd and said in a deep voice, There is more than one target in the spiritual shuttle. There are many innocent people. Can you bear the consequences if Xiang battleship is mobilized? There was a hint of questioning in his voice. But what made Su Qianjing disappointed was that all the deputies showed a disapproving look. Someone even sneered, "Those who take the spiritual shuttle are just a group of pariahs. As long as they can kill the target, what's the big deal about sacrificing them?" Pariahs, this word stung Su Qianjing's heart at once. Before entering Green Deer School, Su Qianjing was also a pariah in the eyes of these rich and powerful children. "Child Su, don't hesitate anymore. This is the best time to kill the target. As for the death of those pariahs, as long as we don't say it, who in the world will know?" Someone persuaded. "Oh, if Child Su is worried about taking responsibility, you can put all this on us. But to be honest, it's just erasing the lives of some pariahs. Even if you pierce the sky, no one will care about it." Someone chuckled and his words were full of contempt. Su Qianjing was silent. There was an unspeakable anger in his heart. Bang! At this moment, the door was pushed open. Xianxia came in with a graceful figure and a sharp breath. "Qianjing, let's do it. I have issued an order to mobilize a Xiang battleship to the Maple Mount," Xianxia said indifferently. Su Qianjing narrowed his eyes, and his calm look finally changed at this moment. There was a trace of haze on his face. "Do you know that it's no different from slaughtering the people of the empire?" Su Qianjing stood up, took a deep breath, and said coldly. Xianxia remained calm and just answered with a hum. All the deputies showed disdain. Originally, they had some respect for Su Qianjing. But with the failure of encirclement and suppression, they began to question Su Qianjing's ability and means. Their respect for Su Qianjing faded a lot. Until now, when they learned that Su Qianjing dared not make the wisest decision for the sake of some so-called pariahs, they all began to doubt whether Su Qianjing was so stubborn. Su Qianjing glanced around and saw the mockery and disdain in everyone's eyes. Suddenly, an unspeakable coldness and powerlessness surged in his heart. "I'm against it." Su Qianjing did not compromise. He was sticking to the last bottom line in his heart. "I'm sorry, young Master Su. From now on, your task is complete. Leave the rest to me," Xianxia said indifferently. After several previous failures, she doubted Su Qianjing's tactical ability. Until now, when she learned that Su Qianjing gave up the best time to kill the target for some pariahs, she completely didn't believe Su Qianjing. "So, I can leave now?" Su Qianjing was stunned. "Hee, do you even need to ask? Master Tactician, young Master Su, you'd better leave quickly. Our temple is too small for a god like you." Someone couldn't help but sneer, and his words were filled with sarcasm. The others couldn't help but roar with laughter. Xianxia just frowned, but did not scold those deputies. She just looked at Su Qianjing and said seriously, "Child Su, please." He used the word please to show that he could not refuse. Su Qianjing was stunned for a long time. Finally, he took a deep breath and cupped his hands. "I've paid back the favor to your Qi family. Goodbye." After that, he turned around and pushed the door away. Is this returning the favor? It's polite enough that we didn't arrest this guy. What master tactician? From the moment the target appeared, all the tactical actions arranged ended in failure. If we still believe in him, we will be wiped out in this action. Behind him, there was a burst of sarcasm, which made Su Qianjing suddenly feel sad. He thought bitterly that these rich kids didn't know what tactics were. Merely a few failures had caused them to be flustered and restless, and it was simply laughable to the extreme. However, Su Qianjing also knew that these were the rich kids. When you were useful, they would treat you as a distinguished guest. When you were useless, they would abandon you like a worn shoe. Unfortunately, they didn't know how terrible the target was this time. Did they think that they could kill the target with Xiang battleship? Naive. After the intelligence analysis collected these days, Su Qianjing had a strong feeling that the target was not so easy to be killed this time. If the target survived the bombardment of Xiang battleship, Su Qianjing shook his head at once and stopped thinking about it. It was useless to think more. He had prepared a lot of backup plans to deal with the target. Unfortunately, it was useless now. In the room, a group of deputies were still sneering at Su Qianjing's unworthy reputation and soft-heartedness. They regarded Su Qianjing as an unworthy person. They had even decided to publicize Su Qianjing's unbearable and incompetence in the Forbidden City after killing the target this time, so that he would be completely discredited. Xianxia frowned imperceptibly when she saw the reaction of the people. There was a feeling of insecurity in her heart, but she soon abandoned it. The action had been launched. Xianxia didn't believe that the target called Spiritual Shuttle could withstand the bombardment of Ziying battleship. This new kind of Ziying battleship had just been developed. It was said that it was refined by Master Mo of the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire. Its overall power was more than one level higher than before. It could be called the trump card of small battleship. Let alone killing a human gang realm practitioner, even a sea spirit realm practitioner couldn't resist the full blow of Ziying battleship. Drip drip in the quiet carriage, there was a sudden shrill warning sound, which immediately caused all the passengers to panic. They got up and looked around, at a loss. The spiritual shuttle was flying in the void. The most worrying thing was that there would be a sudden accident. In the past years of the Empire, there were many cases of spiritual shuttles falling and smashing. Thus, when they heard the warning, everyone panicked. Even the cultivators were no exception. This was because if they fell from such a high altitude, even they would be dead. Lin Sun was chatting with the little girl named Luoluo. When he noticed the sudden change of the scene, he narrowed his eyes and stood up suddenly. Through the glazed window of the spiritual shuttle, it could be clearly seen that in the void far away, there was a small battleship with the shape of a sharp cone, which was dozens of meters long and covered with dark purple luster. It's the battleship of the Empire. It turns out that the battleship of the Empire is approaching. Fortunately, it should be all right. Many passengers could not help but feel relieved when they saw the scene. They had thought that something bad had happened. It turned out that it was just a battleship of the Empire. There was nothing to make a fuss about. Someone even joked, "I thought it was something serious." It turns out that the battleship of the Empire has come to escort us. Many people laughed. Only Lin Sun's heart sank and his hands and feet were cold. He recognized at a glance that this battleship was the brand new Ziying battleship that he designed for old Mo. Such a battleship suddenly appeared here. Needless to say, it must be coming to deal with him. Sure enough, just as this thought flashed through Lin Sun's mind, he saw a dazzling beam of light suddenly emerging from the Ziying battleship in the distance. Lin Sun was stiff all over and his pupils dilated. This was the sign of the spiritual cannon equipped with the Ziying battleship being launched. This battleship was designed by Lin Sun. How could Lin Sun not recognize it? Be careful, everyone. Lin Sun's face was livid and he shouted loudly. He didn't expect that the enemy was so ruthless that they would destroy the whole spiritual shuttle in order to deal with him. They never considered the safety of those innocent people at all. Many passengers were astounded and didn't understand what was going on. However, there were also many who acutely noticed this scene, and they couldn't help but let out sharp cries of terror. All of a sudden, the inside of the spiritual shuttle was in chaos. The harsh warning sound kept ringing, and the frightened people screamed and cursed in despair and helplessness. At this moment, Lin Sun couldn't care about anything else at all. He ran all his strength to hold the little girl Luoluo in his arms. He gritted his teeth and slashed at the wall of the carriage with a roar. Boom, the carriage was broken. But almost at the same time, the spiritual cannon launched by the Ziying battleship had roared and hit the spiritual shuttle hard. Boom, the terrible explosion raged like a landslide and a tsunami, sweeping and shaking in the narrow carriage as if it was the end of the world. Lin Sun felt pain all over his body, and his eardrums were about to be torn apart as if they were pricked by needles. His vision became dizzy and dim and the earth shook. His body was swept away by a terrible tearing force and flew out uncontrollably. He couldn't see anything. He couldn't feel anything, but the burning pain spread all over his body like a tide. But basically, Lin Sun still relied on his instinct to protect the little girl Luoluo in his arms. It seemed that many years had passed, but it also seemed that it was just a moment. Lin Sun suddenly opened his eyes with unknown strength. In an instant, he saw that he was only more than 30 meters away from the ground. Almost subconsciously, Lin Sun gritted his teeth and made a beast-like roar. His body turned over in the air fiercely. Bang! The next moment, Lin Sun hit a piece of soft grass with his back to the ground, making a big pit and splashing mud. But before this, Lin Sun successfully transferred all the falling force of the little girl Luoluo to himself with the skill of grafting. Luoluo was shook by his wrist and rolled into the grass not far away. The falling force was twice as much as before, which almost broke all the bones of Lin Sun. As soon as he fell to the ground, he couldn't help coughing up blood. His face became extremely pale and he couldn't help groaning in pain. Pain! Wheeze Lin Sun was gasping for breath. His face was pale, and his eyes were full of ferocity like that of a beast. It was an instinctive desire to survive and a strong will that could only be honed after a long time of tempering. After about 15 minutes, Lin Sun felt that his mind was slightly sober, and his head was no longer as dizzy as before. This was the bottom of a canyon, with mountains standing like halberds on both sides. Looking around, there was no danger for the time being. Without hesitation, Lin Sun began to check his injuries despite the severe pain all over his body. 3 ribs on the left side of his chest were broken, the joint of the shoulder blade of his right arm was dislocated, and his back was badly mutilated due to the impact of the explosion. Fortunately, although these injuries were serious, they were not fatal. In the bloodthirsty camp, injuries like this could only be regarded as child's play, which was not enough to affect Lin Sun's action at all. The only thing that made him frown was that he had suffered a lot of internal injuries. His qi and blood were shaken, and his 5 internal organs were damaged, which would greatly affect his combat effectiveness. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun regained his calmness and concentration. Like a wounded lone wolf, he began to clean and bandage the wounds. In the bloodthirsty camp, there were specially equipped field doctors to help the trainees heal. Lin Sun had been a good doctor for a long time, and his actions were skillful and precise. It didn't take long for Lin Sun to finish bandaging his wounds. He gritted his teeth, stood up, and stretched his body a little. In an instant, he judged that he could only exert 40% of his peak combat effectiveness in his current physical condition. The most urgent thing was to find a safe place to heal his internal injuries in time. Glancing around, Lin Sun found the little girl Luoluo in the grass not far away. The little girl was not injured but fell into a coma because of the shock. This made Lin Sun feel at ease, but at the same time an uncontrollable anger burned in his heart, which stimulated every inch of his body to explode. He didn't expect that the enemy was so cruel that they even sent a Zing battleship to destroy a spiritual shuttle full of passengers in one fell swoop. Who could imagine that a battleship from the Empire slaughtered a group of people who originally belonged to the Empire? Perhaps, in their eyes, those ordinary people were insignificant even if they died. He still remembered that he was still chatting with the little girl in the spiritual shuttle a moment ago, and those passengers were still alive. The next moment, they lost their lives because of an explosion. Lin Sun felt as if his heart was cut by a knife. This was the first time that so many innocent people lost their lives because of Lin Sun. Unspeakable feelings of self-blame and anger tortured Lin's mind like whips, making him hate the enemy who caused all this to the bone. "Mother, I'm afraid." In his arms, the little girl, Luoluo, who was unconscious, let out an unconscious murmur. Her young face, which was covered in dust, was filled with nervousness and helplessness. This made Lin feel bitter and remorseful. The plainly dressed woman once gave him a set of clothes and showed warmth and kindness to a stranger, but she had suffered because of him. Suddenly, Lin Sun took a deep breath and dared not to think any more. If he kept thinking, he was afraid that he would not be able to control himself. "I, Lin Sun, will avenge you." Lin Sun pursed his lips tightly, and his black eyes became indifferent and cold. He carried Luoluo on his back, fixed her with a strip of cloth torn from his clothes, and then turned and walked away. In an old mansion in the Forbidden City. When the news of the destruction of the spiritual shuttle came at the first time, all the people in the room cheered and beamed with joy. "I've said that we only need to mobilize a Zing battleship to blast the target into pieces." Ha ha ha, I'd like to know what kind of expression Su Qianjing, the tactical master, will have when he hears the news. It must be interesting. What do you mean by effortless? That's it. We don't need to send a soldier at all. We can directly send a Zing battleship to kill the target. Everything will be solved. Su Qianjing has to collect intelligence and make a careful layout. It's ridiculous. When people talked excitedly, they inevitably made sarcastic remarks to Su Qianjing, just like a winner. Princess May, now that the target has been eliminated, shall we hold a celebration banquet? Someone suddenly asked. Wait a minute. May thought for a moment and said, at present, it's not confirmed whether the target is dead or alive. After confirming, I will ask the clan to hold a celebration for you. Everyone immediately smiled happily. It was just a result. They believed that it would be clear soon. Subconsciously, they had already determined that the target could not survive. After all, it was a brand new Ziying battleship. Even Sea Spirit Realm martial artists had to avoid it, let alone a teenager of Human Gang Realm. The conversation ended here. From beginning to end, no one mentioned many innocent lives destroyed with the spiritual shuttle. This attitude of disregard was enough to prove that in their eyes, the lives of those passengers were not worth mentioning at all. Out of the canyon, there was a rocky beach with high and low peaks. It was evening, and a setting sun hung in the far sky, sprinkling blood red. When Lin Sun arrived here, he immediately stopped. He saw some scattered wreckage of the spiritual shuttle piled up on the rocky beach in the distance. Lin Sun suddenly felt a little heavy. Ziying battleship was designed by him. No one knew better than him how terrible the power of the spiritual cannons arranged on the battleship was. Even the overmatch of Sea Spirit Realm couldn't resist the full blow of the spiritual cannons at all. The defensive power of the previous spiritual shuttle was as vulnerable as a piece of paper under the bombardment of such a blow. This also meant that when the explosion occurred, there was almost no possibility for the passengers on the spiritual shuttle to escape. At that time, if Lin Sun hadn't broken the wall of the spiritual shuttle and rushed out of the carriage with Luo Luo in his arms, he would have been killed on the spot. At this moment, looking at the cold wreckage of the spiritual shuttle, Lin Sun felt like a stone was stuck in his heart when he thought that even the battleship that killed those passengers was designed by himself. Under the setting sun, Lin Sun was silent. His handsome face was pale and almost transparent, but there seemed to be a pair of torches burning in his eyes. After a long time, Lin Sun's figure flashed quietly and hid in the shadow of a rock crevice on one side. In his hand, there was a divine crossbow shining with cold light. Hurry up. There is a wreckage of the spiritual shuttle here. Start searching in all directions. No matter who is alive, kill them without mercy. The most important thing is to find the target, alive or dead. Just as Lin Sun hid, in a place far away from the rocky beach, many figures rushed here quickly. There were 50 or 60 people, led by a black-clothed man with thick hair and scars on his face. As soon as they appeared, they started a comprehensive search in the rocky beach. In the shadow, Lin Sun's eyes were cold and indifferent. He watched all this quietly. No one knew that the hatred and killing intent in his heart were boiling. The spiritual shuttle has been destroyed. How can there be any survivors? It's a waste of time and energy to search again. Those practitioners seemed very relaxed, grumbling as they searched. Yes, when we searched in other areas, we didn't find any survivors at all except some broken corpses and flesh. How can the target survive this time? Don't talk nonsense. Search quickly. This is the order from above. Who dares to disobey? Humph. I can guarantee that the target must have been killed. If he is still alive, I will commit suicide immediately. During the conversation, a practitioner snorted disdainfully, causing a burst of noise. Suddenly, the practitioner was stunned. Puff, at this moment, his throat suddenly burst open, and blood splashed. At the same time, his body was grabbed by a hand and dragged into the shadow of a nearby crack. Young Laosan, why don't you speak? Did you commit suicide by cutting your throat? Not far away, a practitioner seemed to notice something and walked over with an iron spear in his hand. Immediately, his pupil shrank. He saw the body of young Laosan lying in the shadow of the rock. No, his face suddenly changed. When he wanted to shout, he felt a pain in his head. His eyes suddenly went black and he lost all consciousness. Although the strange movement here ended silently, it still aroused the vigilance of many practitioners. They narrowed their eyes and cautiously approached this side. In their hands, there were all divine crossbows. Whoosh, suddenly, a black shadow rushed out, causing them to almost subconsciously pull the trigger. Accompanied by a rapid and sharp whistling sound, the black shadow was instantly penetrated into a sieve. But to those practitioners' surprise, the black shadow was one of their companions. Oh no, their faces suddenly changed, and they realized that they had been fooled. But before they had time to react, they heard a familiar sharp whistling sound, and a waterfall-like arrow rain suddenly bloomed in their field of vision. Puff puff puff, flowers of blood burst from those practitioners' throats, chests, heads, and other vital places, like a series of firecrackers. The scarlet and hot blood splashed, which was sad and chilling. In an instant, 7 practitioners who approached had all been killed on the spot. Oh no! Enemy attack! At this moment, the practitioners who were originally distributed in different areas of the rocky beach all reacted, shouted in shock and anger, and rushed here. Although they reacted quickly, Lin Sun was faster than them. Whoosh, Lin Sun's figure was like a flash of lightning. With a leap, he had rushed to dozens of meters away. With a flash of the flowing lightsaber in his hand, a practitioner's neck was immediately cut off and he fell to the ground. At this time, Lin Sun had already taken advantage of the situation to rush forward. His Taoist light swept over like a waterfall, and the enemy was caught off guard and killed 4 people in succession. When Lin Sun appeared and was recognized by those practitioners, almost no one dared to believe that all this was true. Who could imagine that a human gang realm teenager could survive the bombardment of Ziying battleship? It was incredible, but soon, no one dared to think more, because Lin Sun had launched an attack. He was alone with a little girl on his back, but when he moved, he was like a king on the battlefield. His momentum swept like a storm and was unstoppable. Every single slash would reap a life, and that simple, precise, and swift method of slaughter naturally possessed a deterring force that shook the hearts of all. At this moment, Lin Sun really had no scruples. He needed to vent his anger, hatred, and self-blame accumulated in his heart like an erupting volcano. He couldn't contain it and didn't want to contain it at all. Kill, with flowing lightsaber in his hand, Lin Sun's momentum was boiling like a landslide. And tsunami. He was like a storm sweeping the world, rampaging and unstoppable. Hurry up. Let's stop him together. The leading man with a knife scar roared. Immediately, many practitioners rushed over, trying to encircle and kill Lin Sun with the absolute advantage of numbers. Rumble, but before they could get close, Lin Sun's blade swept through the void like a galaxy and broke the encirclement of the enemies. 7 or 8 practitioners screamed and were shaken away. They were seriously injured and on the verge of death, losing their combat effectiveness. Many enemies were shocked and exclaimed. They couldn't believe all this. It was terrible. There were many Heaven Gang realm practitioners among them. But at this moment, they couldn't stop Lin Sun at all. Kill. As Lin Sun rushed forward, the rocky beach was full of blood, broken limbs, and shrill screams. The bloody and tragic scene seemed to turn this place into a purgatory. Crack, a practitioner attacked from behind. A spear, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, was wrapped in black luster. It was aimed at Luoluo, the little girl on Lin Sun's back. Bang, but Lin Sun seemed to have eyes behind his back. Without looking back, he suddenly took out a wooden crossbow of thorns and shot it at the attacker. With a puff, the sneak attacker was caught off guard. An arrow pierced through his left eye, piercing through his entire head. He let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. For a while, this terrible scene scared all the practitioners away from Lin Sun, making Lin Sun's surroundings empty all of a sudden. Idiot! Why aren't you releasing the crossbow bolts at this time? The leader of the group, the scarred man, roared. Suddenly, those practitioners seemed to wake up from a dream. They took out their short crossbows and aimed at Lin from different directions. However, before they took any action, Lin Sun had already taken out a short crossbow in his left hand. It wasn't the divine crossbow, nor was it the thorny wood crossbow. It wasn't even any of the short crossbows that could be found on the market. The crossbow looked very ordinary. It was pitch black and even looked a little inconspicuous. But when Lin Sun pulled the trigger, a strange sound like the low hum of a flute suddenly sounded in this world. Woo! In an instant, silver starlight blooming like fireworks suddenly appeared in the vision of all the enemies, which was extremely gorgeous and beautiful. An extremely strong sense of danger surged in everyone's heart. Their souls were trembling with fear and almost collapsed. Astonishingly, it was a dreamlike rain of silver arrows, They were gorgeous like fireworks, mysterious like starlight, yet they were like numerous flowers of condensed snow and frost, and they revealed a soul-stirring beauty as they spread out in space. That kind of beauty seemed to make the world pale and souls sink. Puff. 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 The cultivators did not even have the time to struggle before they were pierced by the silver arrows. Before they died, their expressions still carried a trace of confusion and absent-mindedness, as if they could not imagine that such a beautiful and terrifying short crossbow existed in this world. When the dazzling starlight disappeared, there were more than 10 corpses on the ground. Blood was still gurgling out, but they had died in an instant. This was the meteor's crossbow. In the bloodthirsty camp, Lin Sun refined a great killing weapon by himself, which amazed Young Ku, Young Man, and Xianxia. It also made Old Mo, a spiritual tattoo master, fascinated and amazed again and again. Like the awakening globe, the meteor's crossbow was also one of the gadgets Lin Sun refined before he left Mist City. Unfortunately, the spiritual materials needed for meteor's crossbow were too precious. With Lin Sun's financial resources at that time, he could only refine one at most. Although the power of the meteor's crossbow was extremely great, it could not be used for the second time after being used once. This might be the biggest defect of the meteor's crossbow. With Lin Sun's current attainments in spiritual tattoos, he couldn't solve this defect perfectly. In an instant, the starlight firework-like arrow rain flashed, and more than 10 practitioners were killed on the spot. This terrifying scene caused the souls of some of the cultivators that had escaped this calamity to leave their bodies, and they were practically terrified out of their wits. Even the scar-faced man felt cold in his hands and feet as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He felt an unprecedented great horror. Counting carefully, from the beginning of this killing to the present, more than 30 of their companions had died one after another. But their opponents were still unscathed, especially after witnessing the power of the meteor crossbow. These already frightened practitioners felt despair, and their fighting spirit collapsed. Therefore, when Lin Sun started killing again, the remaining more than 20 practitioners couldn't help but scream in horror and flee. They had been frightened by Lin Sun's unparalleled fighting strength, and they had seen the terrible lethality of the meteor's crossbow. How could they dare to resist stubbornly, run? At this moment, in their hearts, Lin Sun was just like a devil who killed without blinking, which made them feel unprecedented despair. Lin Sun's eyes were as cold as lightning. He didn't stop but directly chased after them. However, after only running for dozens of meters, he suddenly let out a muffled groan, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he didn't encounter any danger in the previous killing, but because he ran his cultivation forcefully, the internal injuries he had suffered before were affected, which made his meridians and viscera feel like they were on fire. It was not easy for him. But even so, Lin Sun didn't stop there. The anger and killing intent in his heart made him unable to tolerate the enemy escaping under his eyes. Bang! While chasing, Lin Sun took out a holy crossbow and pulled the trigger at the right time. With a bang, a practitioner hundreds of meters away was penetrated and fell to the ground with a thud. Bang! 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 The sharp whistling sound of the spiritual crossbow reverberated between heaven and earth. In the following time, Lin Sun, like an experienced and steady hunter, constantly chased after the fleeing prey. In the previous days, he had seized a large number of crossbows. He had planned to exchange them for money, but at this moment, Lin Sun didn't care too much and used them all to fight against the enemy. Although the accuracy of the crossbow would be greatly reduced in the pursuit, more than 10 practitioners were still killed on the spot under Lin Sun's frequent and intensive attacks. Unconsciously, Lin Sun had chased to an open hilly area. When he killed another practitioner, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw a Ziying battleship parked there thousands of meters away. Without hesitation, Lin Sun directly gave up the chase and turned away. His speed was obviously faster than before. Boom! With a strong thunderous roar, the Ziying battleship rose into the air, casting a huge shadow on the ground. At this time, Lin Sun had flashed into a mountain range and quickly climbed to the top of a mountain hundreds of meters high with his hands and feet. Lin Sun took a deep breath, took out the insignificant bough, squatted on the ground, and looked at the void in the distance with his black eyes. His eyes became as sharp as an eagle's. He hooked his fingertips and pulled the blood-red bowstring, keeping absolute calm and concentration in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, his field of vision changed. The Ziying battleship, which had risen into the air, was clearly reflected in Lin Sun's eyes. Every inch of the battleship seemed to be magnified several times. It was approaching from the void at full speed. On a turret in the center of the battleship, there was a bright light, and countless dense spiritual tattoos were flowing as if they were alive. This was the spiritual cannon. The spiritual cannon arranged in the Ziying battleship had a murderous name, City-Breaking Spiritual Cannon. Its power was so strong that it could easily kill a Sea Spirit Realm practitioner. At this time, the Ziying battleship was obviously going to operate the City-Breaking Spiritual Cannon to give Lin Sun a devastating blow. Lin Sun didn't move. He was on the top of the mountain, and he didn't care about the danger of exposing his trace. He kept the action of drawing the bow and aiming at the target. His mind was absolutely calm and focused. Almost in the blink of an eye, the Ziying battleship had appeared in the void hundreds of meters away, locking the muzzle on the mountain where Lin Sun was. Whoosh! At this time, Lin Sun suddenly loosened his fingertips, and an almost invisible spiritual arrow shot out silently. Boom! Almost at the same time, the city-breaking spiritual cannon, which had been stored for a long time, was suddenly launched in a dazzling light. However, the moment the cannon fire that could kill a Sea Spirit Realm cultivator rushed out of the battery, it was accurately hit by a silent void spirit arrow. In an instant, a terrible explosion suddenly spread from the turret like a volcanic eruption. It tore up the turret in an instant and swept over the Ziying battleship. Looking from afar, one could see thousands of feet of fire rising to the sky. The Ziying battleship shook violently in the void, making a roar and teetering. An arrow almost destroyed a brand new Ziying battleship. If other practitioners of the Empire saw this scene, they would be shocked. They would not believe that a human gang realm teenager could have the ability to do this. It was too shocking, but for Lin Sun, this was not an extremely crazy and absurd move, because the Ziying battleship was originally designed by him. In other people's eyes, all the signs of the city-breaching spiritual cannon might be just a dazzling light, but in Lin Sun's eyes, he could accurately predict the time when the city-breaching spiritual cannon would be fired. As long as he took advantage of this, with the power of the insignificant bow, and firmly grasped this fleeting opportunity, it was enough to achieve this step. The Ziying battleship was on the verge of collapse. But in the end, it didn't fall to the ground and be destroyed. Instead, it turned around like a drunken brute, and it swayed as it flashed towards the distant space, quickly vanishing from sight. Lin Sun sighed in his heart and put away the insignificant bow. He could only blame himself for designing the Ziying battleship too powerful. As long as the spiritual furnace was not fatally damaged, there would be no possibility of falling in damage. Even with Lin Sun's current means, he couldn't find any chance to attack the spiritual furnace of the Ziying battleship. But then again, if the Ziying battleship was destroyed so easily, it would show that Lin Sun's design was very poor. It was a small excellent battleship designed by himself, but now it was used to deal with him. It was ridiculous to think about it. Mom. Mom, suddenly, the vague voice of the little girl Luoluo came from behind, which made Lin Sun wake up suddenly. He glanced around and immediately chose a path to go down the mountain. The enemy had been temporarily repelled. The next thing was to seize the time to heal his injuries. As for the little girl Luoluo, Lin Sun would not leave her alone, the Forbidden City. There was a cheerful conversation in the old mansion. Well, when this task is over, I'm going to the Smiles of Beauties to get drunk. There are many girls waiting for me there. Haha. What's so fun about the girls in the brothel? I asked someone to collect a batch of voodoo barbarian girls from the slave market a while ago. I think they have been domesticated as slaves now. At that time, I must have a good taste of these alien girls. You only know how to have fun. I'm different from you. My clan has arranged a superior secret realm for me to practice. When this task is over, I will practice in seclusion to prepare for breaking through to Sea Spirit Realm. Those young people were talking about their plans after the task was over. They were talking with great enthusiasm and there was no lack of tit-for-tat in their words. This was the style of most of the rich and powerful children. Whether it was eating, drinking, playing, cultivating or doing things, they had to compete with each other to distinguish who was better. Everyone, no matter what you are going to do, don't forget that there is a celebration party waiting for you. If you don't come, don't blame me for turning hostile. Cheat Songmei seemed to be in a good mood at the moment. It was rare for her to take the initiative to make a joke, which made others laugh and echo. Bang! At this moment, the door was pushed open. A guard rushed in and shouted, "Not good. News from the front line says the target is still alive." What? In an instant, the originally cheerful and harmonious atmosphere in the room vanished, and it became deathly silent and oppressive. The assistants looked at each other with astounded expressions, and they seemed to not dare believe their ears. Under the bombardment of Ziying battleship, that guy actually survived. How the F***ck is this possible? What's going on? Xianxia looked cold, and her clear eyes were as sharp as a knife. The guard shuddered and swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He was about to say something. At this time, another guard rushed in with a frightened look. He almost bumped into Xianxia. "Why are you panicking? What a scandal!" Xianxia snapped. The guard who had just run in cried out with a sad face, "Miss, it's bad. The Ziying battleship transferred to the Maple Mount was also seriously damaged and almost destroyed." Everyone was stunned as if struck by lightning. Even the Ziying battleship was hit hard? How? How could this be possible? At this time, they didn't have a trace of the cool appearance when they talked about romance just now. They were all stunned. Is there any record? Xianxia took a deep breath, pressed down the uneasiness and doubt in her heart, and asked with a frown. The guard hurriedly took out a wind shadow hawk and pinched its throat with his fingers. With a pu sound, it spat out a pearl that was shrouded in glittering light. The bead rotated in the air and reflected a light curtain. Pictures flashed on it. It was the bloody picture of Lin Sun carrying the little girl on his back and killing a group of practitioners alone. Lin Sun didn't die. The assistants' faces became extremely gloomy. Even Xianxia's expression was gloomy. It should have been a sure thing to send out Ziying battleship this time, but who could expect that the target survived miraculously? Before long, the scene of the explosion of Ziying battleship appeared on the light curtain. Even looking at the light curtain, those assistants were shocked. Their expressions changed and their eyes widened in disbelief. That was Ziying battleship. Which human gang realm practitioner could hit it hard? The light curtain didn't show how Lin Sun did it, but Xianxia and others had confirmed that the news that Ziying battleship was hit hard was a fact. When the light screen disappeared, the atmosphere in the room was deathly silent, so oppressive that it made it hard for people to breathe. Bombed a spiritual shuttle, but failed to kill the target. Instead, the target took the opportunity to hit Ziying battleship hard. All this seemed so absurd and incredible. Yet, all of this had really happened. Was the target really an unkillable monster? Damn it, someone couldn't help cursing. Why is it like this? That guy is not a sea spirit realm practitioner. How can he be so abnormal? Could it be that someone secretly helped him? Someone doubted. As soon as the voice came out, it was firmly opposed by Xianxia. It's impossible. As for the reason, she didn't explain. But what the hell is going on? Many people looked gloomy. Now is not the time to think about it. We should think about what we should do in the next action. Xianxia said coldly, up to now, we have lost nearly 200 elite practitioners and a Ziying battleship has been hit hard. This kind of loss may not be serious, but the combat power shown by the target is strong enough for us to pay unprecedented attention to it. Princess May, what do you think we should do? Those assistants all looked at Xianxia. Xianxia thought for a long time, but the more she thought about it, the more upset she was. Inexplicably, she thought of Su Qianjing again. She couldn't help regretting that she should not let Su Qianjing leave so easily. However, Xianxia didn't feel guilty about driving Su Qianjing away. She knew very well that people like Su Qianjing helped her this time to repay the favor. Therefore, even if she let him stay, she couldn't control him. By the way, did Su Qianjing make any arrangement and preparation for the target crossing the Maple Mount? Suddenly, Xianxia thought of something and asked. Those assistants immediately looked at each other with a little uneasiness. They had been dissatisfied with Su Qianjing for a long time. They only satirized and sarcastic Su Qianjing and didn't even think about asking what Su Qianjing's plan and arrangement was. Seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help being a little sullen. Finally, she restrained herself and said, from now on, you help me collect intelligence and make tactics. Finally, I will issue orders and direct the action. After a pause, she calmed down and said indifferently, "No one is allowed to leave here without authorization unless the target is dead." All the people were trembling in their hearts and kept silent. In a remote and cramped cave in the Maple Mount, the bonfire was about to burn out, and there was still a trace of barbecue smell in the air. Lin Sun sat cross-legged on one side, looking at the little girl Luoluo who was full and sleeping on a soft animal skin. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. As soon as the little girl woke up, she cried to find her mother. Lin Sun tried his best to stabilize the little girl's mood. He accompanied her to have a roasted game and coaxed her to sleep. Luolua's mother had little possibility of survival, which made Lin Sun feel guilty and self-reproach. He also cherished Luoluo more for fear that he could not take good care of her. But when he thought of the many dangers he would face along the way, Lin Sun had a headache and didn't know how to settle Luoluo down. He didn't want this little girl, who was only 3 or 4 years old, to take risks with him. After thinking about it, Lin Sun couldn't think of a way to make the best of both worlds. He finally shook his head and let it go for the time being. After extinguishing the bonfire, Lin Sun started the waking globe, placed it at the entrance of the cave, and set up a spiritual formation to hide the breath. Then he was completely relieved and began to sit cross-legged on the ground to heal his injuries. He had a lot of elixirs needed for healing. If he took the time to recover, he could recover in about 5 or 6 days. In this way, Lin Sun temporarily stayed in the Maple Mount to recuperate. In addition to healing, he took care of Luoluo every day. A child of 3 or 4 years old was in need of company most. She suffered a disaster and lost her mother, so she was quite emotionally fragile. In order not to let Luoluo be too sad, Lin Sun simply took out Chirps, who was sleeping in his palm, and let it play with Luoluo. Unexpectedly, this move had a miraculous effect. As soon as Luoluo saw Chirps, which was soft and round like a ball and looked extremely cute and silly, Luoluo's eyes suddenly lit up and she cheered. Chirps was originally a heartless creature. After being admonished by Lin Sun, it had a lot of fun with Luoluo. Seeing this, Lin Sun was very happy. With Chirps taking care of Luoluo, he could also concentrate on healing. After 7 days, Lin Sun's injuries were completely recovered. He didn't stay any longer and left with Luoluo. "Luoluo, promise me one thing." "Go ahead, brother. If you meet bad guys on the road in the future, remember to close your eyes, so that you won't be scared by bad guys." "Okay. I'll listen to you. Luoluo is so good. I'll buy you a lot of toys in the future." "I don't want to. I just want Chirps to accompany me." "Okay." On the rugged and steep mountain road of the Maple Mount, Lin Sun strode forward with Luoluo on his back. Along the way, when chatting with Luoluo, Lin Sun inadvertently thought of Xianxia. How was this little girl now? Green Willow Town was built adjacent to the Maple Mount. Most of the residents in the town made a living by collecting herbs and hunting. They were not poor, but they were not rich either. Like most cities and towns in the empire, Green Willow Town was small, but it was densely populated and had convenient transportation. There were all kinds of restaurants, inns, and businesses. It was noon. The Maple Tower, the most famous restaurant in the town, was already very lively. Here, one could see young practitioners wandering in Jianghu, peddlers and pawns who were busy all year round, and rich young masters and ladies who sneaked out to eat, drink and have fun. All kinds of people could be seen here. The restaurant had always been a special place, and it was always bustling with noise and excitement. People from all walks of life would gather in the same place, drinking and chatting. They talked about everything from the north to the south, from the great events of the imperial court to the small matters of the streets and alleys of the city. Everything became the most stimulating topics when they drank. Today's Maple Tower was as lively as ever, but the atmosphere on the second floor of the restaurant was a little quiet. It was not very deserted here. On the contrary, most of the tables were already full of people. But these people were all drinking in silence and didn't talk much, which made the atmosphere a little dull. "What's the signature dish?" "Sir, we have a lot of signature dishes. Things that fly in the sky, things that run on the ground, and things that swim in the water, we have them all here, such as braised purple-tailed fish, stir-fried sparrow tongue, mountain delicacies stew, then give me one." "Where's the wine?" Sir, the steamed maple wine of our maple tower is the best. Many guests here say it's good after drinking it. Let's try a pot first. Okay, please go upstairs and wait a moment. With a conversation, a handsome figure walked up to the second floor of the restaurant. He wore a plain moon-white robe, and his long black hair was tied behind his head with a straw rope at will, revealing a handsome face with sharp edges. Behind him, there was a basket on his back, in which sat a little girl of 3 or 4 years old. She was lying on her stomach in front of the basket, looking around curiously with her big black eyes. This man was Lin Sun. He was wearing the clothes given by the little girl Luolua's mother. Walking up to the second floor, he swept his gaze over the diners eating around him. His eyes narrowed imperceptibly and he smiled. He found a seat by the window and sat down. He carried Luoluo out of the basket and placed her on the seat beside him. Brother, I want to play with Chocho. Luoluo raised her little face and looked at Lin eagerly. Lin Sun agreed readily. He took Chirps out of thin air, threw it directly on the table, and played with Luoluo. The eyes of many nearby customers couldn't help but narrow slightly when they witnessed this scene, and then they withdrew their gazes and didn't continue watching. Lin Sun didn't seem to notice all this. He looked at Luoluo playing with Chirps with a smile. Suddenly, his attention was attracted by the noisy conversation on the first floor of the restaurant. Damn it, the spiritual shuttle fell. I heard that there were hundreds of people on it, including many practitioners. I also heard the news a few days ago. It was said that a spiritual shuttle was crossing the Maple Mount when it was attacked by a fierce bird in the sky. Finally, the shuttle was destroyed and the passengers died. All dead? Of course. Even if they didn't die, how could they survive after falling into the Maple Mount where fierce beasts raged? Alas, this is called an undeserved disaster. Hearing this, Lin Sun suddenly felt a sense of unspeakable depression in his heart. What was an undeserved disaster? What was an attack by a fierce bird? This was clearly a premeditated massacre. Obviously, the news had been completely blocked and suppressed by the enemy, and then they used an absurd reason of a fierce bird attack to deceive the world. Lin Sun had long thought that since the enemy dared to do this, they must have something to fear, but he still underestimated the shamelessness of the enemy. This might be the means by which those self-proclaimed big shots deceived the world. They could cover up all the truth with a casual excuse. Lin Sun had no doubt that even if he told the truth at this time, no one would believe him. After all, who would believe that the battleship from the Empire would kill the people belonging to the Empire? Just as Lin Sun's mood fluctuated, a burst of proud laughter suddenly sounded. Jiao, I'm not modest to say that in this Green Willow town, if my Rue family dares to claim to be the second, no clan dares to claim to be the first. Jiao, if you follow me, you will become the most eye-catching woman in Green Willow town. Brother Rue Qing, I don't want others' attention, as long as you can treat me well. A sweet woman's voice also sounded. Lin Sun was stunned. Was there anyone in the world who praised him like this? What made Lin Sun feel most strange was that the woman's voice was coquettish, which sounded very exaggerated. Immediately, at the entrance of the stairs, a child in a brocade robe came up, followed by a beautiful woman with white skin. They went up to the second floor and found a seat to sit down. The child Rue Qing proudly boasted about how great his family was from time to time, and the woman Jiao flattered him with all her heart. Lin Sun couldn't help shaking his head and no longer paid attention to these things. At this time, the wine and dishes were also served. Lin Sun and Luoluo immediately concentrated on eating. Chirps was lying lazily on one side, yawning and looking like it was about to fall asleep. It didn't like these dishes, and its favorite food was spiritual crystals. Hey, what a lovely little guy. Brother Rue Qing, what kind of spirit beast is that? I want to pinch its round belly. Suddenly, Jiao on a nearby table pointed to Chirps and screamed like a crazy girl. Haha, Jiao, since you like it, I'll help you get it. Rue Qing next to him laughed, got up and came over. He squinted at Lin Sun and said, Dude, is this spirit beast yours? Well, I'll give you 100 imperial silver coins, and you sell this little thing to me. As he said, he took out a money bag and slammed it on the table. Without asking whether Lin Sun agreed, he raised his hand to grab Chirps. Crack, a pair of chopsticks fell down and accurately hit Rue Qing's wrist joint. Ruiqing suddenly retracted his arm like an electric shock and gasped in pain. Jiao let out a scream, got up and ran over, and asked anxiously, "Brother Ruiqing, are you okay?" Ruiqing felt embarrassed that he suffered a big loss in front of his woman. He sneered, "I'm fine, but this boy will be in trouble today. Damn it, I have never suffered such a loss in Green Willow Town." As he said, he slapped Lin Sun in the face. Simple, direct and irritable, this was Ruiqing. Lin Sun wondered whether this guy was too arrogant or stupid. Crack, Lin Sun sat there without moving, but the chopsticks in his hand once again accurately stabbed Ruiqing's palm joint, which made Ruiqing scream in pain, and his face twitched. "Damn it, you're courting death. How dare you hit me? You're finished. Don't think about leaving Green Willow Town alive today." Ruiqing roared. After being taught twice in a row, Ruiqing not only didn't learn the lesson, but also became ruthless. Lin Sun completely realized that he met an arrogant and ignorant playboy this time. He was not only stupid but also a fool with no vision. Suddenly, Lin Sun noticed something. He glanced around inadvertently and frowned. Without hesitation, he stood up and said with a smile, "My friend, how about I send you to get help?" Ruiqing, who was roaring spontaneously, was stunned. "What the fuck do you mean?" Lin Sun grabbed Ruiqing's lapel and threw him out of the window next to him. There was a muffled sound in the street outside, and Ruiqing's scream came out, "Bastard, wait for me." Jiao was so scared that her face turned pale, and she screamed, You know who Ruiqing is? He is the third young master of Rui family, the first force in Green Willow Town. If you offend him, you won't." Before she finished, she was also grabbed by Lin Sun and thrown out of the window. After doing all this, Lin Sun shook his head, "What a pair of weirdos." Then, he bowed his head and asked Luoluo, "Are you full?" Luoluo nodded obediently. She held Chirps in her arms, as if she was afraid that Chirps would be taken away. "Then let's go." Lin Sun picked up Luoluo, put her in the basket, and then carried her on his back. "Brother, are those two bad guys just now?" Luoluo asked. Lin Sun said casually, "They are not bad. At best, they are a pair of idiots." Speaking of this, Lin Sun glanced at the diners who were eating around, and a faint smile appeared on his lips, but, "Luoluo, close your eyes first. The real bad guys will appear later." Luoluo was stunned, but she still obediently covered her eyes, squatted in the basket, and said, "Brother, don't worry. I won't look." Lin Sun nodded, and his black eyes suddenly became indifferent. He glanced at the diners who were eating on the second floor and said with a smile, "Everyone, it's time to go. What do you think?" Clang, as he said, the flowing lightsaber suddenly appeared in his hand. Lin Sun's figure jumped up, and the blade swept a terrible fierce spirit, and cut 3 diners at the nearest table. Almost at the same time, the 3 diners rushed up. Obviously, they had been ready for Lin Sun's attack. When Lin Sun attacked, they had subconsciously launched a counterattack. "We've been seen through. Let's do it together." With a loud shout, the diners who had been sitting around the second floor of the restaurant all stood up at this moment. They looked cold and murderous, holding various spiritual weapons in their hands, and attacked fiercely. In an instant, the original calm atmosphere was broken. This place seemed to have turned into a battlefield, with sabers and swords everywhere, and the murderous spirit raged like a storm. The noise was so big that the diners who were eating on the first floor of the restaurant were all shocked. They screamed in horror and ran out. The whole Maple Tower was caught in a bloody fight. The strong wind raged, the walls collapsed, and the sound of tables, chairs, cups and dishes was shattered. Even the pedestrians on the nearby streets were alarmed and avoided the area, fearing that they would be affected. No one noticed that many figures were quietly lurking on the top of many houses, shops and other buildings around the Maple Tower. Ma Ming hid in the shadow of a roof and waited quietly. As the person in charge of this action, Ma Ming had the ability to convince people. He had the cultivation of Heaven Gang realm and mastered a superb archery skill, which was enough to kill the enemy from 3 kilometers away. The most important thing was that he had rich experience and fighting wisdom honed by many years of fighting. This was the fundamental reason why he became the person in charge of this action. At this time, Ma Ming was holding a simple and slender spiritual bow in his hand. This bow was called cutthroat, which meant to cut the throat with one arrow. In the Maple Tower 1360 meters away, a bloody battle was taking place. The tower was shaking and the walls collapsed. It was about to be completely destroyed. It could be imagined how fierce the battle was. However, Ma Ming analyzed the news obtained these days. It was absolutely impossible for the target who could survive the bombardment of Ziying battleship to be killed so easily. In other words, Ma Ming didn't expect his companions in the restaurant to kill the target. According to his arrangements, the 27 companions who were scattered around the restaurant were supposed to keep the target occupied. As long as the target could be delayed, Ma Ming could take this opportunity to deploy detailed forces to completely block the retreat of the target and make the target a turtle in a jar. Of course, the 27 companions were very likely to be sacrificed like cannon fodder, but Ma Ming didn't care. In his opinion, if he wanted to kill such a ruthless, abnormal, and difficult target, how could he not pay some price? The current situation proved that Ma Ming's deployment was not wrong. After the battle broke out in the restaurant, he had arranged people to hide in different directions around the restaurant and block all the areas. Now, he was waiting for the target to appear. Of course, if the target died in the battle in the restaurant, it was undoubtedly the best, but Ma Ming didn't have any expectation for this. After 10 minutes. In the end, the Sunset Glow restaurant that was on the verge of collapse couldn't withstand the blow, and it collapsed with a bang and transformed into ruins. Ma Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he made a gesture in the void, telling a group of practitioners who were ambushing nearby to be ready. As long as the target appeared, they would welcome an overwhelming destructive blow. The means of attack was extremely simple and crude, which was to use short crossbows and spiritual bows to cover the area where the target appeared in all directions. Ma Ming was confident that under such a blow, not to mention the target, even a fly would be killed in an instant. The atmosphere became tense and murderous. There wasn't a single pedestrian on the streets in this area, and it was empty and cold. However, as time passed, the ruins of the restaurant remained quiet. The target's figure did not appear at all. Of course, none of the 27 companions who were fighting the target appeared. It was terrifyingly quiet. Ma Ming suddenly felt a little uneasy. In his judgment, when the restaurant was destroyed, the target would inevitably choose to rush out in order to avoid it. But the silence in front of him exceeded Ma Ming's expectation. Could it be that the target had perished together with his companions? As soon as this thought flashed through Ma Ming's mind, a sharp whistling sound exploded in Ma Ming's ears, which made his pupils shrink. This was the sound of the divine armed crossbow. Who the fuck didn't listen to the order and did it without authorization? Ma Ming was annoyed in his heart, but when he looked at it, his face could not help but change slightly. He saw that his companion, who had been hiding on the top of a house, fell to the ground with a plop. In the center of his forehead, there was a bloody hole, which was gurgling with blood. Hiss. Ma Ming took a deep breath and realized that his judgment was wrong. The sound of the divine armed crossbow just now did not come from his companions nearby, but from the target. Bang! 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 Before Ma Ming could react, a series of sharp whistling sounds sounded one after another, like a devil sound from hell, surging over the silent and empty streets. Ma Ming's face changed completely, and he couldn't keep calm. Because at this moment, he saw dozens of spiritual arrows shot by the divine armed crossbow rushed out of the ruins of the restaurant, tore the void, and shot in all directions along different trajectories. Rumble. For a time, many nearby buildings were broken, rocks splashed, smoke and dust filled the air, accompanied by screams, which obviously made the atmosphere soul-stirring. Ma Ming himself saw that 7 or 8 of his companions who were hiding everywhere were killed in an instant. Ma Ming's hands and feet were cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He couldn't imagine how the target did this. They had hidden deep enough, but the target was like a sharpshooter who could see through everything. He didn't show up at all, but caused a bloody disaster on their side. Terrible, it was terrible. Ma Ming finally realized why the target could survive from the encirclement and suppression to this day. This guy was simply a devil. All the plans and layouts seemed not to exist in front of him. They were all destroyed by his bloody, cold, and unconventional cruel means. Bang, bang. Bang, the sharp whistling sound of the crossbow echoed in this world, like a roar of death, and the shadow of death was everywhere. Ma Ming was completely panicked. He couldn't care about anything else and screamed, "Retreat!" Bang, At this moment, a spiritual arrow, as if tearing the time and space, accurately inserted into Ma Ming's mouth, lifted him up, and nailed him to the eaves not far away. Ma Ming's pupils dilated. He didn't know how the target found their hiding place before he died. Bang! 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 The rapid and sharp whistling sound was still reverberating. After a while, in the depths of the ruins of the Maple Tower, Lin Sun put away the insignificant bow and stood up. On the ground beside him, there were dozens of abandoned crossbows. In the sea of his consciousness, the feeling of absolute calmness, which seemed to be able to see through everything, was disappearing quickly, which made Lin Sun's black eyes gradually become warm. From the moment he set foot on the Maple Tower, Lin Sun noticed that something was wrong. Although the diners on the second floor of the restaurant restrained their breath and disguised themselves extremely exquisitely, Lin Sun could judge that they were a group of ruthless people who had been practicing martial arts all year round just by looking at the thick calluses exposed on their palm joints. At first, Lin Sun was not sure that they were coming for him. But later, whether he made chirps appear out of thin air or dealt with Rui Qing and Lin Sun, the reaction of those diners was too calm. They didn't behave like ordinary people at all. If these clues were not enough for Lin Sun to see through all this, when Lin Sun packed up his things and planned to leave with Luo Luo, he instantly noticed that those diners who were eating stopped subconsciously. All of this made Lin Sun completely conclude that this was a trap that had been set up for him long ago. When the battle began, Lin Sun was keenly aware that there were many obscure breaths outside the Maple Tower. When all the enemies in the restaurant were killed and the building was reduced to ruins, Lin Sun took out the insignificant's bow. The moment he pulled the bowstring, he immediately keenly perceived that there were practitioners hiding in many nearby buildings. This was the magical effect of the insignificant's bow. Every time he pulled the blood-red bowstring, all Lin Sun's consciousness and emotions would enter absolute calmness. At the same time, his vision would also be expanded, as if he could see through everything and let all the dangers appear in his vision. In the Maple Mount, Lin Sun had used the magical effect of the insignificant's bow to damage the Ziying battleship at one stroke. But unlike last time, this time Lin Sun only used the wonderful insight ability of the insignificant's bow. When he killed the enemy, he used the short crossbow seized from the enemy. The reason why Lin Sun did this was not that he was rich and deliberately wasted the short crossbow, but that the short crossbow didn't consume spiritual energy at all, so he could maintain and save physical strength to the greatest extent. There were 27 enemies in the restaurant, 33 people ambushed outside, and 9 people escaped in the end. Thanks to the insight vision of the insignificant's bow, I was able to win this battle. Otherwise, if I rushed out just now, I would have been pierced into a hornet's nest in an instant. Insight vision was the name given by Lin Sun to the wonderful insight power of the insignificant's bow. In addition, it also had the wonderful effect of absolute calmness. The more battles Lin Sun experienced, the more he could realize the magic of the insignificant's bow. It was definitely a treasure of great origin. The two wonderful effects of insight vision and absolute calmness were incomparable to other spiritual bows. Without further delay, Lin Sun flashed out of the ruins with the basket on his back. There was no one on the empty street. If you looked carefully, there were dead bodies lying on the eaves of the nearby streets and alleys, still bleeding. Lin Sun didn't know whether there were enemies lurking in other places of the Green Willow town, so as soon as he appeared, he planned to leave immediately. However, what he didn't expect was that before he could act, a group of people rushed over in the distant street. "Father, it's not that I'm incompetent, but that bastard is too cruel. I've told him the name of our Rue family, but he is still rampant and wantonly kills people. Obviously, he doesn't put our Rue family in his eyes at all. Father, you have to help me. The Green Willow town is our Rue family's territory. How can we tolerate a foreign boy running amok?" The leader was a dignified middle-aged man. Rue Qing, who had been thrown out of the window by Lin Sun before, followed the middle-aged man. At this time, Rue Qing was saying something indignantly. Obviously, the dignified middle-aged man was Rue Qing's father. Behind them were a group of servants, who must be thugs from the Rue family. How did the Maple Tower get destroyed? How did it become like this just after I left? Rue Qing saw the destroyed Maple Tower from a distance. He couldn't help but feel shocked. When he saw Lin Sun in front of the ruins, he gnashed his teeth and shouted angrily. It's him, it's him. P.S. Children's shoes are sung unconsciously in the last sentence, which proves that they are not young. Ruiqing shouted angrily, which made the middle-aged man fix his eyes on Lin Sun. Just from the appearance, Lin Sun was just a handsome, gentle, and harmless young man. But when his eyes met Lin Sun's deep and indifferent black eyes, the dignified middle-aged man's heart inexplicably palpitated. He narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced around, and said something inexplicable. "There seems to be a fierce battle here just now?" Lin Sun smiled in his heart. He knew that the middle-aged man was an old fox who had noticed something wrong with the situation. "Yes." Lin Sun nodded. Ruiqing next to him shouted, "Father, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Just kill him directly." Lin Sun said with a smile, "My friend, if I hadn't thrown you out of the restaurant just now, do you think you could still be alive now?" As he said, he glanced at the restaurant that had long been in ruins in the distance. Ruiqing said angrily, "You fucking saved me? I don't need you to save me." As he said, he rushed up and slapped Lin Sun in the face, as if he had his father to rely on, so he had no scruples to fight. But when Ruiqing just took action, his father frowned and slapped him in the face. Ruiqing staggered and squatted on the ground, covering his face and screaming. "Father! What? What are you doing?" Ruiqing's face was full of disbelief. Even the servants who followed him were stunned and confused. But the middle-aged man ignored Ruiqing at all. Instead, he cupped his hands to Lin Sun and said gratefully, "Thank you for forgiving the past and repaying the evil with kindness. If I hadn't seen all this with my own eyes, I would have been deceived by my son and caused a misunderstanding." "No, it's nothing," Lin Sun said casually. "Father, do you still believe this guy's nonsense?" Ruiqing shouted. Crack, the middle-aged man slapped him again and scolded, "You blind fool. If it weren't for this child, how could you still be alive?" Ruiqing was stunned and wanted to cry. What did he mean by saving his life? It was that guy who threw him out of the restaurant. Was this called saving his life? "Shut up." The majestic middle-aged man stared at him, which made Ruiqing tremble and shut up immediately. The dignified middle-aged man was really angry. As long as he had a little brain, he would know that if Ruiqing had stayed in the restaurant, how could he have survived? Even if Ruiqing was beaten and humiliated and thrown out of the window, as long as he was alive, it was not a big deal at all. "I'm sorry to make you laugh. My son grew up in Green Willow Town. He is like a frog at the bottom of a well. He is arrogant and ignorant. If he has offended you, please forgive him." The dignified middle-aged man cupped his hands in obeisance. His attitude was so sincere that Lin Sun couldn't help but suspect that this pair of father and son were really different. One was as shrewd as an old fox, while the other was as dull as an idiot. The difference was too great. "Little friend, if you don't mind, please come to my humble abode and prepare a banquet to express my gratitude." As the dignified middle-aged man spoke, he extended an invitation. At a glance, he could tell that Lin Sun was not an ordinary person, even though he dressed inconspicuously, but his breath was extremely unique. "There's no need. If it's possible, I'd like to ask Xianxia for a small favor," Lin Sun said. The dignified middle-aged man was in a daze, and then he said freely, "Little friend, just say it. There are a total of 51 corpses in the nearby area and in the ruins. Xianxia, please send your subordinates to help me collect the items they are carrying," Lin Sun said with a smile. The dignified middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and waved his hand to let the subordinates behind him act according to the order. Then he looked at Lin Sun with a little surprise and asked in a low voice, "My young friend, may I ask if those corpses were all killed by you?" Lin Sun smiled silently and didn't say anything. But this was the most obvious answer. The dignified middle-aged man couldn't help but take a deep breath. Through his observation just now, he knew that the battle that could destroy a maple tower like this was not a small one. It showed that the opponents of the young man in front of him must be extremely powerful, at least in the human gang realm. "Great." The dignified middle-aged man sighed with emotion. He didn't ask about the cause and effect of the battle because he didn't want to be involved in this storm. Before long, a group of subordinates returned, each holding a variety of spiritual weapons, short crossbows and spiritual bows, which piled up into a hill. The dignified middle-aged man glanced at them, and then he was in a trance for a moment. Holy crossbow, armor-piercing crossbow, blood-breaking crossbow. If there were only a few of them, it would be fine, but now there were dozens of them. Just these alone were worth thousands of gold coins, but this was only a small part of the spoils of the young man in front of him. In addition, there were dozens of inner armors, dozens of pairs of boots, dozens of pairs of wrist guards, as well as a variety of spiritual weapons of human rank and hundreds of kinds of medicinal pills for healing and repairing. What shocked the dignified middle-aged man most was that the equipment, spiritual weapons, and medicinal pills were all unified, which was a fine product that could hardly be bought in the market. At this time, not only the dignified middle-aged man, but also his subordinates were shocked. They fell into silence, breathed heavily, and their eyes were red and burning with greed. Ruiqing was even worse. His eyeballs almost fell out, and his mouth was wide open. There was only one voice echoing in his mind. How much the hell was it worth? Everyone, although the things on the dead body are valuable, they are very hot to hold in your hands. Maybe you will get yourself killed. At this time, Lin Sun spoke. His voice was light, but it was no less than a thunder in the ears of the dignified middle-aged man. His face suddenly changed, and his eyes suddenly burst with a frightening cold light. He coldly swept his eyes over those subordinates. Just now when we were cleaning up the spoils of war, hand them over quickly, otherwise don't blame this old man for being impolite. Those subordinates were all stiff, and many of them looked unnatural. But from beginning to end, no one admitted that they had taken the opportunity to hide things. Lin Sun smiled and said, well, since you don't worry about the revenge of those big shots from the Forbidden City, I won't say anything more. As he spoke, he had begun to collect the spoils on the ground. But when his words fell into the ears of the dignified middle-aged man and his subordinates, they were shocked again. Those dead bodies turned out to be practitioners from the Forbidden City, the capital of the empire. This is the last chance. Hand them over now, and I won't pursue it any further. If anyone dares to hide such things, I will kill his whole family. The dignified middle-aged man roared. He was completely afraid. No matter what Lin Sun said was true or false, he dared not take any chances. At the moment, 7 or 8 subordinates stood up and handed over some spiritual weapons, looking depressed. You deserve to die. The dignified middle-aged man was so angry that his hair stood up. Lin Sun smiled, put away all the spoils, and waved his hand, goodbye, everyone. As soon as his voice fell, he had strode away. Watching Lin Sun's figure gradually disappear at the end of the street, the dignified middle-aged man's expression changed. Finally, he sighed and took back his eyes. Father, just let him go like this? Ruiqing said unwillingly. This time, the dignified middle-aged man didn't get angry. He looked gloomy and said, those things are not what we can touch. Do you really believe that boy's words? Ruiqing asked. The dignified middle-aged man waved his hand and told those subordinates to carry all the nearby dead bodies one by one. Looking at the miserable appearance of those dead bodies, the dignified middle-aged man couldn't help but feel cold and creepy. He took a deep breath and said, look, many of these practitioners are Heaven Gang realm powerhouses, but in the end, they were all hit in the vital parts and died, and all of this is the work of that young man just now. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked, including Ruiqing. The dignified middle-aged man continued, think about it again. Those spiritual weapons just now are the best of the unified standard spiritual weapons. They can't be bought on the market at all. Which force do you think can send so many masters at once and equip them with such excellent equipment? At this moment, everyone was shocked by this speculation and felt cold all over. I have a hunch that the boy didn't lie to us. These dead bodies are all strong practitioners from a big force in the Forbidden City. Only those forces can dispatch so many elite practitioners at once. The dignified middle-aged man's expression was complicated, with fear, joy and shock. Father, that boy dared to kill so many people. Isn't he worried about being retaliated against? Ruiqing asked in a trembling voice. We can't get involved in this kind of thing. Don't mention it again in the future. Although no one dares to provoke us in the Green Willow town, we are nothing in the eyes of those real big forces. Once we are involved in this storm, there will definitely be a disaster. The dignified middle-aged man took a few deep breaths and gritted his teeth. Remember, no one can leak what happened today. Otherwise, I promise to kill his whole family. Everyone nodded in unison and kept silent. At this time, Lin Sun had walked out of the Green Willow town. In front of him was a shallow jungle with a broad field of vision. According to Lin Sun's calculation, he had reached half of the journey here. If everything went well, he could reach the Forbidden City in 7 days. Obviously, the next road would only be more dangerous, and it would be impossible to have a smooth journey. However, as long as there were no practitioners beyond the gang spirit realm, Lin Sun was not afraid of any danger he would encounter next. In the basket, Luo Luo had fallen asleep. The little girl couldn't stand the fright. At the beginning of the battle, Lin Sun drove the power of his consciousness C to hypnotize her. Su Qianjing. With this tactical master, I'm afraid that the next encirclement and suppression will be more and more dangerous. Fortunately, I can successfully break through to the Earthgang realm recently. I'm afraid that Su Qianjing can't predict this situation at all. Lin Sun was lost in thought as he hurried along. P.S. Thank you for your gift. Congratulations on your promotion and becoming the leader of the alliance. Scatter flowers. In the previous battles, Lin Sun had learned from some captured practitioners that it was Qi family, one of the top 7 aristocratic families in the Forbidden City, who mobilized forces to deal with him. The one who presided over this action was a descendant of Qi family named Qi Tsangmei and Su Qianjing, a young tactical master from Green Deer School. Lin Sun dared not to be careless for a tactical master like Su Qianjing who was good at arranging troops. Lin Sun even suspected that Su Qianjing had already known his fighting style and strength through the encirclement and suppression actions in the past few days. In this case, the more the enemy knew about him, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. However, if he could break through to the Earthgang realm in the near future, the situation would change again. Even if Su Qianjing wanted to deal with him, he needed to find out his strength again. If Su Qianjing wanted to do this, he needed to spend more time to collect intelligence and carry out research and deduction. As long as there was a buffer time, Lin Sun could take advantage of many opportunities. However, Lin Sun didn't know that all his thoughts and deductions at this time were a little redundant. Because before he damaged the Ziying battleship, Su Qianjing had been deprived of his command by Qi Tsangmei and left quietly, but anyway, Lin Sun had a strong feeling of promotion. If there was no accident, he would break through to the Earthgang realm in the next few days. This way of promotion was a kind of uncontrollable eruption. It was natural and just like water overflowing when it was full. It tested whether the practitioner's cultivation foundation had been solid to the extreme. Lin Sun himself was also looking forward to what kind of surprises combat effectiveness would bring him when he stepped into the Earthgang realm. After several hours, Lin Sun's field of vision became clearer. He could see the outline of a city on the horizon in the far distance. That was Yellow Dragon City, a bustling big city in Star Cloud Province in the middle of the empire. According to the route planned by Lin Sun before, Yellow Dragon City was one of the necessary cities. Lin Sun planned to reach Yellow Dragon City before dark, and then find a safe place to practice in seclusion to prepare for the promotion to the Earthgang realm. It was too dangerous in the wilderness. If there was any danger during the promotion, he would definitely suffer a fatal blow. As for whether he would encounter danger in the Yellow Dragon City, Lin Sun didn't worry too much. What a joke, that was a bustling city in the empire. No matter how unbridled the enemy was, they would definitely not dare to act against him as openly as they did in the past. Just as Lin Sun was moving forward, he suddenly noticed that there was a team coming this way in the distance. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed. When he was speculating whether the team was the enemy, he inadvertently found that a beast carriage in front of the team was hanging a flag with golden cloud pattern, on which the words Keystone Business were written. How could they meet the team of Keystone Business here? Lin Sun was stunned. As the team approached, he unexpectedly found an acquaintance, Wang Lin. Wang Lin was an appraiser of Keystone Business in Donglin Town and also the most powerful subordinate of Mu Wansu. When Lin Sun was in Donglin Town, he had met Wang Lin before, but he didn't expect to meet him here. Lin Sun. Why are you here? Almost at the same time, Wang Lin, who was sitting on the beast carriage, also found Lin Sun. He immediately waved his hand in surprise. Immediately, the group of more than 100 people stopped. Wang Lin quickly got off the beast carriage and came to Lin Sun. He said with a smile, "I didn't expect to meet you in this wilderness." Lin Sun was speechless. "I didn't expect it either. Come with me. Miss Wansu is also in the team. If she sees you, she will be very surprised, haha." As he said, Wang Lin took Lin Sun to the center of the team. Along the way, Lin Sun noticed that the team of Keystone Business was very unique. In addition to dozens of alert guards, there were many teenagers. Although they looked young, they were full of spirit. When Lin Sun looked at those teenagers also looked at Lin Sun curiously. These are the good seedlings selected by Miss Wansu from Keystone Business in the Yellow Dragon City. With a little training, they can become the most powerful subordinates. Wang Lin explained casually. Lin Sun was stunned and said, "Why did they go so far just to select subordinates?" Wang Lin lowered his voice and explained, "Miss Wansu has just established herself in Mist City, and there is a lack of people around her. However, in order to prevent the situation of being planted by spies, she can only choose people far away." Lin Sun understood and couldn't help sighing with emotion. If you want to do something, you have to lay a good foundation first. When using people, loyalty is undoubtedly the core prerequisite. Wang Lin smiled and said, "That's right." Lin Sun just remembered that when he was about to leave Mist City, he went to Keystone Business to say goodbye to Mu Wansu, but was told that she was not there. It turned out that she went to Keystone Business in the Yellow Dragon City to select subordinates. Wang Lin, why did the team stop? Before he walked to the center of the team, he saw a silver-robed man coming over with a displeased face. The silver-robed man looked dignified, with a feather crown on his head, a jade belt around his waist, a pair of dragon-patterned boots on his feet, and a gold-painted jade fan in his hand. His every move revealed a domineering and arrogant aura. "I met a friend of Miss Wansu on the way. I'll take him to see Miss Wansu." Wang Lin's expression became cold, and there was an imperceptible sense of disgust and rejection hidden between his eyebrows. Then he took Lin Sun forward. However, the silver-robed man snorted coldly and moved his feet to block Lin Sun's way. He said, "What friend? Why didn't I see him?" He clearly saw Lin Sun, but pretended not to see him, which was extremely arrogant and rude. At this time even Lin Sun couldn't help frowning. He could clearly feel that the silver-robed man had an undisguised hostility to him. Wang Lin's face became gloomy. He took a deep breath and said, "Child Lu, this is Miss Wansu's friend, Lin Sun." Then he introduced Lin Sun to Lin Sun. "Lin Sun, this is Child Lu Xiaoyun." Lin Sun nodded, and suddenly there was a subtle sound transmission from Wang Lin. "This guy's father is Lu Tianzhao, a deacon elder in the headquarters of Keystone Business in the Forbidden City. Lu Xiaozong boasts himself to be a playboy. Relying on his father's name, he flirts with women everywhere. He is ignorant and incompetent and has a bad reputation. It is said that he offended a nobleman with a strong background in the Forbidden City for a woman and was driven out of the Forbidden City by his father. This time, when Miss Wansu went to the Yellow Dragon City to handle affairs, she met Lu Xiaoyun. He immediately stuck to her like a dog's skin plaster. Obviously, he coveted Miss Wansu's beauty. But anyway, his father is a deacon elder in the headquarters of Keystone Business. Miss Wansu can't do anything to him, so she can only let him follow her. The sound transmission explanation suddenly made Lin Sun understand. While Wang Lin was explaining, Lu Xiaozong also looked at Lin Sun up and down unscrupulously. Then he sneered, "This little guy is just over 10 years old, and his clothes are so shabby. How can he become friends with Miss Wansu?" This kind of naked ridicule could be heard as long as one was not deaf. Wang Lin didn't expect that Lu Xiaoyun's mouth was so vicious. His face suddenly darkened and he said, "Child Lu, please behave yourself." Lu Xiaoyun raised the jade fan in his hand and slammed it at Wang Lin's forehead. "Dog slave, how dare you talk to me like this?" Crack, the jade fan was still in the air when it was caught by a palm. It was Lin Sun. He really couldn't stand it anymore. Originally, he thought that Rui Qing was arrogant enough when he met him in Green Willow Town. Unexpectedly, compared with Lu Xiaoyun in front of him, Rui Qing was nothing. "You're courting death." The jade fan was caught. Lu Xiaoyun tried his best but failed to break free. He immediately cursed and kicked Lin Sun. Crack, Lin Sun hit Lu Xiaoyun's cheek with his fist, which collapsed Lu Xiaoyun's nose. With a buzz in his head, Lu Xiaoyun saw stars and his body flew out uncontrollably. This was not the end. Lin Sun didn't say a word of nonsense. He rushed up and beat Lu Xiaoyun so hard that he curled up on the ground and screamed miserably. Wang Lin was stunned at once. Lu Xiaoyun was arrogant enough, but he just talked. Lin Sun didn't say a word of nonsense and directly beat Lu Xiaoyun. Compared with Lu Xiaoyun, Lin Sun seemed extremely powerful and domineering. To be honest, Wang Lin was quite happy to see Lu Xiaoyun being beaten like this. But when he thought of Lu Xiaoyun's identity, he suddenly had a headache. The movement here had already attracted the attention of many people in the convoy. But when they saw Lu Xiaoyun being beaten, no one came forward to stop him. On the contrary, they all felt very happy like Wang Lin. Along the way, Lu Xiaoyun pretended to be arrogant. As long as someone didn't sleep, he would abuse and accuse, which made the guards very angry. But because Mu Wansu had told them not to offend Lu Xiaoyun, they didn't dare to say anything even though they were angry. Now seeing Lin Sun beat this playboy as soon as he came up, how could they not be happy? Bastard! Do you know who I am? Lu Xiaoyun was beaten black and blue and screamed. Bang, bang. Bang, what greeted him was a round of crazy kicks. You're dead. You're dead. Lu Xiaoyun was so angry that he was about to explode. With a howl, his mouth was stuffed with a ball of stinky mud, and he could no longer make a sound. Finally, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Seeing this, Lin Sun stopped and exhaled a long breath of turbid air, feeling refreshed. He glanced around and said with a smile, "Don't mind me. It's the first time that I found out that there is such a guy who needs a beating. If I don't satisfy his desire for a beating this time, I will feel a little sorry. P.S. Thank you, my old brother, for your gift." Furthermore, the goldfish had made a very awkward mistake. Only by tipping would the monthly tickets be doubled. However, regarding gifts, Goldfish's attitude had always been to act according to one's ability. It was friendship, so one should be grateful and grateful. Although Goldfish was also very jealous of other authors' friends who spent a lot of money and were so rich, Goldfish still said that acting according to one's ability was the most important thing. Wang Lin smiled bitterly. The nearby guards all showed admiration on their faces. Look, this young hero was so domineering that he started to fight without saying a word. It was so satisfying. At this time, Lin Sun suddenly raised his head, looked at the center of the team, and said loudly, "Sister Wansu, I have helped you solve the trouble. If you don't show up, I will be very disappointed." It turned out that as early as when he beat Lu Xiaoyun, Lin Sun had already noticed a wisp of consciousness passing out of the chariot in the center of the team and paying attention to this side quietly. There was no doubt that it was Mu Wansu. What's more, as the leader of this team, how could Mu Wansu not notice such a big noise here? Sure enough, as soon as Lin Sun's voice fell, he saw Mu Wansu in a black dress, with a face as delicate as a blooming wild rose, walking gracefully. Help me solve the trouble? You are never a reckless person. Since you dare to fight unscrupulously, you must have a plot. Mu Wansu came over and stared at Lin Sun with her starry eyes. Lin Sun smiled at once. "Sister Wansu, you really have a keen eye. To be honest, after being reminded by you, I do have one thing that I need your help with." Mu Wansu said angrily, "Don't play dumb. You must have already planned it. Come with me." As she said, she turned back to her own chariot. From beginning to end, she didn't look at Lu Xiaoyun, who was in a coma on the ground. Lin Sun smiled, cupped his hands and said to the people around, "Everyone, please don't touch this guy. I will take him away later, so as not to make trouble for you." Everyone suddenly smiled and shouted, "Child, you are so loyal. We will make friends with you." Lin Sun smiled and walked towards Mu Wansu. Wang Lin was stunned and quickly followed him, saying, "Lin Sun, are you really going to take Lu Xiaoyun away? His father is..." Before he finished, Lin Sun interrupted, "Don't worry. A wicked person will be tortured by another wicked person. For this kind of guy, I can only act as a wicked person for the time being." Wang Lin was stunned. Temporarily acting as the villain? When you do evil, which villain can compare to you? While talking, Lin Sun had already boarded the chariot in the center of the team and sat opposite to Mu Wansu. Mu Wansu was making tea, and the fragrance was overflowing. Her beauty was otherworldly while her skin was glistening and moist, and every single move she made carried an aura that was pleasing to the eye as she brewed tea with a delicate hand. Thank you this time. If you didn't show up, I would still be worried about how to deal with Lu Xiaoyun. Mu Wansu handed over a mutton-fat jade cup full of tea. Sister Wansu, you are too kind. Lin Sun smiled and drank up the tea. Then he said seriously, Sister Wansu, how can I not help you when you are in trouble? What bullshit tea about drawing the sword to help? Only a ghost would believe you. Lin, and said, Lin Xian Lin, and said, he was, Lin is. Lin Sun said with a smile, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet Sister Wansu here. What's the matter? Mu Wansu didn't want to argue with Lin Sun and asked directly. Lin Sun pointed to the basket behind him. Mu Wansu looked over and noticed that there was a little girl sleeping soundly in the basket. She couldn't help being stunned. You. Are you crazy enough to abduct this little girl? I won't help you. Lin Sun said angrily, do I look like that kind of person? Mu Wansu said seriously, not just like that. You are. After that, she couldn't help laughing. Her eyes were full of charm. Lin Sun also laughed. Since leaving Mist City, he had been besieged and chased by a group of enemies all the way. His mind was always tense and he had never slacked off. It was rare for him to meet Mu Wansu, an acquaintance. He felt much more relaxed. At the same time, Lin Sun hated the Qi family in the Forbidden City who caused all this. He even suspected that the Qi family was very likely to be the enemy who dug away his spiritual vein according to the news Xu Jin said at that time. Otherwise, how could they stop him from going to the Forbidden City by all means after knowing his origin? Of course, this was just Lin Sun's speculation. But anyway, since the Qi family dared to do this, they were already a major suspect. Tell me what's going on. Mu Wansu asked and made another cup of tea for Lin Sun. Lin Sun thought for a while and said, I want you to help me take this little girl back to Mist City, and then tell Shiryu to help me transfer this little girl to the bloodthirsty camp and let Drillmaster young man take care of her. Mu Wansu was stunned. Can I know the reason? Lin Sun didn't hide it and briefly explained that he was chased. His words were understated, but Mu Wansu's expression suddenly became solemn. Later, there was a touch of surprise in her eyes. Someone wants to stop you from going to the Forbidden City? Do you know who those enemies are? Lin Sun said casually, Sister Wansu, you'd better not ask about it. You just need to know that my enemies are very powerful this time. Mu Wansu frowned and said, don't regard me as an outsider. Lin Sun smiled without saying anything, but his eyes were extremely firm. He couldn't say it, and he couldn't involve Mu Wansu in it. Mu Wansu stared at Lin Sun for a long time and realized that Lin Sun couldn't tell her the answer even if she tried her best. She was still unwilling to give up and said, based on your relationship with Shiryu, maybe you can ask him for help at this time. Lin Sun smiled slightly. Keystone Business doesn't belong to Shiryu. What's more, even if Keystone Business comes forward, I'm afraid it can't help me. Even Keystone Business couldn't help Lin Sun. Mu Wansu's eyes narrowed and she was shocked. Even Keystone Business couldn't help Lin Sun. How powerful was the force to deal with Lin Sun? After a long silence, Mu Wansu said with a complicated expression, why do you always provoke so many enemies? Since you know it's dangerous to go to the Forbidden City, why do you still do this? Lin Sun said with a smile, I'm not the kind of person who is afraid of difficulties. Mu Wansu was not in the mood to joke with Lin Sun this time. After thinking for a long time, she sighed softly, well, since you don't want to say it, I won't force you. Lin Sun said, what about the thing I just said? Mu Wansu said, don't worry. I'll take care of the little girl. Lin Sun immediately felt relieved and said seriously, thank you very much. Mu Wansu said grumpily, as long as you are polite, I will feel scared. I always feel that you have other plans, so don't be polite to me in the future. Lin Sun nodded happily. After chatting for a short time, Lin Sun left. Before leaving, Lin Sun touched the little head of Luoluo who was sleeping soundly and said to Mu Wansu, when she wakes up, tell her to face the reality bravely so that she can live strongly. Mu Wansu was stunned. She is only 3 or 4 years old. She can't understand. Lin Sun shook his head and said, when she lost her mother, she should have learned to grow up hard. After that, Lin Sun took Lu Xiaoyun, who was in a coma, and strode away. Hey, Lu Xiaoyun's identity is not ordinary. Don't kill him. Mu Wansu warned Lin Sun from a distance. Don't worry, I will take good care of him. Lin Sun waved his hand without looking back, and his figure soon disappeared in the vast wilderness. Miss Wansu, will it bring trouble to Lin Sun by doing this? Wang Lin was worried. Mu Wansu curled her lips and said, this boy is in trouble every day. It's not a big deal. What you should worry about is whether Lu Xiaoyun will really be killed by this boy. As she said, she had already walked to the carriage. Wang Lin was stunned. Thinking of Lin Sun's character, he couldn't help but laugh. Lin Sun was not a person who could be measured by common sense. Near evening, Lin Sun finally saw the outline of Yellow Dragon City clearly. Majestic. Ancient. Magnificent. This was Lin Sun's most intuitive feeling. The rolling ancient city wall was bathed in a magnificent color in the setting sun. Even at dusk, many figures could still be seen going in and out of the spacious and tall city gate, which was extremely lively. Lu Xiaoyun was slapped in the face, and the burning pain woke him up from his coma. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Sun. His face changed at once and he was about to scream. But Lin Sun said indifferently, if you don't want to die, stay with me. Lin Sun's voice was calm, but the killing intent inadvertently revealed in his eyes was like a cold knife stabbing into Lu Xiaoyun's heart. Lu Xiaoyun shivered all over and asked in fear, Where are you taking me? He was really panicked. As soon as he woke up, there was only Lin Sun in front of him. How could Lu Xiaoyun not understand his situation? Don't worry. When I leave Yellow Dragon City, I will set you free. Lin Sun said and strode towards Yellow Dragon City in the distance. Oh, by the way, I poisoned you, so you'd better follow me and don't get lost. Poison, Lu Xiaoyun's face suddenly changed. He carefully sensed his body, but found nothing. But when he saw Lin Sun's fearless look, he immediately extinguished the hope in his heart. He didn't dare to disbelieve it. If he really died of poison, it would be completely over. What do you want? Lu Xiaoyun chased up and asked anxiously and angrily. Nothing. Lin Sun said casually. The more he said so, the more suspicious Lu Xiaoyun was. He couldn't help gritting his teeth and saying, don't go too far. If I dare to have any accident, you will never have a good end. Oh. You are going too far. Oh. You bastard. Oh. Can't you have some reaction? I have never seen a person like you. Oh. Seeing Lin Sun's confident look, Lu Xiaoyun was shocked and angry, frightened and worried. His heart was tangled with indescribable powerlessness and despair. He had never seen such a stubborn and unscrupulous guy since he was a child. It seemed that he didn't care about anything, but he was unscrupulous when he fought. This made Lu Xiaoyun desperate. He felt that he was like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Yellow Dragon City. As soon as Lin Sun walked in, he was greeted by a wave of noise. The spacious streets were clean and tidy. Pedestrians weaved through the streets, and it was bustling with activity. Everywhere was a bustling scene. Compared with Mist City, it was not much worse. Lin Sun, like a tourist, walked along the street and looked at the flowers along the way. Lu Xiaoyun, with a gloomy look, followed Lin Sun step by step, like a sullen follower. Interesting. Suddenly, Lin Sun chuckled as if he was talking to himself. What did you say? Lu Xiaoyun was stunned. Lin Sun ignored him and went straight ahead. Lu Xiaoyun's face turned blue and white. If possible, he would like to eat Lin Sun alive. This guy was so hateful, but in the end, he had to suppress his resentment and grievance and follow Lin Sun. Attention, the target has appeared, and a man in brocade clothes is following him. Send a scout to keep an eye on the target, and then the others go to find out the details of the man in brocade clothes. Remember, be careful. The target is an extremely dangerous person. Don't take action without orders. From the moment Lin Sun and Lu Xiaoyun entered the Yellow Dragon City, many eyes had been staring at them in the dark. In a blessings, Lin Sun asked for 2 adjacent rooms on the first floor. He lived in one room and the other one was arranged for Lu Xiaoyun. I'm going to practice in isolation for a few days. You stay here. If you run around and die of poison, you'll be responsible for the consequences. Lin Sun told him and turned into the room. As soon as Lu Xiaoyun opened his mouth, he saw the door slam, which made his lips twitch fiercely. He couldn't wait to fight with Lin Sun at all costs. What a bastard. How could he bully others like this? If you want to kill me, give me a clear answer. In the end, Lu Xiaoyun looked depressed and regretted. If he had known this, he would not have provoked Lin Sun. But obviously, it was too late to regret. No, I can't just sit still and wait for death. After turning around and walking into his room, Lu Xiaoyun finally decided that he had to rely on himself to save himself. He couldn't expect Lin Sun, the damn bastard, to be merciful and let him go. He gritted his teeth, picked up a pen and paper, and began to write. As the son of Lu Tianzhao, the executive elder of Keystone Business in the Forbidden City, Lu Xiaoyun was not a fool, although he was ignorant and arrogant. He knew very well that what he could rely on at present was his identity. After writing a letter and sealing it, Lu Xiaoyun walked out of the room and secretly summoned a waiter. He transmitted his voice to the waiter and gave him a gold coin. The waiter quickly left with a happy look on his face. After doing all this, Lu Xiaoyun finally felt much better. He consciously returned to the room and waited quietly. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, several men in brocade robes followed an old man like stars surrounding the moon. They hurried to the Inn of Blessings and entered Lu Xiaoyun's room. At the same time, Lin Sun's room was empty. There was no shadow of Lin Sun. There was only a floor in the corner that had been lifted. But very quickly, a slight cracking sound was heard, and the piece of floorboard that was lifted up closed again. If one didn't look carefully, there wouldn't be a trace of it at all. The night lights were on. Before long, the group of men in brocade robes surrounded the old man and left the Inn of Blessings. In the room, Lu Xiaoyun smiled proudly and sipped the wine leisurely. He looked very comfortable. Have you found out? In a tea house diagonally opposite the Inn of Blessings, an ordinary-looking man wearing a bamboo hat asked casually. Yes, the man beside the target is Lu Xiaoyun. His father is Lu Tianzhao. He is the executive elder of Keystone Business in the Forbidden City. Opposite the man in the bamboo hat, a thin, dark-skinned young man whispered quickly. At the same time, the Lu family can be regarded as a middle-level aristocratic family in the Forbidden City, but its background is a little worse than those ancient clans with a long history. Keystone Business? The Lu family? How dare they get involved in this action? The man in the bamboo hat was stunned. He frowned for a moment and said, Have you found out the relationship between Lu Xiaoyun and the target? Not yet. The thin young man shook his head. At this moment, an obese man came from a distance. He sat opposite the man in the bamboo hat and said, Boss, I found out that Lu Xiaoyun was asking for help from Li Tianbao, the shopkeeper of Keystone Business in the Yellow Dragon City. The man in the bamboo hat narrowed his eyes, revealing an imperceptible light, and said, Ho ho, I didn't expect that Lu Xiaoyun was so bold. He really planned to use his father's power to find someone to help the target? He was really tired of living. If Lu Xiaoyun heard this, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. The reason why he asked for help was just to save himself. How could he help Lin Sun? Unfortunately, Lu Xiaoyun was not there. And misunderstandings often arose in this way. Boss, those guys are coming out. Suddenly, the thin young man on the other side spoke, which made the man in the bamboo hat and the obese man look at the door of the Inn of Blessings at the same time. Immediately, they saw that a group of men in brocade clothes surrounded an old man and left in a chariot. Boss, that old guy is Li Tianbao, the shopkeeper of Keystone Business in the Yellow Dragon City. The obese man's eyes brightened. This time, the man in the bamboo hat finally confirmed that Lu Xiaoyun really intended to intervene in this matter and help the target. After all, he just saw Li Tianbao walk into the Inn of Blessings with a group of people. If this was a coincidence, no one would believe it. Hey, I really didn't expect that the young master of the Lu family was really loyal. In order to help the target, he even did not hesitate to fight against us. It's amazing, really amazing. The thin young man sneered. His words were sarcastic, which was obviously ironic. Loyal? I think he is deceiving his father. Deceiving his family. If he dares to fight against us at this time, even Keystone Business can't save his Lu family. The man in the bamboo hat took a deep breath and ordered, mobilize all forces to closely monitor the Inn of Blessings and pay close attention to the movements of Keystone Business in the Yellow Dragon City. I need more detailed intelligence and information. After a pause, the man in the bamboo hat continued, in addition, send someone to sneak into the Inn of Blessings as an attendant to investigate what the target is planning at a close distance. Using the power of Lu Xiaoyun to fight against our encirclement and suppression? Don't even think about it. Yes. The thin young man and the obese man took the order and left. Before long, the man in the bamboo hat also got up and left in a hurry. He sealed the news about this place with a secret method and sent it out by a wind shadow hawk. In the old mansion in the Forbidden City. Bang! Xianxia couldn't control her anger. She smashed the table in front of her with one palm, and the debris flew. Her clear eyes were like a knife, sharp and cold. With a compelling momentum surging all over her body, she said coldly, the action in the Green Willow town also failed. Don't you know how to make a layout without Su Qianjing? A group of deputies nearby kept silent with a gloomy look. Before, the Wind Shadow Hawk sent back the news about the action in the Green Willow town and the light curtain recording the battle. Xianxia couldn't bear the anger in her heart when she saw that they still failed to kill the target with so many forces and laid an inescapable net. What made Xianxia feel most embarrassed was that the short crossbows used by the target in the battle in the Green Willow town were all from their Qi family, but now, the weapons of their family were used to kill the people on their side. This was a silent slap in the face. Princess Mei, you were not there in the previous actions, so you didn't know the situation. In fact, the failure of this action is no different from the previous ones. It's not a tactical problem, but the target is too strong. Someone said hesitantly, which got the approval of others. They had been cooperating with Su Qianjing to make layout actions before and saw how the target broke through the encirclement again and again. But Xianxia was different. It was the first time for her to participate in the layout, so it was normal that she didn't know the situation. Although this was a fact, it was so harsh in Xianxia's view. Her face turned cold and she laughed angrily, so, you think it's normal for this action to fail? Everyone suddenly trembled in their hearts and shook their heads. Xianxia, who was furious, might go berserk at any time. They didn't want to provoke Xianxia. At this time a guard hurried into the room and said, there is news from the front line that the target has appeared in the Yellow Dragon City. But the situation is a bit strange this time. There is one more Lu Xiaoyun beside the target. The guard quickly explained the situation to him. All the deputies were furious when they heard that, and they flew into a rage. Lu Xiaoyun is so audacious. He must be tired of living. I know Lu Xiaoyun. His father is indeed a powerful figure in Keystone Business, but he himself is extremely unbearable. He is arrogant and domineering. I wonder if his heart is smeared with lard. How dare he choose to fight against us? No matter what Keystone Business or Lu family, he is our enemy since he chooses to help the target recklessly. These deputies were all from the rich and powerful families in the Forbidden City. In terms of identity, they were even more distinguished than Lu Xiaoyun. Naturally, they didn't put Lu Xiaoyun in their eyes. Knowing that Lu Xiaoyun was crazy to help Lin Sun, these rich and powerful people were immediately enraged. They couldn't do anything to Lin Sun for the time being, but it was not a problem to deal with Lu Xiaoyun. If Lu Xiaoyun knew this, how would he react? Would he want to cry but have no tears, or would he be angered to death? Send my oral order to Lu family. Ask them whether it is Lu Xiaoyun's own idea or they are behind it. My patience is limited. Let them give me a clear answer as soon as possible. Xianxia seemed very calm at the moment. After a little thought, she made a decision. P.S. Go out to do things in the evening. Please refresh the page, and the second chapter will be updated. Goldfish Club was very busy these days. Another buddy was going to get married, so he needed to help. However, the update would not stop. Xianxia's decision refreshed all the deputies. In the name of Qi family, one of the 7 top aristocratic families, Lu family, which was only a middle-level aristocratic family, had to admit defeat. In this way, It was wishful thinking for Lu Xiaoyun to help the target fight against them, even in order to calm the anger of Qi family. Lu family was very likely to kill Lu Xiaoyun. This was the power of power. When the two sides were unequal in power, the other side would either admit defeat or wait to be attacked. What about Keystone business? Someone realized a problem and asked aloud. Qi Zhangmei's heart was filled with unspeakable contempt, not for Keystone business, but for the person who asked the question. Do you think that Qi family and Keystone business will fall out with each other just because of Lu Xiaoyun? You think too highly of Lu Xiaoyun, don't you? Qi Zhangmei's voice was cold with unspeakable irony, which made the person feel embarrassed and uncomfortable. Although Lu Tianzhao, Lu Xiaoyun's father, was one of the deacon elders with real power in Keystone business, anyone with a normal brain knew that Lu Xiaoyun was an ignorant and incompetent playboy. How could Keystone business stand up for him? What Lu Xiaoyun did now was just taking advantage of his father's power. Well, that's it. Lu Xiaoyun is just a clown. It's not worth mentioning. What we really need to do is to deal with the target. Taking a deep breath, Qi Zhangmei began to give orders. Mobilize all forces to control the outside of the Yellow Dragon City. When the target appears, we must go all out to encircle and annihilate it no matter what means we use. In addition, send out all the remaining 5 Ziying battleships to cooperate with the action and carry out a comprehensive attack on the target in the air. Hearing this, the deputies were shocked and their expressions changed suddenly. Qi Zhangmei's arrangement was no different from a desperate gamble. Although several previous encirclement and annihilation operations ended in failure, they only lost hundreds of elite practitioners in total. In other words, there were still more than 2,000 fresh troops on their side. But now, Qi Zhangmei wanted to gather all the forces outside the Yellow Dragon City and send out all the remaining 5 Ziying battleships. It was obvious that Qi Zhangmei intended to have a decisive battle with the target in this action. That was crazy. This was tantamount to throwing away all tactics and arrangements, intending to use absolute strength to carry out a brutal and direct frontal attack. But thinking about it carefully, under the current circumstances, if he really did that, his chances of success would undoubtedly be greatly increased. Imagine that more than 2,000 elite practitioners cooperated with 5 Ziying battleships to crush the target. How terrible the scene would be. In this case, no matter how heaven-defying the target's combat strength was, he would probably be buried by the tide-like attacks. This operation is a desperate move. If we win, I will hold a grand celebration banquet for all of you. Qi Zhangmei glanced around, but if it fails, everyone's heart trembled as they felt an indescribable pressure. I will not be able to give an explanation to the clan, and all of you will not be able to obtain my forgiveness. Qi Zhangmei's voice was sonorous and powerful. After a short pause, her expression returned to normal, and she said, of course, under such an all-out attack, the chances of the target surviving are next to nothing. Everyone, don't worry too much. As long as we don't make any mistakes, we'll already win. After giving the order, Qi Zhangmei left the mansion and walked alone in the streets in the middle of the night. The reason why she did this was not that she was exhausted, but that she deeply realized that they had little chance from the moment the target entered the Yellow Dragon City. The Yellow Dragon City was located in the middle of the empire, less than 1,000 miles away from the Forbidden City. On this road, there were many imperial forces around the capital. In addition, between the Yellow Dragon City and the Forbidden City, most of them were rich and prosperous cities. There were many pedestrians and some powerful practitioners. Under such circumstances, it was undoubtedly difficult to find a suitable opportunity to dispatch forces to encircle and suppress the target without causing other disturbances and influences. Therefore, it was imperative to have a showdown outside the Yellow Dragon City. Lin Sun. Where on earth does this guy come from? These days, Qi Zhangmei thought about this problem more than once. Although she was appointed by the clan to be responsible for this action, she didn't know why the clan made such a decision. It was incredible. How could a young man of human gang realm deserve such an arrangement from the Qi family? After I kill you, perhaps, I will be able to obtain the answer, Qi Zhangmei murmured in her heart. Her lonely and slender figure gradually went away on the long street at night. In the same night, Yellow Dragon City, commune of spiritual tattooists. A man in black with a hat covering half of his face walked into the commune of spiritual tattooists at night. After taking out a bronze badge representing the identity of a primary spiritual tattooist, the man was respectfully led into a quiet room by a maid. This was the treatment that only spiritual tattooists certified by the commune could enjoy. When the maid left, the man took off the hat covering his face, revealing a sharp and handsome face. It was Lin Sun. Fortunately, everything went well. Lin Sun sat down casually with his legs crossed, showing a relaxed look. Since entering the Yellow Dragon City, he had noticed that there were many eyes staring at him in the dark. Naturally, he would not be stupid enough to choose to practice in the Inn of Blessings. Therefore, he used Lu Xiaoyun as a cover to deliberately show his idea of practicing in order to attract the enemy's attention. Then he took the opportunity to dig the floor of the inn room, cut a secret passage with his saber, and left the Inn of Blessings without being noticed. Finally, he came to the commune of spiritual tattooists. In contrast, the environment in the commune of spiritual tattooists was undoubtedly the safest. With the primary spiritual tattooist badge he got from Chu Feng, he could receive the highest standard of treatment and protection. This also meant that Lin Sun didn't have to worry too much about being attacked by the enemy when he was practicing in the Earthgang realm. After a short rest, Lin Sun didn't waste any more time. He straightened his back, sat with his legs crossed, and began to run his cultivation quietly. As early as when he left Green Willow Town, Lin Sun had a premonition that his cultivation was about to break through. The reason why he practiced in seclusion now was to avoid being disturbed by the outside world. Clatter the cultivation in his body was as thick as the ocean, and the surging and pure gang spirit roared like a tide. Soon, Lin Sun fell into a deep level of practice. In the Inn of Blessings, Lu Xiaoyun was still drinking leisurely. He crossed his legs and proudly fantasized about his revenge plan. The more he thought about it, the happier he was. He didn't know that he had been hated by a group of young masters in the Forbidden City in secret. What's more, he didn't know that Qi Tsongmei had issued an ultimatum to his Lu clan. All these misunderstandings were because he stayed with Lin Sun. It was inevitable to be suspected. If he didn't contact the people of Keystone Business in the Yellow Dragon City, it wouldn't cause a series of misunderstandings and make the situation worse. Unfortunately, Lu Xiaoyun, who didn't know the situation, only thought about how to save himself. He didn't think that his action of contacting Keystone Business in the Yellow Dragon City had been regarded as an action of helping Lin Sun by the enemy. Of course, Lu Xiaoyun knew nothing about it now. He was still drinking leisurely and entertaining himself. He was very comfortable. No. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyun seemed to realize something. He frowned and fell into contemplation. That damn guy said that he was in closed-door training. Who knows if he was observing me in secret? No, I can't be too abnormal. I have to make do with this guy and put on a good show. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoyun got up, pushed the door out of the room and came to the closed door of Lin Sun's room. He took a deep breath and showed a touch of grief and indignation on his face. He said in a hoarse voice with a little crying tone, "What do you want? I've cooperated with you to this extent. Can't you give me a clear answer? Bastard. Say something. What else do you want me to do?" He lowered his voice and spoke to the closed door of Lin Sun in a hoarse voice, which didn't attract much attention. Otherwise, he would be regarded as a psycho. It seemed that he didn't attract much attention. In fact, some people had noticed this scene in the dark. Soon, the news about Lu Xiaoyun's visit to Lin Sun in the middle of the night spread out. He said he was cooperating with the target? And he also asked the target to give him a clear answer? Outside the Inn of Blessings, in a stronghold, the bamboo-hatted man's face became gloomy when he heard the report of his subordinates. He gritted his teeth and said, "Lu Xiaoyun is really in the same boat with the target. Go and keep an eye on him. I'd like to see what tricks he wants to play with the target." At this time, Lu Xiaoyun returned to the room after a performance with both voice and emotion. He couldn't help laughing proudly again. This was normal. Through his performance, it was enough to numb the damn bastard so that he would not be suspicious. The more he thought about it, the more complacent he was. He complacently thought that his arrangement and plan this time were simply perfect. So, in the next few days, he would go to Lin Sun's closed door every day to perform. He was as persistent as a masochist. Those practitioners sent by Qi family who learned all the news had completely concluded that Lu Xiaoyun was simply insane. At this time, even if he took out real evidence to prove that he had nothing to do with Lin Sun, they would not believe it at all. On this day, the bamboo-hatted man suddenly realized a problem and his face changed slightly. These days, they only paid attention to Lu Xiaoyun, which made all of them ignore a problem. Hurry up. Go and find out if the target is still in the room. When realizing this problem, the bamboo-hatted man had a bad feeling in his heart and almost gave an order subconsciously. Yes. Immediately, a subordinate hurried away. The Inn of Blessings. Lu Xiaoyun tidied up his clothes and was ready to perform in front of Lin Sun's room as usual. At this time, an attendant suddenly knocked on the door and sent a secret letter to Lu Xiaoyun. Lu Xiaoyun was stunned. He thought it was a secret letter from Keystone Business in Yellow Dragon City. But when he opened it, his pupils shrank. It read, "Child Lu, when you receive this letter, you will be very surprised. Don't guess, I am the damn bastard you mentioned." Lu Xiaoyun's face changed. Wasn't that guy in the next room? How could he send a secret letter to him? He continued to read. "Aren't you curious why I didn't kill you and took you with me? In fact, it's very simple. I'm using you." Use? Lu Xiaoyun was confused. Along the way, although Lin Sun had been very indifferent to him, he never showed any action of using him. Of course, you must be confused now, but you will understand soon. I hope you won't blame me at that time. Who asked you to offend me? I don't have many merits, but I'm good at seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. Lu Xiaoyun became more and more surprised. What the hell was this damn guy talking about? Well, are you more confused now? It doesn't matter. It's normal. I just want to tell you that I lied to you that day. In fact, you were not poisoned. This is just a punishment. Lu Xiaoyun's face suddenly became gloomy. Damn it, this guy was really playing with me. That was too much. However, knowing that he was not poisoned, he was still relieved in his heart and became much more timid. Are you very happy now? Lu Xiaoyun's lips couldn't help twitching. He scolded in his heart, happy my ass. Wait and see, don't let me catch you. However, you won't be happy soon. I can be very sure, so please don't take chances. Lu Xiaoyun gritted his teeth and wanted to tear up this secret letter. At this time, you still want to threaten me? I will never believe your words again, but due to the strong curiosity in his heart, Lu Xiaoyun couldn't help but watch. I'm guessing that you'll definitely think that I'm lying to you again. However, if I were you, the first thing I'd do right now would be to quickly seek help from your father. Perhaps you can even avoid this storm. If those enemies misunderstand that you're on my side, then you'll be completely finished. Lu Xiaoyun was completely confused. What enemy? What storm? Can't you King speak clearly? You asked me to ask my father for help. You damn bastard were really naive. I had contacted Keystone Business a few days ago, waiting to deal with you bastard. Although he thought so angrily in his heart, Lu Xiaoyun was very uneasy. He always felt that Lin Sun's words didn't seem to be deceiving him. He was too conflicted. Remember, there is no deep hatred between us. Don't be blinded by hatred. Of course, if you really don't want to believe me, that's up to you. I've already expressed my goodwill. If you're still unable to escape this calamity, then you can only say that you've caused your own death. At this point, the content of the whole secret letter came to an end. Lu Xiaoyun was completely driven mad. What did this guy mean? Why did he write such a bullshit secret letter? Taking a few deep breaths, Lu Xiaoyun suppressed the irritation in his heart and finally tore up the secret letter. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't play tricks on me. I don't believe that any bullshit storm can hurt me." When he thought that he came from the Lu family, a middle-level aristocratic force in the Forbidden City, and his father Lu Tianzhao was a deacon elder with real power in the headquarters of Keystone Business, Lu Xiaoyun felt much more stable. He didn't believe that the storm and enemies mentioned by Lin Sun could do anything to him. Bang! 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 At this moment, there was a rapid knock on the door, which seemed extremely rude, as if urging someone to come. Lu Xiaoyun's face darkened. Who the hell was this rude person? He went forward to open the door, but he was surprised to find an old man and a group of men in brocade clothes standing outside. They were Li Tianbao, the shopkeeper of Keystone Business in Yellow Dragon City, and his powerful subordinates. Lu Xiaoyun frowned and said unhappily, "Shopkeeper Li, why are you here all of a sudden? The time I agreed with you a few days ago is not at this time." In front of Li Tianbao, Lu Xiaoyun showed his arrogant and domineering look again. In terms of identity, he thought that he was much higher than Li Tianbao. However, to Lu Xiaoyun's surprise, Li Tianbao, who was respectful to him last time, sneered at this time with a touch of indifference on his face. He said coldly, "Child Lu, do you know that you have made a terrible mistake?" Lu Xiaoyun's face changed. "What did you say?" A hint of hatred appeared in Li Tianbao's eyes. "Young Master Lu, there's no need to feign ignorance at a time like this. Your actions this time almost killed me, and even almost dragged your Lu clan into a pit of fire. Don't tell me you still intend to be stubborn?" Lu Xiaoyun felt confused and cried, "What the hell are you talking about? Why can't I understand it at all?" He was indeed at a loss. What the hell was going on? Why did the things that they had agreed on suddenly turn out like this? When did he want to kill Li Tianbao? When did he want to drag his own clan down? Seeing Lu Xiaoyun's stubborn and unrepentant appearance, Li Tianbao was completely angry. He waved his hand and said, "Take him away." Immediately, a group of men in brocade clothes rushed forward and pressed Lu Xiaoyun down without any explanation. Like a prisoner being escorted, no matter how Lu Xiaoyun screamed and scolded, he could not break free and was taken out of the Inn of Blessings. This time, Lu Xiaoyun was completely panicked and scared. He begged, "Shopkeeper Li, can you tell me what the hell is going on?" Li Tianbao snorted coldly and said nothing. Then, "You should tell me where to take me, right?" Lu Xiaoyun was desperate. "Where to?" "Of course, you will be escorted back to your Lu family. This is the order of your father himself." Li Tianbao looked at Lu Xiaoyun with pity and said, "Child Lu, eat your fill later. Maybe in the future." "Well, forget it. Take care of yourself." Father's order. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyun was like being struck by lightning. He almost couldn't believe his ears. How could it be possible? Why was it like this? Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed in Lu Xiaoyun's mind. He suddenly remembered the secret letter from Lin Sun just now. "If I were you, the first thing I would do now is to ask your father for help. Maybe you can avoid this storm. If you are mistaken by those enemies that you are with me, you will be completely finished." When this paragraph was reflected in his mind, Lu Xiaoyun was stiff all over as if falling into an ice cave. He finally realized the problem. It turned out that Lin Sun's so-called use was to make his enemies suspect that he was with him. What made Lu Xiaoyun most frightened and confused was the background of Lin Sun's enemies. How could they make his father admit defeat and order people to escort him back to his clan? This storm was so big. At the moment when he walked out of the Inn of Blessings, Lu Xiaoyun glanced inadvertently and saw a group of people rushing into the room where Lin Sun was. But the room was empty. Where was Lin Sun? Damn it, I was completely cheated by this bastard. "Boss, look, the boy has been taken away. This is retribution. How can a playboy like him intervene in some things?" In the Inn of Blessings, a thin young man watched Lu Xiaoyun being taken away and couldn't help chuckling. This guy is not important. What's important is that the target has sneaked away under our eyes. The bamboo-hatted man's face was extremely gloomy and he couldn't be happy at all. "Boss, I found something strange." The target dug a tunnel under the floor of the room. No wonder he could slip away under our eyes without being noticed. At this time, a subordinate came to report. "Let's go and have a look." The bamboo-hatted man took a deep breath and strode to Lin Sun's room. When he saw the tunnel marks under the floor clearly, the bad premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. Just by looking at the marks in the tunnel, he knew that the target had left on the first day he checked in the inn. "Can you find the exit of the tunnel?" the bamboo-hatted man asked in a deep voice. "It's on a street. We can't find the trace of the target. But young Mu has been dispatched. I believe he will lock the breath of the target soon." Hearing the name of young Mu, the bamboo-hatted man breathed a sigh of relief. Young Mu was one of his companions. He practiced a secret method called six senses sensing. As long as someone was stared at by him once, he would never be able to escape from his tracking. Spread the news that the target may have left the Yellow Dragon City. Let other teams be ready to search and encircle the target. The bamboo-hatted man immediately gave the order and then hurriedly left the Inn of Blessings with a group of subordinates. All their forces had been mobilized outside the Yellow Dragon City, including 5 Ziying battleships. If they lost the target this time and let the target escape the encirclement, the consequences would be unimaginable. Outside the Yellow Dragon City, Lin Sun followed the flow of people and walked along the road to the distance. He was dressed in ordinary clothes and his breath was inconspicuous. He was no different from ordinary practitioners. After dressing up, Lin Sun still looked the same, but his breath, look and behavior had changed dramatically. He was like a different person from before. This was an extremely profound disguise skill, which was an additional skill when he learned the assassination skill in the bloodthirsty camp. At this time, Lin Sun was like an honest, simple, and ordinary young man. His appearance was inconspicuous and very easy to be ignored. I don't know whether Lu Xiaoyun has realized it or not. But if he wants to die, he can't blame anyone. Lin Sun thought as he walked forward. He didn't know that Lu Xiaoyun had been taken away like a prisoner, and it was his father Lu Tianzhao who gave the order. At this time, the enemy should not have reacted yet, right? Lin Sun thought that his actions after entering the Yellow Dragon City were all under his control. First, he used Lu Xiaoyun as a cover to attract the enemy's attention, and then he entered the commune of spiritual tattooists secretly. After 4 days, he successfully broke through to the Earthgang realm. Until now, when he disguised himself and left the Yellow Dragon City, Lin Sun could clearly feel that the enemy who followed him like maggots in tarsal bones didn't appear. As long as I can leave the area covered by the Yellow Dragon City smoothly, there won't be many chances for the enemy to encircle me like before. Lin Sun had also studied the route. It was clear that there were many military forces guarding the Forbidden City on the way from the Yellow Dragon City to the Forbidden City, and there were many rich and prosperous cities on the way. This also meant that there were very, very few chances for the enemy to deal with him without causing any trouble. But Lin Sun didn't dare to be careless. According to the information he got from the interrogation, there were 3,000 elite practitioners who wanted to deal with him this time. In other words, the hundreds of practitioners killed along the way were just a small part of the enemy's strength. In this way, the real danger would inevitably appear on the next road. When Lin Sun was nearly 10 miles away from the Yellow Dragon City, there were fewer pedestrians on the road. Most of them had left by beast carriages, spiritual tattoo shuttles and other means. Those who walked like Lin Sun were almost ordinary people. Only a small group of practitioners walked like Lin Sun. Huh? What happened in front? It's a group of practitioners. If you want to pass, you must go through their inspection. How could this be? Did something big happen again? Suddenly, there was an uproar on the road ahead, which aroused Lin Sun's vigilance. With a thought, the power of perception in his sea of consciousness spread out like a tide and instantly expanded to an unexpected place of thousands of meters. Immediately, he saw more than 50 black-cloaked cultivators holding all kinds of spiritual weapons guarding the 2 sides of the road. In front of these practitioners, there was a long line. Only those who passed their inspection could pass smoothly. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed. The opponent's reaction speed was so fast. His gaze swept the surroundings, and he noticed that there were many faintly discernible auras hidden in the dense forest on both sides of the road. Obviously, it was impossible to avoid the road and take a detour through the forest on both sides. When he raised his head and swept his gaze across the sky, he could even notice that there were numerous black dots moving about high up in the sky. That was a wind shadow hawk. Lin Sun had noticed the existence of wind shadow hawks more than once on the way of being chased and besieged a while ago. He knew that this was a well-trained ferocious bird with extremely terrible detection ability. Looks like the enemy has already sealed off all the paths ahead. Lin Sun judged the situation in an instant and couldn't help frowning. Originally, he thought that he could fish in troubled waters and secretly avoid the enemy's eyes and ears after disguising himself, but obviously it didn't work. What to do? Should he enter the forest, adopt a roundabout strategy to mediate with the enemy, and look for an opportunity to find a way out? Or should he directly break through the checkpoint ahead? Lin Sun was lost in thought. Now, he didn't know how many means the enemy had arranged here, so he had to be careful. At this time, there was a sudden sound of breaking through the air on the road behind him. Without looking back, Lin Sun knew that there were many practitioners in black rushing towards him. Was he discovered? Lin Sun thought of this and mingled with the ordinary people in the crowd, looking on coldly. He needed a chance to judge the situation. When the group of practitioners in black rushed over, the crowd couldn't help but become restless. They changed their expressions and dodged to the side of the road. Wait! Just as the group of cultivators was about to dash past the crowd and rush forward, the leader of the group, a man with fair skin and a devilish bloody glow in his eyes, suddenly stopped. In an instant, the group of practitioners behind him also stopped. The leader's pupils were like dark red beads. He glanced at the crowd coldly and sniffed the air carefully with his nose at the same time. It seemed that he was smelling something. A group of murderous practitioners and a strange man with scarlet eyes made those ordinary people change their expressions and feel uncomfortable. They didn't know what was going on. Immediately, the leader's eyes fell on Lin Sun, and his pupils suddenly lit up. He shouted, "Target!" As soon as the words came out, there was a bang. An arrow tore the void like a flowing light and rushed to the leader. Unexpectedly, the leader suddenly let out a strange cry, and his figure flashed strangely like a big bat, dodging the attack. Bang! In the end, the arrow missed the target and shot a bottomless hole in the ground. Smoke and dust filled the air. Lin Sun couldn't help but be a little surprised that the leader could avoid his attack. Immediately, he had no time to think more and rushed to the lush forest in the distance. "Where are you going?" "The target has appeared." "Go after him. Send a signal to inform everyone to prepare for battle." For a while, it was a mess here. Most of the pedestrians were ordinary people. They were frightened by the sudden battle and screamed in panic and fled. But no one cared about their lives. When they found Lin Sun, the group of practitioners in black had tried their best to kill Lin Sun. At the same time, the enemies who had been hiding in this area were also alarmed. They sent signals and started to take action. Kill. 7 or 8 practitioners in black rushed up to stop Lin Sun from escaping. Lin Sun didn't even look at them. He slashed out with his saber. At that moment, a flowing light tore the darkness and rushed out of hell, shocking the souls. Puff. Puff! In an instant, the 7 or 8 practitioners in black were killed by Lin Sun's saber like vulnerable straws. They died on the spot with blood flowing out. Taking this opportunity, Lin Sun was about to rush into the forest. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and stopped in an instant. In his perception, there were at least hundreds of figures rushing towards him like a tide in the depths of the forest. How could there be so many enemies? Lin Sun was shocked. At this moment, the 4 directions of east, west, south and north of Lin Sun were all filled with the enemies. They were densely packed, and from time to time, more practitioners would rush over from different directions. Kill. The target is here. The shouts were so loud that the world was filled with smoke and dust. It was extremely chilling. It's not like Xianxia's tactics. It's too barbaric and rough. A cold light flashed across Lin Sun's black eyes, and his expression instantly became focused, calm, indifferent, and tranquil. In his body, the gang power, which had just been promoted to Earth Gang realm, reached its peak in an instant like an erupting volcano, making him surrounded by illusory cyan luster, bright and blazing, like a deity. Hum in his palm, the dark and simple flowing light saber suddenly made a sound, releasing a terrible and frightening aura. It was like an ancient beast waking up from a deep sleep, eager to drink blood. Kill. 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 From all directions, the enemies had rushed over like a tide. All of them were surrounded by murderous aura and amazing momentum. The failure of the encirclement and suppression operations in the past few days had long proved that the target they were going to deal with this time was extremely terrible. Even if they had a large number of people on their side, no one dared to take it lightly. On the contrary, no matter who it was, at this moment, they had used their strongest power. For a time, various colored lights flashed through the heavens and the earth, and they crisscrossed together like dense raindrops. Numerous martial Dao combat skills poured down like a waterfall, and they rumbled as they crushed through space and emanated rumbling that sounded like thunderclaps. Such a scene was truly too terrifying. Hundreds of elite practitioners were all at Human Gang realm, and there were many powerful figures like Earth Gang Realm and Heaven Gang Realm. At this time, they acted together like a brave army, which could sweep away thousands of enemies and crush mountains and rivers. The most chilling thing was that under such encirclement and suppression, all the retreat had been blocked. There was no way to escape or avoid. If it were other practitioners, they would have been deterred by this kind of horrible momentum, collapsed fighting spirit and waited for death. However, in the face of such encirclement and suppression, Lin Sun's lips suddenly showed a cold smile. He didn't dodge or avoid, and looked calm and indifferent. In his palm, the flowing lightsaber, which had been constantly humming, suddenly rose into the air. Buzz, at this instant, along with a wisp of a strange howl, this expanse of the heavens and the earth seemed to have fallen into eternal night while countless stars descended and emanated dazzling light. RFS, as soon as Lin Sun attacked, he didn't hesitate to use his strongest means. The enemies who had surrounded him were in a trance, and their bodies and minds fell into a great horror. They felt like falling into the dark abyss and couldn't extricate themselves. This was the deterrent power of martial arts. The more ancient the top martial arts were, the more terrible the power contained. RFS, one of the 3 moves of Tianyuan saber play, was inherited in the heaven accessing place. Its origin was extremely mysterious. After Lin Sun went through the life and death training in 100 battles, he finally reached the mastery of RFS. Therefore, when he attacked at this moment, the power of RFS was completely different from that of the past. It had a majestic momentum and a kind of terrible deterrent that went straight to people's hearts. The most important thing was that after Lin Sun reached Earthgang Realm, his strength was no longer the same as before. Puff. 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 As soon as the saber came out, it was like the eternal night came and the stars fell. Under this saber, hundreds of practitioners who rushed up all stopped their movements at the same time, like frozen statues. Immediately, the bodies of those practitioners all exploded. Blood burst like waterfall and minced meat like rain, dyeing the void red. At the beginning of the battle, young Mu, who led a group of practitioners to find Lin Sun with scarlet eyes, had already escaped. Not only did he avoid Lin Sun's sudden crossbow, but he also flashed to the periphery of the battlefield like a slippery fish. What a sharp reaction this boy has. If I hadn't been clever just now, I would have been killed by his crossbow. Young Mu said with a lingering fear. Thanks for your hard work. But no matter how strong this boy is, he can't escape now. On the other side, the man in bamboo hat said slowly. In their eyes, Lin Sun in the distance had been besieged, isolated and helpless. He was destined to be drowned by the army like a tide. Suddenly, the man in bamboo hat noticed something and his face changed slightly. What a terrible momentum. Almost at the same time, young Mu was also stiff, and a chill surged in his heart. He was shocked to find that Lin Sun, who was besieged in the distance, had an indescribable horrible breath. In particular, the saber in Lin Sun's hand was like a peerless weapon waking up from silence at this moment. His breath doesn't seem right, the man in bamboo hat said seriously. It's really terrible. He doesn't look like a human gang realm practitioner at all. Has he? Young Mu's voice trembled. Before he finished his words, young Mu and the man in bamboo hat shrank their pupils at the same time as if they were struck by lightning. A trance emerged on their faces. At this moment, Lin Sun performed RFS. Even though they were far away, the minds of young Mu and the man in bamboo hat had been affected. They seemed to see the eternal night coming and the falling stars, and they themselves fell into the endless dark abyss with unspeakable fear and powerlessness. What kind of cultivation method was this? When they woke up, they were soaked in cold sweat. But before they could recover, they saw that in the distant battlefield, the bodies of hundreds of companions near Lin Sun exploded at the same time, as if they were crushed, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. On the ground, there was an unfathomable crack like a chasm. Some practitioners were caught off guard and fell into it directly, screaming. That scene was so bloody, shocking, and indescribably soul-stirring. Hiss, young Mu and the man in the bamboo hat gasped. They felt cold all over, and their souls almost left their bodies. The power of this blade was too terrible. At this moment, not only the two of them, but also all the practitioners who were besieging Lin Sun in the field were shocked and stopped on the spot. It was too terrifying. It was hard to imagine how a human gang realm cultivator could achieve this. Even if it was a Sea of Spirit realm warrior, the strongest attack they could unleash would not be more than this, it was just that they all made a mistake. Lin Sun was no longer a human gang realm practitioner, but an earth gang realm practitioner who had the power of learning from heaven and earth. This was called catching them off guard. After all, which enemy could imagine that Lin Sun could advance to the earth gang realm in just a few days after he entered the Yellow Dragon City under their comprehensive monitoring? This wrong cognition didn't seem to be fatal, but when used in battle, it could often give an unexpected blow to the enemy, and Lin Sun, with his earth gang realm cultivation and the flowing light saber, which was a peerless spiritual treasure, displayed the ancient and mysterious inheritance of RFS. He killed hundreds of people in one blow and shocked the whole field. This was to gain the upper hand by a show of strength. The reason why Lin Sun displayed RFS at the first time in the battle was that, in his judgment, there were too many enemies this time. All of these enemies were accumulating strength, waiting, and approaching menacingly. Only by revealing his might at the first possible moment would he be able to crush their spirit in one go, terrify their minds, and create even more opportunities for himself. Obviously, he did it. At this moment, on the battlefield, the power of one blade covered 10 directions, shocked the whole field, and frustrated the enemy's spirit and mind. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Sun rushed again without hesitation. His whole body was covered with a dreamlike cyan luster. His momentum was like a raging storm, looking down on all directions. The flowing light saber in his hand seemed to be eager to eat blood. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 practitioners in the field had been killed on the spot. Screams, roars, shouts, all kinds of sounds rang out incessantly. This expanse of space was soaked in thick blood. It was nauseating, the scene horrifying. This was the advantage of taking the enemy by surprise and gaining the upper hand by a show of strength. It could strike and deter the enemy's spirit, fighting spirit and mind, so that Lin Sun could seize the opportunity to launch a magnificent assault. Kill. Lin Sun's cold eyes were like lightning, and his figure was as bright as a flowing rainbow. Wherever he passed, he tore a hole in the enemy's army with irresistible force and went straight into it. Wherever he passed, no one could resist him. Wherever he passed, there must be piles of corpses. This was the power of Lin Sun after he advanced to the Earth Gang realm. It was really powerful and unparalleled. What was the Earth Gang realm? Perceive the atmosphere of heaven and earth with one's own cultivation. Reaching this realm, practitioners began to perceive the relationship between themselves and heaven and earth from the inside to the outside, and began to appreciate the majesty of heaven and earth. Imitating the heaven and earth would make a new transformation on the road of cultivation. In this process, the practitioner's own cultivation would be transformed. The original gang spirit would be transformed into the earth gang spirit, which could be integrated with the earth and condense great power. In cultivation, it was also called grounded. People often said that pompous people were not grounded. In cultivation, grounded was a vivid description of the earth gang realm. In short, earth gang realm was to comprehend the momentum of the earth, condense the chi of the earth, and use the earth as the carrier to reach the sky. To reach the sky was to comprehend the atmosphere of heaven, which belonged to the category of heaven gang realm. Only by truly comprehending and imitating the phenomenon of heaven and earth could one further control and understand the mysteries between heaven and earth. This was the realm that sea spirit realm practitioners could possess. Now, although Lin Sun had just broken through the earth gang realm, his cultivation and strength had undergone earth-shaking transformation. He began to be grounded and condensed his power, which was no longer the same as before. In addition, when he advanced, he pursued the road of perfection, and the realm was a natural breakthrough. This allowed him to lay an incomparably strong foundation when he just advanced to the earth gang realm, and the power he could possess was naturally beyond imagination. And all this had been vividly reflected in the battle at the moment. Kill. Lin Sun was like a tiger going down the mountain, looking down at the mountains and rivers. No matter what cultivation method, what spiritual weapon, whether it was earth gang realm or heaven gang realm, they were all easily destroyed by him. The most terrible thing was that in the process, Lin Sun showed extremely calm and terrible judgment. He didn't act recklessly. Every single time he attacked, he was assessing the situation, determining the enemy's weakness, and the changes in the entire situation. At the same time, in order to save physical strength, he would kill the enemy with the spiritual short crossbow he had stored in the battle if it was not necessary. In such a close distance and with so many enemies, he didn't need to lock and aim at them at all, so that the short crossbow could exert extremely terrible lethality. What made the enemy helpless was that although they carried all kinds of excellent short crossbows, they had no place to use them at all. The same reason was that there were too many of them and there was only one target. If they used short crossbows, it was very easy to hurt their companions by mistake. All this made the whole battle bloody and cruel, with a trace of strangeness. Lin Sun was like a ruthless executioner, waving his saber and pouring crossbow arrows. The enemy could only besiege Lin one after another with the advantage of numbers, which was obviously a way of exchanging life for life. In the distance of the battlefield, young Mu and the bamboo-hatted man were so angry that their eyes almost popped out. Their faces were livid, and their eyes were wide open. It seemed that they couldn't believe it. Who dared to imagine that in the face of the tide-like army of practitioners, the target could still fight the enemies in all directions alone? What frightened them most was that from the beginning of the battle to the present, the target's momentum was getting stronger and stronger. He rushed all the way and was simply unstoppable. No one could stop him. He was invincible. Although this guy has been promoted to Earthgang realm, his combat effectiveness has changed so horribly. He is not like an Earthgang realm practitioner at all. I'm afraid that he is as strong as a real Sea Spirit realm practitioner. Young Mu gasped with an ugly look on his face. Don't forget that when he was in the Human Gang realm, he was already the first in the province test of Southwest Province. There are only 34 provinces in the whole empire. Naturally, there are only 34 first places in the province test. Lin Sun is one of them. Taking a deep breath, the bamboo-hatted man said slowly, "You can imagine that in the encirclement and suppression a few days ago, this boy was only in the Human Gang realm, but he defeated our encirclement and suppression actions again and again. Now, he is in the Earthgang realm." In the end, the bamboo-hatted man's voice had become low and dignified, and he felt cold in his heart. Even if he could analyze the terrible combat effectiveness of Lin Sun, he still couldn't imagine how there could be such an evil teenager in the world. Oh no! We can't stop him anymore. Quickly mobilize our men and the forces that were lying in ambush in other areas. Suddenly, young Mu's face changed suddenly. He saw that Lin Sun was about to break out of the encirclement by himself. No matter how many people we mobilize, it's not enough for this guy to kill. The bamboo-hatted man gritted his teeth, suddenly took out a whistle made of white bones and put it in his mouth. "Boss, what are you going to?" Young Mu was shocked. Whoosh! The bamboo-hatted man had already blown the white bone whistle, making a strange sound, which spread to the distant area. After doing all this, he said in a deep voice, "The only fortunate thing is that this boy is not in the Sea Spirit realm and can't fly in the air. In the Gang Spirit realm, we are not his opponents at all. Therefore, only by sending Ziying battleship to attack him in the sky can we kill him completely. P.S. Today is the eve of my friend's wedding. I helped him with work all day and got home at 8 o'clock in the evening, so I updated late. But don't worry, I will continue to update after the goldfish takes a bath." Boom! The saber light was like a rainbow, shooting in all directions, bringing a series of blood flowers. It was scarlet and shocking. On the battlefield, Lin Sun rushed all the way. He never retreated or changed his direction. His goal was very simple. He rushed into the forested mountains. It was not that he was afraid of fighting, but Lin Sun had judged that this time the enemy had obviously come out in full strength, intending to kill him outside the Yellow Dragon City. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun didn't dare to fight head-on. He might be invincible in a short time, but he would consume a lot of physical strength in a long time. Once the enemy took advantage of his weakness, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Lin Sun had to make a decision to break through the encirclement first and then make a plan slowly, so as to save physical strength to the greatest extent. Kill, blood splashed and wreckage was everywhere. Under Lin Sun's feet, there were countless souls and corpses. He was like a god of death stepping on mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He had entered the depths of the forest and was about to break through the enemy's encirclement. However, at this moment, there was a sudden thunderous roar in the sky. It could be clearly seen that in the distant sky, there was a Ziying battleship with a length of 300 meters, like a giant beast in the void, roaring towards this side, crushing the rolling clouds. Immediately, Lin Sun's face changed slightly. There were 5 Ziying battleships that could kill practitioners of Sea Spirit Realm. Lin Sun let out a long roar and rushed forward with all his strength. He no longer suppressed his power, and his momentum suddenly rose again. The power was as deep as the sea, extremely shocking. This new kind of Ziying battleship was designed by him, so he knew how terrible its power was. If there was only one, he might have some means to seriously injure it. But now there were 5. It was like facing 5 strong practitioners of Sea Spirit Realm. Not to mention seriously injuring them, even escaping would become extremely dangerous. He would face the threat of death at any time. The most terrible thing was that the Ziying battleship flew in the air at an extremely fast speed. If they caught up with him and attacked him with the full firepower of spiritual cannons, the consequences would be unimaginable. Originally, Lin Sun thought that the enemy would not send overmatches beyond the scope of Gang Spirit Realm. But when he saw the 5 Ziying battleships coming together, he finally realized that his idea was a little naive. Indeed, the opponent didn't have a strong practitioner beyond Gang Spirit Realm, but the 5 Ziying battleships could kill a strong practitioner of Sea Spirit Realm. As long as they operated properly, they were practically no different from 5 spiritual ocean tier elites. This was going too far. At this moment, the long-suppressed hatred in Lin's heart was ignited again. He hated the enemies who prevented him from entering the Forbidden City this time. However, the cruelty of reality didn't make Lin Sun dizzy. He knew very well that whether he could escape this time was completely out of his control. Now, the only thing he could do was to run away. I can't be besieged by Ziying battleship in the sky. Kill. Lin Sun was like a ferocious beast that was driven to the extreme. He rushed forward madly in the lush jungle, almost crushing the corpses of the enemies along the way. Woo-woo-woo. From afar, a bleak horn sounded. Immediately, Lin Sun found that the enemies who constantly besieged him seemed to have received instructions. They no longer besieged him but chose to retreat. Clearly, the bleak sound of the horn was the signal to retreat. Lin Sun knew that the enemy was afraid of using Ziying battleship to hurt their companions who were distributed on the ground by accident. After all, the power of the spiritual cannons of Ziying battleship was too horrible. Once the firepower poured out intensively, both enemies and companions would be threatened. In fact, Ziying battleship was generally used in the front line of a large-scale battlefield to launch a surprise attack on the enemy like a sharp knife. It was extremely rare to use it to deal with a single target like this. If I fight with those enemies all the time, will the Ziying battleship in the sky still dare to attack? A crazy idea came to Lin Sun's mind. But soon, this idea was extinguished by a cruel reality. With a loud bang, a bright beam of light burst out from the sky, tearing the sky and blasting towards Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't have time to think more. He rushed forward at full speed to avoid the disaster. But in the place where he was standing, those enemies who had no time to escape were all killed by the bright beam of light. They didn't even have time to scream. A huge pit with a range of 300 meters was left on the ground. It was shocking to see the smoke and dust. What a cruel heart. Lin Sun couldn't help but take a breath. In order to kill him, they even ignored the life and death of their companions. This was crazy. It could also be seen that the enemy had regarded this action of encirclement and suppression as an opportunity to determine the outcome of the battle. In order to win, they would do anything: escape, escape, escape. In the lush forest, without the enemy's hindrance, Lin Sun's escape speed suddenly accelerated. He flashed forward like a black lightning. In the sky, 5 Ziying battleships had obviously locked Lin Sun's position. They were also approaching at full speed. They were like war fortresses shuttling in the void with flowing spiritual light, bringing endless oppression and danger to people. In contrast, the broken treasure ship that Xu Jin often drove could not be compared with these war weapons at all. Lin Sun had talked with Xu Jin and Old Mo more than once about battleships. For this kind of war weapons cast by spiritual tattooists, the attitude of practitioners in the world had always been extremely tangled. They loved the power of battleships. As long as the strong controlled them perfectly, they could exert terrible power on the battlefield. What was hateful was that the appearance of this kind of sharp weapon of war had greatly changed the power balance between cultivators. For example, if a human Gang realm practitioner could skillfully operate a Ziying battleship and use the spiritual cannon on the battleship, he could kill a Sea Spirit realm practitioner. How could practitioners not hate it? In terms of cultivation, A Sea Spirit Realm practitioner could kill a Human Gang Realm practitioner with a flick of his finger. Human Gang Realm practitioners could change this situation because of the existence of the warship. The only thing to be thankful for was that almost all the battleships of various specifications in the Empire were controlled by the upper bureaucratic forces and military forces of the Empire. They could hardly be bought in the market. There were some aristocratic families who owned such war weapons, but relatively speaking, the number of battleships they could own was extremely limited. Of course, this was just a superficial phenomenon. The reality was that the upper bureaucratic forces and military forces of the Empire were almost composed of the clansmen of those aristocratic families. They might be high-ranking officials or generals in the court, but they were also the clansmen of an aristocratic family. This was the reason why the aristocratic families were powerful. They represented the interests of the clan, occupied a high position, controlled and monopolized many resources of the Empire. How could they not be powerful? For example, the 6 Seeing battleships dispatched by Qi family to deal with Lin Sun this time were the latest weapons refined by the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire. Ordinary aristocratic forces couldn't get them. Of course, one of the 6 Seeing battleships had been badly damaged and could no longer be used. Otherwise, today's situation was destined to be more dangerous. Boom, as Lin Sun was running away, the 5 Seeing battleships had already chased him from the air and launched an attack. Dazzling pillars of light shot out from the void like falling comets, dragging glaring flames behind them as they poured down to the ground. For a while, the lush forest was destroyed one after another and burned. The earth was exposed with large holes, rocks were powdered and smoke was billowing. It was terrible. Lin Sun had goosebumps all over his body and a strong sense of danger surged in his heart. Just at that moment, he dodged several times in a row to avoid the attacks without danger. At this moment, he was like a reptile on the ground, and those attacks were like an inescapable net from the void, crisscrossing to kill him. The world was so changeable. Lin Sun was still killing people in the last moment, but he was already running for his life at this moment. There was a rumbling explosion behind him, and he could even clearly hear the roar of Seeing battleships in the void. Lin Sun didn't dare to look back or even think too much. He was afraid that he would be killed by the firepower of the spiritual cannons pouring down from the sky. His figure was like an erratic bolt of lightning, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, sometimes to the front, sometimes to the back, constantly dodging the attacks. With his strong soul perception, Lin Sun could perceive that the danger was getting closer and closer and the fatal breath was getting stronger and stronger. It was like dancing on the tip of a knife or wandering between life and death. He was in danger of death at any time. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the firepower pouring down from the void became stronger, ringing in all directions like thunder. Lin Sun's face suddenly changed. As soon as he dodged, he felt a terrible heat wave behind him, which threw his body into the air. His whole body was burning, and his internal organs produced a tearing pain. Whoosh! Lin Sun groaned, gritted his teeth, and sped up with the help of the countershock. The forest in front of him became more and more sparse, and he was about to rush out of the forest, which meant that his figure would be completely exposed under the sky soon. At that time it would undoubtedly be more dangerous, but Lin Sun had no choice. He had been forced into a desperate situation, and he could only rush forward. He didn't know how long he could hold on, but he knew very well that if he gave up struggling, he would die unwillingly. Lin Sun was running wildly. His clothes were ragged, and the skin on his back was scorched and bleeding. He was covered with a lot of dust, which made him look extremely embarrassed. But his angular and delicate facial features were full of firmness and ruthlessness. Even in such a desperate situation, he never thought of giving up. He had experienced many dangerous life and death trials, and he had also experienced the torture of death in the secret realm of 100 battles, the third pass of Green Cloud Path. All these made him not show any panic or fear at this time. On the contrary, his heart was terrifyingly calm. Like a pool of autumn water, there was no ripple. Live, the desire to survive made Lin Sun burst out his unprecedented potential. The earth-gang power in his body roared and his blood boiled as if it was burning. Whoosh, his speed was obviously improved again. Behind him, 5 Seeing battleships were chasing him closely like maggots attached to bones. They opened their spiritual cannons with full firepower and poured out terrible and dazzling beams of light. The earth was shattered and the rocks were pulverized. Along the way, Lin Sun fell into a kind of destruction and was riddled with holes wherever he passed. This was Ziying battleship. Its power was enough to kill Sea Spirit Realm strongmen. How could it be ordinary? Perhaps the only defect was that Ziying battleship was not a real practitioner. It had a single fighting means and could only be controlled by practitioners to release firepower. This also provided a chance for Lin Sun to escape in the crack. It was unknown how long he could hold on in this situation. When his physical strength was exhausted, it meant that he would die. Unfortunately, Lin Sun didn't find a chance to escape all the way. He could only keep moving forward. Ha ha ha, isn't this boy very powerful? Why is he running away like a wild dog now? Behind Ziying battleship, a group of practitioners, led by the bamboo-hatted man and young Mu, caught up with Lin Sun from a distance. When they saw Lin Sun's panic like a stray dog, many practitioners couldn't help laughing. In their view, the pursuit of 5 Ziying battleships in the air made Lin Sun look so small and pale. He was like an ant struggling in a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, which would die at any time. Great! This boy has just killed so many of us. Now he deserves it. Many Xianxia became excited. Before, they were defeated by Lin Sun and their fighting spirit almost collapsed. Now the situation suddenly changed. It was Lin Sun who was killed and ran away. How could they not be excited? Is it funny? In the battle just now, a total of 419 people on our side were killed on the spot. If we didn't send Ziying battleships, the loss would be greater. Do you really think it's ridiculous now? Young Mu said coldly and glanced at the crowd with scarlet eyes. Many people's smiles froze and their complacency disappeared. Indeed, what was the difference between laughing at the enemy and laughing at one's own incompetence? Open your eyes and have a look. The boy is only in the Earthgang realm, but he can hold on until now under the pursuit of 5 Ziying battleships. Ask yourself, who among you can do this? Young Mu seemed to be very emotional and shouted as if he was venting, looking at the whole empire, which Earthgang realm practitioner can do this? His voice was like a thunderclap that caused the expressions of all the cultivators that followed behind him to become unsightly, and the complacency, excitement, and agitation in their hearts were completely swept away. Do all of you know that if this kid survives today, then if he takes revenge on us in the future, would any of you still be able to laugh? Young Mu snapped. At this moment, all the practitioners' expressions changed. Thinking of Lin Sun's almost invincible and arrogant attitude, they felt an inexplicable tremble in their hearts. If such a person really survived, he would definitely make all of them restless in the future. Well, there is almost no chance for this kid to survive under the bombardment of 5 Ziying battleships. You don't have to worry about him. However, you must not be careless. No one can be negligent until he is killed on the spot. The bamboo-hatted man said, which refreshed everyone's spirit and made them vigilant and careful again. Time passed little by little. The bombardment still continued. For Lin Sun at this moment, time seemed so long, and a day passed like a year. Since he started cultivating until now, he had never been in such an embarrassing situation like today. However, his deep black eyes were still firm and unwavering. Perhaps life and death were only a moment, but Lin Sun was willing to fight to the end for this moment of life and death. Clatter in the sea of his consciousness, Lin Sun suddenly caught a roaring sound of water, which made his black eyes suddenly brighten. Before long, a river with a width of dozens of meters with turbulent water and monstrous waves appeared in his sight. At this moment, Lin Sun gritted his teeth and sped up his speed by 30%, rushing towards the river with all his strength. In the sky, a sturdy man was driving a Ziying battleship. He was laughing wildly and launching spiritual cannons to attack. When he saw the river in the distance, he couldn't help but be stunned, and then a cruel smile appeared on his lips. There was a big river in front of him. This kid couldn't escape even if he had wings. Kill. The sturdy man drove the Ziying battleship with full firepower. The spiritual cannons poured down like a dense tide. Not only him, but also the other 4 Ziying battleships at this moment. When they witnessed this scene, they all subconsciously thought that the opportunity to kill the target had come. Rumble, without any hesitation, they all launched the strongest attack. In an instant, the bright light column in the void, like an overwhelming meteor shower, broke through the void and pressed down on the ground fiercely. No, but different from these practitioners who controlled the Ziying battleship, when he saw the river in the distance, the bamboo-hatted man's face suddenly changed and he realized that something was wrong. He clearly remembered that during an encirclement a few days ago, they'd set up layer upon layer of ambushes on a lake at that time. Never had he imagined that the target would sneak under the water and escape the encirclement without anyone noticing. In this way, the river in front was not an opportunity to hinder the target at all. On the contrary, it was very likely to provide a glimmer of hope for the target to escape. Unfortunately, when the bamboo-hatted man realized it, it was already a step late. Lin Sun's figure suddenly swept up like lightning and plunged into the rolling river. Boom! Almost at the same time, the dense gunfire pouring down from the void had already covered the surface of the river with a rumble. At that instant, countless waves of water surged up explosively and were blasted into a myriad of sprays that shot violently into the sky, and it was an extremely magnificent scene. Under the water, as soon as Lin Sun rushed in, he felt a terrible force coming from behind, crushing the rolling waves and hitting his back hard. Bang! Lin Sun only felt a buzzing sound in his head. He felt a sharp pain all over his body and his bones were almost broken. He was uncontrollably pressed to the bottom of the river. Puff! Lin Sun couldn't help coughing up blood. With a pale face, he fell to the ground at the bottom of the river and groaned painfully. The blow just now was so terrible that he felt like being pressed by a holy mountain. If it weren't for the strong resistance in the river, he would have been killed. Lin Sun gasped quickly. Although he was at the bottom of the river and the current was rapid, Lin Sun breathed freely as if he was walking on the ground. He didn't even receive any impact from the waves. All this was because of the wisps of blue luster lingering around him at this time, which was the breath of the Amrita St. Pearl in his sea of consciousness. This thing was the sacred treasure of the water barbarian tribe. Although it had fallen into silence for a long time, its natural breath was enough for Lin Sun to move freely under the water like a fish in water without any influence. It was no different from the legendary water-repellent bead. Just a moment later, Lin Sun gritted his teeth and dragged his seriously injured body forward under the water. Along the way, schools of fish swam, water plants swayed, and colorful coral reefs glittered beautifully. But Lin Sun was not in the mood to appreciate it. Before long, he found an underground cave and sat down. Clang! He took out the awakening globe from his body and inserted it outside the cave. Then he exhaled a long breath, took out a bottle of healing elixir and swallowed it without hesitation. Then he closed his eyes and began to meditate. Although the power of the Ziying battleship was great, it was not affected at all in the water which was hundreds of meters deep. Unless the enemy dived to kill him, it was doomed to be difficult to hold on for a long time under the water without the cultivation of sea spirit realm. In addition, the current was rapid and the resistance was great. The deeper he went, the stronger the pressure was. If those practitioners below sea spirit realm dared to come in, Lin Sun could kill them easily with the Amrita St. Pearl. In this case, Lin Sun could at least ignore his safety for the time being and concentrate on healing his injuries. There is finally hope to resolve this disaster. This was Lin Sun's last thought before meditating. Above the river, 5 Ziying battleships floated quietly in the void and no longer launched attacks. Obviously, they also realized that although the power of the spiritual cannon was strong, it was still impossible to cut off the flow and destroy the river. At this time, hundreds and thousands of practitioners had gathered on the bank of the river. The bamboo-hatted man stood at the forefront, staring at the turbid waves and turbulent river with a gloomy look. The target had disappeared, no one knew whether he was dead or alive, or whether he had been washed away by the river. The attack just now was so terrible that it was impossible for the boy to resist it. He may have been killed at this moment. Someone said softly. This was the thought of most people. After all, the scene of the 5 Ziying battleships firing with all their strength was terrible. Even a sea spirit realm practitioner could not escape death, let alone the target. Send someone down to have a look. The bamboo-hatted man took a deep breath and made a decision that stunned most people. Boss, it doesn't seem necessary, does it? Someone hesitated. You know nothing. Even the heavy ambush on the lake could let the target slip away from the bottom of the lake. Do you think the target will float up from the river if he is alive? The bamboo-hatted man finally couldn't bear the anxiety and anger in his heart and snapped. This made many people's faces change slightly. At the moment, more than a dozen practitioners volunteered to jump into the river. But if the target is alive, we can't defeat him even if we send these people down. Young Mu next to him said. No, the target has already been seriously injured in the pursuit just now. I think the moment he jumped into the river, the injuries he received couldn't be small. If he's really still alive, this is undoubtedly the best time to kill him. Speaking of this, the bamboo-hatted man suddenly glanced at the practitioners around him and said, Go, you control along both sides of the river. Meanwhile, let the 5 Zing battleships and all the Wind Shadow Hawks fully monitor the area through which the river flows. As long as you find the target, kill him immediately. Obviously, he was worried that the target would slip away from the bottom of the river like last time, so he set up a tight backup plan. Lin Sun, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, he was keenly aware that the invisible waves released by the awakening globe showed signs of trembling. The enemy was coming. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. It had only been an hour since he meditated, but the enemy had already found the bottom of the river. Obviously, they wanted to kill him while he was seriously injured. Lin Sun held the flowing lightsaber tightly in his right hand and a holy crossbow in his left hand. He quietly hid at the mouth of the cave and spread his great mental power in the water. Almost instantly, Lin Sun noticed that there were dozens of figures approaching him in the surging water. As the enemy got closer and closer, Lin Sun's eyes became more and more indifferent. Although he was seriously injured, he was not afraid of any enemy with the power of Amrita St. Pearl in this extremely oppressive river bottom. The oppressive force at the bottom of the river was extremely great. If ordinary people came down, they would bleed from the 7 apertures and suffocate to death. Even practitioners in Gang Spirit Realm couldn't sneak under the water for a long time, and they would suffer great resistance when they moved. Once they fought, they could only exert half of their strength at most. Only practitioners in Sea Spirit Realm could walk under the water as if they were walking on the ground. They had begun to breathe internally and could communicate with the chi of heaven and earth. They could fly in the air and in the water. At this moment, those practitioners who dived down obviously suffered great oppressive resistance. When they moved, their movements were sluggish as if they were stuck in a swamp. Splash! The water rippled, and a Xianxia swam at the bottom of the river, approaching the cave. As soon as he approached, before he could see the scene in the cave, he felt dizzy. With a puff, a flash of saber light swept out and easily cut his throat. He was stunned and couldn't believe that the flash of saber light was so fast that it was not affected by the resistance in the water at all. Scarlet blood gushed out like a tide and dyed the river red. It was sad and beautiful. Splash splash! At this time, dozens of practitioners in the distance found the abnormality here and rushed over together. They released their breath and crushed the water waves, just like monsters in the water making waves. Whoosh! 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 At this time, Lin Sun's figure was like lightning. With a crack, he had rushed to a practitioner and cut him open with his saber. Bang! At the same time, the divine crossbow in his left hand shot out, leaving a trail of water behind it. With a bang, it penetrated the head of a practitioner more than 100 zhang away. The cultivator was holding a short crossbow in his hand, but unfortunately, it was impossible for him to pull the trigger. Rumble! One by one, the practitioners charged over with the totem in their hands, causing the waves to surge and the area to be thrown into chaos. It was as if rivers and seas were overturned. Schools of fish scurried about, and the water plants danced wildly. It was extremely chaotic, and the vision became extremely blurry. But to their astonishment, the target was actually different from them in this water where the pressure was extremely great. He wasn't affected at all, and his speed was strangely fast like lightning. His figure was like a ghost, and he was simply more agile than a shoal of fish in the water. Even if they used short crossbows, they would not be able to touch the target. Could it be that this fellow was a water monster? The Xianxia's hearts trembled, and their hair stood on end. Puff! 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 The waves rolled, the sand and stones surged, the dancing water plants and the bursting water waves made the place seem as if there was an earthquake. In this chaotic situation, one after another, practitioners fell down one after another. They were either killed by the blade or penetrated by the crossbow. For a time, ball after ball of dark red blood surged out, causing the originally chaotic and muddy river to be dyed with a layer of shocking red. The most terrible thing was that under the water, those Xianxia couldn't speak at all. It was even impossible for them to call for help. Everything went on in a dull way, which made the bloody atmosphere full of horror. Lin Sun was seriously injured, so he could only exert 20% of his usual fighting power. But under the water, he was like a ghost, easily taking away the souls of the dead. Some Xianxia had been killed and their fighting spirit had collapsed. They ran up the river crazily. But in the end, under Lin Sun's extremely fast pursuit, these fleeing Xianxia died even faster. In this way, a bloody killing full of despair, helplessness, death, terror was staged at the bottom of the river. On the bank of the river. Boss, according to your order, the remaining 1,922 people have been placed at every turn and branch of the river. And every 10 miles, there is a Zing battleship monitoring in the air. At the same time, all the Wind Shadow Hawks have been sent out. Under such circumstances, even if a king slipped out of the river, it suffered setbacks frequently. Until now, the development of the situation was out of control. How could the man in bamboo hat accept it? He knew very well that if he failed this time, he would not find many opportunities to deal with the target on the way to the Forbidden City. Similarly, failure also meant that they would not be able to explain to Xianxia, and the consequences were unbearable for them, but under the current situation, the man in bamboo hat couldn't hide it at all. He had to tell everything and let her decide by herself. Boss, do you really want to do this? Young Mu couldn't help asking. It's not that we don't contribute to this action, but the enemy is too powerful. Speaking of this, the man in bamboo hat patted young Mu on the shoulder and said, "We have done our best. The rest is decided by Princess May." Young Mu was silent at once. He felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, "We haven't lost yet. At least, the target can't slip away from the river silently under our control. I will fight until the last moment." After that, he turned around and left. Of course, we haven't lost. It's just that there are not many people who have such fighting spirit as you, the man in bamboo hat sighed in his heart. In any action or battle, the enemy was not strong, but the collapse of fighting spirit, in the old mansion of the Forbidden City. Yesterday's news said that Lu Xiaoyun has been forcibly imprisoned and will be handed over to the Lu clan to deal with. A deputy said with a smile, "Guess who gave the order?" "Who?" Many people were curious. "It's this guy's father, Lu Tianzhao." Haha, this time, even if Lu Xiaoyun doesn't die, he is doomed to be disgraced and can't stay in the Forbidden City any longer. Even his father will get a bad reputation of sacrificing family for righteousness. Others also laughed. This was the result of offending them. Did they want to help Lin Sun to fight against them? It was simply looking for abuse. Seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help frowning a little. Was it worth being so proud and happy to deal with an ignorant and disorderly playboy? She didn't put Lu Xiaoyun in her eyes from beginning to end. Such a person was not worthy of her attention at all. Bang! What happened? Why are you so flustered? Xianxia said unhappily. The guard swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice, "There is a message from the front line." Action, what happened? Someone couldn't help but ask. There are twists and turns in the action. The guard took a few deep breaths to finish his words. It could be seen how excited he was. Twists and turns. Hearing this, many people were surprised, but they still didn't take it seriously. It was just twists and turns. It was not a complete failure. Why make a fuss? Even Xianxia seemed to be relieved. This time, she ordered all forces to be mobilized outside the Yellow Dragon City. It was a desperate action. If it failed again, it would be unreasonable. Calm down and tell me the whole story slowly. Xianxia gave an order. The guard nodded and thought, not long ago, the commander of the front line sent a message that the target disguised himself and left the Yellow Dragon City. Then, he repeated the information he received without missing a single word. When they heard that Lin Sun's whereabouts were discovered by young Mu in time, many people couldn't help but praise young Mu for his good work. But when they heard that the target had defeated all of their forces by himself, their expressions changed abruptly, and they exclaimed endlessly with shock. Then, in the next retelling, when they heard that Lin Sun was about to break out of the encirclement and was chased by 5 Zing battleships and dived into the river, everyone's faces, including Chitsangmei, changed frequently. Things happened one after another, and their faces became gloomy and livid again and again. Even the atmosphere in the room became more and more oppressive, making people breathless. Only the hoarse and low voice of the guard echoed. I thought that even if the target didn't die, he would be seriously injured, so I sent people to dive into the water to investigate. Who would have thought that all the 50 practitioners who dived into the water were killed on the spot? Bang! When she heard this, the teacup in Chitsangmei's hand suddenly collapsed, turning into powder and falling from her fingers. But she seemed to be unaware of these. At this time, Chitsangmei's clear eyes were full of killing intent, her face was livid, and her eyebrows were full of uncontrollable anger. More than 2,000 elite practitioners, fully armed with excellent equipment and 5 Ziying battleships. Under such a powerful force, they still failed to kill the target. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. The room was dead silent for a while. No one dared to look directly at Chitsangmei's eyes. They all knew that Chitsangmei was about to lose her temper. In this state, she absolutely dared to kill people. In fact, Chitsangmei was almost unable to control herself. She hated it so much. Since Su Qianjing left, every time she heard the news of the front line, she had never been happy. Especially this time, they sent out such a huge force that could crush a spiritual ocean tier elite, but in the end, they still couldn't do anything to their target. If word of this got out, how would the big shots in the family view him? How would people in the world think of Qi family? Shame. Chitsangmei couldn't wait to rush to the front line, but soon, she calmed down. Anger was the most useless thing to do. The most important thing was to figure out the truth behind this series of events. Is there any other news besides this? Chitsangmei said indifferently, trying to control her tone and emotions. Yes, according to the analysis, the target now has the cultivation of Earthgang realm. His combat effectiveness is more than twice as strong as before. The guard was very nervous. He was worried that Chitsangmei would kill people in anger, so he answered very carefully. In addition, it is said that this action is not because we don't contribute, but because the enemy is too strong. We tried everything but failed. Crack, a teacup was smashed on the guard's head, making him shake all over. His forehead bled and his face twitched. It was not Chitsangmei who was angry, but a man from a rich family next to her couldn't restrain his anger. He shouted, "What do you mean by the enemy is too strong? What kind of bullshit reason is this?" Enough. Chitsangmei opened her mouth. Just 2 words, with a compelling deterrence, made the roaring man stagnate and dare not speak more. Is that really the news from the front line? Chitsangmei asked. The guard quickly guaranteed that all this was true with his life. The commander-in-chief of the front line is Du Xingchuan. I know him. Since he said so, it must be true. Chitsangmei rubbed the tip of her eyebrows, seeming a little tired. Tell Du Xingchuan to continue the action. I need the real record of the Wind Shadow Hawk in the next message. What they saw might not be true, but if they could see all the details of the action, they could clearly know how powerful the target was. The guard took the order and left. The room fell into silence again. Chitsangmei pursed her lips and didn't say a word. She seemed to be thinking about something. Her beautiful and sharp face was covered with a faint haze. Those young men from rich families who acted as deputies looked at each other as if sitting on pins and needles. Some of them couldn't bear this atmosphere. It's not a fucking twist. It's obviously a major setback. Someone couldn't help but murmur. As soon as the words came out, Chitsangmei's eyes, which were sharper than a knife, looked at him. The man was stiff and said, I just complain. Chitsangmei said coldly, Complain? I don't think you have much ability, but you are good at complaining. His words caused all the deputies to be in a difficult position, and their expressions were gloomy. Don't forget what I said earlier. If the action fails, you are doomed to be unable to get my forgiveness. As she spoke, Chitsangmei got up, pushed the door and went out, leaving a group of deputies completely dumbfounded. Castle of the Night Sister Xia, what did I do wrong? Why do you want to kill me? A question sounded in the dark. Looking carefully, there stood a teenager in his teens. His clothes were whiter than snow. His lips were red and teeth were white. His eyes were as bright as stars. There was a purple lotus mark between his eyebrows, which made him stand out from the crowd. Although he was young, he stood there casually. His whole body was filled with wisps of purple holy light, which made him extraordinary. This young man was Qi Tsongfeng, who had the bloodline of Golden Sea and Purple Lotus. However, unlike before, there was a shocking blood-colored finger mark on his throat. On the opposite side, there was a closed door. Qi Tsongfeng looked at the door with a flash of anger between his eyebrows. In the past, every time he came to visit Xianxia, even if she didn't want to pay attention to him, at least she would not reject him. But when he came to visit Xianxia this time, he was grabbed by the throat by Xianxia before he could speak. If the Queen of the Dark Night didn't help him in time, his neck would almost be broken. Qi Tsongfeng was very sure that Xianxia did want to kill him at that moment, which made him shocked and angry. He couldn't accept all this. Now, Xianxia had been locked in the Forbidden Room by the Queen of the Dark Night, but Qi Tsongfeng was still not reconciled. He didn't want revenge, but wanted to ask why. "I want to kill not only you but also your sister." A tranquil, indifferent, and ethereal voice sounded out from behind the tightly shut door, and then there was no further movement. You want to kill my sister?" Qi Tsongfeng was completely stunned. After a long time, he said angrily, "Xianxia, why? There must be a reason. Can you tell me?" No one answered. Only the angry voice reverberated in the darkness. "Well, if you don't tell me, I'll find it myself. When I know the reason, I'll solve all this by myself." After a long time, Qi Tsongfeng gritted his teeth, turned his head and strode away. From the beginning to the end, not a single sound came from the tightly shut door. Also in the castle of the night, a kind old man sat in an empty room, gently stroking a 3-inch black pendant shaped like an ancient sword with his hand. The old man's expression was full of concentration, seriousness, and solemnity. This was the treasure that accompanied him for most of his life. It had fought with him and met all the strong people in the world. The kid of Qi family is gone. Suddenly, he heard a deep, magnetic, and ethereal voice. The old man was stunned, and then he smiled and said, "Miss, are you worried that his appearance will bring trouble to Lin Sun?" "I'm not worried. This is something that will definitely happen." "Well, I understand what you mean. I'll go to the observatory and ask them who will bear the consequences if someone breaks the rules." The old man said softly. "Thank you. It's no trouble. If Lin Sun is still alive, it won't be long before he enters the Forbidden City. I can take this opportunity to go out and inquire about the news. When you come back, go and see Xianxia. I've noticed that she has known a lot of things. Otherwise, she won't want to kill Qi Tsongfeng today." The old man's vicissitude showed a touch of complexity. Only things related to Lin Sun can cause such a reaction from her. As he spoke, the old man put away the sword-shaped jade pendant, got up and walked out of the room. On the bank of the river, the bamboo-hatted man looked gloomy and didn't say a word. He was the man called Du Xingchuan by Qi Tsongmei, and he was also the commander in charge of this action. He had received the instruction from Qi Tsongmei to continue the action. However, it had been 7 days since he received this instruction, but there was no news about the target. But Du Xingchuan was very sure that the target didn't leave the river. Their forces were deployed along the river. As long as the target appeared, it would be discovered at the first time. It was impossible for the target to sneak away again. "We're running out of time," Du Xingchuan sighed in his heart. In the past 7 days, they had consumed a huge amount of materials, and the remaining materials were almost unable to support them. What chilled Du Xingchuan's heart the most was that after 7 days, the target still hadn't shown up, which made every practitioner on their side become anxious and uneasy. Their fighting spirit was gradually worn down. This was the most terrifying part. If this situation continued, the situation would only become more and more serious. What should he do? Du Xingchuan was at a loss. In these 7 days, Du Xingchuan was at his wit's end. He could only control all his forces along the river and struggle. During these 7 days, Lin Sun had been practicing at the bottom of the river. His injury was indeed very serious. He was bombarded by 5 Ziying battleships all the way. Although they didn't hit his vital parts, the impact force of the horrible aftermath was not so easy to bear. In the cave, Lin Sun sat cross-legged like a sculpture. His body was surrounded by wisps of jade-like azure luster, which made him ethereal. Since advancing to the Earthgang realm, all the spiritual power in his body had transformed into Earthgang power. The color released by the spiritual power was no longer as illusory as it used to be. Instead, it was like pure chalcedony, containing essence, and had a kind of precipitation charm. Splash! A school of colorful fish swam in the water. When they passed by the cave, they all looked at Lin Sun curiously. They were not afraid but swam around Lin Sun intimately. In their perception, Lin Sun was overflowing with wisps of indescribable aura at this moment. The origin of all things water contained extremely mysterious vitality. This was not Lin Sun's own aura, but the Amrita Saint Pearl in the sea of his consciousness. As early as a few days ago, Lin Sun had noticed that the Amrita Saint Pearl in the sea of his consciousness seemed to show signs of waking up from silence when he practiced in the water, producing a wonderful rhythm like breathing. Under this rhythm fluctuation, Lin Sun clearly perceived that there seemed to be wisps of mysterious water essence in the water in the river being drawn into his body and then integrated into the Amrita Saint Pearl in the sea of his consciousness. This scene surprised Lin Sun and he finally realized that he had been mistaken about one thing all the time. If the Amrita Saint Pearl wanted to wake up from silence, it naturally needed to replenish its strength. It couldn't rely on self-recovery, and the strength it needed was in the water. When Lin Sun realized this, he found that when he practiced in the next few days, the Amrita Saint Pearl in the sea of his consciousness was also practicing in a unique way. However, what it absorbed was the strands of profound water element energy contained within the water. What surprised Lin most was that although the water power was eventually absorbed by the Amrita Saint Pearl, it imperceptibly moistened and washed every inch of his skin, flesh, tendons, and bones, viscera, meridians and acupoints when it passed through his body. As a result, the serious injuries Lin Sun had suffered were quickly healed. The wounds that originally needed 10 to 15 days to completely heal were now completely healed in just 7 days. Moreover, compared to the past, his physique was much stronger after he had completely recovered. All of this was naturally because of the mysterious energy of water. The reason why Lin Sun didn't leave was that he wanted to take this opportunity to make Amrita Saint Pearl recover from silence. But until today, the wonderful rhythm released by the Amrita Saint Pearl disappeared and fell into silence again. Lin Sun couldn't help being stunned. After a while, he thought thoughtfully that the water element energy in the river was too common to meet the needs of the Amrita Saint Pearl. Well, it wouldn't be too late to find a chance to explore the mystery of the Amrita Saint Pearl in the future. While thinking, Lin Sun opened his eyes from meditation, and a frightening luster flashed in his deep and clear black eyes. With a splash, the shoal of fish that had been swimming around him seemed to have been frightened and fled like a wisp of smoke. These days have passed. I don't know if those enemies have left. Lin Sun's figure flashed and left the cave. Along the river bottom, he ran along the direction of the current for more than 10 miles, and then he quietly swept to the surface of the river. This was a canyon area, with steep peaks on both sides like a big halberd piercing the sky. From time to time, mountain apes roared and fierce birds cried. The river rushed through the canyon, rolling up piles of snow and thundering through the sky. The situation was dangerous. There were more than a dozen Xianxia standing guard at the banks of the river. However, their expressions were lazy and they seemed slightly listless. Damn it, without enough elixirs, I'm afraid that my cultivation will go backward instead of improving, let alone practicing. We've been waiting for 7 days, but we haven't even seen a hair of the enemy. Are we going to spend our lives here if the enemy doesn't show up? Oh, don't talk about these disappointing things. It's too boring. Let me tell you something. According to the records, this river is called Silverfrost. About 900 years ago, there was a whirlpool at the bottom of the Silverfrost River, which was full of destructive tearing force. It's said that if anyone can enter the depths of the whirlpool, he can get a kind of heaven and earth treasure growing in it. Really? If there is such a thing, I'm afraid it has already attracted the attention of countless practitioners. Why haven't we heard of it? Yeah, this legend is ridiculous. You don't understand. The power of the whirlpool is terrible. It's said that once a practitioner of Tao Insight realm approaches it, he will be torn into pieces in an instant. Under such circumstances, who dares to explore it? Hey, don't talk nonsense. A legend is a legend. There are so many absurd rumors like this in the empire, but no one has really got any chance. These Xianxia chatted casually and did not notice that there was a short crossbow in the river not far from them. Bang, the crossbow was shot, and the strong sound of breaking through the air was covered by the sound of the river. If one didn't listen carefully, it would be difficult to find it. Bullshit? I can guarantee with my life that this legend must be true. A practitioner was patting his chest and swearing. Suddenly, his throat suddenly burst, a string of blood burst out, and his body fell down. In an instant, the field was in a mess, and exclamations were heard everywhere. Whoosh, almost at the same time, Lin Sun rushed out of the water like a flash of black lightning, holding flowing lightsaber in his hand, and launched a killing. In just a moment, more than a dozen dead bodies had fallen on the ground, and blood was flowing. It was extremely bloody. After doing all this, Lin Sun did not stop. His figure flashed and rushed to the steep mountain on one side. Step, he tiptoed lightly on the rock of the mountain wall, and his figure suddenly rose dozens of meters high. Almost at the same time, the flowing lightsaber in his hand disappeared and was replaced by a big bow made of white bones. Insignificant bow, he hooked the blood-like slender bowstring with his fingertips, and his eyes were fixed on a position on the mountain. Quack! As soon as Lin Sun finished all these actions, there was a sudden cry on the dangerous mountain. A black shadow of a ferocious bird rushed out and rushed to the sky like a rainbow. However, the moment it charged out, its neck was pierced by a spirit arrow soundlessly, and it fell powerlessly to the ground. Lin Sun's figure flashed in the void, reached out his hand and grabbed the body of the ferocious bird, and then landed lightly on the ground like a nimble hawk. Looking at the ferocious bird in his hand, it was a wind shadow hawk, and this was the main goal of Lin Sun this time. As for the dozen killed practitioners, they were just accessories. With a crack, Lin Sun broke the neck of the wind shadow hawk without hesitation. Then he cut its chest with the tip of his saber and took out a blood-stained bead from it. Buzz! When the blood stains on the surface of the bead were wiped off, a light curtain was suddenly reflected from the surface of the bead. The picture on the light curtain was extremely magnificent. Looking down from the sky, the earth, mountains, and rivers could be seen clearly. Soon, Lin Sun saw that many places along the river were controlled by groups of practitioners, and there was almost no possibility of escape. At the same time, there were 5 Ziying battleships cruising and patrolling in the void far away, monitoring the whole area. What made Lin Sun frown most was that there were not only Ziying battleships in the air, but also many wind shadow hawks. They were distributed in different areas. As long as he appeared, he would be noticed immediately. What? At last, when the light curtain was about to collapse, Lin Sun suddenly noticed that there was a wind shadow hawk in the light curtain fleeing to the far distance. At the same time, the light curtain disappeared completely. It seems that when I killed this wind shadow hawk, everything I did has been noticed by another wind shadow hawk. Lin Sun pondered for a while and immediately took action. First, he searched all the corpses on the ground one by one. Then he jumped into the river again and disappeared. Rumble! Just for a moment, a Ziying battleship had flown in from the air and patrolled in this area. The spiritual cannons were flashing with dense spiritual tattoos. Obviously, it was ready to launch an attack at any time. At the same time, groups of practitioners began to sweep in the vicinity of this area one after another. But they couldn't find the trace of the target at all. Finally, they looked at the river with an ugly look and made a unanimous judgment that the target dived into the water again. Damn it! This guy is going too far. But, he hides in the water. What can we do to him? Curses sounded one after another, but the practitioners were helpless. This incomparably aggrieved situation made their faces livid, and they were about to go mad with anger. After a while, Du Xingchuan also heard the news. When he learned all this, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His face was as gloomy as water. Boss, there is a dead wind shadow hawk here. The wind shadow bead in its body has been taken out. If I guess right, the target has already noticed all our arrangements. Young Mu walked over with the corpse of a wind shadow hawk in his hand. His expression was equally ugly. Hearing this, Du Xingchuan only felt a buzz in his head. His mind was in a mess and he was in a bad mood. It was too difficult to deal with. His target this time had the Great River as a cover, so he was already in an invincible position. Now that he had found out everything about their plans, he could use all kinds of opportunities to launch a sneak attack on them. If they didn't change their plan, their forces would definitely be smashed by the target one by one. The more Du Xingchuan thought about it, the more disheartened he was. With the cover of the river, the 5 Ziying battleships were useless. Without the help of such a powerful weapon, how could they be the opponent of the target with only the strength of practitioners on their side? Don't forget that as early as a few days ago, thousands of practitioners were defeated by the target and their blood flowed like a river. From the beginning to the end, no one could stop the target at all. In addition, in recent days, they had consumed a lot of materials, which made many practitioners lose their fighting spirit. How could they fight against the target? Du Xingchuan doubted that even Su Qianjing, the tactical master of the young generation, would not be able to reverse the situation at this moment. Boss, there is news from the front that the stronghold 37 miles away from here was destroyed by the target in a surprise attack. All 19 of our companions were killed. From a distance, there was a sudden cry, which was no less than a bad news, which made the faces of Du Xingchuan, Young Mu, and all the practitioners around them suddenly changed. How long had it been? The target started to act again. Damn it! Why didn't you seize the opportunity to kill him with Ziying battleship? Nonsense, didn't you hear that the target is a surprise attack? Who knows where he will appear? What kind of surprise attack will he use? Although Ziying battleship is powerful, it is impossible to lock the target in an instant, right? What should we do? Many people couldn't help cursing, as if they were venting their inner fear and irritation, which made the atmosphere on the scene chaotic and noisy. At this moment, Du Xingchuan finally judged that, as he had speculated, the target intended to use the river as a cover to break their control forces one by one. Thinking of this, Du Xingchuan felt cold all over and let out a hysterical roar, "Shut up! Go and inform all the forces distributed along the way to gather here quickly." At the moment, many practitioners started to take action. Boss, if we do this, the target can easily get rid of our pursuit as long as he sneaks from the bottom of the river. Young Mu reminded him in a deep voice, "Do you really want to do this?" Du Xingchuan looked gloomy and said bitterly, "Let Ziying battleship and Wind Shadow Hawk monitor the trace of the target first. We have lost too many troops here. We can't let this situation continue to deteriorate." Young Mu sighed and said no more. Until late at night, many of the forces that had been placed along the river converged with Du Xingchuan and the others. However, when he counted the number of people, Du Xingchuan felt as if the sky had collapsed. He felt dizzy and couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood. 419, from Mist City to now, including some companions on Ziying battleship, there were only more than 400 people left on their side. 3,000 elite forces, 6 Ziying battleships, a large number of materials and equipment, but now, actually reduced to such a situation. Du Xingchuan's voice was bitter and depressed, revealing indescribable resentment and grief. And the one who caused all this was just a teenager. Who would dare to believe it? Who would dare to imagine it? Young Mu also felt sad and speechless. Looking at the other practitioners nearby, they were all depressed and lost. They were completely frightened. In their hearts, Lin Sun had become an invincible demon, which made them feel unprecedented powerlessness and fear. At this time, not to mention fighting with Lin Sun, they would be scared to run away when Lin Sun appeared. This situation was seen by Du Xingchuan, which made his chest so stuffy that he couldn't breathe. What should he do? In fact, Du Xingchuan already had the answer in his heart, but when he thought of Qi Songmei's order, he hesitated. Should he retreat or not? In the middle of the night, Lin Sun rushed out of the river silently like a shadow and rushed to the distance. Before long, an open area appeared, and a Ziying battleship with a length of 300 meters was quietly moored there. Looking from a distance, it was like a giant beast sleeping on the earth. The opportunity is right in front of me. In the dark night, Lin Sun took a deep breath. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, and finally the Ziying battleship was moored. This was not a whim. Lin Sun was very clear that the Ziying battleship needed to be moored to replace the exhausted high-level spiritual crystals in the spiritual furnace after flying for 8 hours at most. Otherwise, if it couldn't be done in time, the battleship would lose power and fall from the sky like a bird without wings. Whoosh! Lin Sun soon came to the tail of the Ziying battleship, turned over and jumped to the deck of the battleship. In the night, he flashed forward like a ghost. Lin Sun was so familiar with the Ziying battleship. It was originally designed by him. How could he be unfamiliar with it? Suddenly, a figure came out from one side corner. But before he found Lin Sun, his neck was twisted by a big hand, and his body fell silently and softly. After doing all this, Lin Sun moved forward for more than 30 meters and stopped in front of a deck. There was a hatch leading to the operation room. He took out the flowing lightsaber and stabbed it dozens of times around the hatch. A dense and crisp sound rang out. Finally, with a snap, the hatch automatically popped up and opened. This was a complicated mechanism. If one used brute force, even a Sea of Souls realm warrior would have a hard time blasting open this door. But if he mastered the trick of the mechanism, it would be easy to open it without any effort. Whoosh, with a slight flash, Lin Sun's figure got into the cabin, and the opened cabin door was closed again. It was dark in the operation room, and there was no practitioner guarding it. Lin Sun checked and found that the spiritual formation disk that controlled the Ziying battleship could be started at any time. He couldn't help but smile. These practitioners were really stupid. In his original design, when the Ziying battleship was moored, the first thing to do was to lock the spiritual formation disk with a unique secret method. In this way, even if an enemy sneaked into the operation room, he couldn't drive the Ziying battleship at all, and it could prevent the Ziying battleship from being used privately. But obviously, the practitioners who drove the Ziying battleship this time ignored this detail. Or, they probably didn't think that there was someone in the world who could easily open the mechanism on the hatch and finally sneak into the operation room. Without thinking more, Lin Sun quietly clenched the flowing lightsaber in his hand. His eyes became indifferent and cold, and he pushed open the door on one side of the operation room. This door led to the hinterland of the cabin. If Lin Sun guessed right, a group of practitioners who drove the Ziying battleship were in it. 15 minutes later, Lin Sun returned to the operation room unscathed. But in every area of the hinterland of the cabin, there were corpses lying, and the air was full of blood. Finally, it's my turn to take the initiative to attack. Lin Sun sat in front of the spiritual formation disk with a touch of coldness in his deep black eyes. This was the Ziying battleship he designed, but it was used by the enemy to deal with him and he almost died. Now, it was time for him, the designer, to control his work and carry out a counterattack. Young Mu, let's withdraw. After struggling in his heart for a long time, Du Xingchuan squeezed this sentence out of his teeth one by one. It was like removing a stone in his heart. When he said this, Du Xingchuan felt relaxed all over. But there was also an inexplicable sense of loss. Boss, we still have 5 Ziying battleships here. Young Mu was shocked. He didn't expect that Du Xingchuan would choose to retreat at this moment. What was the difference between this and admitting defeat? Admitting defeat also meant that the operation was completely declared a failure. If Qi Tsangmei knew this, the first person she would kill was Du Xingchuan. No, these days, the Ziying battleship has consumed a lot of high-level spiritual crystals. It won't be long before we fall into a situation where we can't cook without rice. Even if the target appears at that time, what's the use? Du Xingchuan said in a deep voice. The most important thing is that since the target knows the existence of the Ziying battleship, how can he show up rashly? Boss, Young Mu wanted to say something more, but he was interrupted by Du Xingchuan. Let's do it. We have already lost the battle. If we continue to struggle, the result will only get worse and worse. His voice was resolute. Young Mu sighed dejectedly. Even if he was unwilling, he could only agree. Boom, however, just when Du Xingchuan and Young Mu were going to issue an order to retreat, there was a sudden thunder-like roar in the void far away. Everyone was alarmed. They looked up and saw a Ziying battleship rising into the air. It was so dazzling, like a scorching sun in the night. Did the target appear? Du Xingchuan, Young Mu, and others were all stunned. Just for a moment, another Ziying battleship rose into the air. Boss, it seems that the target has been found. It's not wise to retreat at this time. Young Mu asked. Then, wait a little longer. Du Xingchuan's look changed for a while, and he finally sighed softly. He knew that this kind of waiting was doomed to be fruitless. What was the use of dispatching Ziying battleship? As long as the target escaped into the river, all the actions would be in vain. Huh? Boss, look at that Ziying battleship. It has launched the spiritual cannon. Obviously, it has locked the target. Young Mu pointed to the distance and said excitedly. Du Xingchuan was stunned. He couldn't believe that it was true. How could the target be so stupid that he was exposed to Ziying battleship at this moment? The practitioners nearby had cheered up. The fear, panic, frustration, and helplessness accumulated in their hearts for many days completely broke out at this moment. They all wished that Ziying battleship could kill the target at one stroke. Boom! Under the scorching gaze of the crowd, Ziying battleship launched an attack. A beam of light as bright as the scorching sun swept through the sky, tearing the curtain of the night. The momentum could be described as earth-shattering, but, when they saw that the direction of the light beam was actually another Ziying battleship in the void, all the people present were stunned. Their complacent, expectant, scorching and excited expressions froze at the same time. They were dumbfounded. The other Ziying battleship obviously didn't expect that such a thing would happen. Its reaction was obviously slow. Boom! With an earth-shattering noise, the Ziying battleship was blasted with a hole. In the billowing smoke, the Ziying battleship fell to the ground. The fire rushed to the sky and shone on the faces of Du Xingchuan, Young Mu, and other practitioners. It could be clearly seen that their eyes were dilated and they couldn't believe it. Our own people beat our own people? What the hell is going on? Boom! The Ziying battleship fell to the ground and made an explosion. Black smoke was billowing in the sky. There was no doubt that all the practitioners on the Ziying battleship must have been killed. This explosion also woke Du Xingchuan and others who were in a daze from the shock. Their faces suddenly changed and they exclaimed again and again in a mess. How could this happen? What the hell is going on? Damn it! That's the Ziying battleship. Destroying one is equivalent to losing hundreds of thousands of gold coins. At this moment, even Du Xingchuan was a little confused and couldn't figure out the situation. But immediately, he found that another Ziying battleship rushed over in the far distance. It was obviously aware of the violent movement just now. Almost at the same time, the first Ziying battleship started the spiritual cannon again. Dense spiritual tattoo patterns emerged in the bright light, which looked so dazzling. No! Du Xingchuan's heart thumped. Boom! Another cannon was fired. The Ziying battleship flying from a distance was hit hard and finally fell down before it could figure out the situation. Boss, something is wrong. Young Mu roared. No need to guess. That Ziying battleship must have been hijacked by the target. Du Xingchuan's face was cloudy. If he still couldn't see the source of the abnormality at this time, he would be really stupid. What? Hijacked by the target? Fuck. That's the Ziying battleship. Even the strong in Sea Spirit realm can't break the hatch. How could it be hijacked by the target? Besides, it needs a unique secret method to control the Ziying battleship. How could the target master the way to control the Ziying battleship? Cries of alarm sounded from all directions. They were struck dumb by this string of changes, feeling as if the world had become unreal, absurd, and inconceivable. It was really incredible. For them, Ziying battleship was their most reliable weapon at present. But now, two of them had been forcefully destroyed, and the other was controlled by the target. Who could accept this? Boss, what do we do now? Young Mu was extremely anxious. However, Du Xingchuan's figure was swaying, and he looked like he was about to be unable to hold on any longer. His lips were trembling as he said, "It's over, everything is over. If I had known, I would have retreated in advance, and this wouldn't have happened. Boss, what's wrong?" Young Mu shouted. His heart was bleeding. Du Xingchuan spat out a mouthful of blood. His face suddenly became extremely pale and his eyes became dim. Retreat. Retreat quickly. If we don't leave now, even we will be doomed. Du Xingchuan's voice was weak and hoarse as if he'd lost all his strength, and it was obvious how great the blow he'd suffered this time was. Retreat. Hurry up and retreat. Young Mu roared around. The fighting spirit of the group of cultivators had collapsed since long ago, and they were terrified to the point of being out of their wits. When they heard this, they instantly fled in all directions in panic, and they were simply like stray dogs. At the same time, Young Mu also picked up Du Xingchuan's body and fled to the distant night like a madman. He knew that this action was completely over, and there was no room for turning back at all. Undoubtedly, the top priority was to save his life first. As for other things, they were no longer important. In the sky, Lin Sun drove the Ziying battleship like a dexterous bird in the void, drawing thrilling and mysterious trajectories and constantly patrolling. The spiritual formation plate was not difficult at all in his hand. It was perfectly manipulated by him as if he was his own arm. What could he do? The Ziying battleship was designed by him. It could be said that the layout of every inch of this treasure, the use of every spiritual tattoo, and the power of the spiritual furnace were all determined by Lin Sun. This made him skillful in manipulating the Ziying battleship, which could make other practitioners stunned. The Ziying battleship made a roaring roar. Under the control of Lin Sun, it swept forward at a high speed in the void. Before long, a new target was locked in his vision. In the distant night, two Ziying battleships were moving side by side, sweeping towards Lin Sun aggressively. To Lin Sun's surprise, the other side had obviously noticed that something was wrong. As soon as they saw the Ziying battleship, they launched an attack. Rumble for a time, the void was full of crisscrossing artillery fire, tearing the night and making the world as bright as day. Lin Sun looked calm and quickly maneuvered the battleship to dodge the artillery fire. Although it was the first time for him to drive a battleship to fight with an opponent, he was not afraid. His confidence came from the perfect understanding and control of the Ziying battleship. Whoosh! The Ziying battleship controlled by Lin Sun was like a butterfly dancing in the void. Its movement was ethereal and smooth. It avoided the intensive attacks one after another and left a dangerous track in the void. It felt as if the Ziying battleship was alive. All the practitioners on the two Ziying battleships were shocked and their eyes widened. How could this be possible? Yes, it was the first time for them to see that someone could operate the Ziying battleship so perfectly. Compared to them, their control methods were simply crude and unbearable. Hurry up! Fire with all your strength! Damn it! Damn it! Who is controlling the Ziying battleship? All kinds of roars filled the two Ziying battleships. They were all shocked by Lin Sun's skillful and extraordinary manipulation. Rumble! The confrontation in the air was between two warships. The scene was extremely spectacular. Cannon lights flew everywhere, densely packed like shooting stars, tearing through the void and illuminating the mountains and rivers. On the ground, many rocks were broken and the earth collapsed. The scene was devastated by the bombardment. It was no different from the battle between the strongmen of Sea Spirit Realm. But strangely, Lin Sun didn't launch another attack from beginning to end. He kept maneuvering the battleship to dodge and seemed to be waiting for an opportunity. The practitioners on the two Ziying battleships were in a complete panic. It seemed that they were facing a venomous snake, which was swimming and dodging, waiting to give them the most fatal blow. No matter how the two battleships cooperated and what tactics they adopted, they didn't cause any harm to each other from beginning to end. On the contrary, with the continuous attacks, their battleships consumed a lot of high-level spiritual crystals. Before long, a practitioner on one of the Ziying battleships screamed, "Oh, there is only one high-level spiritual crystal left. We must land immediately. Otherwise, the battleship will lose power and fall from the sky." His words made other practitioners on the battleship stiff as if they had fallen into an ice cave. But no matter what, their lives mattered. Under the stimulation of death, those practitioners began to flee to the distance, waiting for an opportunity to land. However, at this time, the Ziying battleship driven by Lin Sun seemed to have been waiting for this moment. Without any hesitation, it launched the most violent attack. Boom! The pouring artillery fire was like a long whip, lashing in the dark void and covering the fleeing Ziying battleship in the distance. In a moment, the Ziying battleship had been whipped and exploded, and finally fell from the void. At the same time, the other enemy Ziying battleship also panicked. It suddenly turned off the fire, crushed the clouds, and fled in another direction. It was terrible. If they didn't escape at this time, they would be no match for the target in a one-on-one situation. Only by escaping could they find a chance of survival. However, they completely underestimated Lin Sun's ability. At the same time when the Ziying battleship was destroyed, he had already maneuvered the battleship to chase them with an exaggerated and thrilling track in the void. In the end, the last enemy Ziying battleship was completely destroyed under the long-accumulated artillery attack of Lin Sun. Looking at the rising fire and billowing black smoke, Lin Sun suddenly thought of the little girl Luolua's simple and kind mother, and the spiritual shuttle destroyed by the artillery fire of the Ziying battleship. I have avenged all of you. Please rest in peace, Lin Sun murmured in his heart, his face calm like an ancient well. He might have avenged others, but his revenge journey had just begun. Was it over after repelling the enemy? Was it over if he could enter the Forbidden City smoothly? No. This encirclement and suppression operation against him was doomed not to end so easily from the beginning. The Qi family behind the enemy and the huge force that might exist behind the Qi family were the real murderers behind the scenes. Whether it was for revenge or to find out the truth that they wanted to stop him from going to the Forbidden City, Lin Sun was doomed not to let go of this hatred easily. Drop drop, there was a sharp sound in the cabin, which shocked Lin Sun. He sighed in his heart and carefully drove the battleship to land on the ground. Bang! Opening the cabin door, Lin Sun's figure flashed into the distant night. The Ziying battleship was indeed a great treasure. Its value was immeasurable. Unfortunately, the high-level spiritual crystals in the battleship were on the verge of exhaustion and could not be fully used. Lin Sun could only give it up. However, before leaving, he had plundered all the valuable things in the battleship and destroyed the core spiritual furnace of the battleship. Even if it was found by the enemy, it would never be repaired without a lot of time and energy. Shriek running in the dark, Lin Sun suddenly stopped and looked up into the sky. He saw a wind shadow hawk flying in the sky. With a smile on his lips, Lin Sun waved his hand to the wind shadow hawk silently. Then he withdrew his gaze and walked forward again. In the Forbidden City, in the old mansion. Bang! 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 In the closed room, there was a sound of items being smashed and angry curses sounded from time to time. The two waiters guarding outside the door were trembling with fear. After the latest news from the front line just came, the room seemed to be in a great earthquake, which was shocking. There were 3,000 elite practitioners, but only a few hundred survived in the end? What a bunch of rubbish! Du Xingchuan should be killed. Who can tell me why the boy hijacked a Ziying battleship? And he destroyed all the battleships on our side? 6 brand new Ziying battleships, each of which is worth 200,000 gold coins, are rare treasures that can't be bought with money. But now, except for 2 which are seriously damaged, the others are all destroyed. Who can afford the price? Damn it! In the room, those young men who acted as deputies roared angrily. They were deeply stimulated by the news just now, completely disregarding their manners. On the ground, there were broken teacups, tables, and chairs, and pieces of items. The bright candlelight flickered, and the light shone on everyone's livid and gloomy face, making them look particularly ferocious. A well-prepared action spanned between Mist City and the Forbidden City. They had prepared a strong force and materials, but in the end, they were defeated. He had been defeated by a teenager. They were defeated in a mess. Who could accept this? Rubbish. A bunch of rubbish. When Du Xingchuan comes back, I will kill him first. The curses continued, as if they were venting their grievances, doubts, and resentment. Only Xianxia didn't say a word from beginning to end. She sat there alone, with an indifferent expression on her beautiful and fierce face. No emotion could be seen from her face. She just sat there like a sculpture. Despite the curses around her, she didn't respond at all. After a long time, those curses gradually subsided. Those young men were also tired of cursing. They all sat down with gloomy faces. Stop cursing? Xianxia, who had been silent, finally opened her mouth. She raised her head and glanced at the people around without hiding the disdain in her eyes. Those deputies were all uncomfortable and didn't dare to make eye contact with Xianxia. No matter how useless the forces we sent out were, they still fought with their lives on the line. Their deaths are enough to prove that they died a worthy death. As for you, Xianxia said coldly, maybe he is the real waste. Trash. The hearts of those assistants roiled when they were humiliated like this, yet none of them dared to refute. Look, you don't even dare to refute. What's the use of keeping you? Xianxia's voice became calmer and calmer, but her words became more and more sarcastic. It's my fault. Why did I make a mistake and keep you around as my assistants? Perhaps this also shows that I'm just a fool with eyes but no eyes? The more she spoke like this, the more uneasy those assistants felt. They felt as if there was a blade on their backs, as if they were sitting on a bed of needles, and their expressions became stiff and embarrassed to the extreme. Princess May, although this action failed, the target has not yet entered the Forbidden City, which means that we still have a chance. Finally, someone couldn't endure it any longer. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "I'm willing to head to the front lines myself to capture and kill this kid." "Yes, I'm willing too." Others also spoke one after another as if to show their loyalty. Xianxia was indifferent. She looked at those people with a trace of pity in her eyes. "Are you sure?" "Of course." Those assistants didn't hesitate to speak. Xianxia thought of something and sneered, "Then I have to ask you, who can guarantee that they can kill the target with their own strength?" "I'm serious, so you'd better not answer in a hurry." Those assistants looked stagnant, and they didn't say a word at once. These days, they had been paying attention to the actions of the front lines. How could they not understand that the target they were going to deal with this time was an abnormal young evildoer? Even 6 seeing battleships and 3,000 elite practitioners were defeated by him. If they went there, how could they have a chance to win? The reason why they clamored to go to the front lines before was nothing more than being humiliated by Xianxia, so they said it out of anger. When they really fought with the target, they would run away faster than rabbits. Seeing this, Xianxia's expression became indifferent and cold. She slowly got up and said, "There's no celebration party. Take care of yourselves." After that, she turned around and pushed the door away. There seemed to be no threat in her words, but those assistants' faces suddenly changed and they were out of their wits. Because they all knew that Xianxia was really angry. The consequences were really serious. In the night, Xianxia was sitting in a chariot, looking at a bead floating in front of her. She was in a trance. In the bead, there was a light curtain. The picture was very simple. It was a scene of a young man smiling and waving to the air in the dark. Xianxia looked at it quietly as if she was looking at the young man. She knew that this handsome young man was Lin Sun for a long time. But when she looked at Lin Sun again at this time, she suddenly found that this young man was so strange, as if she had never really understood and been familiar with him. At this time, he seemed to be smiling. The smile could even be described as brilliant. But for Xianxia, the smile was so dazzling. Especially when she saw the deep black eyes of the young man, Xianxia's heart trembled. His eyes were too calm, like a pool of stagnant water, without a trace of waves and emotions. But it made Xianxia feel a trace of inexplicable chill in her heart. Crack, she raised her hand and crushed the bead. Her face had become indifferent. "Even if you come to the Forbidden City, I will not give up, father." The action failed. As soon as she returned to the clan, Xianxia went straight to the study of her father, Xianxia. Looking at her father who was sitting at the desk and reading by the candle, Xianxia seemed to fade her strong color and her breath became soft and obedient. "Well, tell me specifically," Xianxia said casually. He was a thin man in a Confucian robe, gentle and elegant, full of scholarly spirit. However, even if he was sitting there, his back was still straight like a spear. His shoulders were not broad, but they were like mountains that could support the sky. There was a kind of leisurely bearing of the whole person. Xianxia deliberated for a moment, and then told all the details of the action. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia still sat at the desk, quietly reading an ancient book in his hand. His expression never changed. Until Xianxia finished, Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes, we have done what should be done. Whether it is success or failure, it has nothing to do with us." Xianxia was stunned. She couldn't believe her ears. What did it mean whether it is success or failure? It has nothing to do with us. This operation had failed. How could it have nothing to do with the loss of so much strength? "Father, what the hell is going on?" Xianxia couldn't help asking. Xianxia put away the ancient book in his hand and said, "From the moment when we agreed not to send any force above Gang Spirit Realm to participate in the action, the result has been doomed. If we win, the curtain will fall with the death of Lin Sun. If we lose, Lin Sun will have the qualification to enter the Forbidden City." Speaking of this, Xianxia smiled. "You just need to think about the intention behind this agreement. Behind it, some people want Lin Sun to come back, and some people don't want him to come back. So, such an action is arranged." Xianxia had already thought about this problem. At this time, she was enlightened by her father. She was stunned and said, It's not our Qi family that wants to deal with Lin Sun? Xianxia nodded. Lin Sun's life is a bit complicated. It involves a past event more than 10 years ago. Everyone thought he was dead. Whoever thought that he would appear again? Father, who is he? Xianxia asked with some surprise. She didn't expect that Lin Sun's identity would cause such a big storm. Even their Qi family could only play the role of a fighter. It could be imagined how terrible the power behind all this was. You will understand when he enters the Forbidden City. Xianxia said casually, Mei, you did a good job in this matter. Although you failed, you have completed the task. I will deal with the rest. Until she left the study, Xianxia was still in a trance. She thought that she would be severely punished by her father if the action failed. Whoever thought that failure could also be regarded as the completion of the task? What the hell was going on? Xianxia felt a little confused for the first time. But soon, she judged that she could get the answer she wanted as long as she figured out the real identity of Lin Sun. Lin Sun, who are you? With this mystery, Xianxia left the clan. She wanted to find out what happened in the Forbidden City more than 10 years ago. Castle of Night. The old man walked into the empty and dark hall and bowed slightly. Miss, the action of Qi family failed. It seems that he has the qualification to be independent since he can survive. What's the reaction of the old guy on the observatory? In the darkness, the voice of the Queen of the Night was ethereal. A strange expression suddenly appeared on the old man's face. After a while, he said, he seemed to have expected this. He only said 4 words. Which 4 words? The storm is coming. This old guy always likes to be mysterious. I'd like to see what kind of storm will be set off in the Forbidden City when Lin Sun arrives. On the observatory, the old man, who was called the Flamen, stood alone, leaning against the railing and looking at the stars in the sky. His eyes were as pure and clear as a child's. After a long time, he sighed with satisfaction. It's been more than 10 years in a flash. Who could have thought that the child could have a chance to return to the Forbidden City after his spiritual vein-devouring abyss was dug away? The world is changeable. Under the surging water, Lin Sun moved forward quickly as if he was walking on the flat ground. Although he was sure that his opponent was doomed to be unable to deal with him after such a great defeat, it was undoubtedly the safest to walk under the water just in case. Along the way, I have seized hundreds of short crossbows. In addition, there are a large number of spiritual weapons and elixirs. If I exchange them for money, it must be a huge fortune. As he moved forward, Lin Sun thought about it. Now there were all kinds of trophies in his small summer ring, but most of them were useless. Lin Sun planned to find a chance to sell them all. After entering the Forbidden City, there would definitely be a lot of places to spend money. At the same time, Lin Sun had to take care of the resources needed for cultivation, so he had to start planning for his future survival. Splash! After half an hour, a terrible whirlpool suddenly appeared at the bottom of the water in the distance, stirring up the river and producing a terrible tearing force. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed and he stopped. The whirlpool was extremely terrible, like a bloody mouth at the bottom of the water, which seemed to be able to tear and swallow everything. A group of fish couldn't avoid it. They were torn into pieces of flesh and blood in an instant and were swallowed by the whirlpool and disappeared. Boom! Lin Sun tried to throw a rock weighing more than 10 kilograms at the bottom of the water. With a loud noise, the rock was also crushed by the terrible whirlpool force and disappeared. Lin Sun was shocked. What a terrible force! If he approached it rashly, even a practitioner would be torn into pieces. He didn't dare to approach it anymore. He flashed to the water, trying to avoid the whirlpool on the way and detour. Unexpectedly, the higher he went, the more terrible the swallowing force produced by the whirlpool was. When Lin Sun's figure just rushed up for less than 30 meters, he felt a terrible swallowing force sweeping him, and his body flew uncontrollably to the whirlpool at the bottom of the river. Oh no! Lin Sun was so shocked that he subconsciously ran all his cultivation. His body released a bright luster, and he struggled desperately to break free. But the power of the whirlpool was too terrible. Lin Sun's struggle at the moment was enough to easily kill a practitioner of Heaven Gang realm. But in front of the power of the whirlpool, he was like an ant trying to shake a tree. In a moment, his whole body was involved in the whirlpool. Boom, Lin Sun felt dizzy and his vision blurred as if he had fallen into the abyss. At this moment, he inexplicably thought of the shoals of fish and rocks that had been torn into powder just now. He thought to himself that he wouldn't be reduced to such a miserable state. Then, Lin Sun felt a sudden shock and a strong sense of dizziness spread all over his body. Then, he lost his senses. If there were other practitioners here, they would definitely find that at the moment when Lin Sun was involved in the whirlpool, a faint blue luster emerged from his body and covered his whole body, so that he avoided the terrible tearing force of the whirlpool without any danger. Obviously, the Amrita St. Pearl played a role at the critical moment. When Lin Sun woke up, he found himself in a clear blue river. In front of him were gorgeous corals, reflecting the colorful light of the water, which was magnificent and dreamy. The ribbon-like reeds swayed like fairies dancing. Lin Sun couldn't help being stunned by such a beautiful scene. Soon, he woke up and checked his body. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he found that he wasn't injured. Where was this? Lin Sun got up and began to look around. He was sure that he must have been involved in the underwater whirlpool. But he didn't expect that the bottom of the whirlpool led to such a beautiful and dreamy water area. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a wave in the water beside him. A big cyan fish with wings and long colorful feathers swam past Lin Sun. Lin Sun's pupils shrank. What kind of strange fish was this? Colorful feathers, a pair of wings, green scales, dragon whiskers growing from its lips, and fiery eyes. Lin Sun tried his best to search the atlas of beasts that he had seen in his mind, but he couldn't find anything similar to this fish. Weird. Is it possible that the underwater whirlpool is a special space-time tunnel that takes me to an unknown water area? Lin Sun thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Well, it's more important to find a way out first. Soon, Lin Sun put aside his distracting thoughts and walked forward. Along the way, Lin Sun saw clusters of corals, filled with the aura of treasures, and the water was dense and colorful, reflecting magnificent and dreamy halos. It was like entering the legendary place where sea god lived. It was as beautiful as a fairyland. From time to time, he could see some strange fish swimming in the water. Some had wings, some had sharp claws, some had a single horn. All kinds of strange species that he had never seen before. These fish were full of spirituality. They were not ferocious and never attacked Lin Sun, which made him feel at ease. He was really worried that if he met some terrible monsters living at the bottom of the water, he would be completely finished. He walked for dozens of kilometers in this way. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, he would eventually get tired of it. Lin Sun calmed down and concentrated on looking for a way out. Not long after, a silver brilliance as bright as stars suddenly appeared in the water in the far distance. As he neared, he could see patches of silvery light swaying in the water like a fine rain. It was like a sky full of stars, illuminating that place. It was also like a miniature galaxy waterfall was fluttering, holy and magnificent. The scene was more than spectacular. It could be called a magical phenomenon of uncanny workmanship. It was so beautiful. Lin Sun's eyes were full of obsession, and his mind was also shocked. After a long time, he came to his senses. Looking carefully, he found that the bright star-like luster was actually diffused by the silver waterweeds on the ground. The silver waterweeds were extremely special. Their stems were straight and sharp like swords, and their whole bodies were silver like stars and frost. They stood there like divine swords that could pierce the sky. What moved Lin Sun most was that the silver aquatic plant was surrounded by a pure and vigorous spiritual qi. The breath it released was fragrant, misty and cold, which seemed to be able to seep into the depths of one's soul and make people intoxicated. There was no doubt that this was definitely a kind of rare treasure of heaven and earth. Just breathing the breath made Lin Sun's mind clear and his whole body lively, which made him feel indescribably relaxed and happy. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun stepped forward and was about to pick one up to carefully study the magical effect of the spiritual plant. Unexpectedly, the ground suddenly cracked open, and a turtle drilled out. It glared angrily at Lin Sun and scolded, "Junior, which clan are you from? How dare you try to steal the elixir without even asking?" Lin Sun was shocked at once. It was the first time that he had seen a tortoise speak in human language. It was unbelievable. The tortoise slowly climbed to one side of the coral reef, stared at Lin Sun disdainfully, and said in an old voice, "Young man, why don't you speak? Is it because you have a guilty conscience? Lin Sun took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. Today's situation was so bizarre and unbelievable that he would think it was a dream if he didn't see it with his own eyes. Well, may I ask, are you a human or a demon? Lin Sun hesitated and his eyes were full of curiosity. He had also heard that the spiritual beasts with the strength of heaven rank all had wisdom and could practice like practitioners. But it was extremely rare for them to speak, or almost all of them existed in myths and legends. Oh, young man, how dare you slander me as a demon? I'm so angry. The tortoise yelled loudly. Hearing this, Lin Sun felt it was funny to see the angry tortoise shaking its head. He couldn't help but tease, what kind of king are you? Tortoise king? As soon as the words came out, the tortoise was like crazy. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it gnashed its teeth. Tortoise? How dare you call me a tortoise? You, this junior, simply have eyes but fail to see. I'm a natural green turtle king. My bloodline is noble and unparalleled in the world. Many sea spirits in the soul oblivion sea have to call me Green Turtle King. Green Turtle King, it was a kind of heaven-rank spiritual beast that only existed in legends. It was said that this beast was born in the water of the 9 serenities. It was born with wisdom and great strength to control the wind and waves and control the clouds and mist. Lin Sun didn't expect that the inconspicuous tortoise in front of him was the rare Green Turtle King, but soon, he was attracted by another sentence of the Green Turtle King. Soul Oblivion Sea. As early as when he set off from Mist City, Lin Sun had heard from Xu Jin that if he set off from the east, he needed to pass through the Soul Oblivion Sea. In other words, the Soul Oblivion Sea was located in the easternmost part of the empire, and Lin Sun was in the area outside the Yellow Dragon City before he was involved in the underwater whirlpool. Just a little calculation showed that the Yellow Dragon City and the Soul Oblivion Sea were thousands of miles away. This feeling of dislocation of time and space made Lin Sun a little confused for a while. According to Xu Jin, the Soul Oblivion Sea would enter a turbulent period at this time of year. There would be terrible natural disasters, storms, tsunamis, and there were many fierce beasts in the sea. No practitioner dared to enter the Soul Oblivion Sea at this time. Even the practitioners of Tao Insight Realm could only retreat. If this was really the Soul Oblivion Sea, didn't it mean that he had come to the easternmost sea from the middle of the empire by accident? Young man, are you listening to me? Green Turtle King shouted and seemed to be very dissatisfied with Lin Sun's attitude. Oh. Lin Sun seemed to wake up from a dream and forced himself to restrain the distracting thoughts in his mind. Looking at Green Turtle King on the opposite side, he suddenly thought of something. He bowed and said respectfully, Senior, the reason why I was rude just now is that I am ignorant. I am just like a frog in a well looking at the sky and Hebo watching the sea. I don't know that there is a unique existence like you in this world. I am shocked and can't help myself. Hearing this, Green Turtle King immediately smiled and said, Ha ha ha, you are a good talker. The unique you said is very good. It's very suitable for me. Especially since you're able to recognize your own ignorance, this prince can't bear to criticize you anymore. Lin Sun also laughed in his heart. Sure enough, Green Turtle King liked to be praised and flattered. This had been revealed from the posture it showed when talking to him before. This was easy to handle. As long as Green Turtle King liked it, Lin Sun didn't believe that he couldn't get something useful from it. Sure enough, Green Turtle King was coaxed by Lin's intention to please him. He laughed again and again as if he regretted not meeting Lin earlier and regarded Lin as his confidant. Lin Sun took the opportunity to throw out several questions without leaving any trace and got the answers one by one. It turned out that this water area was indeed located in the Soul Oblivion Sea, which was tens of thousands of miles away from the land of Xiao Empire. According to Green Turtle King, there were many practitioners who could reach this sea area in the past 1,000 years, but there were very few of them. The reason was that this sea area was too far away and the road was full of dangers. Even the strongmen of Tao Insight Realm would die if they came here. This fact was a great blow to Lin Sun. He had worked hard just to get to the Forbidden City. How could he expect that in a twinkling of an eye, he came to this strange sea area tens of thousands of miles away from Xiao Empire? According to Green Turtle King, even if he returned to Xiao Empire at this moment, it would take him 3 or 5 months to get there, not to mention the dangers he would encounter on the way. By the way, Green Turtle King suddenly asked, "You are so weak that a green magic shark can easily eat you. How could you come here?" Lin Sun sighed in his heart and told his experience without concealing it. Who ever thought that when Green Turtle King heard all this, he shouted excitedly, "Void Vortex! You brat actually entered the void whirlpool. God, you are not dead yet. It's a miracle. It's a miracle." Lin Sun almost rolled his eyes. It was a miracle that he was not dead? "Senior, what's the matter with this void vortex?" Lin Sun asked. Green Turtle King didn't answer, but looked at Lin Sun with burning eyes and said excitedly, "Boy, I guess you must have a treasure that can avoid the void turbulence, right?" Green Turtle King seemed extremely excited at this moment. He almost danced with joy. "I'm saved. I'm finally saved. I've been trapped in this damn sea area for 800 years. My savior finally comes." Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, Lin Sun was stunned. This guy called himself Green Turtle King and was worshipped by many sea monsters, but he was trapped here. All of a sudden, Lin Sun was worried. Was this a boastful tortoise? If he was really so powerful, how could he be trapped in the sea? What a joke. Who had ever seen Green Turtle King, a legendary heaven-rank spirit beast that could control wind, waves, clouds, and mist, being trapped in the seawater that it was most familiar with? Green Turtle King seemed to notice the change of Lin Sun's eyes. He suddenly stopped laughing and coughed. "Young man, don't think too much. Although I am powerful, there is still a little power in the world that I can't compete with." Its expression was solemn, and its heavy expression carried a trace of a sigh as it continued. "This expanse of the sea is extremely special. It's an ancient ruin, and its surroundings are filled with mysterious energy of divinity. Not to mention this king, even a life and death realm expert would be utterly incapable of leaving once trapped here." Lin Sun was shocked. An ancient relic? This was simply beyond his imagination. Even life and death realm warriors were trapped, unable to escape. What kind of horrifying power was needed to achieve this? After all, this was a ruin that had existed for countless years, yet the energy of divinity that filled this place was still so formidable, and this was too astounding. "Fortunately, you are here." Suddenly, Green Turtle King became excited again. It looked at Lin Sun with scorching eyes as if it was looking at a rare treasure, revealing endless hope and desire. "This is fate. It proves that I am not destined to die." Lin Sun smiled bitterly. "Senior, don't be happy too early. I still don't know how to get out of here." Green Turtle King said, "It's very simple. You have a treasure that can shuttle through the void vortex, which is enough to take me away." As it said, it looked far away in the sea and said, "The exit is over there. I didn't dare to approach it before, but now it's different." Lin Sun finally realized that the so-called treasure of Green Turtle King must be the Amrita St. Pearl in his sea of consciousness, but Lin Sun didn't know how this treasure could have the magical effect of shuttling through the void vortex. Seeing Lin Sun's hesitation, Green Turtle King rolled his eyes and seemed to understand something. He smiled and pointed to the silver seaweed on the ground nearby and said, "Look, young man, this is the silver frost sword grass, which only exists in ancient times. It can be called the first-class immortal medicine in the world." As expected, Lin Sun was attracted by these words. Green Turtle King said proudly, "Since it is called an immortal medicine, it naturally has incredible magical effects. If it is swallowed, it can bring the dead back to life. It can also refine the body, strengthen the root, and promote cultivation. Once it is in the outside world, even the King of Tao Insight Realm will fight for it, and the King of Life-Death Realm will also covet it." So powerful? Lin Sun was shocked in his heart. Green Turtle King said lightly, "It's nonsense. If it weren't for looking for these treasures, how could I break into this place?" Lin Sun doubted. "Then, why don't you take it for your own use?" Green Turtle King said, "Young man, you underestimate me too much. I have swallowed no less than hundreds of silver frost swordgrass during the years I was trapped here. My cultivation has already reached the limit, so this thing is no longer useful to me." Speaking of this, he sighed with emotion in a calm tone. "The world regards it as a treasure, but it's of little value to me. It's tasteless to eat it and a pity to throw it away. When you're like this king and have already reached the realm of the boundless life and death, guided by the Grand Tao, you'll understand this principle." Lin Sun directly ignored the boastful words and accurately judged that Green Turtle King had eaten too many immortal medicines and was tired of them, so he introduced these to Lin Sun. "Young man, it's fate that we meet. These are my gifts to you," Green Turtle King said leisurely. "Thank you for your kindness, senior," Lin Sun said with a smile. No matter how much Green Turtle King boasted, he was very sure that the silver frost swordgrass must be a first-class treasure in the world. "Wait a minute. This thing is not easy to preserve. It will die when you touch it and burn when you meet fire. If you can't preserve it well, it will disappear immediately." Seeing that Lin Sun was about to take action, Green Turtle King quickly opened his mouth and spat out a green cloud from his mouth. It turned into a big net and completely covered the silver frost swordgrass. Under Lin Sun's strange gaze, the silver frost swordgrass was uprooted and completely shrouded in a bubble-like cyan light curtain. "Young man, this is a little gift from me. Please accept it. With the protection of my power, the silver frost swordgrass can be preserved intact," Green Turtle King said proudly. "When you want to use it, just take it out of the light curtain with spiritual power." "Thank you for your help, senior." Without hesitation, Lin Sun immediately opened the small sumaru ring and put all the dozens of silver frost swordgrass into it. "Ha ha ha, young man, can you take me away with you now?" Green Turtle King asked with a smile. Lin Sun thought about it and said with a smile, "Senior, since you are so sure that I can take you away, we should be able to leave at any time. But it's not easy to get the ancient relics. It's a pity to leave in a hurry." Green Turtle King was stunned and said in surprise, "I didn't expect that you have such a big appetite." Lin Sun said with a smile, "Isn't it a waste to leave the treasures in this relic here?" Green Turtle King pondered for a while and said, "To be honest, the treasures on the first floor of this relic have been collected by me. These can't be given to you, but there are some gadgets that may be useful to you. Come with me." Green Turtle King's figure flashed and went to the sea ahead. The first floor of the relic, Lin Sun thought of something and followed them. The further forward they went, the clearer the seawater became, and the water was filled with an indescribably mysterious energy. Even though it didn't affect their movements, it struck directly at the heart, caused their souls to tremble, and caused them to feel a terrifying oppressive aura. As they moved forward, even Green Turtle King seldom spoke and became solemn. Suddenly, a small tree that was fiery red in color surged up into appearance at the sight of a rock at the bottom of the water in the distance. Its stem was hard like blades, and numerous thumb-sized bright red fruits hung on its branches, causing them to seem like numerous little suns that were dazzling and resplendent. True Yang Dragon Marrow Fruit, which can open up spiritual wisdom and stimulate the power of understanding, was a rare magical medicine at that time. But a practitioner could only swallow one. It was useless to swallow more. Green Turtle King waved its front claws, and the 24 true Yang Dragon Marrow fruits on the small tree were picked and thrown to Lin Sun. Lin Sun quickly took out a jade bottle, carefully put these treasures in it and sealed them. Then he put them in the small sumaru ring. Before long, Green Turtle King rushed into the depths of a dense blue seaweed. When it came back, it had a shiny purple or the size of a copper coin in its claws. Purple elf iron can be used to refine spiritual weapons. Spiritual tattooists among you human beings should like it very much. I heard that it can play a big role in refining armors with spiritual tattoos. But for me, it is worthless," Green Turtle King said and threw it to Lin Sun like throwing garbage. Lin Sun was extremely excited. Purple elf iron. He was very clear about this treasure. Although it was as small as a copper coin, its value was immeasurable. Because when refining armors with spiritual tattoos, it only needed to grind some dust from this object and smelt it with other spiritual materials, which could greatly improve the success rate of refining armors with spiritual tattoos. In this way, Green Turtle King searched as it moved forward. It was obviously very familiar with this sea area. It collected more than 10 kinds of rare treasures almost without any effort. Of course, in the eyes of Green Turtle King, these were the leftovers of little use. But for Lin Sun, these treasures were all the treasures in the world. Their value was so great that it could not be estimated at all. At this time, Lin Sun had completely forgotten to leave. He was in a state of excitement. What could make him happier than searching for treasures and ancient relics? This feeling was simply too infatuating. Snow ginseng, 9 twists red core iron, spirit flower of purity and nihility with 36 leaves, precious thunder crystal with original spiritual power. Along the way, Lin Sun couldn't help trembling when he thought of the names of these treasures. These were all rare treasures that only existed in ancient times. Looking at the whole empire, they were rare in the world. Perhaps they could only be seen in the royal treasury of the empire with the most abundant heritage. But now, these treasures were thrown to Lin Sun by Green Turtle King like garbage, which made Lin Sun fall into a state of ecstasy. These are all treasures that Green Turtle King doesn't like. I don't know how rare the treasures that have been picked up by it are. Lin Sun's thoughts drifted. It was said that wealth moved people's hearts. In the face of so many natural treasures, Lin Sun couldn't help being tempted. This was normal. Not to mention Green Turtle King, even a strong practitioner of Tao Insight Realm would not be better than Lin Sun. We can't go forward. The second floor of the relic is far away. The divine power is too horrible. Let alone entering it, we will be killed in an instant if we just get close to it. Suddenly, Green Turtle King, who led the way in front, stopped and said in a dignified voice. Lin Sun suddenly sobered up and looked up. He saw that the sea in the far distance was no longer blue. Instead, it was covered with a layer of deep and cold air. It was as deep as the entrance to the abyss, which made his heart palpitate. Just at a glance, Lin Sun felt a chill in his heart. His hair stood on end. He felt a kind of fatal terror inside and outside his body. It seemed that the aura alone could easily wipe him out. Immediately, Green Turtle King turned around and returned to the original road. Senior, how can there be a second floor of this relic? Lin Sun hurriedly caught up with it. As far as I know, the scope of this ancient relic is so large that it can be called a world. It is densely covered with taboos and full of countless dangers. There is not only the second floor, but also the third, the fourth and the fifth floor, Green Turtle King said casually. As for how many floors there are, even I don't know. But it is certain that in today's world, only the life-death realm is able to go to the second floor of the relic. Lin Sun's heart was surging. Only then did he realize that the relic handed down from ancient times was bigger than he thought. In the first level, he was able to obtain so many treasures of heaven and earth. Then, what kind of shocking treasures would be hidden in the second level? Based on this deduction, the higher the level of the ruins, the more valuable the items hidden within would be. Lin Sun's heart was burning with excitement. If it weren't for his lack of strength, he would really like to explore and see how many secrets were hidden in the ancient relic. But soon Lin Sun calmed down. As Green Turtle King said, the ruins were full of taboos and dangers. Even Life-Death Realm kings were only qualified to explore the second layer of the ruins. It could be imagined how dangerous it would be in the depths of the ruins. Why don't you go? Asked Lin Sun. Although this king is confident that his strength has reached the first-rate standard in the world, this king does not dare to rashly take his own life as a joke. This second level of the ruins, speaking of this, Green Turtle King seemed to sigh unwillingly. It's not something I can get involved in now. Once I get involved in it, I will die. It's full of killing intent and variables. I can only give up. Lin Sun knew that Green Turtle King liked to brag. Although its words were exaggerated, Green Turtle King's fear of the second level of the relic was real. Lin Sun could still distinguish it. Before long, Green Turtle King took Lin Sun to a turbulent sea. That's... At the first sight, Lin Sun saw a familiar underwater vortex, which was spinning wildly in the distance, setting off countless terrible vortexes and waves. There was no doubt that the terrible tearing force was enough to crush and devour everything. When Lin Sun was at the bottom of the river outside the Yellow Dragon City, he was swept away by such a vortex and came to the ancient relic in the Soul Oblivion Sea. That's the Void Vortex. There was a deep hatred in Green Turtle King's eyes. Although it is located at the bottom of the sea, the depth of the vortex is connected to the void turbulence. Once involved in it, no practitioner in the world can survive. Unfortunately, it is also the only exit to leave this ancient relic. If not, how can I be trapped here for thousands of years? There was a strong resentment in Green Turtle King's voice. Senior, are you sure that as long as I pass through here smoothly, I can return to the original place? Lin Sun pondered. It's hard to say. The mystery of the void turbulence is too profound and obscure. Even I can't understand it. But I'm sure that if I want to leave this place, I can only pass through it. When Green Turtle King said this, his eyes had become scorching. He stared at Lin Sun and said, "Young man, I treated you well before. Now, would you like to leave with me?" "Of course," Lin Sun said happily. "Great." Green Turtle King looked up to the sky and laughed. But when Lin Sun was about to take action, Green Turtle King suddenly stopped him. "Wait." Lin Sun was shocked and looked at Green Turtle King. He was not sure what it was going to do. But Green Turtle King was stunned. It seemed that it was extremely complicated, with reluctance and confusion. Finally, it became open-minded and said, "Is there any wine?" "Yes." Lin Sun's small summer ring often stored some wine. He didn't drink it himself, but he had the habit of buying wine for Shu Jin in Mist City. "Once we enter the void vortex, you and I may be completely separated. Why don't we take this opportunity to have a drink?" Green Turtle King looked at Lin Sun with a trace of expectation. It had been trapped here for thousands of years. It was lonely and had no one to talk to. Now it was going to leave, but it was reluctant and emotional. "That's great," Lin Sun said, took out the wine and drank with Green Turtle King on the bottom of the sea. After drinking, Green Turtle King really regarded Lin Sun as a confidant and said the words that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. Or it was more like a kind of catharsis after a long time of loneliness. If one hadn't been trapped for thousands of years, he couldn't appreciate it. Lin Sun drank with a smile and listened like a patient listener. It turned out that Green Turtle King came from a place called Azure Light Island in the depths of Soul Oblivion Sea. It called itself King Green Turtle King. It was an overlord in the Azure Light Island Sea area and deterred all directions. But later, in order to break through the realm of cultivation, it mistakenly entered this ancient relic and was trapped for thousands of years. Until it met Lin Sun now, it found a glimmer of hope to get out of trouble. What surprised Lin Sun was that Green Turtle King was more than 2,600 years old according to its age. But in the branch of Green Turtle King, it just left the juvenile stage at the age of 2,000 years. Now it could only be regarded as a growth period, far from adulthood. In other words, Green Turtle King was no different from a teenager among human beings. Lin Sun suddenly realized that although this guy's tone was old, his temperament was very lively and liked to be praised. He was proud and vain, which was no different from a teenager. But when he thought that Green Turtle King had lived for more than 2,000 years, Lin Sun always felt a little awkward to regard it as a teenager. When Lin Sun drank up all the wine, Green Turtle King said with emotion, "Brother Lin, when you reach Tao Insight Realm, you will understand that the world is bigger than you think. Compared with the whole world, Xiao Empire is just a small place. If you want to travel around the world in the future, you can come to Azure Light Island to find me. I will take you to see the real immortals." After a hearty drink, Green Turtle King had changed the way he addressed Lin Sun. He regarded Lin Sun as his brother and talked less with him. At this moment, his emotion was obviously from the bottom of his heart. Lin Sun's heart was also surging with warmth. He never thought that he not only came to the depths of the sea area tens of thousands of miles away from Xiao Empire by accident, but also got to know an intelligent and psychic Green Turtle King. This made Lin Sun sigh with emotion about the impermanence of the world, and he couldn't help but feel extremely happy about this accidental meeting with Green Turtle King. "Brother Green Turtle King, don't worry. I will visit you after I solve all the troubles in the future," Lin Sun said freely and promised happily. Green Turtle King laughed up to the sky and stopped talking. He rushed to the underwater whirlpool in the distance with Lin Sun. Rumble, the whirlpool rotated, and the water waves surged with terrible devouring and tearing power. In just a moment, Lin Sun and Green Turtle King were involved in it. At the moment when he lost consciousness, Lin Sun saw clearly that Green Turtle King turned into a tall and extremely handsome young man in a green robe. It turned out that this guy had cultivated to the point where he could transform into a human body. When this thought flashed through his mind, Lin Sun only felt black in front of his eyes. His body seemed to be dragged by an invisible big hand and disappeared in the vast void turbulence. Clatter, the sound of rapid water awakened Lin Sun. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was still at the bottom of the water. But at this moment, he could clearly feel that he was not in the ancient relic. Shaking his head, Lin Sun took a deep breath and rushed up. In an instant, he came to the river, which was more than 300 meters high. The night sky was as dark as ink and the stars were bright. On both sides of the river, there were rolling mountains. From time to time, there were roars of fierce birds and beasts. Lin Sun observed silently for a moment and finally confirmed that he had returned to the empire, and his position was on the way of the river outside the Yellow Dragon City. Lin Sun found a rock at random and sat down. There was still a trace of trance between his eyebrows. He suspected that everything he had experienced before was like a bizarre dream. But when he checked the treasures in the small Sumeru ring, Lin Sun was completely sober. It was not a dream but a real thing, and it was the mysterious void whirlpool at the bottom of the river that caused all this. It was like a mysterious tunnel to communicate with the void, which could produce incredible void-moving power. Take care. Lin Sun murmured in his heart, and the figure of Green Turtle King appeared in his mind. Whoosh, without any hesitation, Lin Sun flashed forward in the night. Since he came back safely, it was time to hurry to the Forbidden City. Half a month later, in Wuxu City. As one of the closest cities to the Forbidden City, Wuxu City was also extremely famous in the empire. Together with the other 11 cities, it surrounded the Forbidden City like a ring of stars. It was not only prosperous but also occupied by many powerful forces. At noon, the sun was high in the sky. It was dry and hot. On the spacious official road more than 10 miles away from Wuxu City, a young man came. He was dressed in plain clothes, and his black hair was tied behind his head with a straw rope at will, revealing a delicate and resolute face with a pair of deep black eyes and a faint smile on his lips. This man was Lin Sun. When he saw the majestic outline of Wuxu City from a distance, Lin Sun's spirit was refreshed and he quickened his pace. It had been more than a month since he left Mist City. Now he finally came to the nearest city to the Forbidden City, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that as long as he stepped into Wuxu City, he would no longer be afraid of the Qi family. As one of the 12 cities guarding the capital, there were many military forces stationed in Wuxu City. There were many practitioners and clans in the city. Even the Qi family didn't dare to deal with him blatantly here. When I enter Wuxu City, I will hire a chariot directly and try to get into the Forbidden City before the night falls, Lin Sun thought as he moved forward. At this time, a stream of light suddenly flew from the distant void. It was a young man who was flying on a sword. He had sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, red lips, and white teeth. He wore a golden feather crown on his head. When he flew, the sword light was whistling and his sleeves were fluttering. Sea Spirit Realm, Lin Sun was slightly shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes. The young man was only 12 or 13 years old at most. There was still a touch of childishness between his eyebrows. But he could fly in the air, and his whole body was filled with purple air. His momentum was extremely aggressive. It was the first time for Lin Sun to see such a young practitioner of Sea Spirit Realm. He was always regarded as a monster in the past, but compared with the young man, he seemed to be dwarfed. To Lin Sun's surprise, the young man on the sword rushed towards him with a fierce look. "Are you Lin Sun?" The teenager stopped in the void and looked down at Lin Sun with his cold eyes. "You recognize me?" Lin Sun was surprised. "It really is you. I've been waiting for you here for more than half a month. Now it's time to kill you." The young man's expression was indifferent, and his entire body was overflowing with purple qi. His entire body was like a sharp sword that had been drawn out of its sheath, revealing its edge and surging killing intent. Before Lin Sun could react, he waved his hand, and the spiritual sword under his feet broke through the air with a clang. Qi, a surging and magnificent sword qi flashed out. It was over 30 meters long, and it easily sliced through the air before descending to the ground like a bolt of lightning. In that instant, heaven and earth changed color, and the void seemed to be wailing. Almost subconsciously, Lin Sun dodged to one side. The sword light was so terrible that it was filled with the power of heaven and earth, which made him feel extreme danger. Boom, a perfectly straight crack appeared on the ground, extending for several tens of feet. Smoke and dust filled the air. Lin Sun only felt a pain in his left arm. When he dodged just now, he was scratched by the sword qi, and a piece of flesh was cut off. Blood flowed out. Lin Sun's black eyes suddenly became cold and indifferent, and an uncontrollable killing intent surged in his heart. As soon as they met, Lin Sun was caught off guard and was almost killed. How could Lin Sun not be angry? Bang! Without any hesitation, Lin Sun used the only meteor's crossbow he had left. Spiritual arrows as bright as silver frost and as dreamy as stars suddenly burst out like fireworks. In the past, Lin Sun could achieve miraculous effects and cause serious injuries to the enemy with meteor's crossbow. However, there was a sudden change at this moment. When the dazzling spiritual arrows rushed to within 30 meters of the teenager, they suddenly stopped and stagnated there, as if they were tightly grasped by an invisible hand. Chi! 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 Violet chi rose from the young man's body and transformed into a dense electric net that flickered with bright lights. In merely an instant, the dazzling spirit arrows were covered and melted by the violet lightning like snow melting in water, and they vanished completely. Around his body, the spiritual chi was transformed into thunder and lightning by the momentum of heaven and earth. Ignoring attacks, this kind of power could be regarded as a superb means in the sea spirit realm. Only those who mastered ancient and powerful secret methods could exert it. Protective force. This guy has such attainments in cultivation at such a young age? He is by no means a nobody. Lin Sun was shocked. The sea spirit realm had begun to control and understand all the mysteries between heaven and earth. They had powerful means to manipulate thunder and fire, fly in the sky and earth, kill people from a distance, control the momentum of heaven and earth, and so on. Stepping into this realm was equivalent to stepping onto the path of cultivation that allowed one to ascend to the heavens. One would be able to soar through the clouds, summon the wind and summon the rain. There were countless practitioners in the world, but there was only 1 in 10,000 who could reach the sea spirit realm. And to be able to step into the spiritual ocean tier in his teens like the youngster in front of him, and to grasp an extremely profound secret technique was even more rare in the world, and could be said to be peerless. Although Lin Sun could crush the Heaven Gang practitioners in the Earth Gang realm, he still felt great pressure in the face of such an outstanding teenager in the Sea Spirit realm. You can resist my blow in the Earth Gang realm. You are also a top figure, but for me, it is far from enough. In the blink of an eye, after neutralizing the meteor crossbow's attack, the young man's expression remained indifferent as he flicked his finger in the air. With a swish, a mass of purple mist turned into three-sword chi, which flew more than 30 meters away and slashed across the air. The terrible sword chi seemed to tear the void, which was extremely fierce and terrible. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Sun had no strength to resist at all, so he could only dodge with all his strength. Although he narrowly avoided the three-sword chi, his left leg, back, and shoulder were injured again. Blood was dripping, and the white bones could be vaguely seen. It was terrible. Only when Lin Sun faced the strong in the gang spirit realm could he understand the horror of this realm. It was enough to easily suppress the practitioners in the gang spirit realm without any suspense. Although the Ziying battleship was strong, it had no wisdom after all, unlike the practitioners who mastered secret methods and had wisdom. Once they fought, the power was quite different. What? The young man couldn't help but be slightly surprised when Lin Sun dodged his second attack. And then his face sank as he said coldly, "Let me see how long an ant like you can struggle for." He reached out his hand and grasped in the void. Clang! The spirit sword rose into the air and revolved ceaselessly around his body, spewing out a terrifying and awe-inspiring power of the sword Tao. The void here collapsed and turned into a vacuum. The terrifying sword chi was accumulating power. There was no doubt that when this sword was unleashed, it would definitely be an earth-shattering strike. There was no way to avoid or escape, because Lin Sun's chi had been completely locked. At this moment, Lin Sun gritted his teeth fiercely. All the power in his body was mobilized, rumbling and boiling. In his right hand, the flowing light saber rang. In the inside of his left hand, a pigeon egg-sized black bead was quietly clasped. When the confrontation was about to break out, suddenly, a gentle and kind voice sounded in the distance. "If you dare to fight, I will kill you here." The teenager's face changed, and a ruthless look flashed between his eyebrows. The spiritual sword, which had been accumulating power for a long time, rushed out violently. Boom! The void was crushed and collapsed inch by inch. But halfway, the spiritual sword was caught by an old hand. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't get rid of it. At the same time, an old man appeared. His tall and thin figure, like a mountain across the world, stood in front of Lin Sun. "How dare you stop me, old man?" The teenager was furious and shouted. The old man flicked his finger, and the spiritual sword broke in the middle with a crack. The teenager seemed to suffer from the backfire. His face suddenly turned pale and he groaned. If you don't leave after 3 breaths, you will die here. The old man's voice was still gentle and kind, but there was no emotion in it, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. The teenager's face changed. He gritted his teeth angrily. I'll remember what you did today. One day, I will pay you back 10 times. After that, he flung his sleeves and flew away. Until the teenager's figure disappeared completely, the old man turned around and looked at Lin Sun. He said apologetically, I didn't expect that the kid of Qi family would come to deal with you regardless of all obstacles. Lin Sun shook his head, it's okay. Thank you for your timely help. As he spoke, he silently bandaged his wounds. He looked calm, even abnormally calm. After cleaning the wounds, he asked, Senior, who is that person? Xianxia, one of the most outstanding disciples of this generation of Qi family. He was born with the bloodline of Golden Sea and Purple Lotus. His talent is unparalleled. The old man explained casually. He didn't praise Xianxia but told the truth. Xianxia was indeed an extremely dazzling peerless genius, which was recognized by many big shots in the Forbidden City. Why does he want to kill me? Lin Sun continued to ask. Because of summer solstice. The old man gave an unexpected answer, which made Lin Sun slightly stunned. After a while, he frowned and asked, what's going on? The old man thought and said, it's a long story. Come with me. When we enter the Forbidden City, I will tell you everything you want to know. Lin Sun nodded. Immediately, the old man waved his sleeves, and a soft force poured out, holding him and Lin Sun up in the air and flew far away. Lin Sun quietly put away the black bead on the inside of his left hand. This bead was called Sky-Shocking Bead. It was refined by Green Turtle King in order to kill time when it was trapped in the ancient relic for thousands of years. It was so powerful that it could hurt the strong of Tao Insight Realm, however, it was extremely difficult and complicated to refine. Green Turtle King only successfully refined 9 beads in thousands of years. When they separated, he generously gave Lin Sun 3 beads for self-defense. If the old man didn't appear before, Lin Sun would never mind to try the power of Sky-Shocking Bead with Xianxia. Unfortunately, the opportunity had been missed. He could only wait for another chance to use it in the future. High in the sky, the wind was as sharp as a knife. With the old man's help, Lin Sun experienced the feeling of flying in the void for the first time in his life. In the distant sea of clouds, the clouds rolled like waves. On the earth, the mountains were like rocks, the lakes were like drops of water, and the cities were like orderly chessboards, which seemed very small. The feeling of overlooking the mountains and rivers and overlooking the wind and clouds made Lin Sun's mind broadened. The original resentment caused by the sudden killing also dissipated a lot. Miss and I both know that you were stopped from going to the Forbidden City this time, but we can't stop it because all this is related to your test. The old man's words shocked Lin Sun. He restrained his mind and had no time to pay attention to other scenery. You probably have guessed that if Qi family really wants to kill you, they don't need to do this at all. They just need to send a practitioner of Sea Spirit Realm to kill you. Although the old man's words were not polite, what he said was the truth. Lin Sun had guessed this before, but he didn't understand the reason. Perhaps it was because he had confirmed that Lin Sun had passed the test. The old man no longer concealed as before when talking, but became frank and direct. Why? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. Because of your life experience. The old man's voice was gentle and low. A few words made Lin Sun stiff all over and a little wave in his mind. Finally, was he going to tell me the truth? Lin Sun had been looking for and waiting for such a moment for a long time. On the day he walked out of the mine prison, he firmly set foot on the road to Xiao Empire. Wasn't it just to find out his life experience? Now that he knew about his past, he would know who was the one who dug away his natal spirit vein. Senior, please tell me. Lin Sun took a deep breath and asked seriously. Somehow, the old man suddenly looked complicated. After a while, he nodded and said, I promised you that when you enter the Forbidden City, I will tell you some truth. Now, it's time. A touch of reminiscence appeared in the old man's eyes. Your father's name is Lin Wenjing. He is an influential figure in the Lin family in the Forbidden City. He has superior talent and unparalleled power. He is unanimously favored by all the people in the Lin family. Almost without any suspense, he becomes the first successor to take over the power of the Lin family. Lin Wenjing, Lin clan, Lin Sun repeated it in his heart, looking silent. Your mother's name is Luo Qingxuan. Her parents died when she was young, and she was the only one left in the family. At a very young age, she already possessed extraordinary talent for cultivation. Coupled with her intelligence, she embarked on the path of cultivation by chance. From then on, she passed the county test, state test, province test and nation test, and successfully entered Green Deer School to cultivate. If I remember correctly, she should be the first in the nation test 17 years ago. Oh, by the way, your father was second, just behind your mother. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help being shocked. It turned out that, his mother was so powerful, he was born in a humble and poor family, but he was able to rise all the way and win the supreme glory of the Empire Nation test in one fell swoop. This was like a legend, since Lin Sun started his cultivation, he knew very well how hard it was to work hard to get such glory in a short time from a poor place. However, it was obvious that his mother, whom he had never met, was also a legendary woman who was not inferior to any man. The old man's voice was gentle, and he told the past one by one. After Luo Qingxuan and Lin Wenjing passed the nation test, they entered Green Deer School to cultivate. In the second year after they entered Green Deer School, they fell in love with each other and finally determined their relationship. They wanted to get married, but unexpectedly, they were unanimously opposed by the Lin clan. Lin family all believed that Lin Wenjing was the future heir of Lin family, who had a noble status and represented the dignity of the whole Lin family. Although Luo Qingxuan's talent was outstanding, she was born in a poor family at the bottom, so she didn't deserve to marry Lin Wenjing at all. If Lin Wenjing wanted Luo Qingxuan to enter the gate of Lin family, it was possible, but she could never become Lin Wenjing's legal wife. She could only be a concubine. At that time, Lin Wenjing naturally didn't agree. Regardless of all resistance, he resolutely chose to be with Luo Qingxuan, which made Lin family completely furious and wanted to dismiss Lin Wenjing's qualification as heir. But in the end, Lin Wenjing's father came forward and made a compromise, no longer stopping Lin Wenjing and Luo Qingxuan from being together. This storm was resolved. Lin Wenjing and Luo Qingxuan finally came together and became the immortal couple envied by everyone in the Forbidden City. After several years, when Luo Qingxuan was about to give birth after 10 months of pregnancy, a disaster happened. Speaking of this, the old man's voice became low. Lin Sun was also nervous and pursed his lips. He had long guessed that since the murderer dug away his spiritual vein, the disaster must have happened when he was just born. The situation at that time was so sudden that almost no one understood what happened at that time. But it is certain that on the night you were born, your father Lin Wenjing was killed on the spot and your mother was missing. The whole Lin clan was completely in a great turmoil. The old man said slowly. Later, the news came out that all the lineal clansmen of your father's line were killed that night. No one was spared. Hearing this, Lin Sun suddenly felt an unspeakable pain in his heart. Although he had never met his parents and even had no feelings for them, it was hard for Lin Sun to bear the tragedy they encountered. He had thought that if his parents were still alive, there might be a possibility of reunion. He even harbored a strand of resentment in his heart, and he wanted to personally ask his parents why they had watched him be killed all those years ago when he found them. But when he learned that his father Lin Wenjing had been killed, his mother was missing, and even his father's lineal clansmen were killed, Lin Sun suddenly felt empty in his heart. His chest seemed to be stuffed with a huge stone, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He pursed his lips tightly and clenched his fists quietly, trying to hold back the rolling emotions in his heart. Who is the murderer? Lin Sun's voice became extremely hoarse as if it was squeezed out from his chest. Yun Qingbai. There was a touch of complexity in the old man's eyes. Why did he do this? Lin Sun's voice trembled a little. It seemed that he could hardly bear the tumbling emotions in his heart. No one knows. The old man sighed. Lin Sun was stunned. The old man continued, the reason is that Yun Qingbai is not a practitioner of Xiao Empire at all. He comes from a mysterious orthodoxy called Heaven-Reaching Sword Sect. Lin Sun looked a little confused. Heaven-Reaching Sword Sect? It was the first time he had heard of this name. It was so strange. The old man nodded. Yes, Heaven-Reaching Sword Sect is located on the Green Darkness. It's an ancient territory with many orthodoxies. Speaking of this, the old man changed the topic and said, you just need to remember that Yun Qingbai has a great background. The Heaven-Reaching Sword Sect behind him is so powerful that even the top figures of the empire are afraid of it. Lin Sun was silent. Yun Qingbai. Heaven-Reaching Sword Sect. Lin Sun firmly remembered these two names. One was a person, and the other was a sect. He could even be sure that it was Yun Qingbai who dug away his spiritual vein, devouring abyss. No matter what, I will find you. Lin Sun seemed extremely calm at this moment. He was so calm that he didn't look like a young man. He seemed to be emotionless, which was extremely abnormal. The old man was also keenly aware of this. Even he was a little surprised. He thought that Lin Sun would be unable to bear such a blow and lose control of his emotions. But none of this happened. On the contrary, Lin Sun seemed to be calmer than the old man at this moment, which was incredible. The old man was slightly stunned. Then he calmed down and said, now, you should know your identity, right? Lin Sun nodded and said, thank you for telling me. I will never forget your great kindness. The old man sighed in his heart and didn't say much. He was a little unaccustomed to the young man in front of him, as if he had suddenly become another person. Senior, does Qi family want to stop me from entering the Forbidden City because of my background? Lin Sun suddenly asked. The old man shook his head. It's not so simple. It has something to do with your background and Lin family behind you. Lin Sun was stunned. Lin family? The old man said, that's right. That year, the Lin family suffered a calamity. As the patriarch, your grandfather was killed. Even your father, the successor, was unfortunately killed. It could be said that the Lin family was without a leader, causing the entire Lin family to fall into an intense internal strife. Under such circumstances, your Lin family was like a piece of coveted fat. Some top forces in the Forbidden City took the opportunity to rush up and divide up most of the property and resources that originally belonged to your Lin family. Your Lin family suffered a great loss and fell into a state of decline. Lin Sun suddenly felt an inexplicable anger in his heart. What's the difference between this and robbers who took advantage of the situation? Didn't the clansmen of Lin family resist and just watch all this happen? The old man sneered. They only cared about internal strife and fighting for power. How could they resist the annexation of those aristocratic families? The saddest thing is that many clansmen of Lin family have already colluded with those aristocratic families in order to seize power. They cooperated with each other to divide the industry and resources of Lin family. Hearing this, the anger in Lin Sun's heart was about to explode. His father and grandfather were dead and his mother was missing. Those clansmen didn't seek revenge. Instead, they fought with each other for power and profits. They even colluded with foreign enemies to divide the industry belonging to Lin family. It was unforgivable. Seeing Lin Sun's gloomy face, the old man couldn't help sighing. This is the fate of aristocratic families. When they lose their backbone, they are doomed to become the food in the eyes of their opponents. Everyone wants to take a bite and step on it. They can't wait to destroy it and never have a chance to rise again. For those opponents, this is naturally the result they want to see the most. P.S. More chapters are sent. This chapter is very difficult to write. Please read it slowly. There is a lot of information. Lin Sun fell into silence. He should have been very happy to know his life experience, but he couldn't be happy at all after learning that his father was killed, his mother was missing, and his grandfather and other lineal clansmen were all killed. What's more, there was a monstrous hatred in his heart. The great Lin family fell into internal strife because of the struggle for power and profit of those clansmen. Many big forces in the Forbidden City took the opportunity to divide the family. Lin Sun didn't know who to hate. Should he hate the incompetence of those clansmen? Should he hate those powerful families who divided the foundation of Lin family who took advantage of the situation? Or should he hate all of them? How sad! Lin Sun thought of the old man's side just now, and he couldn't help but feel sad in his heart. This was the end of Lin family that year. Senior, is Ji family one of the main culprits who divided the foundation of Lin family that year, so they stopped me from going to the Forbidden City? Lin Sun took a deep breath and asked. Your speculation is right. Those aristocratic families who once seized the property of Lin family really don't want to see you return to the Forbidden City. The old man said, because you are the son of Lin Wenjing and Luo Qingshuan, and your grandfather was the patriarch of Lin family at that time, so when your father and grandfather died, you were the most qualified heir to take over the Lin family. Lin Sun looked calm and his black eyes were emotionless. He said, they should not be afraid of my identity. After all, it should be easy for them to kill me. A touch of appreciation flashed in the eyes of the old man. He didn't expect that Lin Sun could not only keep calm at such a moment, but also find the key to the problem in an instant. This was not something that just anyone could do. Yes, some people don't want you to return to the Forbidden City, and there are naturally some people who want you to return. Those forces like Qi family are really afraid of those who want you to return. The old man's words seemed a little awkward, but Lin Sun understood at once. In the final analysis, all this seemed to be related to him, but in fact, there were two different forces fighting behind him. Qi family represented the forces that opposed his return to the Forbidden City. And the other force that wanted him to return. Who would it be? The old man soon revealed the answer, that force is from the imperial royal family. The imperial royal family, Lin Sun was shocked. How could this matter be related to the royal family? Just this title alone represented a kind of supreme authority and status in the empire. As for who it is, I can't tell you yet. The old man looked a little strange. You only need to know that it is because of a big shot in the imperial family that you have the opportunity to return to the Forbidden City. Why didn't you tell me? Lin Sun was in a daze. A wisp of helplessness appeared on the corners of the old man's mouth. Because even the young miss and I aren't sure exactly which great figure in the imperial family is. After some thought, the old man continued, perhaps when the time is right, that person will naturally take the initiative to tell you everything. Even Heiyao Shrine couldn't find out who the big shot was, which was too mysterious. I've told you most of what I know. As for the rest, you'll have to figure it out yourself. After all, this storm was caused by you, so only you have the chance to come into contact with more of the truth. After saying that, the old man felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Lin Sun took a deep breath and cupped his hands. Thank you, Senior. From the moment he left Donglin town, he was arranged by the old man to enter the bloodthirsty camp for cultivation. Then, under the care of Xu Jin, he won the first place in the province test in Mist City. Until he came to the Forbidden City this time, the old man and the Heiyao Shrine behind him also gave him a lot of help and intelligence. Now, the old man even told him what happened in those years and uncovered the mystery of his life for him. Lin Sun was touched by such great kindness. He knew that if he explored by himself, it would be impossible to get all this so easily. Look, the Forbidden City is in the distance. At this time, the old man suddenly straightened his back and looked into the distance. Lin Sun suddenly woke up from his chaotic thoughts and looked up. He couldn't help narrowing his eyes in shock. On the land far away, there was a towering ancient city, which seemed to be boundless, standing between heaven and earth. The rolling purple air was steaming over the city. In the twilight, the whole city was dyed with a layer of magnificent and sacred purple-gold color. It was magnificent and magnificent, like a miracle that had existed since ancient times. Just looking at the glorious scene would shock people's hearts. At this time, the old man had slowly descended with Lin Sun and soon came to the ground. When he looked at the Forbidden City in the distance again, the scene was different. The city was like a mountain, with red walls and golden tiles. The city gate alone was more than 300 meters high, which was majestic and majestic. Even further in was a dense mass of numerous mountains that floated in midair. All of them were coiled with multicolored light, and they were gorgeous and resplendent. On the mountains, there were all kinds of ancient buildings with different styles. Some were rough and magnificent, some were magnificent, some were antique, and some were beautiful. Looking from a distance, there were no less than 100 mountains suspended in the air. It was hard to imagine how there could be so many mountains suspended in a city, and there were rows of buildings on them. The buildings were like cities in the air. Later, Lin Sun knew that those floating mountains were the places where the 7 top aristocratic families and many middle aristocratic families in the Forbidden City were located. People called it the mountains of aristocratic families. Only aristocratic families and clans could occupy one of these mountains and build it into a base for their clans. This was the privilege of aristocratic families, and also a kind of glory in the eyes of the world, representing monstrous power and status. However, there were a total of 72 mountains of aristocratic families, so those who could occupy one of the mountains were certainly the best of the aristocratic families. For example, these 72 mountains of clans had already been completely occupied by the 7 great high-grade clans and numerous mid-grade clans with deep resources and reserves. Not to mention not a single low-grade clan could be found, even many mid-grade clans didn't have a place within these mountains. When they arrived at the gate of the Forbidden City, it was already dark. There was a black chariot parked here, which seemed to have been waiting there for a long time. When the old man arrived with Lin's son, he went straight to the chariot. Then, the driver handed in a sealed letter. "Hey, it's so fast." There were 2 letters in the letter. When he opened the first one, the old man couldn't help being a little surprised. Then he smiled and said to Lin's son, "Xianxia has been confined. He can't step out of Qi family in 3 years." Lin's son nodded. He knew that Xianxia had broken the agreement of those big shots by dealing with him with the cultivation of Sea Spirit Realm, so he suffered such a punishment. However, in Lin's son's view, it was better to say that it was a kind of admonition than a punishment. It was meaningless for Xianxia to be confined in his own clan. At this time, the old man opened the second letter. When he saw the content clearly, he fell into a long meditation. Lin's son couldn't help asking, "Senior, is it related to me?" The old man nodded, and a strange look flashed across his face. "You guessed it right. This letter is for you." As he said, he handed the letter to Lin's son. The letter was made of an extremely rare golden jade paper, which was printed with a cluster of flame-like Xiao flower logo. The imperial royal family. When Lin's son saw this logo, he was shocked. On the currency of the empire, whether it was copper, silver, or gold coins, there were 3 completely different patterns engraved on the front. A green deer standing in the air with its head raised represented the imperial green deer school. A deliberately overflowing holy sword represented the imperial army. And a cluster of flame-like Xiao flower represented the imperial family. Therefore, at the first sight of this letter, Lin's son had made a judgment that this letter came from the imperial family. Looking at the letter again, there was only one line of words: "When you enter the Forbidden City, you can turn the world upside down. But if you want to see me, you have to bear the responsibility of being the heir of Lin family first. Otherwise, you can leave the Forbidden City immediately, and I promise you that you will live a carefree life." Looking at this line of ancient and meaningful handwriting, Lin's son clenched his hands quietly. He knew that the owner of the letter must be the big shot in the imperial family. This letter was also a kind of test. If he entered the Forbidden City, he must bear the responsibility of being the heir of Lin family. If he didn't enter, although he could live a carefree life, he could never think about revenge for the rest of his life. It was up to Lin's son to decide whether to enter or not. Next to him, the old man looked at Lin's son quietly, as if waiting for his decision. To his surprise, Lin's son tore the letter in his hand almost without thinking and said calmly, "I'm already here. Even God can't let me leave now." Speaking of this, he smiled. "Of course, I also want to see what kind of confidence the big shot has that he dares to say that he can turn the world upside down in the Forbidden City." Knowing that Lin's son had made a choice, the old man couldn't help saying, "In fact, since there is no letter, I will also ask you what arrangements you will make after entering the Forbidden City. But obviously, I don't need to ask more." Lin's son was stunned and said, "Senior, you and the big shot in the Imperial Palace." The old man seemed to know what Lin's son was going to say and said, "Neither an enemy nor a friend." Lin's son was thoughtful. Soon, the chariot started and drove into the Forbidden City with the old man and Lin's son in the dark. That night, the Forbidden City was calm and tranquil without any disturbances. But many top forces knew that the surviving child of the Lin family returned to the Forbidden City tonight. Some people were nervous, some frowned, and some didn't take it seriously. No matter how powerful the Lin family was, it had completely fallen apart now. What's more, he was just a teenager. How big a wave could he set off in the Forbidden City? The night was like water. The chariot carried Lin's son and the old man all the way through the bustling and spacious streets towards the depths of the Forbidden City. What are you going to do? As the heir of Lin family, I will take the responsibility. It's not a good way to go. I see. In the chariot, Lin Sun and the old man exchanged questions and answers. I want to remind you that Heiyao Shrine, miss, and I will not help you, because this is the business of your Lin family. You should understand the seriousness of it. The old man thought for a long time and finally said. Lin Sun seemed to have expected this and said, I see. The old man changed the thread of conversation with an unfathomable smile on his lips. Of course, many people in the Forbidden City mistakenly think that you have a lot to do with Heiyao Shrine. In this case, it's okay to let them continue to misunderstand. Lin Sun was stunned and felt warm in his heart. The old man was telling him that although he couldn't help him, he could act with the power of Heiyao Shrine. This promise alone was enough for Lin Sun to solve many difficult problems. Anyone who wanted to hurt Lin Sun in the future had to weigh the power of Heiyao Shrine, although it was no different from scaring people with the skin of a tiger. But sometimes, this kind of power could play a key role. What's more, Lin Sun didn't think that Heiyao Shrine would really let him run his own course. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't have helped him so many times in the past 2 years. There must be a reason for this. Lin Sun also thought that it might be related to Xia Ji, Master Lu, or his own life experience. But in any case, Lin Sun was very sure that he had many connections with Heiyao Shrine and they couldn't be separated. Thank you, Senior. Lin Sun didn't know how many times he had thanked the old man, but he knew that he owed the old man too much. The old man smiled and looked as kind and gentle as before. Before long, the chariot stopped. When Lin Sun walked out of the chariot under the guidance of the old man, he couldn't help but be stunned. Not far away, there was a huge mountain floating. The mountain covered an area of hundreds of meters and was thousands of meters high. There were many ancient buildings standing on it. In the night, the whole mountain was suspended in the void of hundreds of meters high. It was covered with a layer of silver moonlight, looking majestic and holy. This was one of the 72 peaks of the Mountain of Aristocrats. As early as when he was outside the Forbidden City, Lin Sun had seen it from a distance. But now when he looked up at it from a close distance, he found how magnificent the mountain was. This peak is called Heart Cleansing Peak. This is where your Lin clan resides. However, ever since the bloody incident that happened back then, the other members of the Lin clan have all moved away from this peak. Now, there is only an old servant guarding this place. The old man said gently. Lin Sun was shocked. He didn't expect that Lin family could occupy one of the 72 peaks of the Mountain of Aristocrats. From this, it could be inferred that the Lin family back then was at least a mid-level force. But as far as I know, once the aristocratic families on the mountain peak decline, their position on the Mountain of Aristocrats will be taken away. What's going on? Lin Sun could not help asking. It's complicated to say. It involves some past events of your Lin family. When you live in Heart Cleansing Peak, someone will tell you all about it. As the old man said, he suddenly stepped forward and waved his sleeves. A ray of light swept out and knocked on the bottom of Heart Cleansing Peak in the void of hundreds of meters. Lin Sun saw a spiritual formation at the bottom of Heart Cleansing Peak, but the ray of light knocked on the spiritual formation, producing a ripple-like fluctuation. The spiritual tattoos were rolling, which was extremely mysterious. Immediately, a voice came out of the spiritual formation. This is Heart Cleansing Peak, the place where Lin clan resides. I wonder. Which friend comes to visit? The old man whispered, Lin Wenjing's son is back. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, What? Please wait a moment, distinguished guest. The old man turned his head and explained, the Mountain of Aristocrats is like a forbidden place. If you don't report it, outsiders can't break into it. Lin Sun nodded. Before long, the spiritual formation at the bottom of Heart Cleansing Peak churned and a door with spiritual light appeared. At the same time, a row of steps, like a rainbow, stretched down and connected with the ground. From a distance, it looked like a cloud ladder. A stooped old man came out of the door and walked down the steps. He first looked at the old man suspiciously, and then looked at Lin Sun. With merely a single glance, the hunched old man seemed as if he was struck by lightning, and he knelt on the ground with a thump as he cried out involuntarily. Master, over 10 years have passed, and this old servant thought that you'd passed away long ago. I never imagined that you're blessed by the heavens and are still alive and well. Lin Sun was caught off guard and stunned. He is not Lin Wenjing, but Lin Wenjing's son. The old man explained. The old servant, who was crying bitterly, was stiff all over. He raised his head, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and looked at Lin Sun carefully. After a while, he said in a trance, "No, he is younger than young master. He is very similar to master when he was young." With that, he suddenly got up and said excitedly, So you are really the son of master? God has eyes. Master didn't cut off the rear. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. His lips trembled and he burst into tears of joy. He was obviously out of control and seemed a little crazy, but his excitement, surprise couldn't be concealed. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun was inexplicably sad and said, "Uncle, take me to the clan to have a look." At this moment, the old servant suddenly took a deep breath and bowed solemnly, "Welcome home, young master." The etiquette was standard and meticulous. Lin Sun was stunned and looked at the old man next to him. The old man nodded with a smile, "Go ahead, it's time for me to go back." Lin Sun cupped his hands and said, "Elder, thank you for this time. I will go to Heiyao Shrine in person to thank you later." The old man waved his hand and floated away. "Young master, please." The old servant stretched out his hand and made a gesture, "Please." Lin Sun nodded, took a deep breath and went up the steps. Heart Cleansing Peak. This was the place where Lin Clan was located. It was also the place where his father and mother once lived. After nearly 15 years, he finally came back. After entering the gate, he had come to Heart Cleansing Peak. He saw a wide bluestone road of more than 30 meters, winding and winding to the top of the peak. On both sides of the road, there were ancient palaces that were arranged in picturesque disorder. There were also ancient pavilions and pavilions, luxuriant flowers and plants, and strong ancient trees. From time to time, he could see waterfalls, flowing springs, and lush bamboo forests. Under the moonlight at night, the scenery was picturesque, just like a fairyland. "Young master, please." The old servant led the way in front. From the first sight of Lin Sun, he knew that there was no mistake, because Lin Sun was so similar to the young Lin Wenjing that it couldn't be disguised at all. Lin Sun looked around as he moved forward. The old servant said, "You can call me Lin Zhong. When the master was born, I was sent by the patriarch to work for the master. Decades have passed." Lin Zhong sighed with emotion. How could Lin Sun call his name directly? He said, "Granddad Zhong, don't call me young master. Just call me Lin Sun." Lin Zhong was stunned and shook his head, "Young master, the family rules can't be changed." Lin Sun had no choice but to change the topic. "Are you the only one left on Heart Cleansing Peak now?" Lin Zhong's face suddenly became gloomy. Obviously, he thought of something sad. Seeing this, Lin Sun patted Lin Zhong on the shoulder and said, "Granddad Zhong, from now on, I will stay in Heart Cleansing Peak like you. There are many things I don't know yet. I hope you can tell me one by one." Lin Zhong was refreshed and nodded hard as if he had found the backbone. When he was about to reach the summit of the mountain, a burst of joyful singing and laughter came from afar. It was especially noisy and ear-piercing under the tranquil night. Lin Sun was stunned. He saw a magnificent and towering ancient building on the top of the mountain was brightly lit at this time. The noise came from it. Before, Lin Zhong had introduced that the hall standing on the top of the mountain was called Heart Cleansing Hall, which covered an area of tens of acres. Only the lineal relatives of the patriarch were qualified to live and practice here. But now, Heart Cleansing Hall was brightly lit and full of singing and laughter. Compared with the desolation of other places, it was extremely abrupt. "Young master, these are the young masters and young ladies of other branches of our Lin family gathering with their friends. I've stopped them before, but," Lin Zhong hurriedly explained, but in the end, he hesitated to speak, and his expression was downcast. "They don't care at all, do they?" Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. "I remember that more than 10 years ago, other clansmen of Lin family had moved away from Heart Cleansing Peak. Why do those young masters and young ladies still come here?" Lin Zhong smiled bitterly. "Young master, you just came back. You don't know the situation," Lin Sun interrupted. "Granddad Zhong, tell me first, are those young masters and young ladies qualified to enter Heart Cleansing Hall to drink and have fun?" Lin Zhong answered without hesitation, of course not. Lin Sun smiled and said, that's good. Then he strode towards Heart Cleansing Hall. Just now, he had checked with his spiritual perception. There were about a dozen men and women in Heart Cleansing Hall. The men were pompous and indulged in drinking. The women were coquettish, which made the huge Heart Cleansing Hall a mess. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lin Sun would have doubted whether he had come to a brothel full of whoremongers and prostitutes. In the past, all this had nothing to do with Lin Sun. But now that he knew his life experience and stepped into the Forbidden City repeatedly, he was ready to bear everything when he came to Heart Cleansing Peak. So, of course, it was necessary for him to take care of this matter in front of him. Young master, what are you going to do? Lin Zhong was stunned for a moment. Then his face suddenly changed. He realized something and hurriedly chased up, young master, don't. Boom, Lin Sun had already come to the door of Heart Cleansing Hall and kicked open the closed door without hesitation. Didn't the big shot in the depths of the palace say that he could turn the Forbidden City upside down as long as he entered? Boom, the door of the hall was kicked open, and the cold wind poured in. The men and women who were drinking and having fun changed their expressions and stopped their actions. Obviously, they thought it was an enemy attack. The funny thing was that a man was lying on the voluptuous chest of a seductive woman, and he was so frightened by this scene that his entire body trembled, and he couldn't help but bite down harder, causing the woman to let out a sharp and shrill scream. Lin Sun glanced around and saw that the ground was in a mess and the smell of alcohol was everywhere. All the men and women were drunk and disorderly. The originally extremely magnificent and solemn hall was abruptly made into a mess. Lin Sun strode in calmly. At this time, when they saw that it was a thin teenager who broke the door, all the men and women were angry and scolded loudly. Boy, you're courting death. How dare you break into our Heart Cleansing Peak? Damn it. Where did this madman come from? Lin Zhong, get over here. Do you want to die? How can you let people into Heart Cleansing Peak casually? Do you have any rules in your eyes? Lin Sun looked at them calmly, but Lin Zhong beside him was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He hurriedly explained, young masters and young ladies, shut up, I don't want to listen to your explanation. A woman in red seemed to be extremely angry. She stood up and scolded Lin Sun, bastard, this is Lin family. How can you be so rampant here? Kneel down and apologize. As she said, she raised her hand and slapped Lin Sun in the face. What was arrogance? This was it. With his status as a member of the Lin clan, he didn't care who you were. Since you dared to barge in, he would beat you up first, crack. However, before the red-clothed woman could approach him, Lin Sun had already slapped her, causing her to let out a shrill cry while her figure was blasted flying. She fell to the point she was in a daze, her hair was disheveled, and her beautiful face was instantly swollen like a bun. Murder! Murder! The woman squatted on the ground and screamed like a shrew. You're courting death. A man slapped the table and stood up. With a clang, he pulled out his sword and chopped at Lin Sun's head. The strong wind was blowing in all directions. Instead of retreating, Lin Sun moved forward. His palm stretched out like lightning, firmly grasped the opponent's long sword, and then kicked the man in the abdomen. The man's body suddenly arched up as he was kicked into the air, and then he fiercely fell to the ground. He lay on the ground like a toad, and the pain caused his face to contort while his eyes rolled back, and he cried out miserably. All the people in the hall, who were cursing and shouting just now, were shocked by Lin Sun's straightforward and powerful means when they saw this scene. They were so scared that they trembled all over. Most of the drunkenness disappeared and they became sober. Only then did they realize that something was wrong. They looked at Lin Sun with a touch of surprise and fear in their eyes. Seeing their slow reaction, Lin Sun couldn't help but shake his head secretly. If the real enemies came in, they could kill all of them without any effort. What are you waiting for? Attack! The woman in red screamed. Her hair was disheveled, and her cheeks were red and swollen. It was obvious that she had lost her mind because of anger. All the people looked at each other, but they dared not move. Lin Sun looked very young, and he didn't say a word after entering the hall. But his means of fighting were extremely powerful and frightening. Lin Sun smiled and walked towards the woman in the red dress. What are you going to do? The woman in red screamed. Although Lin Sun was smiling, she felt an indescribable fear. Grandad Zhong, who is this lady? Lin Sun didn't take action, but asked softly. Young master, according to the ranking of the family, she is your cousin, Lin Yujiao. Lin Zhong in the distance said quickly. Young master, cousin, all the people in the hall were confused. Was this guy also a member of Lin family? But why had they never seen him before? Oh, it turns out to be my cousin. Lin Sun smiled and stared at the woman in red, Lin Yujiao, with his deep black eyes. He said softly, do you know the rules of the family? Lin Yujiao was also a little confused at this time. She said, of course, as a member of Lin family, how can I not know the rules of the family? Lin Sun said thoughtfully, so, you are not confused. In this case, it's easy to deal with. As he said, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Lin Yujiao like picking up a chick. Then he exerted strength in his arms and threw her gently. Everyone was shocked to see that Lin Yujiao's body drew a beautiful arc and was thrown out of the hall with a loud scream. This made them all tremble. They didn't expect that Lin Sun would take action without saying a word. Bastard, I'll kill you, kill you. Outside the hall, Lin Yujiao's shrill scream came. Whether you want to kill me or not, you'd better kneel outside the hall and wait for punishment. Otherwise, I don't mind taking your life to make a demonstration to others. Lin Sun's voice was still as calm as before, but there was a terrible momentum around him. It seemed that in an instant, he had become another person. His eyebrows were as sharp as a knife, and his eyes were as black as lightning. As he stood there casually, there was a kind of power that could turn into a storm and sweep away the mountains and rivers. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone felt a chill in their heart and suffocated for a while, feeling a great terror. Especially Lin Yujiao outside the hall, she was so angry that she almost went crazy. But when she was locked by Lin Sun's terrible momentum, she felt a fatal danger as if a basin of ice water had been poured on her. Her pretty face turned pale as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Then, she knelt down. Lin Sun directly told her that if she dared to hesitate, the boy who suddenly appeared would definitely kill her at the first time. How could Lin Sun's momentum, which had been honed by killing mountains of corpses and seas of blood, be ordinary, not to mention these frivolous and pompous young masters and ladies in the hall? Even those practitioners who were proficient in combat would be shocked by Lin Sun's momentum. At this time, Lin Zhong, standing on one side of the hall, couldn't help but be in a trance. Only then did he realize that the young master, whose spiritual vein had been dug out by the enemy more than 10 years ago, was not reduced to a useless person. On the contrary, he already had extraordinary power. There was a dead silence in the hall. Everyone was shocked by Lin Sun's momentum. Those who are not from Lin clan, stand out first. Lin Sun glanced at those men and women and said indifferently. At the moment, 5 or 6 coquettish women stood out. All of them looked pale and shivered. They lowered their heads and dared not look directly at Lin Sun. Who are they? Lin Sun asked. Lin Zhong's face flashed with embarrassment. He hesitated and said, young master, they are prostitutes. Lin Sun waved his hand and said, Grandad Zhong, send them away. By the way, give them the remuneration they deserve. Yes. Lin Zhong nodded quickly. At this time, a delicate-looking man full of rouge stood out in panic and said in a low voice, I am not from Lin clan either. Lin Sun was stunned. This man was too effeminate. Not only did he look like a woman, but also his temperament was no different from that of a woman. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Could this man be the legendary gigolo? Young master, this is Shouwen's boy toy. Lin Zhong explained in a low voice. Lin Sun immediately noticed that a man in a luxurious robe in the hall became unnatural. Obviously, he was the so-called Shouwen. Take him away. Lin Sun waved his hand, yet he sighed in his heart. These were the disciples of the Lin clan that he'd seen tonight. All of them indulged in debauchery and indulged in drinking. Not only did they fool around with the women in the brothel, they even played with male pets. Soon, Lin Zhong left with those prostitutes and boy toys. There were only 4 men and 2 women left in the hall, as well as Lin Yujiao kneeling outside the hall. Lin Sun stood in the center of the hall without saying a word, which made the atmosphere more and more dull. All the men and women were almost out of breath. You also kneel outside the hall and wait for punishment. Finally, Lin Sun seemed to make a decision and said calmly. Suddenly, all the men and women's faces changed dramatically. It seemed that they couldn't believe their ears. Don't go too far. This is Heart Cleansing Peak, the territory of Lin clan. If you are known by the elders of the clan, you will definitely die. Someone couldn't help but shout, trying to put up a strong front while feeling weak inside. Yes, what qualification do you have to punish us? Others also shouted. Lin Sun smiled slightly, why? Then, he rushed forward in a flash. In just a moment, he suppressed all the men and women one by one and threw them out of the hall. They fell to the ground and screamed. From the beginning to the end, Lin Sun didn't hesitate at all. Although he was ruthless, he didn't kill them. Lin Sun didn't kill them because they were all members of Lin clan. Otherwise, he would have killed them as soon as he entered the hall. Kneel down. When the two words fell into the ears of those screaming men and women, it was like a devil's declaration, which made them tremble and helpless. Who was this guy? How dared he treat them like this? Was he really not afraid of death? This was Heart Cleansing Peak, it was the territory of Lin clan, but even if they were angry and afraid, when they saw Lin Sun's figure coming from the hall step by step, they were stiff all over, as if watching death coming to them. They all knelt down in a hurry. Lin Sun stopped and glanced at these Lin clansmen one by one. He was disappointed again. It was easy for these guys to kneel down. If there was a great enemy, these guys would not be useful at all. My name is Lin Sun. From today on, I will take charge of Heart Cleansing Peak. Lin Sun said calmly. What? As soon as this was said, all the men and women showed incredible expressions. What did this guy say? Did he say he would take over Heart Cleansing Peak? Ridiculous, even if Lin clan suffered a heavy loss and fell apart in those years, no force in the whole Forbidden City could touch Heart Cleansing Peak. But now, a young man suddenly broke in and threatened to take over the territory of Lin clan. How could this not be ridiculous? If Lin Sun didn't look extremely serious when he spoke, they all doubted whether this guy was a lunatic. Those men and women sneered in their hearts because of Lin Sun's power, but they didn't dare to say much. Lin Sun didn't need to guess what these guys were thinking, but he didn't want to explain more. What he said tonight was not for them at all. They were just a group of playboys. Lin Sun didn't want to prove his existence in front of him. He just wanted to spread the news that he took over Heart Cleansing Peak through the mouths of these Lin family's disciples. Let all the other clansmen of Lin family know about it. Lin Sun would like to see how many people would jump out to oppose him at that time. Before long, Lin Zhong came back and saw the figures kneeling on the ground. He couldn't help but look worried, but he didn't say anything in the end. He had seen that this young master was not an impetuous person. He might do this to establish his prestige or have other profound meaning, but it was definitely not a reckless move. Tonight is the first time I step into Heart Cleansing Peak. I won't embarrass you. I'll let you go now. However, if you want to come to Heart Cleansing Peak in the future, you have to get my consent first. Lin Sun waved his hand and turned into the hall. Those men and women couldn't believe that Lin Sun would let them go so easily. Until they saw Lin Sun's figure disappear in the depths of Heart Cleansing Hall, they finally dared to be sure that it was true. Let's go. Those men and women got up and hurried away with hatred. They were going to tell the elders of their clan what happened tonight. How dare a 10-year-old brat threaten to take charge of Heart Cleansing Peak? He must be tired of living. When they came to the bottom of Heart Cleansing Peak, a man suddenly asked, Lin Zhong, who is that boy? As soon as this question came out, others suddenly reacted. Yes, they still didn't know the real identity of Lin Sun at this time. It was not their fault. Lin Sun didn't care about them before. He simply and rudely beat them, which made these men and women confused. How could they think about other things? Young masters and ladies, that is Lin Sun, the son of my master Lin Wenjing and his mother Luo Qingxuan. Lin Zhong said with a touch of pride. What? Lin Wenjing's son? Wasn't he dead when he was born? Lin Zhong, are you fucking kidding me? No wonder he looks familiar to me. I always feel that I have seen him somewhere. Those men and women were in an uproar, all of them shocked by this news. They continued to ask Lin Zhong and repeatedly confirmed that Lin Zhong was Lin Wenjing's son from beginning to end. This caused all of them to have a bad feeling in their hearts. If they planned to go back and complain to their elders in order to retaliate against Lin Sun, at this moment, they really realized that the situation was a little serious. He must report this matter to the elders of the clan immediately. Soon, those men and women left in a hurry. The hall was in a mess, and the air was still suffused with the pungent smell of alcohol. Sitting alone in a chair, Lin Sun's eyes wandered and his expression was blank, as if he had a lot on his mind. From the moment he found out about his past, he should have been happy, but the truth was that he couldn't feel happy at all. The events of the past were too complicated. In that bloody massacre, his father, Lin Wenjing, was killed, his mother, Luo Qingxuan, disappeared, and even none of their immediate relatives survived. The murderer was a person called Yun Qingbai. He only knew that he came from a mysterious orthodoxy called the Heavenly Sword Sect. In addition, there were no other clues. If that was all, it would be fine. But the reality was cruel. Because of this bloody incident, the leaderless Lin family fell into a situation of internal and external troubles. In the end, Lin family was taken advantage of by many top forces, and its forces and industries were divided up. Lin family completely declined and declined. Originally, all this had nothing to do with Lin Sun. But the moment he stepped into the Forbidden City, Lin Sun knew that as the son of Lin Wenjing, he had to bear some things whether he wanted to or not. It was easy to say, but when he really did it, he would find it difficult and complicated, which made Lin Sun feel that he didn't know where to start. He had never experienced such a thing. He suddenly became a lineal descendant of Lin family in the Forbidden City from a young boy who came out of the mine prison, and then he was qualified to take over Heart Cleansing Peak, one of the 72 peaks of the Mountain of Aristocrats. It was indeed difficult for Lin Sun to adapt to his new identity after such a change. It was like a beggar on the street was suddenly recognized as the emperor's own son one day. No one could adapt to the strong contrast quickly. Of course, Lin Sun's encounter was like a gorgeous counterattack for many poor people in the world. He didn't need to struggle at all. He suddenly became a lineal descendant of an aristocratic family. Who wouldn't envy him? No matter how much the Lin clan had declined, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Just the identity of a descendant of a great clan was not something that could be easily obtained. Luo Qingxuan was so outstanding that she won the first place in the nation test. But when she wanted to be with Lin Wenjing, she was unanimously opposed by all the clansmen of Lin family. Why? It was very simple. Because Luo Qingxuan was born at the bottom of the poor family, she was considered not qualified to be with Lin Wenjing. However, only Lin Sun himself knew how embarrassing and unbearable the situation of the heir of Lin family was, and there were countless dangers hidden in it. If possible, he would rather not be a member of Lin family, glorious identity, who knew how many enemies were staring at him in the dark, rising to the sky in a single bound. What a joke. Those clansmen of Lin family would not allow him to take over Heart Cleansing Peak smoothly. How could he rise to the sky in a single bound? It could be said that the dangers and difficulties Lin Sun, who was alone, had to face were absolutely beyond imagination if he wanted to bear the responsibility on his shoulders. If he was not careful, he might end up being smashed to pieces. The empty and desolate hall was a mess. A 15-year-old youth sat in a chair, lost in thought, deep in thought. When you enter the Forbidden City, you can turn the world upside down. In his mind, the letter with a cluster of Ziyao flower and the line of words on the letter flashed inadvertently. Then, he thought of the mysterious big shot in the palace. Inexplicably, Lin Sun's black eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Now in the Forbidden City, many people mistakenly think that you have a lot to do with Heiyao Shrine. In this case, it's okay to let them continue to misunderstand. Soon, Lin Sun remembered the words of the old man of Heiyao Shrine, and a smile appeared on his lips inadvertently. No matter how dangerous it is, from today on, I will make a mess in front of you. Lin Sun murmured in his heart. The original confused and depressed mood had been replaced by a decisive and firm will. It didn't take long for the old servant Lin Zhong to return. Lin Sun invited him to sit down and said, "Grandad Zhong, tell me about the situation of Lin family." Lin Zhong seemed to have prepared for it. He was not surprised. After thinking for a while, he began to speak. Lin Sun knew that Lin family was also a superior aristocratic family in the Forbidden City of the Empire 500 years ago, which was on par with the well-known 7 superior aristocratic families. The criterion to judge an aristocratic family was very simple. There was only one thing, that was, whether there was a life-death realm king in the family. At that time, an ancestor of Lin family named Lin Daochen was a famous life-death realm king in the empire. But later, Lin Daochen unfortunately died in the battlefield and was defeated by a terrible king in the Empire of the Dark. Since then, Lin family suffered a great loss of vitality and fell from the ranks of superior aristocratic families to the ranks of medium aristocratic families. The most embarrassing thing was that there had been no life-death realm king in hundreds of years. But even so, the power possessed by Lin family was not comparable to that of ordinary medium aristocratic families. It could be regarded as a top 4 second only to the 7 superior aristocratic families. This situation lasted for hundreds of years, but it was peaceful. Although the power of Lin family did not return to the ranks of superior aristocratic families, it did not decline again. Until the bloody event that happened in Lin family 15 years ago, which completely changed the power of Lin family. Almost all the immediate relatives of Lin Fighting, the patriarch, were killed. Without a leader, the power of Lin family was mercilessly divided by many powerful families and fell to the bottom. Now, the power owned by Lin family could barely be classified as inferior aristocratic families, not even medium aristocratic families. Hearing this, Lin Sun could not help but feel disappointed. 500 years ago, Lin family was still a superior aristocratic family with great power and a life-death realm king. 500 years later, it had declined to the point where it could barely be classified as an inferior aristocratic family. It could be said that it had plummeted and lost its glory. Compared with the other 7 aristocratic families, Lin family indeed fell too fast. Soon, Lin Sun calmed down and asked, "Grandad Zhong, what's the situation of Lin family now?" Lin Zhong's voice was low as he was immersed in his memories. His expression carried a wisp of sorrow as he said, "After the bloody incident all those years ago, the patriarch's bloodline was almost completely annihilated, and only the other 4 collateral branches were left. It turned out that there were 5 branches of Lin family. Among them, the branch of Lin Fighting, Lin Sun's grandfather, was the direct descendant and had always firmly controlled the power of the family. In addition, the other 4 branches were the descendants of Lin Fighting's 4 younger brothers, as well as many in-laws and distant relatives. This was what a large clan was like. They had many relatives, direct relatives, collateral relatives, in-laws, and so on. There were countless of them. After the bloody incident, the 4 branches of Lin family moved away from Heart Cleansing Peak and settled in other areas of the Forbidden City. Nominally, they were still members of Lin family, but in fact, they had been completely divided into 4 forces, each of which did its own thing. Hearing this, Lin Sun frowned. He keenly grasped a key problem and said, "In those days, the 4 branches did not hesitate to cooperate with the enemy to divide the foundation of Lin family in order to fight for power and profit. How could people like them be willing to move away from Heart Cleansing Peak?" Heart Cleansing Peak, this was one of the 72 peaks of aristocratic families, which represented the supreme glory and status of an aristocratic family. Who would be willing to give up such a treasure land and look for a new place to settle? Lin Zhong said proudly, "Young master, apart from you, no one else in Lin family is qualified to occupy Heart Cleansing Peak." Soon, Lin Sun understood that this was the special care from the imperial family. Hundreds of years ago, Lin Daochen, the ancestor of Lin family, fought for the empire. Although he died in the end, he helped the empire to resolve a terrible disaster. Therefore, the imperial family personally issued the emperor's decree and granted the ownership of Heart Cleansing Peak to the lineal descendants of Lin Daochen. Lin Fighting, Lin Daochen's grandfather, was the eldest son of Lin Daochen, and his father, Lin Wenjing, was the eldest grandson of Lin Daochen. In terms of seniority, Lin Sun was the lineal great-grandson of Lin Daochen. In the bloody event more than 10 years ago, almost all the lineal descendants of Lin Daochen were killed. Therefore, according to the decree of that year, Lin Sun became the only qualified candidate to own Heart Cleansing Peak. As for other branches of Lin family, they had to move out of Heart Cleansing Peak even if they didn't want to because they didn't have such qualifications. According to common sense, almost all the lineal descendants of Lin Daochen had died. Even Lin Sun, a baby in swaddling clothes, was considered impossible to survive. Heart-cleansing peak should be taken away. It was strange that the imperial family didn't make this decision, so heart-cleansing peak had not been taken away to this day. Did they know that I didn't die? Lin Sun was surprised. Lin Zhong had been guarding heart-cleansing peak for years. He was also very confused. Hearing Lin Sun's question, he couldn't help but say, "It's possible. In these years, I often worry that heart-cleansing peak will be taken away suddenly. But until you come back today, such a thing has never happened. In this way, the imperial family seems to have expected that you will return one day." Lin Sun suddenly thought of the big shot in the depths of the imperial palace. Could it be him? Soon, Lin Sun shook his head. This problem was not important at present. What was important was that heart-cleansing peak still belonged to Lin family, which was enough. "Granddad Zhong, I want to ask you something." Lin Sun's expression became solemn. Lin Zhong immediately sat up straight and said, "Young master, feel free to speak your mind. This old servant will definitely tell you everything I know without reserve." Lin Sun leaned forward slightly and stared at Lin Zhong with deep black eyes. "If I want to restore Lin family, where do you think I should start?" Lin Zhong was shocked in his heart. He seemed to be a little excited, but he soon calmed down and said bitterly, "Young master, there are only you and me on heart-cleansing peak now. It's almost impossible to do this." He knew the current situation of Lin family better than Lin Sun. Even if Lin Sun was the only descendant who was qualified to inherit heart-cleansing peak, he was too young. He was only in his teens, and he was alone. How could he restore Lin family and Lin family, and the other 4 branches of family, Lin family, they were not from Lin family. On the contrary, Lin Zhong was even sure that when those clansmen learned that Lin Sun wanted to take charge of heart-cleansing peak and sit on the throne of patriarch, they would not give up. He knew those collateral family members too well. After the bloody incident that year, in order to fight for power, they didn't hesitate to collude with foreign enemies, causing the Lin family to sink into internal strife. The influence and property that the Lin family originally possessed were also completely divided up. How could such clansmen watch Lin Sun take charge of heart-cleansing peak? What's more, many powerful forces who divided up Lin family's industry in those days would not watch Lin Sun grow. Internal troubles, foreign troubles. In addition, Lin Sun was young, alone and weak. It was more difficult for him to lead the whole Lin family than to ascend to heaven. In an instant, Lin Sun knew that Lin Zhong didn't want to hit him, but thought that he didn't have the ability to take charge of Lin family at present. This made Lin Sun frown and remain silent. He knew very well that he was currently short of manpower, money, and strong capital to be able to stand on his own. It was indeed difficult to restore the Lin family. However, since he came back, how could he be indifferent? He was not afraid of difficulties, but he was afraid of admitting defeat. Now Lin family was declining, the situation was dangerous, and the situation was unbearable. As long as he did it step by step, there would be hope to reverse the situation and rise again. If he didn't do it, he might as well get out of the Forbidden City at once. Of course, according to Lin Sun's character, he would not admit defeat. "Granddad Zhong, whether you believe it or not, tell me what to do first. If I do it, I may lose, but if I don't do it, I will regret it for the rest of my life." Lin Sun's eyes were firm. Lin Zhong's expression changed. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, "Well, I've been struggling at death's door for more than 10 years. If I didn't want heart-cleansing peak left by the patriarch to be occupied by others, I would have died long ago. Since young master wants to take a gamble, then this old servant will go all out with these old bones of mine and fight it out with you." His voice was sonorous. Lin Sun immediately smiled and patted Lin Zhong on the shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, Granddad Zhong. Although I'm alone, I haven't met any problem that I can't solve. Young master, the first thing you need to do now is to have a comprehensive understanding of the current situation of our Lin family. Only by solving the internal problems can we gather the strength of the clan to fight against the foreign enemies." This was Lin Zhong's suggestion. Lin Sun thought for a while and nodded secretly. What he said was true. It was true that he had encountered a lot of problems when he just entered the Forbidden City, but the real problem was to solve the internal problems of the clan first. As long as he solved the internal problems, he would stabilize his foundation and stand firm. If he wanted to avenge his parents and relatives without a stable foundation, it would be wishful thinking. In order to further understand the current situation of Lin family, Lin Zhong left Heart Cleansing Hall with Lin Sun. Back mountain of Heart Cleansing Peak. Sutras Pavilion. The 7-story ancient building was bathed in silver starlight. This was the place where Lin family stored ancient books. It was the core forbidden area of the clan. In the 7-story building, Lin family collected thousands of years of cultivation methods. At that time, Lin family was one of the top aristocratic families with great power. It could be imagined how amazing the ancient books it inherited were. The scripture pavilion could also show how powerful a clan's foundation was. But when Lin Sun entered under the leadership of Lin Zhong, he found that rows of bookshelves were scattered on the ground, covered with cobwebs and dust. It was like being ransacked by a group of robbers. Not to mention the ancient books, even a piece of paper could not be found. Young master, the Sutras Pavilion is divided into 7 floors. It was built by the ancestors of Lin family with painstaking efforts. The ancient books collected here were as vast as the sea. Lin Zhong's voice was low, and he glanced at the empty hall covered with cobwebs and dust with a complicated look. There are more than 3,000 ancient books on cultivation and more than 1,900 secret fighting skills on the first floor alone. But after the bloody incident back then, these priceless books were all taken away. Lin Zhong's voice was bitter, full of loneliness and sadness. Lin Sun glanced around for a long time in a daze. He didn't speak, but clenched his hands unconsciously. Then Lin Zhong led Lin Sun to the 2nd floor of the Sutras Pavilion. Young master, there are 1,600 ancient books on cultivation and more than 700 secret fighting skills on the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, rows of bookshelves also collapsed. Dust and cobwebs could be seen everywhere. In some places, there were still traces of fighting and blood stains. It was a mess. Let's go to the 3rd floor. Lin Sun stood silently for a long time. He took a deep breath and withdrew his gaze. Next, Lin Zhong led Lin Sun up floor by floor. Without exception, they were all empty and dilapidated. When they came to the top floor, Lin Zhong's expression became extremely lonely and sad. His emotions fluctuated violently, and he seemed to be about to collapse. There were only a few rows of bookshelves here. But this was the first-class forbidden area in the Sutras Pavilion. In those days, no one except the core members of Lin family was qualified to set foot here. Young master, what is hidden here are the most precious secret books of Lin family. There are 7 of them. In addition, there are 54 volumes of cultivation experience left by our ancestors. The real core inheritance is recorded in those books. When he finished this paragraph, Lin Zhong seemed to have lost all his strength and looked extremely gloomy. Lin Sun stood there, and he almost couldn't bear the boiling anger in his heart. In a trance, he seemed to see group after group of enemies from all those years ago, carrying boundless greed and ecstasy as they wantonly plundered the scripture depository. Those were the ancient books collected by the ancestors of Lin family with great efforts. They were the foundation of Lin family. But now, they were all looted. Crack. Crack, Lin Sun clenched his hands into fists. His knuckles made a crisp sound because of the force, and the blue veins on the back of his hands burst. However, Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it. There seemed to be a vortex surging in the depths of his black eyes, burning with terrible flames. After a long time, Lin Sun suddenly withdrew his gaze and strode down the golden pavilion. He dared not to look at it anymore. He was worried that he couldn't control his anger. A cultivation treasure house built by the ancestors of Lin family was completely destroyed because of that bloody incident. Even an outsider would feel deeply sorry to see such a scene, let alone Lin Sun, a lineal descendant of Lin family. Granddad Zhong, do you know who were the ones who took these books back then? Yes. Good. Write them down for me one by one. Don't miss any. Young master, rest assured. I won't forget those murderers even if I die. Walking out of the Sutras Pavilion, Lin Sun took a deep breath and began to tell Lin Zhong something. Speaking of this, he suddenly thought of one thing and asked, were there clansmen of the other 4 branches who looted the Sutras Pavilion? Lin Zhong was stiff all over and his expression changed. There was no need to ask again. Lin Sun already knew the answer. His eyes suddenly became cold, but he chuckled and said, "Good, very good." That smile was colder and emotionless than his eyes. Next, Lin Zhong led Lin Sun along the back mountain and came to another forbidden place of Lin family, Treasure House. The treasure house was divided into 5 layers. There were tens of thousands of spiritual weapons, ranging from the lowest level of human rank to the top of heaven rank. Among them were different weapons such as sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks and forks, as well as armors, shoulder guards, wrist guards, boots, heart protectors, and so on. There were even spiritual weapons such as short crossbows, artillery crossbows, warships, and so on. But now, this place was completely empty. When Lin Sun walked out of the treasure house, his face remained unchanged, but his whole body was full of terrible killing intent. He couldn't control it at all. Think about it, how amazing the value of the spiritual treasures stored by a top force that once ranked among the top forces of the empire, but now, all of them were looted. If Lin Sun's state of mind hadn't been as firm as a rock, he would have vomited blood and died of anger. If the ancestors of Lin family saw this scene, they would not rest in peace. After leaving the treasure house, Lin Sun was taken to the core forbidden places of Lin family, such as pill depository, animal pond, spiritual medicine garden and so on. In the end, without exception, all the valuable treasures within them were completely swept clean. In the end, when Lin Sun returned to Heart Cleansing Hall, he sat alone in complete silence, motionless like a sculpture, as if he had no emotion. Outside the window, the stars were shining and the moon was hanging high. It was extraordinarily quiet. But the young man sitting alone in the hall was in a turbulent state of mind. His emotions were turbulent and didn't calm down for a long time. He could predict that Lin family had declined to the extreme, but he didn't expect that such a big heart-cleansing peak would be looted like this. There were only a bunch of empty houses and furnishings left. There was nothing valuable. This was the situation Lin Sun was facing now. Lin Zhong stood on one side of the hall and looked at Lin Sun worriedly, lest Lin Sun couldn't bear the blow and collapsed completely. It was reasonable that such a big heart-cleansing peak seemed to be one of the 72 peaks of aristocratic families. But who could imagine that this place, which represented supreme glory, was just an empty shell now, a quarter of an hour. Half an hour. 1 incense stick's worth of time. As time went by, Lin Sun remained silent, which made Lin Zhong more and more worried. He suddenly regretted telling Lin Sun all this tonight. After all, the young master was only a teenager. He was still too young. How could he bear such a cruel blow when he suddenly found out that he was about to inherit such a mess? Young master, Lin Zhong took a deep breath and tried to comfort Lin. If you really can't do it, let's give up. As long as you're alive, it's more important than anything else. At this moment, Lin Sun, who was like a clay statue, finally reacted. He raised his head and looked at Lin Zhong. His lips curled into a smile that was hard to understand. He said softly, "Grandad Zhong, I can't go on anymore. If I give up now, it will be crueler than killing me." After a pause, he stood up and looked at the vast night outside the hall, saying, "When I entered the Forbidden City, someone told me that I could turn the world upside down. At that time I wondered why he said that. Now I finally understand that if I don't make a scene, the Lin family will have no hope of coming back to life." At the end of his words, there was a touch of coldness in his voice. Lin Zhong was shocked. Looking at the young man in the distance, he suddenly felt inexplicable peace of mind, as if he saw the shadow of his master when he was young. In order to marry the mistress of the Lin family, his master was also resolute under the opposition of all the clansmen. Although there were thousands of people, he still went forward. Heart Cleansing Hall was very large and divided into 3 floors. The first floor was the hall for holding clan meetings. The second floor was the study room specially set up for the patriarch to deal with clan affairs. The third floor was the quiet room for the patriarch to practice. Before long, Lin Sun sat in front of the empty desk, playing with a crystal-clear purple jade seal in his hand. The jade seal was engraved with 2 words: heart cleansing. It was made of some unknown material and it was filled with a mysterious and obscure atmosphere. Heart cleansing jade seal was the key to master heart cleansing peak. Only by controlling it could the passage on heart cleansing peak be opened. In other words, if Lin Sun didn't want to, as long as the passage was closed, no one could enter heart cleansing peak unless he broke in by force. However, as one of the 72 peaks of the mountain of aristocrats, anyone who wanted to break in by force had to think about the consequences. This thing was originally kept by Lin Zhong, but now it was given to Lin Sun, which meant that from now on, at least Lin Sun had the right to enter and exit Heart Cleansing Peak, regardless of the power of the clan. However, in Lin Sun's view, this thing couldn't play any role in solving his internal problems in the future. The key was to be strong himself. Thinking of this, Lin Sun put away heart-cleansing jade pendant and took out a simple silver hairpin. This was given by Xianxia, the chief instructor, when he left Bloodthirsty Camp. He told Lin Sun that if he had a chance to enter the Forbidden City, he could take this thing to a place called Vulture House when he was in trouble. The owner of Vulture House would help Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't intend to accept it at first, but Xianxia's words changed his mind. Young Ku is also there. Don't you want to see your instructor again in the future? At this time, playing with the silver hairpin in his hand, Lin Sun thought of instructor Young Ku, who was delicate but cold as snow. The next morning, Lin Sun, who didn't sleep all night, got up and walked out of Heart Cleansing Hall. The rising sun was like a fantasy, sprinkling golden luster, dyeing the sea of clouds bright. The whole Heart Cleansing Peak was bathed in a sacred atmosphere. Looking from the top of the mountain, the golden morning light and purple clouds blended in the distance, which was magnificent and brilliant. The grand atmosphere between heaven and earth refreshed Lin Sun's spirit. This was Heart Cleansing Peak, one of the 72 peaks of the aristocratic family. It stood above the void of the Forbidden City, the capital of the empire. Only the most powerful aristocratic family of the empire could occupy this place and overlook the mountains and rivers. Young master, don't you need me to accompany you? No, Granddad Zhong. When I come back, please put the list of all the treasures that were plundered in advance in the study. Don't worry, young master. Lin Sun said goodbye to Lin Zhong and walked down Heart Cleansing Peak alone. On the way to the bottom of the peak, there were many chariots pulled by snowmane deer. But after the bloody things happened that year, even the snowmane deer were taken away. Lin Sun always had an unspeakable hatred in his heart whenever he thought of this kind of looting. Buzz at the bottom of the peak, with the opening of the spiritual formation, an invisible door emerged. A white jade staircase swept out like a rainbow and connected to the ground below the 300 meters. As soon as Lin Sun walked out, he stood there. Because there were already people waiting there on the ground, it was a group of young people, men and women, all dressed in brocade and expensive clothes. At first glance, Lin Sun knew that they were not ordinary children. Obviously, they had been waiting here for a long time. At this time, they all looked impatient and were cursing something. When they saw Lin Sun, they were all refreshed and looked at Lin Sun. When they saw that Lin Sun was just a teenager, someone immediately made a disdainful sound. Lin Wenqiu, is this young boy the fierce man you said? Tut tut, I didn't expect that you were defeated by him. Yu Jiao, don't be angry. No matter who he is, since he dared to beat you, I must cut off one of his arms. Lin Sun noticed that in the crowd, there were several young people he met last night. At this time, they all looked at him with resentment. Did they come to seek revenge? When this idea flashed through his mind, Lin Sun denied it because he saw that although those young people shouted fiercely, no one dared to fight. It was not because they were afraid of him, but because of a man in yellow in front of them. The man was tall, with sword-like eyebrows and sharp eyes. He stood there casually with a kind of arrogant and oppressive momentum. Heaven Gang Realm, in an instant, Lin Sun judged the strength of the man from his breath. It was generally clear that the man in yellow should be an outstanding child of a collateral branch of Lin family. Yu Jiao, is he the Lin Sun you mentioned? The man in yellow stared at Lin Sun coldly. Although his voice was calm, his momentum was aggressive. Cousin Yingzhen, it's him. Lin Yujiao clenched her teeth and her eyes were full of resentment. Her pretty face was still red and swollen and covered by a piece of gauze, but the bruises at the corners of her eyes could not be covered. I see. You can go back now. The man in yellow gave an order and strode forward to the bottom of the white jade stairs. He looked up at Lin Sun at the end of the stairs. I'm Lin Yingzhen from Westbrook Lin. I heard that you threatened to occupy Heart Cleansing Peak. Lin Yingzhen, Westbrook Lin. In an instant, Lin Sun remembered Lin Zhong's words last night. It turned out that after the 4 collateral branches of Lin family moved out, they were divided into 4 branches. namely Westbrook Lin, Floating Cloud Lin, Flying Peak Lin, and Northlight Lin. Each of them was entrenched in different areas of the Forbidden City, just like 4 independent Lin clans. The relationship between them was complicated. Some of them hated each other, but also cooperated with each other. All of this was caused by the internal strife within the clan after the bloody incident all those years ago. Lin Yingzhen came from Westbrook Lin, which meant that he was the descendant of Lin Sun's second grandfather, Lin Cixi. However, Lin Sun didn't want to recognize his relatives at all. Seeing that the man was looking for trouble, he didn't bother to be polite. "You're wrong." Lin Sun smiled and said, "It's not a threat to occupy Heart Cleansing Peak, but a fact. From now on, no cat or dog can enter and exit Heart Cleansing Peak at will." A cat or dog, hearing this, many young people's faces changed and they cursed one after another. This guy was so rampant and reckless, Lin Yingzhen's face also sank. He waved his hand to stop people's scolding. He stared at Lin Sun like a knife. "You're so arrogant. I don't know why you dare to say that. But I still have to advise you not to make mistakes. Heart Cleansing Peak is not qualified for you." Seeing that Lin Yingzhen was so powerful, the young people who followed him were all excited. Lin Yingzhen was one of the best in the younger generation of Westbrook Lins. When he broke through to Human Gang realm, he condensed the second-class pond of spiritual power, swamp of wind and earth. This made his cultivation speed far faster than ordinary people. As early as 3 years ago, he had broken through to Heaven Gang realm. It was said that Lin Yingzhen already had the foundation to break through to Sea Spirit realm. The reason why he suppressed his realm was that he could lay a solid foundation for cultivation when he broke through in the future, so that he could have a longer road of cultivation. For practitioners in the world, it was a great problem whether they could step into Sea Spirit realm or not. But for Lin Yingzhen, it was obviously not a problem. In short, in the hearts of people, Lin Yingzhen was the pride of the younger generation of Westbrook Lins, with outstanding talent and outstanding strength. Now, he showed up with a domineering attitude. How could those young people not be excited? Some people even worried that Lin Sun would be scared by Lin Yingzhen's tough attitude. If he took the initiative to admit defeat, it would be too disappointing. Lin Sun said with a smile, "Cut the crap. Since you're here to pick a fight, it proves that you're ready to be beaten. Then don't be polite and come at me. After I get rid of you, I have to hurry to do something. I don't have much time to waste with you." His words were casual, but those young people couldn't believe their ears. They all opened their eyes wide. This guy was so damn arrogant. "Brother Yingzhen, beat him. Damn it, this guy's mouth is so poisonous. We must kill him. You are so reckless. Trouble comes from a loose tongue." Those young people shouted angrily. Lin Yingzhen was also slightly stunned. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen such an arrogant one. He couldn't help but look gloomy, and his eyes burst with sharp and frightening light. "My friend, based on your words, today you are so long-winded." Lin Sun rolled his eyes and frowned. "Are you a woman?" Lin Yingzhen was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. As a descendant of an aristocratic family, the most important thing was etiquette and demeanor. But he had never seen such an unforgiving person like Lin Sun. Clang, but at this time, Lin Sun seemed to have lost his patience. He pulled out his flowing lightsaber and chopped down from the white jade steps. He didn't hesitate at all when he made his move. "This is too much." Lin Yingzhen was completely angry. His whole body surged with terrible momentum. He was like an unsheathed sword, and his killing intent soared to the sky. In his hand, a spiritual sword swept out with a touch of burning red luster. But at the moment when Lin Sun attacked, Lin Yingzhen's eyes suddenly narrowed. Lin Sun's simple saber seemed to be nothing special, but it made him feel that it was unstoppable and unavoidable. What kind of saber technique was this? Lin Yingzhen was shocked and suddenly felt that something was wrong. There was an unparalleled momentum in the saber light, which was like a raging storm that could tear everything in the universe. Lin Yingzhen was horrified. The anger and contempt in his heart all disappeared and were replaced by a deadly cold and dangerous atmosphere. At this critical moment, he almost subconsciously exerted all his strength, not to attack, but to defend. This scene seemed a little strange in the eyes of those young people. They thought that Lin Yingzhen could easily kill Lin Sun with one sword strike. But they never thought that Lin Yingzhen's sword strike was used to defend his whole body. Defense? How could it be possible to defend before the fight started? Everyone was stunned. Immediately after, their vision blurred, and they heard a loud bang. Spiritual light shot out, and the force wreaked havoc. It was as if two mountains had collided. Then, Lin Yingzhen, who was highly respected by them, flew out like a kite with a broken line as if he was hit by a wild ox. With a puff, the smoke and dust on the ground scattered. Lin Yingzhen screamed and coughed up blood. Many bones in his body were broken. He was in so much pain that he couldn't stand up. Hiss, all the people present gasped and were dumbfounded. Did they see it wrong? Just at the beginning of the fight, Lin Yingzhen was sent out by a saber strike. It was horrible. This was beyond everyone's imagination. They couldn't help being stunned and completely shocked. But Lin Sun was also a little surprised at this time. You have a good reaction. You are lucky to be able to block my strike. Hearing this, many people shivered all over and looked horrified. They finally realized that the handsome young man in front of them was a tough guy. With the cultivation of Earth Gang Realm, he killed Lin Yingzhen, who was in Heaven Gang Realm, with one strike. And it was obvious that he was very relaxed and didn't use his full strength at all. This was too appalling. Lin Yingzhen's face was livid. He was lying on the ground and coughing up blood. His eyes were full of disbelief. He couldn't imagine how he was defeated so quickly. At this time, Lin Sun had already walked down the steps. Wherever he passed, those young people were scared to avoid him as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions. Obviously, they were frightened by Lin Sun's strike just now. Lin Sun walked to Lin Yingzhen and quickly took all the valuable things from Lin Yingzhen's body, including the jade belt, boots, and inner armor. Lin Yingzhen kept screaming in horror, like a virgin girl being ravaged. His face was full of helplessness. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yingzhen had only a pair of underpants left, revealing his white naked body. He was clean all over. The group of young people were stunned. It was not that they didn't want to help him, but Lin Sun moved so fast that Lin Yingzhen was about to become a naked man when they reacted. The most important thing was that even Lin Yingzhen had no resistance under Lin Sun's hands. If it was them, it was like hitting a stone with an egg. After taking all the valuable things, Lin Sun stopped. He ignored Lin Yingzhen, who was lying on the ground covering his face and screaming. Lin Sun looked at the group of young people. Just a glance made those young people feel cold all over, as if they were stared at by a hungry wolf. The men's faces changed, and the women's faces turned pale. They were afraid to repeat Lin Yingzhen's mistakes. Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These guys were really cowards. They didn't know how to fight back, so that Lin Sun couldn't find a chance to plunder some treasures. Everyone, go back and tell your elders that it's useless to test me. I won't care about you this time, but if you dare to provoke me next time, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Sun glanced at the crowd, showed a warm smile, and turned away. Of course, he knew that this was a test. Obviously, he wanted Lin Yingzhen to feel his trump card. This proved that the 4 branches of Lin family should now know that he was back. Maybe they heard some news, so they didn't dare to come rashly, so they sent Lin Yingzhen to test him. Unfortunately, Lin Sun didn't welcome this kind of test at all. Even in his opinion, this kind of test undoubtedly proved that the 4 branches didn't put him in their eyes at all. Lin Yingzhen's miserable end was Lin Sun's counterattack. He was so unceremonious and powerful that he wanted to let the 4 branches know that Lin Sun was determined to control Heart Cleansing Peak. Watching Lin Sun leave, those young people couldn't help changing their expressions. No one dared to stop him. They even secretly felt lucky that Lin Sun didn't make trouble for them. What happened just now was too frightening. Lin Sun not only defeated Lin Yingzhen with one saber, but also stripped Lin Yingzhen from head to toe, leaving only a colorful underpants. It was too humiliating. From now on, Lin Yingzhen would become a laughingstock of Westbrook Lin. If he wanted to raise his head, he had to kill Lin Sun. Damn it! Damn it! At this time, Lin Yingzhen was so ashamed and angry that he wanted to die. He roared again and again. It was so shameful and shameful. What Lin Sun did was even worse than killing him. He was so angry that he rolled his eyes and fainted. Seeing this, those young people immediately rushed to Lin Sun without thinking much. After solving Lin Yingzhen's provocation, Lin Sun didn't care about it anymore. He walked along the spacious street into the Forbidden City in the morning. Yesterday, he arrived at the Forbidden City at night. He took the chariot all the way and entered Heart-Cleansing Peak before he had time to appreciate the scenery of the Forbidden City. But now, as he walked alone and strolled along the street, he saw the orderly and spacious streets were crowded with people and carriages. Most of them were cultivators, and it was rare to see ordinary people. This was normal. This was the Forbidden City, an important place in the capital. It was one of the most sacred places in the hearts of countless practitioners. It was extremely difficult for practitioners to take root here, let alone ordinary people. Rumble in the sky, the purple air was steaming and the morning light was spreading. Spiritual shuttles passed by, making a rumbling sound, which was very spectacular. In the Forbidden City, except for spiritual shuttles, it was forbidden for any practitioner or bird to fly in the sky. Therefore, Lin Sun could see spirit realm practitioners with high status in the outside world almost at any time along the way. They were either walking or riding chariots like him. There were even some strong practitioners of Tao Insight Realm. As for practitioners of Human Gang Realm, Earth Gang Realm, Heaven Gang Realm and so on, they could be seen everywhere. Of course, the practitioners within the 9th level of the martial realm were the most common. There were so many of them that it was quite a spectacular sight. In addition to practitioners, Lin Sun also saw many foreigners in strange clothes. For example, monks of Baoxiong country, warriors of Yunlan country and so on. There were even strong voodoo barbarians from the Empire of the Dark. This made Lin Sun's pupils shrink, but he soon understood from the conversation of nearby practitioners that those voodoo barbarians were foreign envoys. They lived in the Forbidden City all year round and were not in danger. Witnessing all these bizarre and spectacular things, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This was the Forbidden City. It was the heart of Ziyao Empire, where there were many clans and forces. It was the center of the empire's power. When it came to prosperity and heritage, there was no one in the world who could match it. After wandering for an hour, Lin Sun soon learned the address of the Vulture House after a little inquiry. Then he spent a piece of gold coin to hire a chariot and drove to the Vulture House. A piece of gold coin was enough to hire 7 or 8 chariots in other cities. It could be seen from this that the price of goods in the Forbidden City was very high. Without enough wealth, it was really difficult to establish a foothold. Here, in the northwest area of the Forbidden City. This was the civilian area at the root of the Imperial City. Almost all the people living here were practitioners from all over the world. In terms of prosperity, it couldn't be compared with other areas of the Forbidden City. But even so, this area was very lively, with restaurants, inns, businesses, brothels. Everything that one could expect. The Vulture House was one of the restaurants in this area. Its location was very remote. Lin Sun got off the chariot and searched in this area for a long time before he found it in the corner of a street. It was a 2-story building that looked ordinary and inconspicuous. It was almost noon, and there were only a dozen or so guests in the Vulture House. The business seemed to be a little quiet. Is the friend mentioned by Drillmaster Xianxia the owner of this restaurant? Lin Sun raised his head and looked at the sign of the restaurant written with 3 ancient characters Vulture House, with a touch of surprise in his eyes. He had thought that since the owner of the Vulture House was Xianxia's friend, he must also be an incredible expert. Who would have thought that this so-called Vulture House was just an ordinary restaurant in the commoner's district? However, Lin Sun didn't despise it at all. As the saying went, great hermits hid in the city. There were many powerful people in the world who were hiding in such an inconspicuous downtown. But when Lin Sun was about to step into the Vulture House, there was a sudden burst of thunderous hoofbeats in the distant street. The earth shook as if thousands of troops were approaching. As soon as the hoofbeats sounded, Lin Sun saw a group of practitioners riding fierce beasts roaring towards him. Crack! 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 On the mounts, those practitioners waved their long whips, cursed and whipped the pedestrians who stood in the way. They were extremely arrogant. Get out of the way! Damn it, you blind bastards, get out of here! If you don't want to die, get out of here! The pedestrians on the street screamed and dodged. It was a mess. A few people didn't have time to dodge and were sent flying by the ferocious beasts ridden by the practitioners. They screamed and fell to the ground. There were also some pedestrians who had clearly dodged, But those practitioners still brandished their long whips and lashed them, causing those people's skin to split open and flesh to lacerate, causing them to roll on the ground and cry in pain. Arrogant, disregarding life, this was Lin's first impression of this group of practitioners. Letting a beast run wildly in a busy city was no different from trampling on lives. What made people's hair stand on end was that after doing such a wicked thing, those practitioners were incomparably complacent and kept laughing loudly. Suddenly, Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. Not far away from him, there was a little boy who seemed to be scared out of his wits. He stood there and cried, forgetting to dodge. Pa, the ferocious beast at the very front had already galloped over. The practitioner on it revealed a sinister smile as he swung his whip towards the little boy's head. If this attack landed, the little boy's head would definitely be crushed to death. There was a burst of exclamation in the street. Many people couldn't help but close their eyes and didn't dare to watch it any longer. They all knew that the poor and innocent little boy was going to die. At this critical moment, Lin Sun rushed out like lightning, reached out his hands to hold the little boy, and rushed to the roadside dangerously. However, the whip fell on Lin Sun's back, tearing the clothes on his back and leaving a bloody whip mark on his skin, making him feel a burning pain. The only fortunate thing was that the little boy was unscathed. He was just frightened and cried loudly. What? Suddenly, the leading practitioner glanced at Lin Sun with some surprise. Then he smiled disdainfully and withdrew his gaze, as if he didn't want to pay attention to Lin Sun. Rumble! At this time, the group of practitioners riding ferocious beasts all rushed over and stopped in front of Vulture House in an orderly manner. Behind this group of practitioners, there was a bronze chariot drawn by 4 black-scaled horses. Although there was no decoration on it, it revealed a ferocious and frightening momentum. Just by looking at the 4 ferocious black-scaled horses and the guards in front, Lin Sun knew that the identity of the owner of the chariot must be extraordinary. Lin Sun frowned. He first returned the child in his arms to his parents. Ignoring the bloody whip mark on his back, he raised his eyes and looked at the black chariot. In next to no time, a young man that wore a scarlet-red cloak and pitch-black armor walked down from the treasured carriage. He had a cold expression while his entire body was filled with a violent and iron-blooded aura that shook the hearts of all. The young man stepped out of the chariot and strode straight into Vulture House. Behind him, a group of guards followed him. It's Xianxia again. On the street, someone said angrily, in the past half a year, he has brought people to Vulture House every 3 or 5 days and made a mess. It's so abominable. Hey, this guy's surname is not Qi because his sister married into Qi family. He was lucky enough to be given the surname Qi otherwise. How could he be so powerful today? Someone said disdainfully. You're wrong. Although Xianxia was born in a poor family, his talent was very good. He joined the army when he was young. He fought on the battlefield for many years and made many military achievements. If not, it was impossible for him to have the surname of Qi family only because of his sister's relationship. Anyway, this guy is too arrogant. Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants in the Forbidden City after changing his surname to Qi? Sooner or later, this kind of despicable person will be cleaned up by someone. Hey, although I also hope to see this scene, it's obvious that Xianxia can do whatever he wants in the Forbidden City only with the surname Qi. There was a lot of discussion in the street. The voices of hate, curse, envy, and emotion sounded one after another. Xianxia, Lin Sun suddenly thought of Qitsongmei and Qitsongfeng. He also remembered the heavy encirclement and suppression operations he encountered on the way to the Forbidden City. Although the whip mark on his back didn't hurt his muscles and bones, it was so painful that Lin Sun couldn't help flashing a trace of coldness in his black eyes. He had killed many practitioners of Qi family along the way, but now he was whipped by a servant of a guy who changed his surname to Qi. How could Lin Sun not be angry? Friend, why does Xianxia often come to Vulture House? Lin Sun asked a pedestrian next to him in a low voice. Hey, isn't it for the beauty in Vulture House? The man sneered, Xianxia is so shameless. It's obvious that the beauty has no interest in him, but he comes to pester her again and again. He has no character at all. He is really a bastard. Even if he changed his surname to Qi, he can't change his bad nature. Beauty? Lin Sun was stunned. Bro, this is your first time here, right? Then you have no idea. About a year ago, the manager of the Vulture House, the old cripple, recruited a woman from God knows where. She is extremely beautiful and has a cold temperament, like an unapproachable iceberg. She immediately caused a sensation in the nearby streets and attracted many customers. That's right. That's right. The man showed a covetous and intoxicated look. I've seen the beauty once. Her figure and face are so beautiful. If I can sleep with her for one night, Lin Sun frowned and interrupted, but I don't think the business of Vulture House is good. Why? The man squinted at Lin Sun with slight dissatisfaction and said, that's nonsense. In the past 6 months, Chise often came with his ferocious men. Who dares to patronize the business of Vulture House? After that, he rolled his eyes and left. Lin Sun stood there alone and fell into thought. If he guessed right, the beauty who had been pestered by Chise for more than half a year should be Drillmaster Young Ku. She was delicate and beautiful with a cold temperament. Wasn't that her? More than a year ago, it was the time when Drillmaster Young Ku left the bloodthirsty camp. The time was also consistent. How dare Chise covet the beauty of Drillmaster Young Ku? Isn't he afraid of being beaten to death? Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help shaking his head. No, if it was really Drillmaster Young Ku, how could she be pestered by Chise for half a year without killing him? Bang bang bang. At this moment, there was a loud noise in the opposite Vulture House. Immediately, more than a dozen diners were thrown out with screams. Get out of here. Don't you see my master is working? If I see you in Vulture House again, I'll kill you without mercy. One of Chise's attendants came out and scolded the diners who fell to the ground with disdain. Lin Sun frowned, stepped forward to help a diner up and asked, what happened inside? The man screamed, Chise was rejected by the iceberg beauty again. He was crazy all of a sudden. We were also affected. Lin Sun's heart tightened. He didn't dare to hesitate and rushed to Vulture House. He was not worried that Young Ku would be bullied. He was worried that Young Ku would be hated by Chi family if she bullied Chise. Now Lin Sun knew clearly about the contradiction between the aristocratic families and the poor families at the bottom. Once such a thing happened, even if Chise was unreasonable, he would inevitably harm Young Ku in order to maintain the dignity of Chi family. Vulture House is closed today. Get out of here. In front of the door, 2 guards stood there. When they saw Lin Sun, they immediately scolded him. Coincidentally, one of the practitioners was the one who whipped Lin Sun just now. When he saw Lin Sun's face clearly, he immediately smiled grimly and said, it's you, boy. Haven't you been whipped enough? As he said, he raised the iron whip in his hand and was about to hit Lin Sun's head. Crack, but Lin Sun didn't retreat. Instead, he slapped the guy in the face. He screamed, his mouth and nose were bleeding, and his teeth were peeled off. His body turned around like a top. Finally, he knelt on the ground with stars in his eyes and almost fainted. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun had grabbed the iron whip. Crack, the whip was unceremoniously lashed down. The strong wind contained the internal strength. The practitioner's skin and flesh were broken, and his internal organs were seriously injured. Finally, he convulsed and fainted. You're courting death. The practitioner on the other side was furious. As soon as he raised his hand, he felt a horrible storm-like momentum suddenly burst out from Lin Sun. With a bang, the practitioner was shaken by Lin Sun's momentum and flew backward. He had no time to resist or respond. Crack, Lin Sun didn't show any mercy. He lashed out with the iron whip again, which made the practitioner cough blood and faint as if he was electrocuted. Throwing away the iron whip, Lin Sun rushed into the first floor of Vulture House. But he glanced around and found no one. When he climbed to the second floor, he found no one. Lin Sun was stunned, and then he noticed that there was a door leading to a courtyard in the depths of the Vulture House. Overlooking from the second floor, he could have a panoramic view of the whole courtyard. At this time, a group of practitioners stood in the huge courtyard. Chise stood in front of them with a saber on his neck. He then looked at the owner of the saber. She was dressed in plain clothes, and her figure was slender and graceful. She had a pair of straight legs that made her look even taller. She had a head of fine black short hair, and her facial features were beautiful and fair. She was a beautiful woman with impeccable looks, figure, and temperament. Her movements of holding the saber were steady and precise. Her eyebrows were full of calmness and indifference. She was like a lonely iceberg with an inviolable temperament. This person was Drillmaster Young Ku. Compared with the time in Bloodthirsty Camp, Young Ku who took off the military uniform of the Imperial Army added an indescribable beauty. Her unique calm and cold temperament, coupled with her delicate and beautiful facial features, gave people a strong visual impact. Even Lin Sun couldn't help being slightly stunned when he saw her for the first time. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Young Ku just held the saber and didn't kill him. Unexpectedly, Xianxia, whose saber was on his neck, was not nervous at all. He was calm and steady. He stared at Young Ku's beautiful face and said with a smile, "I know you've done it, so put away your sword." Young Ku didn't put away her knife. "Do you really think I won't dare to kill you?" Xianxia burst into laughter with a touch of arrogance on his face. "Of course you dare not. If you kill me, you may escape from here, but the Vulture House and the owner of the Vulture House will definitely pay a bloody price for it." After pausing for a moment, his gaze became scorching and firm as he said, "Young Ku, you're actually very clear that it's very easy to kill me, but the consequences aren't simple at all. That's why you've never dared to make a move. Look, this is the power of influence." As he finished speaking, he couldn't help but raise his hand with the intention of stroking Young Ku's face. However, when he saw Young Ku's calm and emotionless eyes, he withdrew his hand in the end. Xianxia smiled as if he was sure about Young Ku. "No matter what, you must go with me today. Otherwise, I will smash the Vulture House and kill the owner of the Vulture House." Young Ku narrowed her eyes and said in a cold voice, "How dare you?" Xianxia said with a smile, "You can have a try. I guess you don't want to see the owner of the Vulture House die because of you anyway. In this case, what else can you do to struggle?" Young Ku fell into silence. Xianxia became more and more complacent. Like a hunter who was good at playing with women's mind, he said slowly, "Young Ku, I really like you. What's wrong with you following me? Now, I have the backing of the Qi family, one of the 7 top aristocratic families. If you follow me, you will also become a member of the Qi family. How glorious and glorious it is." Bang! Young Ku shook her wrist and hit Xianxia's chest with the back of the saber. Xianxia immediately fell out. "Get out." Young Ku spat out a word gently. Xianxia didn't get angry at all. He got up slowly, dusted his clothes, and walked to Young Ku step by step, saying, "Don't make trouble. You dare not kill me. Why struggle?" Seeing this, a group of practitioners and attendants nearby all showed a playful face. In their eyes, Young Ku was as unattainable as an iceberg. She could strongly stimulate men's desire to conquer. Now, seeing Xianxia constantly attacking Young Ku's psychological defense line like an experienced hunter, they felt very satisfied just watching. Young Ku looked at Xianxia who was approaching step by step. Her palms and fingers turned white because of the force of holding the saber. Her clear eyes were as calm as water, full of struggle. When he was only 1 foot away from Young Ku, Xianxia smiled. It was a confident smile. No matter how high this woman's cultivation was, how strong her fighting capacity was, and how cold and aloof her temperament was, she still had to submit to him obediently. This kind of pleasure of conquest stimulated Xianxia's blood to boil. He couldn't wait to laugh up to the sky. This was power. In front of power, everything was vulnerable to a paper tiger. "Young Ku, come with me," Xianxia said softly. He raised his hand and slowly grabbed Young Ku's arm. Young Ku's body trembled imperceptibly. She seemed to be trying to endure the emotions in her heart. This made Xianxia more and more complacent. This was the pleasure of conquest. It was an unparalleled enjoyment. Only this woman in front of him could give him such a strong feeling. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "If you dare to touch her, I promise to cut off your claws and feed them to the dogs." With the voice, Lin Sun's figure had swept into the courtyard. "Who? You're courting death. Reckless fool, how dare you ruin my master's plans?" Suddenly, a group of practitioners became restless. They shouted and rushed to Lin Sun. At this moment, when Young Ku saw Lin Sun, she couldn't help being stunned. Why did this little guy come here? Go to hell. In the twinkling of an eye, a group of practitioners' attendants had already rushed to Lin Sun. However, Lin Sun was not in a hurry. He took out 2 meteors crossbows. After 2 ear-piercing explosions, silver spiritual arrows burst out like a rainstorm, blooming in the crowd like fireworks. Puff puff puff, in an instant, 7 or 8 practitioners were killed on the spot. Their blood was like a waterfall. Before the end, flowing lightsaber had been unsheathed. Lin Sun held it in his hand and strode forward. Witnessing all this just now, Lin Sun's lungs were about to explode. Especially when he saw Drillmaster Young Ku, who couldn't be desecrated in his heart, was helpless because of Chi Zhe. Lin Sun was full of hatred and sadness. Young Ku was a drillmaster in the bloodthirsty camp of the Empire, but in the face of a guy with the surname of Chi family, she was in a dilemma. How absurd was this? How ridiculous was this? But Lin Sun knew that this was the reality. The reason why Young Ku didn't dare to act rashly was that Chi family was behind Chi Zhe. The power of aristocratic families was the cause of all this. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun couldn't bear it anymore. He vented the endless hatred in his heart at once and started to fight mercilessly. For a while, the saber light was shooting in the courtyard, crisscrossing like a storm. Most of the practitioners' attendants were in human gang realm, so they couldn't bear such a blow. In the blink of an eye, more than half of them had been killed or injured. "You're courting death." At this moment, Chi Zhe's face darkened. He was completely irritated. His eyes became gloomy and terrible. He was about to succeed, but was suddenly disturbed by others, which made him furious. Boom, he flew up and grabbed fiercely with his palm from afar. An expanse of dazzling and jet-black palm winds flashed out like a black wave that pressed down on the sky and roared. Killing the enemy in the air, this was the means of Sea Spirit Realm, but as soon as Chi Zhe made a move, Young Ku seemed to have made a decision. She gritted her teeth and jumped up. With a swish, Young Ku patted gently with her palm and fingers. The void seemed to collapse, and the power of Chi Zhe's palm was instantly shattered. "Young Ku, you," Chi Zhe was furious. He couldn't believe that Young Ku dared to stop him. Bang, but before he finished his words, Young Ku kicked out with a beautiful and neat whip leg. The horrible leg force turned into a shadow and hit Chi Zhe's chest across the air. With a cracking sound, Chi Zhe's chest collapsed and his 7 orifices bled. His whole body was smashed to the ground, making a big pit with smoke and dust splashing. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun had killed the attendants of Chi Zhe. He came over with a bloody saber and said with a smile, "Drillmaster Young Ku, this is your style." Young Ku squinted at Lin Sun calmly and said, "You have caused me a big trouble as soon as we met. Think about how to solve it first." "Solve it? Impossible. Unless you kill me right now, none of you can escape." Chi Zhe roared on the ground. His hair was disheveled, his facial features were twisted and livid, and his eyes were bloodshot, full of tyranny and anger. Since he changed his surname to Chi, no one dared to provoke him wherever he went. He had never suffered such a big loss. Young Ku frowned and was about to say something, but Lin Sun said, "Drillmaster, let me deal with it. I'll make sure that you don't have to worry about it." As he said, he walked to Chi Zhe with his saber and showed a warm smile, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Having said that, he raised his saber and cut off Chi Zhe's palms. In an instant, blood burst out like a fountain. Chi Zhe screamed wildly in pain, "You're finished. You're finished. Chi family will never let you go. I swear." Hearing this, Young Ku frowned more and more. She was a little worried. Lin Sun squatted down, stared at Chi Zhe's twisted, crazy and livid cheeks, and said with a smile, "You probably don't know that on my way to the Forbidden City, I almost killed more than 2,000 practitioners sent by Chi family and destroyed 6 seeing battleships of Chi family. By the way, even Chi Tsongfeng ran to Wuxiu City to kill me, but I'm still alive." After a pause, Lin Sun asked seriously, "Now, do you think I will still be afraid of the revenge of Chi family?" Chi Zhe was severely injured by Young Ku before and his thoracic bones were broken. Then his hands were cut off by Lin Sun. The heavy blow made him scream in pain and was about to collapse. He cursed crazily in his heart. He hated Lin Sun and Young Ku to the extreme. He vowed that if he could survive this time, he would torture them to death. However, when he heard Lin Sun's words, Chi Zhe was like being struck by lightning. The resentment and madness in his heart were replaced by endless panic. Killed more than 2,000 practitioners sent by Chi family, destroyed 6 seeing battleships, How the hell was this possible? Chizé didn't believe it at first, but when he heard that even Chi Tsongfeng couldn't kill Lin's son, he immediately panicked. Because he also heard that just yesterday, Chi Tsongfeng went out without authorization. When he wanted to deal with an outsider, he destroyed the arrangement of the clan and was finally put in confinement by the big shots of Chi family. If what Lin Sun said was true, wasn't it the young man in front of him who Chi Tsongfeng wanted to deal with yesterday? Thinking of this, Chizé completely collapsed. His face was bleak and his eyes were empty. He even seemed to forget the injury on his body. No wonder this guy dared to fight unscrupulously. It turned out that he was also a tough guy with a great background. When Young Ku heard what Lin Sun said, she couldn't help but be stunned. How could this guy do so many things before he came to the Forbidden City? Why did Chi family send forces to deal with him? Why did they watch him enter the Forbidden City at the last moment and didn't retaliate? Young Ku realized that there must be a reason for this. But Lin Sun didn't seem to notice the change of Chizé's expression. He still said with a smile, "Of course, you cannot believe it, but it doesn't matter. You just need to know that it's really a simple thing for me to kill you." Chizé looked dull and empty. He was out of his wits. He was disheartened and completely admitted defeat. "Of course, since I said so much, I naturally didn't intend to kill you at this time." But Chen Shi's next words surprised Young Ku. Even Chizé couldn't help but tremble. A look of life flashed in his hollow pupils. But he still didn't believe it. He thought that Lin Sun was deliberately torturing him. He said hoarsely, "Don't play tricks. If you want to kill me, just kill me. If I frown, I will change my surname to yours." Lin Sun smiled slightly. In Chizé's astonished eyes, he began to deal with Chizé's broken hand quickly. First, he helped to stop the bleeding and clean it. Then, he took out the ointment needed for healing and applied it on the wound. Finally, he wrapped the wound with a piece of cloth. Chizé was completely stunned and couldn't speak. "Don't be touched. I'm just trying to save your life," Lin Sun said with a smile, "because I'm really curious about how they will feel when you return to Chi family alive after losing your hands and becoming a cripple. I heard that your surname is given by Chi family? This is a little difficult to handle. If they take back the surname they bestowed upon you and no longer recognize you as a clansman." Before he finished his words, Chizé's head was about to explode as if he was hit hard by a stick. He finally understood. Lin Sun didn't kill him out of kindness. It was obvious that Lin Sun wanted to make him fall into a miserable situation. Think about it, a useless person was worthless. Even if the Chi family didn't take away his surname, how could he survive in the future? After losing his strength, he was bound to be reduced to a complete clown, struggling at death's door, and being trampled underfoot by countless people. The more he thought about it, the more frightened Chizé was. Who was the young man in front of him? How could he be so vicious? He was a devil. No, even a devil was not as vicious as him. Hearing this, Young Cook couldn't help saying, "Lin Sun, if you offend Chi family, don't worry. If Chi family wants revenge, they can come to me." Lin Sun smiled warmly. He seemed to think of something and reminded Chizé, "Well, I forgot to tell you that if you want to retaliate against me in the future, you can come to Heart Cleansing Peak, one of the 72 peaks of the Mountain of Aristocrats. It's easy to find me." The Mountain of Aristocrats, Heart Cleansing Peak. Chizé's eyes were gloomy. He was so shocked that he wanted to die. It turned out that this guy was also a disciple of an aristocratic family. No, Chizé suddenly remembered that Lin family of Heart Cleansing Peak had declined more than 10 years ago. Now it could barely be regarded as an inferior aristocratic family. Why did he dare to challenge Chi family? Bah! After saying so much, it turns out that you're just a swindler who uses his connections to intimidate others. Chizé sneered. Lin Sun got up and said with a smile, "It's no fun to deceive people like you. Go ahead. You are welcome to take Chi family's people to Heart Cleansing Peak for revenge." Seeing Lin Sun was so confident, Chizé's face changed for a while. Finally, he gritted his teeth, got up despite his injuries and staggered out. Before leaving, he didn't forget to look at Lin Sun and Young Ku with resentment. Obviously, this guy still has a glimmer of hope in his heart. He thinks that Chi family will avenge him. Yes, people should find some hope for themselves as long as they are alive. Otherwise, they are no different from being dead. Lin Sun sighed with a smile. Xianxia frowned and glanced at Lin Sun, saying, "Do you still have the mood to sigh for others?" Lin Sun sighed, "I don't itch when I have too many lice, and I don't worry when I have too many debts. Anyway, he dares to harm you, Drillmaster Xianxia, so I dare to make him suffer and pay an unbearable price." Xianxia's clear eyes slightly narrowed. Looking at the handsome young man in front of her who she hadn't seen for a long time, she couldn't help but have a strange feeling in her heart. Although this boy had changed a lot, he was still good. "I forgot one thing. I should let Chizé clean up here before leaving." Lin Sun glanced at the courtyard. The ground was in a mess. Corpses were everywhere and the smell of blood was pungent. "No need to clean up. Do you think it's necessary to stay here after killing so many people of Qi family?" Xianxia was helpless. She turned and walked out. "I'm going to call Vulture. You will leave with us later." "Leave? Where?" Lin Sun was stunned. "How can there be a place for me in the Forbidden City after making such a big storm?" "I will run away as far as I can," Xianxia said casually. Lin Sun understood in an instant. In the final analysis, Xianxia was still worried about the revenge from Qi family, how valiant Drillmaster Xianxia was when she was in the bloodthirsty camp. But in the Forbidden City, she was pestered by a guy who had changed his surname to Qi. She was tied up. Up to now, she had no choice but to leave the Forbidden City after killing a group of rubbish. This made Lin Sun quite upset in his heart. He finally understood what the so-called aristocratic families meant to ordinary people. Even Xianxia could only swallow her anger, let alone others. If it weren't for the power of Qi family, how could Chizé, whose strength was far inferior to Xianxia, be so unscrupulous and lawless? "Drillmaster, I have a way to keep us all in the Forbidden City," Lin Sun said seriously. He had seen that Xianxia was extremely reluctant to leave. Otherwise, she couldn't bear the harassment of Chizé for half a year. Sure enough, Xianxia suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Sun. "What's a way?" "Come back to Heart Cleansing Peak with me." Lin Sun took a deep breath and didn't hide anything. He told her his life experience and the current situation he was facing. "It turns out that you are really the heir of Lin family?" Xianxia couldn't help being stunned after knowing all this. She had also heard of Lin family, but it was too strange for her to imagine that Lin Sun would be related to such an aristocratic family. Lin Sun smiled. "I didn't know it until yesterday." In fact, there was a touch of unspeakable complex emotions in this sentence. Those who weren't involved couldn't understand the bitterness in it. "So you're saying that you came to find me this time to ask for my help?" Xianxia looked at Lin Sun directly. Lin Sun said with a little helplessness, "I can't help it. I just came here and I'm alone. It's impossible for me to fight against those greedy old guys." He took a deep breath and said resolutely, "So, I can only accumulate strength as soon as possible and use any available resources by any means. Otherwise, it's hard to keep my life, let alone keep Heart Cleansing Peak." Xianxia was silent for a moment. She looked at Lin Sun indifferently and said, "If I offend Qi family, I can escape. But if I jump into your fire pit, I may be completely trapped." Lin Sun smiled bitterly. "That's true." Suddenly, he was a little discouraged and realized a problem. Was it really selfish to ask Drillmaster Xianxia to go back to Heart Cleansing Peak with him? It should be known that once Drillmaster Xianxia stood in the same camp with him, the danger she would face was hundreds of times more dangerous than killing Chizé. "Come with me first." Xianxia didn't refuse directly. Instead, she took Lin Sun out of Vulture House and walked along the streets for 10 minutes. Finally, she pushed the door into a remote courtyard. The courtyard was quiet and secluded. There was a dense ancient tree in the center. Under the ancient tree, a middle-aged man was sitting in a wheelchair, holding a fat snow-white leopard cat in his arms. The middle-aged man had long gray hair. His face was pale and almost transparent. He seemed to have a stubborn disease, which made him feel extremely weak. But his expression was extremely serene. Under his broad eyebrows, there was a pair of calm eyes, which seemed to be able to see through the vicissitudes of the world. If he hadn't been sitting in a wheelchair with a pale and sickly face, Lin Sun would have suspected that he was a great master who lived in seclusion. "Xianxia, here you are." Seeing Xianxia pushing the door in, the middle-aged man showed a gentle smile. His voice was as low as morning bell and evening drum, which had a unique charm. But when he saw Lin Sun, the middle-aged man was slightly stunned. He raised his eyebrows and said, "This young man is full of killing intent. His clothes are stained with blood. Did he kill someone just now?" Immediately, he realized something. His clear eyes moved to young Ku and said with a little emotion, "If I'm right, you have completely fallen out with Chizé, haven't you?" Lin Sun was shocked. The middle-aged man had a keen insight. With just a single glance, he was able to determine so many things. If he didn't possess abundant experience and wisdom, it would be impossible for him to accomplish this. Young Ku nodded and didn't deny it. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Is it because of this young man? You don't have to deny it. In my opinion, even without this young man, this kind of thing will happen sooner or later according to your temperament." Lin Sun was completely shocked this time. He finally understood what was called great wisdom. The middle-aged man had guessed what had happened just now in a few words. It was amazing. Young Ku changed the topic. "Vulture, this is Lin Sun, one of the trainees who successfully graduated from the bloodthirsty camp the year before last." Vulture, it turned out that he was the boss of Vulture House. Lin Sun immediately stepped forward and said, "Nice to meet you, senior." Vulture smiled slightly, "Don't be so polite. You can find this place because Xianxia has given you guidance. In this case, you are not an outsider." Lin Sun immediately sighed with emotion, "Senior, you have a keen eye and can predict things like a god. I have to admire you." Vulture smiled and said, "Give me the hairpin." Lin Sun was stunned and immediately came to his senses. He took out the silver hairpin given to him by Xianxia and handed it to Vulture. Vulture gently stroked the hairpin with a touch of softness in his eyes. After a while, he said, "You must have something to ask of me if you come here with this hairpin. Tell me, how can I help you?" Before Lin Sun opened his mouth, Young Ku stepped forward and whispered Lin's situation to Vulture. After hearing it, Vulture showed a solemn expression and said, "I didn't expect that you were the descendant of Lord Daochen. I'm sorry. Lord Daochen must be Lin Daochen, Lin Sun's great-grandfather." To Lin Sun's surprise, Vulture seemed to admire his great-grandfather so much that he even gave great respect to Lin Sun, a junior. "To tell you the truth, I didn't know my origin until yesterday, so I know nothing about my great-grandfather." "I'm sorry to make you laugh," Lin Sun said shamefully. "Well, no more small talk. I already know your story, but I'm not sure whether it's necessary to help you at present." Vulture's eyes were calm with a kind of power to pry into people's hearts. "After all, you also know that if I help you, I will face many terrible dangers. I need you to prove that you can bear this responsibility." "How?" asked Lin Sun. "You are only in the Earthgang realm. If I test your strength, it will be difficult for you. Tell me, if you are in charge of Heart Cleansing Peak, what will you do?" Vulture's tone was gentle, and his eyes were clear. Being stared at by him, Lin Sun felt an inexplicable pressure. Young Ku didn't say anything more at this moment. She just looked at Lin with her clear eyes. She also saw that this was a test. If Lin could pass it, he would get help from Vulture. If he couldn't pass, he could only leave alone. "Let's settle our internal problems first," Lin Sun answered without hesitation. He had thought about this question countless times last night. "How do we solve the internal problems?" Spirit Vulture continued to ask. His eyes became even calmer, and there was an indescribable dignity that pressed down on one's mind. Lin Sun said in a low voice, "Let's stabilize our foundation first, accumulate strength, and strike later." Vulture shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied, and said, "Too general. It can be seen that you don't have specific plans and arrangements at the moment." Lin Sun was stunned and said, "In my opinion, it's far from the specific layout at present." "Oh," Vulture said with interest, "tell me about it." Lin Sun said quickly, "My only advantage at present is my identity as the lineal heir of Lin family. I can take over Heart Cleansing Peak justifiably. On this point, other clansmen of Lin family have lost to me innately." Vulture nodded, "Justifiably. This is the key point." Lin Sun smiled and continued, "However, my situation is not very optimistic. I have neither money nor manpower. I'm alone, not famous, not strong enough, and my personal prestige is far from convincing." There was a touch of appreciation in Vulture's eyes. From these words, he had already judged that Lin Sun was not a braggart. It was easy to know the enemy, but it was often difficult to know oneself. The most difficult thing for a practitioner to understand was himself. It was extremely rare for Lin Sun to examine and analyze himself and make sober and calm judgments at his age. So I plan to change myself first before solving the internal problems. When I have the ability, I will plan the overall situation and make a clear plan. Lin Sun took a deep breath and spoke out his real thoughts. Hearing this, Young Ke had been persuaded. He had seen that Lin Sun didn't come to ask for help because of fear. On the contrary, he had his own ideas and plans. I haven't seen him for a year or two, but he has changed so much. If Chief Shu knows it, he will be very pleased. Young Ke was thoughtful. She knew very well that although Xianxia didn't take much care of Lin Sun in the bloodthirsty camp, Lin Sun was undoubtedly one of the trainees Xianxia appreciated most. Otherwise, Xianxia would not give the silver hairpin to Lin Sun. But to Young Ke's surprise, after hearing Lin Sun's answer, Vulture still didn't seem to be moved. He continued to ask, "Your idea is good. I'm just curious about how you will change yourself. It's not something that can be done in a day and a night." Lin Sun suddenly smiled with a rare look of disdain on his angular and delicate face. He said calmly, "It may be difficult for others to make a change, but I'm different from them. As long as I want to do it, I can definitely let everyone in the Forbidden City know my name within a month." Young Ke's clear eyes were fixed, and a strange look flashed through her eyes. She rarely saw Lin Sun being so confident. People like him would never say such decisive and complacent words easily. It seemed that he must have a lot of trump cards that he hadn't exposed. Almost at the same time, Vulture also smiled and applauded. "Now I can be sure that it doesn't seem to be a bad thing to help you." Lin Sun felt refreshed and said happily, "So you have agreed to help me?" Young Ke said angrily, "As long as you are not stupid, you can already judge it, right? You are so smart. Why are you confused at this time?" Lin Sun was speechless. Of course, he could judge it, but he was too excited in his heart, which made it difficult for him to digest the joy. Originally, he planned to ask Young Ke for help. Who would have thought that he got the help of Vulture by accident? How could Lin Sun not be overjoyed? Vulture seemed to be sick and had no momentum. But he could become Xianxia's friend and was respected by Young Ke. Naturally, he couldn't be an ordinary person. If he and Young Ke could help him, he would undoubtedly have more chips to take charge of Heart Cleansing Peak. Now, let me introduce myself again. My codename is Vulture. Like Xianxia, I was one of the trainees of Bloodthirsty Camp. At this time, Vulture looked solemn and said, "Originally, I had the cultivation of Tao Insight Realm. But because of a disaster that year, I was plagued by disease. Now I was no different from a disabled person." Plagued by disease, what kind of disease could actually torture a practitioner in the Tao Insight Realm into a cripple? Lin Sun was shocked. When he was about to ask, Vulture waved his hand and said, "Don't ask more about it. I just want to tell you that I can't help you in the battle. The only thing I can do is to help you judge the situation and plan the layout. In short, I can do all the chores for you." Hearing this, Lin Sun was stunned. Young Ke glared at him and reminded him, "Vulture is a tactical master that even Chief Shu has to humbly ask for advice. Even the Dean of Green Deer School came to invite him to work in Green Deer School in person, but he refused. You are still standing there stupidly. How stupid you are." Lin Sun clicked his tongue and quickly bowed to thank her. He was extremely happy. He had expected that Vulture must be extraordinary, but he didn't expect that he was so powerful that instructor Xianxia had to humbly ask for advice. Even the Dean of Green Deer School invited him to work in Green Deer School. That was so awesome. Without any delay, Lin Sun left with Young Ke and Vulture at noon and returned to Heart Cleansing Peak in the chariot. On the way, Lin Sun learned that the reason why Young Ke stayed in the Forbidden City was to take care of Vulture. According to Young Ke, it was because Vulture had saved her life in those years. But when Lin Sun asked about Vulture's disease, Young Ke avoided talking about it. She only said that Lin Sun would understand it when he had a chance in the future. This made Lin Sun conclude that Vulture's disease must be extremely difficult to deal with. It was even very likely to be a terminal disease. Otherwise, with his ability, he would have been cured long ago. After returning to Heart Cleansing Peak, Lin Sun told Lin Zhong to arrange a place for Young Ku and Vulture to live. He also told Lin Zhong that Young Ku and Vulture were the most trustworthy people on Heart Cleansing Peak in addition to him. To Lin Sun's surprise, when Vulture saw Lin Zhong, he seemed to recognize Lin Zhong and said, "May I ask if you are the one who won the 3rd place in the nation test 60 years ago and was known as Bronze Charming, Xinjingluan?" Lin Zhong was obviously stiff and his expression changed. After a while, he shook his head and said, "Xinjingluan is dead. There is only one old slave in the world." Vulture narrowed his eyes and didn't ask more. But these words made Lin Sun's heart fluctuate. He didn't expect that the ordinary old man with a stooped body in front of him seemed to have another identity. Bronze Charming, how could ordinary people have such a good reputation? Lin Sun secretly made up his mind that he must figure out this matter when he had a chance. After arranging the residence, Lin Sun invited Young Ku and Vulture into his study and began to plan. However, Vulture directly told him that everything was up to Lin Sun. He was only responsible for dealing with all chores. When Lin Sun made a decision, he would put forward corresponding arrangements and wouldn't criticize Lin Sun's decision. And Young Ku also said frankly that she was only responsible for doing things. If there was anything, Lin Sun could directly order her to carry it out. Their attitude was so clear that Lin Sun was stunned. He immediately understood that they were not unwilling to help him with all their strength, but silently reminded him that he was the master of everything on Heart Cleansing Peak. If he wanted to be the real successor of Lin family, he must have his own independent ability and not rely too much on others. Otherwise, what was the difference between him and a puppet that could only be manipulated by others? From this moment on, Lin Sun finally realized that his identity had become different from the past. In the study room on the 2nd floor of Heart Cleansing Hall, the change of his identity made Lin Sun fall into silence. Looking at this handsome teenager, Young Ku's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. She couldn't help but look at Vulture. Vulture shook his head slightly, as if saying silently that if he wanted to wear the crown, he must bear the burden. He must adapt to this change of identity. In the past, he might be alone without scruples or burdens. But now, since he wanted to take charge of Heart Cleansing Peak, he must make changes. After a long time, Lin Sun took a deep breath and calmed his deep black eyes. He said, "Thank you for reminding me." Vulture smiled slightly. Young Ku was stunned. In a trance, she seemed to feel that Lin Sun seemed to have changed, but she couldn't know what exactly had changed. "I have 2 things to do at present," Lin Sun said in a low voice. "First, recruit soldiers, not servants, but real talents. Secondly, I need specific information on the 4 branches of the Lin family. I need to judge what kind of attitude they have towards my return." After that, he looked at Vulture. Vulture thought for a moment, and a light of wisdom surged in his clear eyes. He said calmly, "The second thing is relatively easy to do. You can ask Young Ku to do it." Young Ku nodded, "It's just spying on information. Just leave it to me." Vulture continued, "As for recruiting people, it's a big deal. There are many kinds of talents. I don't know which kind of talent you need." Lin Sun said without hesitation, "It doesn't matter how powerful they are, as long as they are loyal and reliable." Vulture nodded, "That's easy. But before that, you need to solve one more thing." Lin Sun was stunned. "What?" "Money." Lin Sun patted his forehead. He forgot that Heart Cleansing Peak was poor now. Where could he recruit people without money? "Leave it to me." Lin Sun stood up and planned to go to Keystone Business in the Forbidden City. It takes a lot of money to recruit reliable people. It takes at least 50,000 gold coins to do this. And if they join Heart Cleansing Peak in the future, their food, drink and salary will be borne by you. Vulture reminded him. "Wait and see. I won't let you down." Lin Sun smiled. "Then I'll wait and see." Vulture smiled slightly. He was also a little curious about where Lin Sun would dig up a lot of wealth this time. "Young master, there's something I don't know if I should say." Leaving the study, Lin Sun walked along the mountain road to the foot of the peak. But halfway there, Lin Zhong suddenly spoke with hesitation. "Uncle Zhong, what's wrong?" Lin Sun stopped and looked at Lin Zhong. "If I'm not mistaken, the spirit vulture you invited this time has a rather special identity." Lin Zhong whispered. Lin Sun was surprised. What's special about it? Lin Zhong hesitated for a long time before he sighed deeply and said, Young master, this old servant doesn't dare to confirm it. However, this old servant is able to discern that he has been poisoned by a poison called the Devil Tribulation Powder. Demonic Calamity Powder? Lin Sun was surprised. Yes, this poison is extremely mysterious. It's said that it's a taboo thing in the Empire of the Dark. Once a practitioner below the life-death realm touches it, he will be like suffering from the Devil Tribulation Powder. If it's light, his cultivation will be forbidden and he will never be able to cultivate again. If it's serious, his body and soul will be burnt and he will die. Lin Zhong lowered his voice and explained, according to my observation, Vulture must have been poisoned. Lin Sun was moved. He never thought that the secret that young Ku had avoided talking about would be seen through by Lin Zhong at a glance. Can this poison be detoxified? Lin Sun asked. Lin Zhong shook his head. There's no doctor in the whole empire who can detoxify this poison. Because this poison is so overbearing that it's a taboo thing even in the Empire of the Dark. Since Vulture has been poisoned, his identity must be very special. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't calm down and suddenly asked, Uncle Zhong, how do you know this poison so well? Lin Zhong was stunned and said vaguely, this old servant has heard of it by chance. Lin Sun took a deep look at Lin Zhong and said nothing more. But when he left Heart-Cleansing Peak, he suddenly turned around and asked, Uncle Zhong, is the bronze charming Shen Jingluan 60 years ago you? Lin Zhong was stiff all over and seemed to be caught off guard. Lin Sun smiled and waved his hand, well, don't say more. It's not too late for you to tell me the answer in person when there's a chance later. Watching Lin Sun leave, Lin Zhong's expression was complicated. After a long time, he sighed and closed the door to the outside world. Then he turned around and left. Keystone business in the Forbidden City was easy to find. It was located in the center of the city. It was the most prosperous place in the Forbidden City. It was impossible for a business or a shop without a strong background to stand here. Here, there was Punlai Restaurant, the first-class drinking and gathering place in the empire. There was Tai Battlefield, the oldest fighting place in the empire. There was Smiles of Beauties, the gold-consuming place that countless practitioners yearned for the most. There was also Keystone Business, which enjoyed the reputation of circulating all the treasures in the world. In the afternoon, a chariot drove into this block and stopped in front of the gate of Keystone Business. When Lin Sun stepped out of the chariot, he saw a magnificent building at first sight. He couldn't help narrowing his eyes. It covered an area of several acres and was hundreds of meters high. Its whole body was like polished crystal, shining with an illusory and mysterious luster in the skylight. If you looked down from the air, you would find that the whole Keystone Business was like a crystal palace salvaged from the bottom of the sea. It was dazzling and colorful. Magnificent, luxurious, lofty, illusory, this was the headquarters of Keystone Business, which had the supreme reputation of the first chamber of commerce in the empire. When Lin Sun arrived, Keystone Business was already bustling with noise and excitement. Men and women, old and young, came and went in an endless stream. They were either rich or noble practitioners in luxurious clothes. Lin Sun had seen a lot in the past 2 years. But when he stood in front of the headquarters of Keystone Business and witnessed such a lively scene, he couldn't help sighing with emotion. This was Keystone Business. He didn't know how much effort Golden Hall had made to have such a remarkable achievement. Without hesitation, Lin Sun paced in. The interior of Keystone Business was like a beautiful palace, with a large space of its own. There were a variety of elixirs, rare treasures and spiritual objects everywhere. Thousands of practitioners shuttled back and forth, wandering around and browsing. It didn't seem crowded at all. Although Lin Sun's clothes were ordinary, his temperament was calm. His appearance was not outstanding, but his behavior was unworldly, so he was not ridiculed or neglected. Soon, a beautiful maid came to receive Lin Sun. I want to see Shiryu. Lin Sun directly stated his purpose. Who? The beautiful maid was stunned. The third child of your Keystone Business. Lin Sun explained. The beautiful maid frowned imperceptibly and said in a humble tone, I'm sorry, child's request is a bit difficult. There are hundreds of guests who want to visit the third child every day. If you don't introduce them, I'm afraid. Before she finished, Lin Sun understood. He took out a token with a smile and handed it over. The beautiful maid took it and looked at it. Her pupils shrank and she said in surprise, "This seems to be the token of the eldest child?" Lin Sun said, "It should be true. But I want to see your third child Yu, not the eldest child Xuan." The beautiful maid looked at Lin Sun with a touch of enthusiasm and respect in her eyes. She quickly said, "Please wait a moment, child. This matter is of great importance. I need to ask for instructions." Lin Sun nodded. Immediately, the beautiful maid left in a hurry. Not long after, the beautiful maid returned with a middle-aged man who looked like a steward. "I'm Lu Chuan. Nice to meet you, child. May I know your name?" The middle-aged man cupped his hands and asked with a smile. "Lin Sun." Lin Sun introduced himself. "Child Lin, please come in." Lu Chuan cupped his hands and invited Lin Sun to lead the way in person. It didn't take long for Lin Sun to come to an antique elegant room. At this time, Lu Chuan explained, "Child Lin, my third child is now dealing with some affairs. I will report in person later. Please wait in the elegant room for a while." Lin Sun nodded and said, "Sorry to bother you." Lu Chuan soon left, and Lin Sun pushed the door and walked into the elegant room. To Lin Sun's surprise, there were many figures already waiting in this elegant room. All of them were practitioners, both men and women. When they saw Lin Sun, they all looked at him. When they saw Lin Sun was just a teenager in ordinary clothes, they couldn't help but withdraw their eyes. Another one comes to visit the third child. Alas, I have been here for a month in a row. I have been waiting here every time. Until now, I have not been summoned by the third child. If it goes on like this, I don't know what to do. You have only waited for a month. I have come here as long as I have time in the past 6 months, but I have not been able to see the third child. What's the use of complaining? What kind of person is the third young master? He is one of the 3 sons of Fortune Godshire. He is deeply loved by Fortune Godshire. How can anyone meet such a young noble?" Those practitioners started to discuss. Some sighed, some complained, some sneered, and so on. Lin Sun realized that the practitioners in this elegant room had the same purpose as him. This made him frown. It seemed that it was not easy to see Yu, which was beyond Lin Sun's expectation. "Well, since I am here, I will wait for a while. If it doesn't work, I will try another business." Lin Sun pondered for a while, found an empty seat at random and sat down. He came here to dispose of stolen goods. He intended to dispose of all the spoils seized in the previous battles and exchange them for wealth to prepare for his plan of recruiting. As time went by, Lin Sun gradually became impatient. Someone next to him suddenly laughed and said, "Little guy, if you are impatient, you'd better not wait here. Do you think you can see the third child of Keystone Business easily?" Lin Sun looked up and saw a middle-aged man with a mustache looking at him with a smile. "Oh, why do you say so?" Lin Sun said calmly. Ho ho, I know you are still too young just from this question. Don't you know who are the people here?" The middle-aged man with a mustache said in an old-fashioned manner, as if he had been through a lot. The implication was that everyone here had a higher status than Lin Sun. Even they had to wait here obediently. What right did Lin Sun, a young man, have to be impatient? Lin Sun laughed at once and didn't want to talk nonsense with him. He was merely waiting to see Yu, yet this guy felt so superior that he was giving him pointers. Seeing this, the middle-aged man with a mustache seemed to be irritated by Lin Sun's attitude. He snorted and said, "Young man, don't be too arrogant. The world is cruel. If you don't know how to tuck your tail between your legs, you will suffer a big loss sooner or later." Hearing this, other practitioners in the elegant room burst into laughter. Perhaps it was too boring to wait. Seeing the middle-aged man with a mustache reprimanding Lin Sun, the newcomer, they all showed a look of amusement. "Hey, dude, you can't say that. Aren't all young people like this? They are arrogant and think that the world revolves around them. When they kowtow in front of the reality, they will know how humble and pitiful they are." Someone fanned the flames and made sarcastic remarks. "Hey, you are so bad. Don't beat this little brother anymore. Don't you see how pitiful he is? I think he came to see the third child this time, hoping to be appreciated by the third child, so that he can have a meteoric rise and stand out. Bah! Stand out? Such a guy who doesn't even have the patience to wait wants to stand out. What a joke. Those practitioners in the elegant room opened their mouths and made fun of Lin Sun unscrupulously. Obviously, they thought that Lin Sun's clothes were ordinary and he was young, so he didn't look like a powerful person at all, so their words were full of ridicule and irony. Lin Sun sighed in his heart, but there was a hint of a smile on his face. He glanced at the others present and said, "You are so powerful, but you can only wait here obediently like me." His words caused many people's expressions to freeze, and their expressions to turn ugly. But Lin Sun still said with a smile, "What's wrong with being young? Why don't you show me a younger one? Don't just take advantage of your seniority. You're not doing well, yet you still want to vent your resentment on others. To put it nicely, you don't know how to respect yourself, but to put it bluntly, you're being cheap." When it came to eloquence, Lin Sun had never suffered a loss in his life. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of those practitioners changed. Anger was written all over their faces. Don't you know how to love yourself? Cheap, a young boy actually dared to scold them to their faces. How dare you? A practitioner pounded the table and stood up, pointing at Lin Sun, "Be careful of your words." Lin Sun sat there motionless, but he clicked his tongue and said, "What's the matter? Do you want to fight? I'm just stating a fact, yet you're so angry. You're really a failure. If I were you, I wouldn't say a word and would just kill myself. That way, I can save some cultivation resources for the people of the world." Everyone gasped. This boy's mouth was so mean. The practitioner who pounded the table and stood up was so angry that his face turned red and his eyes almost popped out. With a clang, he pulled out his sword and pointed it at Lin Sun. Lin Sun said indifferently, "Idiot, this is Keystone business. Are you sure you want to fight here? It doesn't matter if you want to die, but if your recklessness hurts others." Speaking of this, the other practitioners' faces changed. Even if they were reluctant, they had to admit that Lin Sun's words were indeed very reasonable. Fight in the headquarters of Keystone business, he must be tired of living. Immediately, a green-robed man persuaded, "My friend, calm down. Don't lower yourself to the same level as a young man. He has no manners. Are you like him?" Hearing this, the practitioner's chest rose and fell sharply. Finally, he held back his anger, withdrew his sword angrily and sat down again, but his face was extremely gloomy. Obviously, he was thinking about how to deal with Lin Sun when he left the headquarters of Keystone business. Lin Sun didn't bother to pay attention to this person. Instead, he looked at the green-robed man and said, "Whose dog is this? Did it run out and bark without feeding?" The green-robed man immediately became furious. "I'm kind enough to persuade you. How dare you call me a dog?" Lin Sun sneered, "No, I'm scolding a dog." The green-robed man was so angry that blue veins appeared on his forehead. He suddenly stood up and shouted, "I'll kill you, you sharp-tongued bastard." Suddenly, other practitioners panicked and quickly got up to stop him. "Dude, calm down. Didn't you just advise others not to lower themselves to the same level as a young man? Why can't you bear it when it comes to yourself?" The green-robed man was stopped, but Lin Sun still sneered, "Look, this is called a moral dog. He can scold others for not having self-restraint, but he can't bear it when it comes to himself. I think such a hypocrite is even worse than a dog. Let me go. I'm going to kill him. Kill him." The green-robed man yelled madly with anger. It seemed that he couldn't relieve his hatred if he didn't kill Lin Sun. Those practitioners couldn't help but smile bitterly and stop him. They didn't want to stop Lin Sun, but if Keystone business knew it, they would be affected. What should they do then? At the same time, they finally realized that the young man Lin Sun was simply a thorn. He was completely different from other young people and was not so easy to bully at all. Don't stop him. Let him do it. Lin Sun still sat there and said with a smile, "I'd like to see if this stupid and unrestrained moral dog can bite off a piece of my flesh." Puff, the green-robed man was so angry that he vomited blood directly. It was so annoying. He had never seen such a rude and vicious young man. "Little brother, don't talk so much. It's not good to make enemies casually." that's right. Let people off when possible. Those practitioners couldn't help but have a headache. I'm sorry. I'm young and ignorant. I'm proud and arrogant. I don't know how to behave myself, so it doesn't matter if I make enemies. In the past 2 days, Lin Sun faced the situation of internal and external troubles because of the change of his identity. He seemed to be fine on the surface, but he was actually under great pressure. At this time, even a group of practitioners waiting to be summoned by Shiryu dared to show off their seniority and sneer at him. How could Lin Sun bear it? Those who knew Lin Sun knew that he was never a man willing to suffer losses. Therefore, in this tit-for-tat war, Lin Sun completely let go of himself and vented all the pressure in his heart. However, after he said these words, it was equivalent to returning all the sarcastic words of those practitioners just now. It was no different from starting a group ridicule. It was full of provocation. All of a sudden, those practitioners were infuriated. This brat simply didn't know what was good for him and was too arrogant. Suddenly, they no longer stopped the green-robed man. They all looked at Lin Sun with a murderous look. It seemed that they would teach Lin Sun a lesson at all costs. Hey, why do you suddenly change your attitude? What's the difference between you guys who don't have a firm stand and pretend to be good guys and fence-sitters? Lin Sun still sat there and spoke rudely. I'll kill you, boy. Finally, the green-robed man made a move. His figure flashed and he slashed at Lin Sun with his sword. Bang! At this time, the door of the elegant room was kicked open from outside, and a handsome young man in a white robe strode in. Oh no! When the green-robed man saw the young man's appearance, his pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly made a strange cry, and his rushing figure stopped in the middle. His sword was only 3 inches away from the top of Lin Sun's head, but it seemed to be fixed and he dared not move again. The third child, why was he here? At this time, those practitioners in the elegant room also recognized the identity of the newcomer. They couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, widened their eyes, and felt cold all over. The anger in their hearts had long disappeared. Lin Sun still sat there and didn't move at all from beginning to end. He looked calm and indifferent, as if he didn't worry that the sword 3 inches away from the top of his head would cut down. But when he saw Shiryu, who was still dressed in a white robe and extremely elegant, Lin Sun couldn't help but roll his eyes angrily and said, "You enjoyed eavesdropping outside just now, didn't you?" As soon as these words came out, those practitioners couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Did this boy want to die? How dare he laugh at the third child Shiryu? Instead of getting angry, Shiryu shrugged his shoulders and laughed. I just want to see whether you have changed after 2 years of not seeing each other. I never thought that you haven't changed, but your mouth has become insidious and mean. At this time, those practitioners were all like being struck by lightning. They completely realized that the cunning and vicious boy had known the third child Shiryu for a long time, and judging from this situation, it seemed that the friendship between the two was not shallow. When they thought that they looked down on Lin Sun, ridiculed him, thought that he didn't know the rules and didn't even have the patience to wait, they felt uncomfortable all over, as if they had lifted a stone to drop on their own feet. If they had known Shiryu for a long time, who would have the patience to wait? Damn it, this was a big misunderstanding. These practitioners wanted to cry but had no tears. They could only blame themselves for judging a person by his appearance and mistaking the friend of the third child Shiryu as a young man who could be bullied. The strangest thing was that the green-robed man was obviously frightened by this scene. He still kept the action of rushing forward and slashing, motionless like a clay statue, which looked extremely funny. Dude, it must be very uncomfortable to keep this posture. I can understand your mood very much, but I still have to say, don't be a moral dog in the future, or you may be killed at any time. Lin Sun sighed. After listening to Lin Sun's words, the green-robed man nodded his head like pounding garlic, with a look of awe and trepidation. This time even Lin Sun was not in the mood to care about it. He kindly reminded him, take back the sword, you will look very embarrassed like this. P.S. I've seen a lot of moral dogs on Weibo these days. If they didn't agree with each other, they would preach the so-called bullshit. If they dared to refute, they would immediately get angry. What a group of low people. This chapter is dedicated to moral dogs. In a luxurious palace. Shiryu sat on the praying mat made from the fur of the purple cloud bear and said with some surprise, I did not expect that, with your temperament, you would actually take the initiative to look for me. This makes me feel somewhat overwhelmed by the favor. I don't see you being surprised at all. Lin looked at Shiryu opposite him. It had only been 2 years since they last met, but this guy had already reached Heaven Gang realm, and his breath had become more restrained and calm. Sure enough, not only Lin Sun was climbing on the road of cultivation, but also his companions in those years were making great progress. Lin Sun vaguely remembered that when Shiryu broke through in gang-producing lake, he condensed the first-class pond of spiritual power titled Milky Way. At that time, there were thousands of silver waves surging and rolling in the sky, which was quite spectacular. It could be inferred that Shiryu could reach Heaven Gang realm now, which was also reasonable. Beside the table, 2 beautiful girls with snow-white skin and light gauze skirts were kneeling on the ground. One was cooking tea with a teapot in her slender hands, and the other was preparing fruits and snacks for them with a smile on her face. The tea was the top-grade tea from the Imperial Palace, flowing light dancing gold. Pieces of light cyan tea were like flowing lights and dancing gold in the boiling spiritual spring, which was pleasing to the eye. The taste was cool and refreshing, and the fragrance was ethereal, mellow but not strong. This cup of tea alone was priceless, because such good tea was a royal item, which couldn't be bought in the outside world at all. Looking at the plates of fruits and snacks, there were fallen star fruits picked from the bitter and cold land in the extreme north, fierce green peaches from the bottom of the volcano. There were even several kinds of delicacies, which Lin Sun had never seen or heard of. It could be seen how luxurious Shiryu's cultivation life was as the third son of fortune godshir of Keystone Business was. The tea and snacks he enjoyed were not affordable by ordinary rich children. Of course, this was to entertain Lin Sun. If it were others, Shiryu would not bother to entertain them with these good things. Since I left the bloodthirsty camp, I have been thinking about how far you and Ning Meng would cultivate when we meet again. Shiryu sighed with emotion while drinking tea. Now I'm relieved. At least you're still lower than me in cultivation as you were in the bloodthirsty camp. As for Ning Meng, that idiot, I think it is impossible for him to catch up with me. Lin Sun said with a smile, it doesn't matter how high your cultivation is. What do you think your chances of winning are? Shiryu laughed, I'm not afraid to tell you that I've been honing my martial arts in the past 2 years. If you still think that you can suppress me with your fighting capacity as you did in the bloodthirsty camp, you underestimate me too much. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Oh, do you want to have a try? Shiryu was stunned. Now? Lin Sun said, yes. Shiryu stared at Lin for a while and suddenly shook his head. No, how can we fight when we meet? I'm not a fool like Ning Meng. Come on, have some tea. Don't talk about these things that spoil the fun. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but smile. He didn't force Shiryu. This was Shiryu's character. His mind was clear and exquisite, and he wouldn't show his strength easily. Just like his fighting style, once he made a move, it would be a thunderous and fatal blow. Tell me, why do you come to me with my elder brother's token? Shiryu asked curiously. Lin Sun immediately explained the process of meeting Shishuan. Shiryu suddenly understood, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, although I don't like my elder brother, I have to admit that he has always been a good judge of character. Lin Sun smiled, your elder brother is really a great man. Shiryu waved his hand at once, forget about him. It's not easy for us to meet each other this time. We should drink to our heart's content. Xianxia, Lianyue, go to prepare dishes with wine. Remember to take out my treasured dragon blood wine. Yes. The 2 beautiful girls smiled faintly and left after receiving the order. Lin Sun shook his head and said, this time I come for something. It's not too late to drink this wine later. Shiryu was stunned, is it urgent? Lin Sun nodded. Shiryu immediately made a decision, then let's solve the problem first. He also knew Lin Sun's temperament. He knew that Lin Sun would never refuse his invitation under normal circumstances. The reason why Lin Sun did so must be that he encountered a difficult problem. I want to sell a batch of materials from you. Lin Sun didn't hesitate and directly stated his purpose. This batch of materials is a little special. They are the spoils of war I seized. If I sell them to others, I'm afraid that they won't dare to accept them. Secondly, I don't want to let others take advantage of them. Shiryu asked with interest, what materials? Is the quantity large? Lin Sun glanced around and immediately got up. He took out the small samurai ring and waved his sleeve gently. With a bang, all kinds of spiritual weapons, equipment and short crossbows appeared and piled up like a mountain. The quantity was so large that it occupied a small half of the hall. For a while, spiritual light and treasure chi were released, which made the hall look like a real treasure mountain. Shiryu took a breath of cold air, got up suddenly, stepped forward and looked at it for a moment. He was surprised. Lin Sun, did you rob an army? Lin Sun said casually, almost. Thinking about it, the 3,000 elite practitioners sent by Qi family were indeed no different from an army of practitioners. These spoils of war were all seized from those practitioners. There were thousands of spiritual weapons, hundreds of sets of equipment and about 700 short crossbows. All of them were intact. Those that were damaged were either abandoned by Lin Sun or consumed in the battle. Shiryu also found the strangeness of this batch of spoils of war at this time. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Qi family? Lin Sun nodded. Shiryu looked at Lin Sun strangely, you are so bold to rob Qi family. He was really shocked. Those spoils of war were all high quality and branded with the unique standard of Qi family. They couldn't be bought in the market at all. Lin Sun seized such a huge batch of spoils of war. It could be imagined how many practitioners of Qi family he had killed for this. Lin Sun said, well, can you accept them? Shiryu said unhappily, are you kidding me? There is nothing in the world that Keystone business can't accept. Do you think these spoils of war or your life is more important? He looked straight at Lin Sun with a serious look. Are you sure you know the fate of becoming enemies with Qi family? Obviously, Shiryu misunderstood. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun gave a brief account of what had happened after he left Mist City, including his life experience and his current situation. He didn't try to conceal anything. After listening to all this, Shiryu was stunned. Sometimes he was shocked, sometimes he was indignant, sometimes he was confused, and sometimes he sighed. The amount of information revealed by Lin Sun was too much for Shiryu to digest completely for a while. It wasn't until a long time that Shiryu came to his senses. The first sentence he said was, fuck, I know you are not an ordinary person at all. Lin Sun was helpless. Would you believe me if I said I would rather be an ordinary person? Shiryu patted Lin Sun on the shoulder and sighed with emotion. I didn't expect that your life was even more bitter than mine. Alas, no wonder I felt congenial to you at the first sight of you in Bloodthirsty Camp. Lin Sun said angrily, your life is bitter? Don't joke, okay? If you talk nonsense again, I'll leave. Shiryu hurriedly said, I also want to relieve your mood. I'm worried that you are under too much pressure. He thought for a moment and said, wait for me. I'll find some old men to help you estimate the value of this batch of spoils. After that, he turned around and left in a hurry. Not long after, Shiryu brought 3 or 4 old men who were dressed differently into the hall. These are the appraisers of Keystone business. I believe they can give you a satisfactory return. Shiryu introduced them with a smile. Third child, I can accurately judge the value of these materials at a glance. You invited us all here. Don't you just want to identify these things? A gray-robed old man glanced at the mountains of materials and said with slight dissatisfaction. Obviously, in his eyes, although the number of materials was amazing, they were not good treasures at all and not worth a lot of effort. Shiryu was stunned and said with a smile, Old Chiu, please calm down. I'm too worried about my friend's affairs. If there are any omissions, please forgive me. Needless to say, these old men must have a very high status in Keystone business, so Shiryu had to show respect to them. Hey, it turns out to be the friend of third child. This time, should we also offer a friend price? Another short and fat old man said with a smirk. Shiryu's face was slightly frowning. The gray-robed old man called Old Chiu waved his hand and said, well, since it's the business of third child's friend, it's worth our help. The stout old man said casually, according to my judgment, the market purchase price of these treasures is 74,200 gold coins, which can only be higher. Another old man said, these treasures come from Qi family. They are no different from stolen goods. It's difficult to sell them. They need to be specially processed. If they are converted, they can be sold for 60,000 gold coins at most. Another old man added, since they are the friend of third child, even if we don't make money, we can only offer 64,000 gold coins. After that, all the old men looked at Shiryu. Obviously, the final result was decided by Shiryu. Shiryu looked a little gloomy at the moment. These old men's business-like appearance made him quite annoyed. But this was the rule of Keystone business. Even if he was the son of fortune godshur, he couldn't go beyond it. Lin Sun didn't have a chance to speak. But he could see that although these appraisers respected Shiryu very much, they didn't have much deference. Respect and deference seemed to be similar, but in fact, they represented two completely different attitudes. Finally, Shiryu sighed, that's it. Lin Sun suddenly said, wait. Old Xiao, who was tall and thin, said in a deep voice, are you not satisfied with the price offered by Keystone Business? Lin Sun shook his head, no. But before he explained, old Xiao's face darkened, young man, I have to remind you that this batch of treasures comes from Qi family. They are no different from stolen goods. If you are not a friend of the third child, it is very good that you can get half of the price, let alone 64,000 gold coins. Old Xiao said seriously. There was a trace of anger in his words. He seemed to think that Lin Sun didn't know what was good for him. Shiryu couldn't help frowning and said angrily, Old Xiao, I didn't invite you here to teach my friend a lesson. Child Shiryu, please calm down. I'm just kind enough to remind you. Old Xiao said calmly. Shiryu was about to say something, but he was stopped by Lin Sun with a smile, you misunderstood me. I'm not dissatisfied with the price. In my opinion, friends and business are two different things and have nothing to do with each other. So, please take back the friendship price and just follow the market price. The appraisers with extremely high status and seniority were stunned, and they seemed to be in slight disbelief. Even Shiryu couldn't help being stunned and angry. He thought that Lin Sun had been irritated by these old men, which made Shiryu a little embarrassed. His friend came here, but he was bullied. If this was spread out, how could Shiryu show his face in the future? It's good for young people to have a temper, but you are a little impulsive. Don't you make us look too ruthless? How will child Shiryu think of us? Old Xiao snorted coldly. He thought that Lin Sun was taking a step back in order to win Shiryu's sympathy and embarrass them, which was sinister. Shiryu was already a little mad. He grabbed Lin Sun's arm and took him into a quiet room on the side of the hall. He whispered, Lin Sun, don't care about those old men. Although they are annoying, they are also capable people. In the headquarters of Keystone Business, they only listen to my father. Even I dare not fight against them. In the end, he couldn't help laughing at himself, these are the truth. Although I am the son of fortune godshur, I am very popular. In fact, in Keystone Business, I often have to do things that I can't control. As he spoke, he sighed again. I originally thought that those fellows would give me face and let you get as many benefits as possible. I never thought that things would turn out like this because of these old men. Damn it, how can I raise my head in front of you in the future? These words were both persuasion, self-mockery, and catharsis. It could be seen that Shiryu, the third child of Keystone Business, was not as carefree as he seemed. He also had his own troubles and worries. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but say, think about me, you should feel very lucky. At least you deserve to be the third young master, while I, the heir of Lin family, am all alone. Xiao said. The so-called happiness came from such a comparison. Shiryu was startled for a moment, and then he laughed unkindly, now that you mention it, I really feel a lot happier. If you have any unhappy things in the future, you can tell us and make everyone happy. Lin Sun couldn't help rolling his eyes, get out of here. Shiryu laughed for a while and stopped laughing. He said, when we go out, you should listen to me and accept the price first. I'll find a chance to help you fix these old men in the future. His voice carried a wisp of coldness. As the third son of fortune godshur, he would inherit the business of Keystone Business in the future. So whether he stood up for Lin Sun or not, he had to find a chance to beat those disobedient people. This was the way he had to take when he wanted to take power in the future. If he couldn't make those old men surrender, the so-called power was just a joke. Lin Sun smiled, if you believe me, listen to me this time. Then he walked out of the quiet room with Shiryu. The elders were still there, but there was a hint of impatience in their expressions. Originally, they had only come together because of Shiryu. Otherwise, why would people of their statuses waste time on a young man? This was the headquarters of Keystone business. Every day, countless high-ranking officials and nobles would line up to receive them. Seniors, Shiryu and I have negotiated that these treasures will be sold at the market price. Lin Sun said directly and neatly. Those old men were all suspicious and looked at Shiryu. Shiryu thought for a while and finally gritted his teeth. Listen to him. Old Chiu said calmly, in that case, let's do it. But let's put it bluntly. Young man, we have given you face. If you regret later, don't blame us for it. Lin Sun smiled, of course. Seeing Lin Sun's reaction was so calm, these old men were a little confused. Then they shook their heads and didn't want to think more about it. He was just a young man. Even if he was a friend of the third young master, he couldn't affect their status in Keystone business at all. Third young master, since things have been settled, we will leave now. Old Chiu cupped his hands and said. But Lin Sun said with a smile, seniors, please wait a moment. I have some other treasures to sell. I need you to check them one by one and give me a fair market price. Shiryu narrowed his eyes at once, knowing that Lin Sun had begun to fight back, but he couldn't help wondering what treasures Lin Sun was so confident that he could teach those old men a lesson. It should be known that this was the headquarters of Keystone business, which circulated rare treasures all over the world and gathered all the treasures in the world. As the most senior and supreme grade appraisers in the headquarters of Keystone business, what treasures hadn't those old men seen? Therefore, if Lin Sun wanted to teach them a lesson in this way, he needed to show them amazing treasures. Otherwise, he would be ridiculed and attacked by those appraisers. Hey, it seems that this young man is a little unconvinced. Is this a test of our ability to appraise treasures? Haha, I haven't encountered such a thing for a long time. Those old men were stunned at first, and then they all laughed disapprovingly. Old Chiu frowned and said, young man, we have important things to do. We can't waste too much time. If you want to appraise treasures, please find someone else. Obviously, he also thought that Lin Sun seemed to deliberately provoke them. He didn't care about such a childish trick. Not only would it waste time, but it would also embarrass Lin Sun. In this case, the third young master would blame them for bullying his friend again. After saying that, he turned around and left. Just halfway, there was a sudden exclamation behind him. Is this treasure? 9 twists red core iron? It's impossible. 9 twists red core iron only exists in the depths of the distant Soul Oblivion Sea. It belongs to the legendary seabed treasure. It is mysterious and rare. In recent hundreds of years, such a treasure has not been found in the whole empire. But the appearance, breath, color, and power fluctuations of this thing are indeed very similar to the legendary 9 twists red core iron. Let me have another look. Old Chiu was stunned. 9 twists red core iron? What a joke. Lin Sun was so young and he came to the third young master for help. How could it be possible for him to have such a rare treasure? But after thinking about it, he couldn't help but turn around. Suddenly, he saw his companions gathered around Lin Sun with different expressions as if they had found a rare treasure. Looking at Lin Sun's hand, he was holding a treasure that was as thick as a child's arm and twisted like a vine. It was about 1 foot long and covered with dark blue spiritual light. It was filled with an ethereal breath like the rushing sea and cold snow. With just a glance, Old Chiu couldn't help but shrink his eyes and feel shocked. This seemed to be the legendary 9 twists red core iron. This was a great treasure. It hadn't appeared for hundreds of years. It was no different from extinction. Its value was immeasurable. As an appraiser, when he encountered such a legendary treasure, he felt like a lecher seeing a charming and peerless beauty. He couldn't wait to pounce on her. But in the end, Old Chiu still resisted this strong impulse. Before, he claimed that he had something important to do and didn't want to waste time, so he asked Lin Sun to find someone else. If he turned back now, wouldn't it be equal to slapping his own face? Humph. Maybe it's not necessarily 9 twists red core iron. It's not too late to make a decision after those companions appraise it. Old Chiu snorted in his heart, but his eyes still uncontrollably drifted to Lin Sun's hand. It seemed that he was extremely contradictory and struggling in his heart. All this was seen by Shiryu. He couldn't help sighing in his heart. Lin Sun's means were really like listening to thunder in silence. He didn't talk nonsense at all. A treasure had turned this situation around. However, Shiryu was also a little shocked by the treasure Lin Sun took out. 9 Twists red core iron was a kind of unparalleled spiritual material. As far as he knew, if 9 Twists red core iron could be used as a spiritual material to cast the spiritual furnace of a large warship, it would absolutely play an incredible role. Shiryu vaguely remembered that his father, fortune god Shi, once occasionally said that the most valuable thing on the Ziwei Emperor's ship, the Ziwei Emperor, was the spiritual furnace made of 9 Twists red core iron and dozens of spiritual materials. It was rumored that the Ziwei Emperor's ship could break the void and soar above the sky. Even the overmatches of reincarnation developing realm couldn't shake it. If the treasure in Lin Sun's hand was really a complete piece of 9 Twists red core iron, thinking of this, Shiryu couldn't help but tremble in his heart. He could be sure that in the headquarters of Keystone Business, this treasure belonged to the top of the world, but where on earth did Lin Sun get this thing? This treasure only existed in the depths of the distant Soul Oblivion Sea. It was almost a legend. The elders could not be blamed for losing their composure. Even if it were the practitioners in the Tao Insight realm or the reincarnation development realm who could be called the giants of the world, they would also be envious of this item. Lin Sun didn't laugh at these old men. Through their reaction, Lin Sun realized that the value of these treasures obtained from the ancient relics in the Soul Oblivion Sea was absolutely beyond imagination. Just like at this moment, just a piece of 9 Twists red core iron made these great appraisers of Keystone Business lose their composure, which was completely beyond Lin's expectation. In Lin's view, 9 Twists red core iron could only be regarded as an ordinary thing among all the treasures he obtained. Of course, this was relative. After a while, an old man breathed out a long breath and said with burning eyes, "There is no doubt that this is definitely 9 Twists red core iron." Other appraisers also nodded as if they had just woken up from a dream. Shiryu immediately smiled and was very excited in his heart. Seeing this in the distance, old Qiu couldn't help but look complicated. If Lin Sun had taken out this thing earlier, how could so many things have happened? "Young friend, are you sure you want to sell this treasure?" someone asked. Those old men all looked at Lin Sun. Their attitude had become completely different from before, with a trace of respect and curiosity. 9 Twists red core iron, this treasure alone was enough to make them look at Lin Sun with new eyes. But they were also curious about where Lin Sun, such a young man, got this treasure. It was incredible. "Yes, but please be patient. This 9 Twists red core iron is just one of the treasures I want to sell." Lin Sun turned his palm and put away 9 Twists red core iron. Then he took out a spiritual flower with a verdant stem and 36 leaves. The leaves were thick and tender green, with veins like obscure secret lines. They were shining like green clouds hanging on the stem and branches. The spiritual flower was as clear as the color of the cyan world. It was in bud and its petals were illusory, gushing with essence clouds and exuding a strong and cold air. In a trance, people only felt like drinking fairy spring, relaxed and happy, as if they were going to fly away with the wind. It was indescribably wonderful. What a magical spirit. What is this? 36 leaves, veins like secret lines, extremely clear and empty. Could it be the one with so many divine beauties of heaven and earth? Spirit flower of purity and void. This is definitely the spirit flower of purity and nihility, which has been extinct in the Imperium for a long time and is known as the king of spiritual medicines. The old men spoke with trembling voices. Their pupils dilated as they stared fixedly at the wondrous spiritual herb in Lin Sun's hand. Their faces were filled with excitement and shock. How many years had it been since they'd seen this flower, and they'd originally thought it had been obliterated in the world? Who would have imagined that it would silently appear before their eyes at this moment? This made them feel as if they were dreaming. Spirit flower of purity and emptiness, Shiryu hissed and sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a rare treasure that could make a reincarnation developing realm expert go crazy. In terms of value, it was even more valuable than 9 Twists red core iron, because possessing it was sufficient to allow a reincarnation developing realm cultivator to comprehend the profound essence of nothingness and smoothly condense a soul origin that belonged to him. This, old Qiu, who was struggling in his heart because of 9 Twists red core iron, felt as if he was struck by lightning when he saw a spirit flower of purity and nihility with 36 leaves. The last trace of perseverance in his heart collapsed, and he couldn't help rushing forward to observe it closely. His eyes were shining as if he was obsessed with it. He murmured, "Incredible, incredible. This spirit flower of purity and nihility is at least 1,000 years old, and its quality is almost perfect. It's a masterpiece of God." The scene at this time was very interesting. Lin Sun didn't say a word, but the two spiritual objects he took out one after another changed the situation on the scene. The great appraisers, who had maintained their identities, lost their previous arrogance and prejudice, but became obsessed, excited, and shocked. They fell down under the charm of the spiritual objects. This dramatic change made Shiryu stunned for a while, and then he couldn't help sighing with emotion in his heart. Since he met Lin Sun in the bloodthirsty camp, he had never found anything difficult for Lin Sun. Including now, ordinary people couldn't make these senior grade appraisers of the headquarters of Keystone Business lose their composure frequently. Some people would say that this was the credit of the two spiritual objects, but don't forget that these spiritual objects also came from Lin Sun. Not convinced, he could let other Xianxia take out two similar spiritual items and try it out. "Seniors, have you seen it clearly?" Lin Sun, who had been silent for a long time, finally opened his mouth and put away the spirit flower of purity and nihility in his hand. Suddenly, those old men woke up with different expressions as if waking up from a dream. "I'm sure that this is indeed a spirit flower of purity and nihility." Old Cho coughed and said in a low voice. Other old men looked at each other. After they came to their senses, they all felt a little uncomfortable when facing Lin Sun again. Before, they regarded Lin Sun as a young man who came to Keystone Business to take advantage of Shiryu's name, and their attitude was very rude and arrogant. But now, after seeing the two spiritual objects in Lin Sun's hands, they all realized that they had made a mistake this time, but because of their face, they couldn't put down their pride to apologize to a junior, which made the atmosphere in the hall a little quiet for a while. However, this was the result Lin Sun wanted. He smiled slightly and said, "Since it has been determined, why don't you make a price?" "Well, let's sell it at the market price." Hearing the three words market price, those old men's cheeks twitched imperceptibly, as if they had been slapped in the face and felt a burning pain. "Are you sure that you really want to sell these two treasures?" Old Chiu took a deep breath, endured his inner unhappiness, and asked in a deep voice. "I'm sure." Lin Sun said casually, "If Keystone Business is not willing to accept it, I can go to other business." As soon as Lin Sun said this, an old man was anxious. "Young friend, don't get me wrong. Because these two spiritual objects are too precious and rare, we are not sure whether you really want to sell them." "Yes." Others also spoke one after another. What a joke. If they could accept these two treasures, it would bring immeasurable benefits to both Keystone Business and themselves. Under such circumstances, how could they watch helplessly as such a treasure slipped away from right under their noses? "Third child, what do you think?" Old Cho looked at Shiryu and asked in a gentle and friendly voice. Obviously, he wanted Shiryu to help persuade Lin Sun. Shiryu was so happy in his heart, but he shook his head and said, "No, I just gave him a friend price, but he didn't want it. As a friend, how can I persuade him?" Hearing the three words friend price, those old men looked uncomfortable again. They were old and sophisticated. How could they not see that Shiryu and Lin Sun seemed to be retaliating against them, but there was nothing they could do. In order to keep the two treasures, they could only pinch their noses and bear it. "Well, seniors, please give me a price. If I think it's reasonable, I will sell these two treasures immediately. If not," Lin Sun pondered and said, "Seniors, please don't embarrass me for the sake of Shiryu." Those old men always felt that every word Lin Sun said at this moment seemed to be ridiculing and sarcastic to them, which made them feel bitter in their hearts. They regretted offending the young man in front of them just now, which made the situation suddenly become like this. This was retribution in one's lifetime. What made them most depressed was that these two treasures were too rare and precious, so it was not easy to give a price. To put it simply, if the news was released to the outside world that Keystone Business would sell these two treasures, even if the price was high, there would inevitably be many practitioners rushing to fight for them. "Well, can we discuss it in detail, my little friend?" Old Cho hesitated. Others nodded. If the price was low, Lin Sun would not be satisfied, and Keystone Business might miss these two treasures. But if the price was too high, the interests of Keystone Business would be damaged. Therefore, they must come up with a way to satisfy Lin Sun and let Keystone Business profit from it. Seniors, please feel free. Lin Sun nodded and agreed quite generously. Immediately, those old men left in a hurry and found a quiet room to discuss. Great! At this time, Yu, who had been watching the fun, couldn't help laughing. He was in high spirits and had the pleasure of letting out a long breath of resentment. It's actually a small trick. It can only suppress their arrogance and make them change their attitude. Lin Sun said casually. He didn't feel anything. Haha, that's enough. Yu suddenly remembered something and reminded Lin Sun, don't embarrass them too much later. Lin Sun said with a smile, of course. Then, he whispered to Yu, I might as well tell you that no matter what price they offer, I won't agree. Yu was stunned and thought, that's right. Who would be willing to sell such treasures for money? Lin Sun shook his head, you misunderstood. It's not the problem of their price, but I have already decided to sell these treasures by auction. Yu suddenly understood, your method is really good, but if you do this, it will make Keystone Business suffer a lot. Lin Sun said angrily, are you sure Keystone Business is yours? I can kill two birds with one stone by doing this. I can help myself and give you a chance to prove yourself. Yu was clear-minded and understood in an instant. He was surprised and said, you want me to help you deal with this matter? Lin Sun nodded, yes, no matter the auction price is high or low, at least all this is your credit. Yu pondered for a while and looked at Lin Sun with a complicated look, saying, you are too shrewd. Lin Sun rolled his eyes, cut the crap. Do you agree or not? Yu said without hesitation, yes, kidding. Only an idiot will refuse such an opportunity. Lin Sun nodded, took out 9 twists red core iron and spirit flower of purity and nihility, and handed them to Yu. After thinking about it, he picked out 3 or 4 precious spiritual materials that he didn't need and threw them to Yu. It's a rare opportunity. Auction them all. Yu had fallen into a state of sluggishness at this time. He never expected that Lin Sun just casually took out 3 or 4 treasures that were not inferior to 9 twists red core iron and spirit flower of purity and nihility. It was crazy. P.S. As of now, the promise at the beginning of the month has been fulfilled. The total number of words has exceeded 1 million, and the monthly update volume has exceeded 200,000. In addition, there is an important thing to inform you. Goldfish will go on a long journey tomorrow and the day after tomorrow to attend a meeting of the Provincial Writers Association. She will not be at home, but she will stay up all night to prepare the manuscripts and try to keep updating. The updates on August 1st and 2nd will be arranged at 12 noon on time. I hope you can vote more monthly. Goldfish guarantees that the updates in August will be more than in July. Green evil dragon sleeping wood, tie by meteorite iron, red shadow grass with tear stains. Every time he recognized the origin of a treasure, Yu was shocked in his heart. He was a little confused until he finished reading them. He had seen unparalleled treasures before, but it was the first time for him to see so many unparalleled treasures in front of him. Among them, there were several peerless treasures that had almost disappeared for a long time. For a moment, Yu had a strong impulse to take away Lin Sun's storage ring. He couldn't imagine how Lin Sun got these treasures. Did he not only rob the practitioners of Qi family but also a treasure house of immortals? It was incredible. If the practitioners outside knew that Yu, the third son of Fortune God and the famous third child of Keystone Business, was shocked by some treasures at this moment, no one knew what they would think of him. In the end, Yu refrained from asking about the origin of these treasures. Everyone had his own secrets. It was not appropriate to ask rashly. Even if they were the best friends, some bottom lines could not be violated. But then again, the best friends often wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Don't be silly. Give me the money for the spoils first. I have to hurry back to solve some things. Lin Sun didn't dare to stay any longer. There were a lot of things waiting for him to deal with in Heart-Cleansing Peak. Well, are you going to leave like this? Yu was stunned. These treasures are all yours. Don't you worry that I will take them for myself? I believe you. Lin Sun patted Shiryu on the shoulder with a smile. Shiryu said angrily, I can't keep my bottom line in front of treasures. Lin Sun sighed and said, just these treasures can make you unable to keep your bottom line. Then you are too cheap. Of course, I'm really blind to have a friend like you who is obsessed with money. Get out. Shiryu scolded with a smile. Having said that, he still took Lin Sun out of the hall and ordered the attendants to give 64,000 gold coins to Lin Sun. This was the money for the first batch of materials. As for the treasures left by Lin Sun, he would know how much they were sold after the auction. In this regard, Lin Sun didn't worry about Shiryu's character at all. Lin left in a hurry. When Shiryu returned to the hall, he was still in a trance. It had only been a year or two since they last met, but Lin Sun's change was beyond his imagination. Not only did Lin Sun become the sole heir of Lin family, but he also possessed many rare treasures that could drive people crazy. This was incredible. What did this guy experience after he left the bloodthirsty camp? Shiryu fell into deep thought. Very soon, Shiryu was awakened by the sound of footsteps. It was those appraisers walking out of the quiet room. Obviously, they had reached a conclusion, and there was a hint of excitement and expectation on their faces. But when they found that Lin Sun was gone, they were all stunned. Third young master, where is your friend? Old Chio's face changed slightly and he said nervously. He thought Lin Sun was impatient and gave up the deal. He's gone. Shiryu answered casually. What? He actually left? Is it because of our bad attitude before that he is unwilling to trade with us? The expressions of those old men changed, and they seemed to be hit hard. 9 twists red core iron and spirit flower of purity and nihility slipped away under their eyelids, which made them very upset. Seeing these old men were so depressed, Shiryu couldn't bear to give them a blow, so he stopped while he was ahead. Who said he was unwilling to trade? What did you say, third young master? Those old men were refreshed, and a glimmer of hope rekindled in their eyes. He has handed over the treasures to me and asked me to auction all the treasures on his behalf, so you don't have to worry about the price anymore. Shiryu said casually. Bidding, Old Chio and others were stunned, and then they smiled happily. Whether it was bidding or direct quotation, as long as these 2 treasures were sold through the channel of Keystone business, it was enough. Don't be too happy too early. I need you to help me identify some treasures. Of course, these treasures are left by my friend, and they will be auctioned together. Shiryu coughed dryly. His words immediately attracted the eyes of those old men. There were more treasures? They showed interest and their eyes were burning. Soon, Shiryu took out 4 or 5 treasures, such as green evil dragon wood, tied by meteorite iron, red shadow grass with tear stain. My god, is this true? Tied by meteorite iron. I thought I would never have a chance to see this thing in my life. Quick, pinch me. Am I dreaming? It's red shadow grass with tear stain, which is difficult to find even in the royal treasury. This. When seeing these unparalleled treasures in front of them, those old men were completely crazy. Their eyes were shining, their lips were trembling, and they shouted loudly. They didn't care about their manners at all, which made them look a little funny. But Shiryu didn't laugh. When he first saw these treasures, he also lost his manners, so he understood the feelings of these old men very well. Third young master, you have made a great contribution this time. Old Chio was excited and couldn't hide his joy. Yes, with these treasures, we can hold an auction of the highest standard. At that time, with these unparalleled treasures, we can make the whole Forbidden City into a sensation and promote the reputation of Keystone business to a higher level. Congratulations, third young master. Congratulations, third young master. Third young master's friend is simply a lucky star. If we have a chance to meet him again, we will definitely offer a humble apology to him. Listening to the excited and joyful words of those old men, Shiryu couldn't help laughing. This time, Lin Sun did him a big favor. At the thought of this, he suddenly realized one thing. Now Lin Sun was in an extremely dangerous situation. Should he do something for Lin Sun? Shiryu immediately took a deep breath and said, Everyone, this matter is of great importance. I'm going to see my father. Those old men all nodded repeatedly. Indeed, it was necessary to report to Fortune Godshire with so many treasures at once, but Shiryu was different from what they thought. The reason why he went to see his father was to find an opportunity to help Lin Sun with his father's wisdom. The reason why he was so cautious was that Lin Sun's current situation was extremely complicated, involving many huge forces in the Forbidden City. If he didn't act cautiously, he would not only not be able to help Lin Sun, but also cause a lot of trouble for Keystone business. That was not the result Shiryu wanted to see. In the back kitchen of Savory House, it was smoky and there were many sundries piled up. A skinny man with no expression was sitting on a small wooden stool, sharpening a sharp knife, making a clanking sound. On the other side, there was a large, crude wooden table. On the wooden table, there was a whole cow that had been roasted until it was dripping with oil. An extremely fat middle-aged man, wearing only a thin moon-white mandarin jacket, was waving a pair of bright machetes to cut off pieces of beef, which was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Swish, swish. Swish, his speed of cutting meat was extremely fast, but his speed of eating meat was even more amazing. His mouth was like a bottomless pit. After more than 10 breaths, there was only a clean cow skeleton left on the wooden table. The fat middle-aged man smacked his lips, put down the machete in his hand, and sighed with emotion. I have to say that only the whole roasted cow cooked by you, Zhu Laosan, suits my taste best in the whole empire. There are not many Snowhoof magic cows left. The situation in the Empire of the Dark has been tense in recent years. There is a possibility of another war at any time. If you want to continue to eat, you'd better send someone to the Dark Abyss to catch more before the war starts. The skinny middle-aged man who was sharpening the machete said dully. His face was expressionless as if he had no emotional fluctuations, which made him look very cold. Don't worry, it's still early for the war. It will take at least another 3 or 5 years. The fat middle-aged man took out a snow-white towel, wiped his mouth, leaned lazily on the back of the chair, sighed comfortably, and said, Zhu Laosan, it's too useless for you to hide here every day. Do you really plan to spend your whole life here? Don't worry about my business, and I don't care about yours. Zhu Laosan said in a muffled voice. His palms and fingers were thick, and the blue veins on the back of his hands were protruding like earthworms. But the strength of sharpening the machete was very gentle and delicate, like a silkworm spinning silk in spring. The fat middle-aged man smiled and said no more. At this time, a young man in a white robe with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes hurried in, sat directly opposite to the fat middle-aged man, and said with a smile, Father, you are really good at hiding. I have been looking for you for a long time. The young man in a white robe was Shiryu. There was no doubt that the huge fat middle-aged man was the real ruler of Keystone business, a legendary figure in the world, fortune god sure. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one could imagine how such a figure, who was known as the fortune god in the empire, could hide in a smoky back kitchen and eat heartily. Say it quickly. Fortune god sure squinted at Shiryu. Shiryu said directly, my friend is in trouble, so I want to ask you to give me an idea. Fortune god sure snorted and muttered, it must be a big trouble. Otherwise, you would have taken action long ago. How could you think of me? Tell me what the trouble is. Shiryu immediately told him about Lin's situation. After listening, Fortune god sure still leaned lazily on the back of the chair, but his eyes were filled with a strange color. It's really a big trouble. I can't help you. After a while, Fortune god sure said casually. Shiryu was stunned and gritted his teeth, Father, if you don't help me, I will do it myself. Don't blame me if Keystone business is implicated. Fortune god sure was annoyed and said, you have learned to threaten me. You are so lawless. Shiryu didn't give in at all, I have no choice. I can't watch my friend in trouble. At this time, Fortune god sure suddenly laughed, turned his head to look at Zhu Laosan not far away, and said, look, this is my son. He doesn't even listen to me for his friend. Zhu Laosan said expressionlessly, your son is better than you. Fortune god sure was stunned. After a while, he smiled and said to Shiryu, I don't help because someone is more suitable than me. Who? Shiryu was refreshed. Him. Shiryu looked at Zhu Laosan and found that Zhu Laosan was strong and burly with messy hair and beard. His exposed bronze skin was like a rock which was full of explosive power. His expression was cold and expressionless, and his entire person had an unshakable aura that was as heavy as a mountain. Clang, at this time, Zhu Laosan put away the sharp knife, got up and strode out. Zhu Laosan, are you going to leave without saying a word? Fortune Godcher shouted. But Zhu Laosan said without turning his head, if I don't die, I will continue to roast the cow for you when I come back. Fortune Godcher immediately smiled, then I will wait for you to come back. Sure you was anxious, father, didn't you say that he could help Lin Sun? Why did you just watch him go? Fortune Godcher scolded, idiot, didn't you see that he took the initiative to find your friend? Sure you was confused, what's going on? Fortune Godcher got up, moved his fat and huge body, and walked towards the outside, but his expression was a little strange. Is this something that has been predestined for a long time? Isn't it too coincidental? Fortune Godcher sighed with emotion. Immediately, he explained the reason to Shiryu. It turned out that Lin Sun's great-grandfather, Lin Daochen, was the savior of Zhu Laosan. Hundreds of years ago, Zhu Laosan was still a recruit who had just entered the battlefield. He was ambushed by the dark aliens and fell into a desperate situation. At that time, Lin Daochen didn't specifically save him. He just happened to pass by and killed those dark aliens, which indirectly saved Zhu Laosan's life. But anyway, this matter was remembered by Zhu Laosan. He swore that if he had the chance to return from the battlefield alive in this life, he must repay Lin Daochen for saving his life. Unfortunately, when Zhu Laosan returned from the battlefield, Lin Daochen had died, which was no less than a bolt from the blue for Zhu Laosan. For many years after that, Zhu Laosan had been staying on the frontier battlefield. He lived by fighting and became more and more powerful. Later, when Zhu Laosan learned that Lin Daochen's lineage was murdered more than 10 years ago, he returned to the Forbidden City angrily. But when he returned, the enemy had already disappeared, leaving him with no place to vent his hatred. In the end, he was disheartened and stayed in this savory house, becoming a chef who concealed his identity. After knowing all this, Shiryu suddenly understood and couldn't help but admire Zhu Laosan in his heart. This Zhu Laosan is a real man who keeps his words and promises. Fortune Godcher nodded. At that time, Zhu Laosan was just a small soldier. I'm afraid that even Daochen Gong didn't know that there would be such a small soldier who vowed to repay his inadvertent life-saving grace. But Zhu Laosan did it. Fortune Godcher sighed and said, when he learned about the bloody things that happened in Duke Daochen's family more than 10 years ago, Zhu Laosan couldn't eat or sleep in peace. He fell into self-blame and couldn't extricate himself. Such a sentimental and righteous person is rare in the world today. Sure you couldn't help being moved. He didn't expect that even his father had such a high evaluation of Zhu Laosan. Immediately, he said in a daze, so, it's really a coincidence that I came here this time? This is the principle of cause and effect in the unseen world. The cause that Daochen Gong unintentionally planted in the past has borne fruit today. Cause and effect, it's really wonderful. Fortune Godcher sighed with emotion. Sure you also felt that this matter was full of a coincidence. If he hadn't brought the news of Lin Sun, the great-grandson of Duke Daochen, Zhu Laosan would stay in this savory house for the rest of his life and fall into self-blame. If it hadn't been for Duke Daochen's inadvertent kindness, Zhu Laosan might not have been able to live until now. All this was indeed like a drink and a peck. Was it predetermined? See Spirit Realm, 300 years of life, Tao Insight Realm, 600 years of life, Reincarnation Developing Realm, 900 years of life. Now Zhu Laosan has only a few years of life left in Tao Insight Realm. If he can repay the kindness this time and untie the knot in his heart, he may have a chance to reach Reincarnation Developing Realm and prolong his life. Fortune Godcher seemed to have thought of something and murmured, otherwise, this action of repaying his kindness will be the last moment of his cultivation career. By the way, father, I have one more thing to discuss with you. Shiryu suddenly said. Fortune Godcher woke up from his meditation and said impatiently, if it's a trouble, don't mention it. I'm very upset. Shiryu said with a smile, this is a great thing. As he said, he described the things that he would bid for those peerless treasures on behalf of Lin Sun. Well done. Only now do I realize that what I like the most is earning money. Only when I think about earning money will I become happy. Fortune Godcher suddenly laughed and patted Shiryu on the shoulder. The latter staggered and almost fell to the ground. Shiryu grinned and rubbed his shoulder. He was also very happy. It was not so easy to get his father's approval and appreciation, heart-cleansing peak. "Vulture, here are 60,000 gold coins." As soon as he returned, Lin Sun gave a large sum of money to Vulture, and then gave the remaining 4,000 gold coins to Lin Zhong for a rainy day. That was to say, the money he earned from selling a large number of spoils flowed out of his pocket in a twinkling of an eye. 60,000 gold coins. It's enough to recruit a few decent experts. Vulture didn't ask where the money came from. He was only responsible for doing things, but I want to remind you first. Lin Sun was stunned. Go ahead. This is just the beginning. There will only be more money to spend in the future. If the financial resources are insufficient, the previous efforts are doomed to be in vain. Vulture said softly. Lin Sun felt the pressure. At present, Heart Cleansing Peak was poor. The industry owned by Lin family was either looted by foreign enemies or divided by 4 collateral branches. Lin Sun was left with an empty shell. In this case, if he wanted to take charge of Heart Cleansing Peak and reverse the situation, he couldn't do it without money. Fortunately, he had handed a batch of rare treasures to Shiryu for auction. He believed that it would not be long before he brought a huge fortune to himself. So at present, at least in the near future, Lin Sun didn't have to worry about financial resources. However, selling treasures was not a long-term solution after all. If Heart Cleansing Peak wanted to restore its former glory, the key problem was how to solve the internal and external troubles. As long as all the collateral branches bowed their heads and spat out all the industries they divided in those years, Heart Cleansing Peak could recover to a certain extent. Further, if the industry and wealth looted by foreign enemies could be recaptured, Heart Cleansing Peak would rise again soon. Of course, all this had to be done step by step and was full of danger. It was not easy to do. Don't worry. Leave the money to me. Lin Sun took a deep breath. Although the pressure was great, the responsibility was heavy, and the situation was dangerous, he had to bear it. Then I'm relieved. Vulture nodded. Mr. Vulture, are you going to Lane of 10,000 homes to recruit people? Suddenly, Lin Zhong, who had been on standby, asked. Lane of 10,000 homes, that was the place where talents gathered in the Forbidden City. Countless practitioners who came to the Forbidden City from all over the world to make a living would look for things there. There were all kinds of talents. Most of them came from poor families. There were some powerful figures. But if you wanted them to work, you had to pay a high price. In the Forbidden City, most of the powerful forces would choose to go to Lane of 10,000 homes when they recruited servants and guards. Vulture shook his head with a smile. No. He didn't explain, but he had a kind of certainty. Obviously, he had a plan in mind. Before long, Vulture left Heart Cleansing Peak with young Ku, who had just returned. Lin Sun walked into the study on the 2nd floor of Heart Cleansing Peak. On the desk, there was a thick account book, which counted all the items looted in Heart Cleansing Peak that year. They were roughly divided into cultivation classics, elixirs, spiritual medicines, spiritual treasures, rare treasures and so on. Under each category, the name and number of each kind of looted item were listed in detail. After reading them one by one, Lin Sun couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. Even though he had known that all the valuable treasures on Heart Cleansing Peak were robbed after the bloody incident, Lin Sun still felt an irrepressible hatred in his heart when he saw the specific number and list of these treasures. Sooner or later, I will settle this score with you one by one, clearly and clearly. A ruthless light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. He carefully put away the account book, leaned his body on the soft back of the chair, narrowed his eyes slightly, and was in a daze. It was only a day since he entered the Forbidden City, but too many things had happened, which made Lin Sun feel tired. He knew his origin, set foot on Heart Cleansing Peak, taught a group of collateral children who drank and had fun in Heart Cleansing Peak, analyzed the situation. Then he went to Vulture House to invite young Ku and Vulture back. Next, he arranged young Ku to spy on the intelligence of the 4 collateral clansmen of Lin family and arranged Vulture to recruit soldiers. Because of the lack of financial resources, he had to go to Keystone Business to sell the spoils. Sitting in the study now, Lin Sun couldn't help thinking of all the things that happened in this short day. It was really not easy to be the heir of Lin family. Shaking his head, Lin Sun calmed down. Weakness was the most terrible emotion. He would never allow himself to show any weakness before he reversed the situation. When I left Heart-Cleansing Peak this morning, Lin Yingzhen of Westbrook Lin was humiliated by me. I think this news should have spread to the 4 collateral branches. How will they react to my strong attitude? Lin Sun was lost in thought. In Lin Sun's view, the biggest internal trouble of Lin family now was the 4 collateral branches. If he couldn't solve this problem, he would not be the heir of Lin family after all. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the study. Young master, a practitioner who called himself Zhu Laosan came to visit and said that he came to repay your kindness. Lin Zhong's voice also sounded. Heart-Cleansing Hall. Zhu Laosan stood there like a majestic mountain, casting a long shadow on the ground. His beard and hair were messy like weeds, his face was dark, and his bronzed muscles were bulging like rocks. His hands were as big as palm leaf fans, and the blue veins on the back of his hands were bulging. Standing there, he gave people an unshakable momentum. At the first sight of Zhu Laosan, Lin Sun was shocked and felt an indescribable sense of oppression. It seemed that Zhu Laosan was a god of war who had just walked out of the battlefield of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The unique sense of killing and blood had penetrated into his bones and could not be concealed at all. Very strong, he was at least at the level of Tao Insight Realm. Lin Sun was surprised. He didn't expect that the great man who came in the name of repaying should be such a powerful master. While Lin Sun was looking at Zhu Laosan, the latter also raised his head and glanced at Lin Sun. His face was expressionless and his eyes were calm, but just a glance made Lin Sun feel a tingling feeling of being cut by a sharp edge. Fortunately, Zhu Laosan withdrew his gaze in a moment and said in a muffled voice, "My name is Zhu Laosan. 576 years ago, on the battlefield of the Empire's 19th attack on the Dark Army, I was in a desperate situation. Fortunately, I was saved by Lord Daochen's assistant." The dull voice resounded through the empty hall. "I swore that I would repay Lord Daochen for saving my life in this life." Speaking of this, he suddenly stopped and fell into silence. Did he finish? Lin Sun was stunned. After waiting for a while, seeing that Zhu Laosan didn't intend to continue, Lin Sun couldn't help saying, "My great-grandfather has already died." "You are late," Zhu Laosan said in a deep voice. "Not late. Since you are Lord Daochen's grandson, I should regard you as my benefactor to repay you for saving my life." To be honest, it was undoubtedly a happy thing for Lin Sun, who was extremely short of manpower now, to have such a master come to repay his kindness. But he didn't dare to promise without authorization. "More than 10 years ago, there was a bloody incident in my family, which led to the murder of my grandfather, father, and other relatives. If you want to repay, why didn't you show up at that time?" Lin Sun looked straight at Zhu Laosan with deep eyes. At this moment, Lin Sun was keenly aware that there was an imperceptible fluctuation in Zhu Laosan's eyes, which seemed to be pain and self-blame. But immediately, Zhu Laosan calmed down and said, "When I hurried back to the Forbidden City from the battlefield, the murderer had disappeared." He didn't explain further. He was like an emotionless rock, making it impossible for others to pry into his inner emotions and thoughts. However, Lin Sun suddenly understood. After the bloody event, everyone thought that all the clansmen of Lin's branch had died out. In addition, the enemy came from the mysterious heaven-reaching sword sect. Under such circumstances, even if Zhu Laosan wanted to repay the kindness, he couldn't do it at all. "I just returned to Heart-Cleansing Peak yesterday." "How did you determine my identity?" Lin Sun suddenly asked. Zhu Laosan said concisely, "I heard it from the son of Fortune God Sure." "Sure you?" Lin Sun was stunned and his doubts faded a lot. He had made up his mind to find a chance to ask Sure you about Zhu Laosan's origin. Lin Sun pondered, "How are you going to repay the kindness?" Zhu Laosan said, "I only know how to fight. You can regard me as your protector until I feel that I have repaid the kindness. I will leave." Lin Sun nodded and said, "What do you need me to prepare for you?" Zhu Laosan said, "A spoonful of food and drink is enough. I will not interfere in your life. I will only appear when you need me." Lin Sun finally dared to confirm that this man really came to repay the kindness. He couldn't help sighing with emotion in his heart. Although his great-grandfather, whom he had never met, had died long ago, the blessings and influence he left in those years could continue to this day. It could be imagined how high the prestige and reputation of his great-grandfather was at that time. Zhu Laosan was a strange man. Just because of a kindness in those years, he could remember it to this day. If it were other practitioners who would be so persistent as him, this was the real hero. Keep your promises and keep your words, Lin Zhong sent Zhu Laosan out of the hall. It wasn't long before he returned and reported, "Young master, I have arranged a residence for him." Lin Sun said thoughtfully, "Grandad Zhong, what do you think of this man?" Lin Zhong thought for a moment and said quickly, "This man has the cultivation of Tao Insight Realm. He is full of iron-blooded killing intent. He should be a powerful figure who has been fighting on the battlefield all year round. Judging from his words and deeds, there should be no big problem." Lin Sun asked suddenly, "Can you defeat him?" This, Lin Zhong was stunned and seemed to be caught off guard by the question. Then he said embarrassedly, "Young master, I'm just an old servant. I can't compete with that strong man." Lin Sun said with a smile, "Grandad Zhong, even I can't see through the strength of Zhu Laosan, but you can judge his strength and accurately say that he is a strong practitioner of Tao Insight Realm. It's a little strange." Lin Zhong said with a wry smile, "Young master, you must have misunderstood me. I have followed the patriarch for many years and have seen many practitioners in the Tao Insight Realm. Under the influence of what I see and hear, it is easy for me to do this." Lin Sun sighed, "Well, I won't ask you any more. You can leave now." Lin Zhong wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Finally, he held back and turned away. Tanhua Shinjingluan, the Tanhua of the nation test 60 years ago. Even Vulture has heard of him. It can be imagined how dazzling he was. If Grandad Zhong was really Shinjingluan, how could he become like this? Lin Sun thought as he walked up to the third floor of the hall. The third floor of Heart Cleansing Hall was a secret practice room specially set for the patriarch of Lin family. In the past, this place was like a forbidden area, and only the patriarch could enjoy it. But now, after mastering Heart Cleansing Seal, Lin Sun could also get in and out of it. When Lin Sun arrived here, an ancient bronze gate stood in front of him. The surface of the bronze gate was imprinted with dense cloud patterns, which looked ancient and vicissitudes. It was the first time for Lin Sun to come here since he entered Heart Cleansing Peak. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun took out Heart Cleansing Seal and ran the gang spirit in his body. A purple light suddenly shot out of the seal and poured into the bronze gate. Suddenly, there were obscure and vast waves on the surface of the bronze gate, as if it woke up from silence. Immediately, the gate opened silently in front of Lin Sun. Outside Heart Cleansing Hall, Lin Zhong was clearing the weeds on the side of the mountain road. When the bronze gate opened, his stooped body was slightly stiff. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Heart Cleansing Hall in the distance. There was a hint of anticipation on his face, as well as a hint of hesitation. It was an indescribably complicated feeling. After a while, Lin Zhong sighed and took back his eyes. It was a secret practice room, but in fact, it was no different from a temporary palace. The moment the bronze gate was opened, Lin Sun saw a magnificent, solemn and even somewhat empty palace in front of him. It was empty inside. Walking in it, Lin Sun felt small. Behind him, the bronze gate closed silently. For a moment, it seemed that he was isolated from the world. Is this the place where only the patriarch of Lin family can enter? Lin Sun looked around and couldn't find any furnishings. There was only a futon in the center of the hall. This made Lin Sun suspect that after the bloody incident more than 10 years ago, even the secret room used for practice had been ransacked. Otherwise, how could it be so shabby? Thinking about it, Lin Sun couldn't help sighing in his heart. What was the use of thinking about it now? He went straight to the futon in the center of the hall and sat down cross-legged. Although there were a lot of things to do, Lin Sun didn't dare to slack off in practice. He had decided that as long as he had free time, he would use it all for practice. In order to speed up the promotion of practice, he had made enough preparations. Lin Sun took a deep breath and took out a snow-white ginseng with many fine roots. It was 1/2 foot long, as thick as a candle, and looked like a sleeping baby. It exuded a refreshing and strong fragrance of medicine. Just a sniff of it made Lin Sun's spirit lively and his soul comfortable. This was snow ginseng. It was a kind of holy medicine that could make practitioners crazy. It had an immeasurable magical effect on refining and improving the realm. It was priceless. Generally speaking, Only practitioners with high cultivation could fully refine and make use of such peerless spiritual medicine. After all, an ordinary cultivator would not be able to withstand the enormous power contained in the elixir if they swallowed it. Lin Sun also knew this, but he didn't intend to swallow the whole snow ginseng at once. He first prepared a mutton fat jade bottle, and then carefully tore off a fibrous root of snow ginseng. Then he immediately put it into the bottle and sealed it firmly. This was also to prevent the medicinal power of snow ginseng from escaping. Finally, Lin Sun put a strand of the root into his mouth. Although he had been extremely careful, he still underestimated the terrible medicinal power of snow ginseng. When a strand of root went into his stomach, Lin Sun only felt a bang, as if there was a sudden explosion of molten lava in his body. In a moment, the rolling hot medicinal power was like a runaway horse, rampaging in the meridians and acupoints of his body, producing a burning and tingling feeling. Lin Sun's skin turned red instantly. It seemed that he had swallowed a stove and was about to burn. Wisps of white mist rose around his body. The medicinal power was so terrible, just a strand of root made Lin Sun's body feel unbearable and almost explode. Everyone knew that his foundation in Earthgang realm was so strong that he could easily crush Heavengang realm over matches. But now, even his incomparably strong foundation seemed to be faintly unable to bear it. It was too late to regret. Lin Sun made a muffled groan, gritted his teeth, and ran Nature Insight and Spirit Devour Scripture with all his strength. At the same time, the windstorm millstone in his body rotated wildly. Not knowing how long it took, Lin Sun woke up from meditation. Whoosh! He exhaled a breath of air, and the airflow transformed into a spirit light that was like a waterfall that shot out violently. And it was like a sharp blade that tore through space with a swish. Finally, it hit the wall dozens of meters away with a bang, making a loud noise. His internal strength was bursting, and his breath was like a blade. This was a sign that he was about to step into Heavengang realm. Lin Sun was stunned at once. Even he couldn't believe that his cultivation suddenly soared to the mastery of Earthgang realm after refining a wisp of the root of snow ginseng. He could break through the realm at any time. Lin Sun still didn't believe it and concentrated on feeling. The gang spirit in his body was like a magnificent ocean, surging and surging, and the breath it emitted was dense, pure, and unparalleled majestic. The originally illusory sky-blue glow of the spiritual power had become reserved, like a simple green jade, crystal clear and flawless. Earthgang realm was the process of connecting with the earth. What one comprehended was the momentum of the earth, condensed the chi of the earth, and took the earth as the carrier. It was like duckweed taking root, no longer drifting with the current. At this time, all the signs in his body showed on the surface that Lin Sun had reached the mastery of Earthgang realm. It turned out to be true. Lin Sun was in a trance. He was shocked by the huge power contained in snow ginseng. Just a wisp of root could have such terrible power. If he swallowed all of it, Lin Sun shook his head immediately. The power contained in refining this wisp of root almost made his body unable to bear it. If he dared to swallow the whole snow ginseng, he would definitely explode and die. Not bad. My foundation hasn't become unstable due to my cultivation advancing too quickly, and the strength of my body has obviously increased by a level. Lin Sun carefully felt the change of his strength and couldn't help showing a satisfied smile. As early as when he broke through the Earthgang realm, he had already defeated those Heavengang realm practitioners of Qi family. Now that he had reached the mastery of Earthgang realm, how much transformation would he have in the battle? Inexplicably, Lin Sun thought of Shi Yutong, the young sword king, and the scene when Shi Yutong put his sword on his throat. He thought of Qi Tsongfeng, who had the bloodline of Purple Sea Golden Lotus in Qi family. He thought of the scene that Qi Tsongfeng came out of nowhere and wanted to kill him. All of a sudden, the joy in Lin's heart disappeared. Still not enough. Perhaps in Gang Spirit Realm, he could hardly find an opponent, but in the face of Sea Spirit Realm, he was much weaker than him. For a moment, Lin Sun's heart was burning with an unyielding fighting spirit. A man lived for a breath, and a Buddha fought for a stick of incense. Wasn't cultivation the same, contending with heaven, contending with earth, contending with man, contending with oneself? If one didn't strive, one's Tao heart would lose its drive to advance courageously, and one was bound to be unable to achieve anything great in cultivation. One day, all of you will have a taste of being conquered by me. Lin Sun took a deep breath, and his deep and clear black eyes were full of firmness. This was the change in the Tao heart during cultivation. A single thought, a single decision, a single memory, or a single tribulation would affect the Tao heart. The transformation of one's state of mind was undoubtedly the most miraculous. Lin Sun's eyes inadvertently glanced at the roof where he was sitting. He didn't know when there was a round and mysterious black light emerging on the roof. It was like a painting, deduced by the light. In the painting, there were dense and obscure strange veins, floating there quietly, looking extremely mysterious. Lin Sun's mind was immediately attracted. He was sure that this picturesque light didn't exist at all when he entered this cultivation chamber. That was to say, this strange scene quietly appeared when he was concentrating on cultivation. Lin Sun got up from the futon and frowned. This was a forbidden place for cultivation that only the patriarch of Lin family could enter, but there was only one futon in this seemingly mysterious place, which seemed a little strange. After all, with the foundation of Lin family as an upper-class aristocratic force, how could they not build a cultivation place like a paradise? At this time, a round and black light emerged on the roof, which undoubtedly proved that there must be a mystery hidden in this cultivation chamber that he didn't know. After thinking for a long time, Lin Sun seemed to make a decision. His figure flashed, and he rose into the air, reaching out his hand to grasp the round and black light. But before Lin got close, the black spiritual light suddenly disappeared as if it was startled. But Lin Sun was keenly aware that a small black shadow fell down from the air at the same time the black light disappeared. Almost subconsciously, Lin Sun reached out his hand and grabbed it. His body also floated to the ground at this time. There was no other way. He hadn't reached sea spirit realm, so he could only move in the air. Opening his palm, a black ring appeared in his palm. It was extremely ordinary, like a circle of black iron hoop. It was light and weightless in his hand. To Lin Sun's disappointment, this ring was not a storage treasure, so it had no spirituality. Lin Sun raised his head and looked at the roof again, but found nothing there. The round and black light that appeared just now seemed to evaporate from the world, leaving no trace. Strange, Lin Sun played with the ring and walked out of the cultivation chamber. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked out of the bronze door, he saw Lin Zhong already waiting there. Lin Sun couldn't help being stunned. "Grandad Zhong, what's the matter?" Lin Zhong just wanted to say something, but when he glimpsed the black ring in Lin Sun's hand, his pupils dilated immediately, and a touch of unconcealable excitement appeared on his face. He said in a trembling voice, "The ancestral ring." It was indeed not snatched away back then, but it was hidden here by Lord Patriarch. His voice was full of unconcealable joy, and he almost burst into tears. Obviously, the so-called ancestral ring had a very special meaning for Lin Zhong, which made him unable to control his emotions at first sight. Seeing this, Lin Sun vaguely understood that this seemingly ordinary ring without spirituality should be an item handed down by the ancestors of Lin family, and it had secrets that outsiders couldn't know. When Lin Zhong regained his excitement, Lin Sun said, "Grandad Zhong, tell me about this ring." "Young master, you don't know that this ring is called chaos. It's a treasure handed down by the ancestors of Lin family. Only the heir of the lineal bloodline of Lin family has the qualification to control it. Other collateral clansmen, even outsiders, can't have this thing. Because this ring is extremely special, only the blood power of the lineal heir of Lin family can awaken it and make it surrender." With a hint of reminiscence in his voice, Lin Zhong told him about the origin of the universe ring. "I've been guarding Heart Cleansing Peak these years. In fact, what I really guard is the forbidden area on the 3rd floor of Heart Cleansing Hall. This is because this old servant knows that even if the leader and the others perish, this universe ring will definitely not be lost. Chaos ring, it was handed down by the ancestors of Lin family, only the heir of the lineal bloodline had the qualification to control it." Knowing all this, Lin Sun couldn't help being shocked. He had guessed that the origin of this ring was extraordinary, but he didn't expect that it was the treasure of the ancestors of Lin family. "Young master, if you get it, your qualification as the heir of Lin family will be recognized by the ancestors of Lin family. In the future, no one dares to make irresponsible remarks about your identity." Lin Zhong looked at Lin Sun excitedly. "It turns out to be a kind of recognition of my identity." Thinking of this, Lin Sun's excitement faded a lot. So what if he was recognized? The 4 collateral clansmen would not bow their heads to him just because of his identity. "Young master, you misunderstood." Lin Zhong said seriously, "Strictly speaking, this ring is the real foundation of Lin family's survival to this day. Lin Sun was stiff all over and said with emotion, "What do you mean?" Lin Zhong took a deep breath and said word by word, "Because with the power of this ring, we can get the supreme ancient book of Lin family, Chaos Taoist scripture. This ancient book is also the inherited secret method that only the patriarch of Lin family is qualified to practice." Lin Sun was completely stunned and his mood fluctuated. It turned out that there was such a shocking secret hidden in this ring. If it weren't for Lin Zhong's reminder, he would never know this in his life. "Young master, our Lin family was one of the 8 top aristocratic families 500 years ago. The reason why we can stand side by side with the other 7 top aristocratic families is because of the Chaos Taoist scripture." Lin Zhong couldn't help sighing when he said this. It's a pity that the patriarch couldn't understand the real mystery of the Chaos Taoist scripture in his whole life, so he was stuck in the reincarnation development realm and couldn't become a real king of life and death realm. The original owner was the most promising candidate to master the Chaos Taoist scripture because of his superior talent and excellent comprehension. But he was unfortunately killed in the bloody event more than 10 years ago. Lin Zhong's voice was low and his expression was indescribably lonely and melancholy. Lin Sun realized that he didn't take over an empty heart-cleansing peak, but the greatest wealth left by the ancestor, the Chaos Taoist scripture. "Granddad Zhong, how can I activate the power of the Chaos Ring? Why can't I feel anything special at all?" Lin Sun suddenly asked. "Young master, I once heard from the patriarch that only when you step into Sea Spirit Realm can you touch the mystery hidden in the Chaos Ring." Lin Zhong explained in a low voice. "I see." Lin Sun was suddenly enlightened. After thinking for a while, he carefully put away the Oblivion Ring. It was the most precious treasure of the clan. When he reached Sea Spirit Realm, he would have the opportunity to peek at the mystery of Oblivion Taoist scripture. At this time, Lin Zhong seemed to think of something. He patted his forehead and said, "Young master, I was too excited just now and forgot one thing." Lin Sun was stunned. "What's wrong?" A haze appeared on Lin Zhong's face. "The 4 branches of Lin family will each send a representative to come to Heart Cleansing Peak to see you at noon today." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and sneered, "I just returned to Heart Cleansing Peak for 2 days. They can't sit still?" Guest Deacon Xiaofenru of Westbrook Lin. Guest Deacon Chong Ziheng of Floating Cloud Lin. Guest Deacon Shizhan of Flying Peak Lin. Deacon Lin Dahong of Northlight Lin. Lin Zhong handed over a visiting card with the names of the people who came to Heart Cleansing Peak this time. Interesting. At a glance, Lin Sun saw some subtleties from the list. 3 branches of Westbrook Lin, Floating Cloud Lin and Flying Peak Lin sent 3 guest deacons. Although they seemed to have a high status, they were outsiders after all. Northlight Lin was the only one who sent a real member of the Lin family. From this point alone, many things could be seen. These 3 branches send outsiders to visit together. Do they think I'm not qualified to let them send important clansmen? Lin Sun thought. Then he asked, "Granddad Zhong, what do you think?" Lin Zhong looked solemn. "They come with bad intentions." Lin Sun nodded and said coldly, "Granddad Zhong, go and call Zhu Laosan. If these visitors come to make trouble, we can take this opportunity to see how capable Zhu Laosan is." Lin Zhong was stunned for a moment before he nodded and left to carry out the order. On the first floor of Heart Cleansing Hall. It was noon. Lin Sun sat quietly in the main seat in the center, thinking about one thing. Vulture had left with Young Ku yesterday, but he hadn't come back yet. Could it be that something went wrong when he was recruiting experts? "Young master, it's past noon." Lin Zhong, who was next to him, reminded. Lin Sun said with a smile, "Granddad Zhong, they are testing my patience. Of course, they may do it on purpose. Anyway, I'm looking forward to their coming this time." With a smile on his lips and a calm voice, there was no smile in his deep black eyes. Anyone could tell that Lin Sun was being ironic. "By the way, Zhu Laosan, what's your real name?" Lin Sun turned his head and looked at Zhu Laosan standing on the other side. "I don't have a name." Zhu Laosan answered in a muffled voice. He was tall and strong, with messy hair and slightly closed eyes. He stood there silently like a sculpture. Lin Sun didn't say anything more. Zhu Laosan was this kind of person. He was as silent as a piece of iron. If Zhu Laosan asked more questions, he would ask for a rebuff. As time went by, noon had passed for a long time. Lin Sun remained calm, but Lin Zhong beside him gradually frowned. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from outside the hall. My apologies. I was delayed by some matters on the way. I've kept you waiting. Before the man arrived, an apologetic voice sounded. Lin Sun raised his head and saw a well-dressed, obese middle-aged man coming in. Young master, this is Lin Dahong. According to the seniority of the clan, he is young master's uncle. Lin Zhong explained in a low voice. Lin Sun sat there, looked at Lin Dahong, and said, "Please sit down." Lin Dahong, however, did not sit down. Instead, he cupped his fists in shame and said, "I really shouldn't have come late this time. Originally, the four of us agreed to come together, but who would have thought that the representatives of the three families were all delayed by important matters? I couldn't wait for them, so I came alone." His attitude seemed to be very sincere, which surprised Lin Sun a little. His expression eased a lot. At least Lin Dahong didn't show any bad attitude for the time being. In addition, it was clearly stated in the letter that Lin Dahong was the only member of Lin family among the representatives of the four branches of Lin family, which changed Lin Sun's attitude towards Northlight Lin imperceptibly. "You've been delayed by important matters?" "I think they deliberately put on airs and wanted to take this opportunity to show their power to me," Lin Sun said calmly. Lin Dahong just smiled and didn't answer. "Please sit down." Lin Sun took a deep look at Lin Dahong and invited him to sit down again. Lin Dahong smiled and cupped his hands in obeisance. "Thank you very much." He picked a seat at random and sat down. Then he looked at Lin Sun, who was sitting in the central seat. "Young master, shall we start to discuss business?" Lin Zhong asked in a low voice. "Wait." Lin Sun waved his hand and said, "Isn't it too boring without the representatives of the other three branches of Lin family?" Lin Dahong's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. He didn't say much since he sat there. It seemed that Lin Sun didn't want to speak first, which made the atmosphere in the hall still very dull. Not long after, there was a conversation outside the hall. "It's been more than 10 years. I didn't expect that Heart Cleansing Peak has been barren like this. It's really sad. Who can we blame for this? If our three branches didn't move away from Heart Cleansing Peak, how could such a peerless treasure place become like this? Brother Sure, don't sigh. Maybe it won't be long before our three branches can move back to Heart Cleansing Peak again." The unbridled chatter was ear-piercing in the silent atmosphere. Hearing these conversations, Lin Dahong looked at Lin Sun for the first time, as if to see Lin Sun's reaction. But Lin Sun just sat there, motionless like a bell. His expression was as indifferent as before, and there was even a faint smile on his lips. Lin Dahong couldn't help but be surprised. This young man seemed to be different from what he imagined. Before coming to Heart Cleansing Peak this time, Lin Dahong also heard some things about Lin Sun. For example, Lin Sun beat a group of young descendants of Westbrook Lin on the first night after returning to Heart Cleansing Peak. He also heard that Lin Yingzhen, the leader of the young generation of Westbrook Lin, was stripped naked by Lin Sun and made a fool of himself in public when he came to seek justice. Originally, Lin Dahong thought that Lin Sun was a violent and impatient young man. But after seeing Lin Sun's behavior at this time, he found that his previous speculation was wrong. Interesting, Lin Dahong had a strange feeling in his heart. With a noisy conversation, two men and a woman had swaggered into Heart Cleansing Hall. The man was dressed in brocade clothes and the woman was dressed in exquisite makeup. As soon as they came in, they stopped talking and looked at Lin Sun, who was sitting in the main seat in the center. Seeing that he was just a delicate and thin teenager, their eyes revealed a touch of contempt without concealment. Immediately, the woman said directly, "Are you the wild boy who came out of nowhere?" She wore a white dress and her long hair was in a bun. She was elegant, but her words were extremely mean and aggressive. As soon as she entered the hall, she humiliated Lin Sun in front of his face. She didn't come to visit but to make trouble. This woman was Xiao Fengru, a guest deacon from Westbrook Lin. Lin Zhong's face suddenly darkened. But before he spoke, another man said with a smile, "Fengru, don't be angry with a young man. We are here for business." This man was tall and thin with a pair of triangular eyes. His name was Shizhan from Flying Peak Lin. Yes, don't waste time. Everyone's time is precious. It's better to solve the business now. Another man nodded in agreement. This man looked cold and arrogant, and his voice was soft like a poisonous snake. His name was Xianxia from Floating Peak Lin. Well, let's get down to business. Xiaofengru agreed. After they entered the hall, they didn't put Lin Sun in their eyes from beginning to end. They didn't even ask Lin Sun's opinion when they talked. They didn't even give Lin Sun a chance to interrupt. People who didn't know would think that they were the masters of heart-cleansing peak and Lin Sun was a nuisance waiting for trial. This made Lin Zhong look gloomy. He was about to say something, but Lin Sun stopped him with a smile and said, "Let them continue." Lin Dahong, who had been sitting there and watching coldly, suddenly felt an indescribable chill in his heart. This young man was so calm that it was terrible. Lin Dahong asked himself if he was so ridiculed and despised. After all, strictly speaking, if Lin Sun was really Lin Wenjing's flesh and blood, Lin Sun was indeed the only candidate to inherit heart-cleansing peak in name. Of course, this was in name. But in any case, compared with Lin Sun, Xiaofengru, Chang Ziheng and Shizhan were all outsiders. They were not clansmen of Lin family at all, but just guests of Lin family. This was too much. Even if they were against Lin Sun, they didn't need to let a few outsiders humiliate him, right? Lin Dahong immediately judged that the reason why the three branches of Westbrook Lin, Floating Cloud Lin and Flying Peak Lin sent these three representatives was obviously to make trouble. Just as Lin Dahong was thinking about it, Xiaofengru suddenly sneered after hearing Lin's words, "Boy, don't put on an act in front of us. If you cooperate with us obediently, we won't embarrass you. But if you don't cooperate, don't blame us for being impolite." Lin Sun asked with a smile, "How should I cooperate?" Xiaofengru frowned. Lin Sun could still laugh at this time, which made her inexplicably disgusted and annoyed. "It's very simple. We have discussed that we will move back to heart-cleansing peak from tomorrow. At the same time, we will be fully responsible for all the affairs of heart-cleansing peak." Xiaofengru directly told the real intention. This was an absolute strength. Lin Sun didn't want to talk nonsense at all. The decision had been made. All Lin Sun had to do was to obey. Of course, given that you are a member of Lin family, as long as you accept all the arrangements with peace of mind, we will not embarrass you. We will allow you to stay on heart-cleansing peak and give you certain treatment. I guarantee that you won't worry about food and drink in your life. Xiaofengru raised her chin arrogantly, like a queen issuing orders. "This condition is very favorable. I don't expect you to be grateful. I just hope you remember that heart-cleansing peak can't allow a little guy like you to meddle in it." Lin Zhong was so angry that he trembled all over. These words were not only impolite, but also a naked threat and humiliation. What did they think of the young master? What did they think of the direct bloodline of Lin family? The most abominable thing was that these extremely humiliating words were said by an outsider, which was so vicious. Lin Sun couldn't help narrowing his eyes at this time. Just when Lin Dahong thought that Lin Sun had reached the limit of endurance and was ready to fight back, Lin Sun suddenly smiled and looked at him. "Do you think so too?" Lin Sun's words made Lin Dahong's heart tighten suddenly and his face changed slightly. "P.S. I just came back from the provincial capital in the evening. After 2 days of busy meetings, I felt like collapsing when I got home to relax. I really wanted to sleep." Lin Sun caught the change of Lin Dahong's expression, and he had a vague answer in his heart. He didn't press Lin Dahong any further. It was obviously impossible for Lin Dahong to state his stance right now. On the contrary, Lin Dahong's current attitude was relatively good. At least it represented that Northlight Lin didn't form a unified opinion with the other three families. "Young man, don't waste any more time. We don't have the patience to waste time with you." Xiaofengru snorted. "If you are smart, you should know that the conditions we offer are generous enough. I advise you not to do anything stupid." Shizhan was expressionless. "Little friend, if you agree to this condition, please sign your name on this contract." On the other side, Chang Ziheng flicked his fingertips and threw a page of the contract at Lin Sun's feet. He grabbed a handful of money and threw it to a beggar. His action was extremely humiliating. "How dare you?" Lin Zhong was so angry that he couldn't help shouting, "What's with your attitude? Old man Zhong, you are just a watchdog. How dare you speak here?" Xiao Fengru disdained. Don't make trouble. For the sake of guarding heart-cleansing peak for Lin family for many years, we may reward you with more bones when we move back. Chang Ziheng sneered. Shizhan directly said with a murderous look, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll kill you. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and couldn't help looking at Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong's face changed sharply, blue veins stood out on his forehead and his face turned red with anger. Unexpectedly, Lin Zhong didn't go berserk in the end, but his face became extremely gloomy with indescribable loneliness and bitterness. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. Why did Shen Jingluan, who was famous in the Forbidden City 60 years ago, become like this? Seeing this scene, Xiao Fengru, Chang Ziheng and Shizhan looked more and more complacent. Hey, I didn't expect this old servant could bear it. This is what a qualified watchdog should be. Hearing these vicious words, Lin Dahong's heart twitched in the distance, and his expression became extremely strange. It seemed to be regret and indignation. Kid, I'll ask you one last time. Do you agree or not? Suddenly, Xiao Fengru seemed to be impatient, and she spoke coldly and aggressively. Shizhan and Chang Ziheng also looked over. The atmosphere in the hall was silent. At Lin Sun's feet, there was a page of the contract. It seemed that as long as he nodded, the storm would end. It was easy to nod, but would Lin really agree? At this moment, Lin Dahong couldn't help but feel nervous and looked at Lin Sun. Time seemed to stop at this moment. On the central seat, Lin Sun, who was already 15 years old this year, had been very calm. Even at this moment, he did not show any emotional fluctuations. That delicate and angular face had a calmness and steadiness that didn't match his age. But in the eyes of Xiao Fengru and the other two, this kind of steadiness and calmness was the result of being forced into a dead end. They even thought complacently that if Lin Sun agreed to sign the contract, it would be a great contribution, and they would definitely get many rewards when they returned. The more they thought about it, the more excited and impatient they became. Seeing that Lin Sun didn't move for a long time, Xiao Fengru couldn't help screaming, "Kid, you!" Before she finished her words, an unforeseen event happened at this moment. Lin Sun suddenly raised his head with a smile on his lips, and then he gently waved his hand. The nod was very simple. The waving was also very simple. But the meaning of the two was completely different. Xiao Fengru, Shizhan and Chang Ziheng couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't know what Lin Sun meant by waving his hand. But immediately, they were stiff all over, feeling a terrible and unparalleled cold killing intent, which instantly enveloped them. The killing intent was so terrible that it seemed to reach the depths of their hearts, making their blood freeze and their souls tremble. An unprecedented panic and despair rose in their hearts, almost suffocating them. Their faces suddenly changed. Only then did they notice that the man who had been standing on the left side of Lin Sun, who was as majestic as a mountain, had opened his slightly closed eyes. Originally, he was silent like a sculpture, which was easy to be ignored. But the moment he opened his eyes, he was like an ancient fierce beast awakening from a deep sleep, with monstrous killing intent. The terrible killing intent, like thousands of troops and horses, swept out from the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, making the void collapse and producing a whine. This? A strong man of Tao Insight realm. What a terrible killing intent. Xiao Fengru, Shizhan and Chang Ziheng screamed. According to the information they had inquired, there were only two people on Heart Cleansing Peak, Lin Sun and Lin Zhong. How could they know that the silent and majestic man was a horrible man of Tao Insight realm? Boom! The killing intent, like a raging torrent of iron armor, hit Xiao Fengru and others fiercely. In just a moment, they felt a stabbing pain in their souls, and their minds almost collapsed, as if they were oppressed by an invisible mountain. Immediately, there was a series of muffled thuds. Xiao Fengru and the other two were forced to kneel by the terrifying killing intent. From the beginning to the end, Zhu Laosan just stood there motionlessly. He only opened his eyes and released his killing intent. Lin Dahong, who was sitting on one side and witnessing all this, couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. His scalp was numb. 3 practitioners of Sea Spirit Realm were forced to kneel down by his killing intent alone. It was horrible. Lin Dahong had seen the means of a strong man of Tao Insight Realm, but compared with Zhu Laosan in front of him, he was too weak. The substantial killing intent was perfectly controlled and controlled at will. Even in the Tao Insight Realm, few people could do this. Where did Lin Sun invite such a strong man? Lin Dahong was shocked. Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised at this time. Originally, he invited Zhu Laosan to come here to test Zhu Laosan's ability. But he didn't expect that Zhu Laosan could force Xiao Fengru and others to kneel down to the ground with his killing intent alone. They didn't even have a chance to resist from beginning to end. How could Lin Sun not be shocked by such a shocking means? Tao Insight Realm, and he was a strong man of Tao Insight Realm who fought on the battlefield all year round and killed his way out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. All this made Lin Sun finally deeply know how terrible Zhu Laosan's foundation was. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun was also keenly aware that at the moment when Zhu Laosan released his killing intent, Lin Zhong's body tightened imperceptibly, just like the instinctive reaction of a lion when it perceived danger. It seemed that Lin Zhong was wary of Zhu Laosan. However, when he saw that Zhu Laosan's killing intent only shrouded Xiao Fengru and others, and Lin Sun was not disturbed, Lin Zhong obviously relaxed a lot, but his body was still tightened. Lin Sun, who had been extremely rich in combat experience, could keenly capture this imperceptible detail. Damn it! Little thing, how dare you fight against us? Don't you want to live? Don't think that you can be lawless with the help of a strong man of Tao Insight Realm. You are playing with fire. On the ground, Xiao Fengru, Shi Zhan and Chang Ziheng looked shocked and angry and roared again and again. They were forced to kneel down, which made them extremely ashamed and angry. They didn't believe that Lin Sun dared to kill them. Because of this, even if they were forced to kneel down at the moment, their attitude was still extremely arrogant. Lin Sun got up with a smile and ordered casually, Zhu Laosan, you watch them carefully. Whoever dares to stand up, kill him first without my consent. Zhu Laosan nodded silently. Xiao Fengru and others changed their faces again. Did this guy really dare to kill them? Just when they were in doubt, Lin Sun had already walked forward. He bent down slightly, looked at the three people kneeling on the ground, and said, I made an appointment to visit you at noon, but you deliberately came late to challenge my patience. This is the first crime. When you entered the hall, you didn't bow to me. Instead, you humiliated me with vicious words. From the beginning to the end, you didn't restrain yourself. This is the second crime. Hearing Lin Sun's detailed account of the previous conflicts, Xiao Fengru and others secretly breathed a sigh of relief and sneered in their hearts. What a naive young man. Was he going to convict them? What a joke, they came from the collateral forces of Lin family. Even if they were punished, it was not his turn to punish them. In their opinion, the more Lin Sun talked about these bullshit reasons, the more it proved that Lin Sun dared not to attack them unscrupulously. They thought bitterly that they must give this little thing an unforgettable lesson when they had a chance in the future, Lin Sun said to himself, as the head of Heart Cleansing Peak and the only heir of Lin family. You offended me by forcing me to give up the power of the clan and sign an agreement to betray our ancestors. This is the third crime. Humiliating Grandad Zhong with a bad attitude and domineering behavior is the fourth crime. As a guest of the collateral branch of Lin family, you repeatedly provoked and trampled on my dignity. You ignored the rules of the clan. This is the fifth crime. Speaking of this, the smile on Lin Sun's lips disappeared, and there was a touch of indifference and coldness in his deep black eyes. He said softly word by word, no matter which crime you commit, I have enough reasons to kill all of you. Xiao Fengru and others had been suppressed to kneel on the ground, but Lin Sun didn't take the opportunity to humiliate and fight back, nor did he retaliate by cruel means. He was calm as if he would never be angry, which was very abnormal. But when he witnessed all this, Lin Dahong, who was sitting next to him, felt cold all over and felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. He was not afraid of unscrupulous lunatics, but he was afraid of a calm and indifferent pervert. Obviously, Lin Sun was like this in Lin Dahong's mind at the moment. However, Xiao Fengru and others obviously didn't realize this. When they heard all this, they were more and more sure that Lin Sun didn't dare to kill them. Otherwise, why did he need to find so many reasons? Xiao Fengru sneered, boy, you talk a lot of nonsense. Kill us immediately if you dare. If you don't, let us go. Yes, do it if you dare. Shi Zhan and Chang Ziheng, who were kneeling beside him, also sneered, and their eyes were full of resentment. As Sea Spirit Realm practitioners, they were now forced to kneel on the ground, which made them extremely ashamed and resentful. Lin Sun suddenly smiled and said, you guessed right. I have listed so many reasons, and I really don't intend to kill you immediately. Hearing this, Xiao Fengru and the other two became more and more fearless. But Lin Sun's next words made them change their expressions as if they were struck by lightning. But you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. It's enough to abolish your cultivation as a punishment. As soon as these words came out, even Lin Dahong's heart couldn't help but twitch fiercely. It was too cruel. What kind of punishment was this? It was 10 times or 100 times crueler than killing them. If a practitioner lost his cultivation, he would not only become a waste, but also lose the power to survive and all the status and honor he had. This was the most terrible blow. Think about it, if Xiao Fengru and the other three's cultivation were abolished, how could there be a foothold for them in the 3 collateral forces of Lin family? The bigger the force, the crueler the competition within it. As a guest deacon, it was indeed a unique style. But once their cultivation was abolished, their identity, status, and privileges would be deprived one after another. At that time, which big force would support a few waste people? Xiao Fengru and the other two had obviously realized this as well. At this moment, they all had terrified expressions, and they were completely at a loss of what to do. No. You can't do this. If you do this, you will be an enemy of our 3 families. At that time, your consequences will not be good. Xiao Fengru screamed. Lin Sun, we didn't mean to embarrass you. We were ordered to do this. You can't blame us for this. Shizhan was completely flustered and admitted defeat in a trembling voice. As for Chang Ziheng, he had long been scared to the point that his face had turned pale. He was out of his wits and couldn't even speak. As he looked at their current appearances and compared it to their arrogant attitudes from before, Lin Dahong couldn't help but feel a wisp of relief in his heart. Fortunately, I've always been watching coldly from the sidelines and didn't directly get mixed into this muddy water. Lin Dahong shuddered and didn't dare to think further. Lin Sun smiled slightly. Looking at the ugly faces of the 3 people on the ground, an unspeakable disgust rose in his heart. Zhu Laosan, do it. Lin Sun waved his hand. How dare you? I'll kill you. Xiao Fengru and others completely collapsed. Like crazy, they were about to jump up and threaten Zhu Laosan with Lin Sun so that Zhu Laosan wouldn't shoot the rat for fear of breaking the vases. But before they could make a move, the killing intent that had been firmly enveloping them suddenly grew stronger. Rumble. They felt the bones in their entire bodies almost break, and their entire bodies were fiercely pressed down onto the ground. Not to mention resisting, they couldn't even lift a finger. Immediately, Zhu Laosan, who had been standing silently like a rock, finally moved. With a wave of his sleeve, 3 black rays of light swept out and entered the bodies of Xiao Fengru and the other 2. Puff. Puff. Puff, Xiao Fengru and the other 2 suddenly turned pale and coughed up blood. At the same time, their momentum was like a punctured rubber ball, quickly dissipating. Just in the blink of an eye, their eyes had become dim and empty. Their skin lost its luster and became dry, as if they were hundreds of years older all of a sudden. This was the result of their cultivation being abolished. Witnessing this scene, Lin Dahong was also stunned and shocked. Lin Sun's previous means had always been mild, which made people suspect that he had no temper. But now Lin Dahong finally understood that Lin Sun was more ruthless and more terrible than he imagined. Xiao Fengru, Shizhan, and Chang Ziheng seemed to have lost their spirit at this moment. They were sprawled on the ground, looking extremely decadent and bleak. From a high and mighty Xianxia to a cripple, this kind of blow was not something they could bear. Only when they lost it could they understand the preciousness of having it. Unfortunately, it was over no matter how they understood it. Lin Sun still smiled and said, "Go back and tell your masters that I also give them 2 choices. First, surrender to me voluntarily and spit out all the treasures that were plundered from Heart Cleansing Peak that year. I can let bygones be bygones for the sake of family affection. Second, if they don't want to surrender, I will regard them as traitors of Lin family and treat them as enemies. I will clean up the traitors for Lin family." Lin Sun thought for a while and said calmly, "I will give them 3 years to consider this matter. After 3 years, if they can't make a choice, I will make a choice for them. After that," he waved his hand, "Grandad Zhong, send them away." Lin Zhong immediately took the order and left Heart Cleansing Hall with the 3 people who were paralyzed on the ground like dead dogs. Lin Sun sat back in his seat and looked at Lin Dahong with a smile. Uncle, after seeing all this, I wonder if you have any ideas? It finally came. Lin Dahong was shocked. He took a deep breath and tried to suppress all kinds of emotions in his heart. He said, I'm just thinking that if you do this, you will completely fall out with the other three families. There is no room for maneuver. It seems a little too decisive, isn't it? Lin Sun shrugged and said, I can't help it. I was forced to do so. I'm alone, and the situation is extremely difficult and dangerous, so I can't retreat. Once I retreat, it's tantamount to stepping into death. Immediately, he smiled and said, Of course, uncle, you certainly don't understand this. It's easy to sit on the position of the master of heart-cleansing peak, but it's very difficult to keep it. Lin Dahong's mood was complicated. Although he didn't understand Lin Sun's state of mind, he was very sure that Lin Sun was telling the truth. Lin Sun's situation was indeed very dangerous. It was like dancing on the tip of a knife. He faced not only internal problems but also external troubles hidden in the dark. The identity of the successor of Lin family couldn't change Lin Sun's situation at all. What's more, Lin Sun was still too young, only in his teens. Under such circumstances, the identity of the successor of the Lin family was not an advantage to him. Instead, it was a burden that could crush him at any time. Now that you have decided to do this, why do you give 3 years to consider? Lin Dahong couldn't help but ask. He felt that Lin Sun's words were like telling others that Lin Sun's current power was very weak and it would take 3 years to accumulate enough power to fight back. So if they wanted to deal with Lin Sun, they should take advantage of the 3 years to deal with him. That was probably what Lin Sun meant, so Lin Dahong felt that Lin Sun's words were very unwise. Even if I don't give a definite time, according to their attitude, they will not tolerate me to continue to control heart-cleansing peak in these 3 years. Lin Sun said with a smile, instead of that, it's better to tell them that I, Lin Sun, only need to hold on for 3 years. At that time, it's my turn to consider whether to help the ancestors of Lin family clean up the family. At the end of his words, there was a touch of decisiveness in his voice. 3 years, Lin Sun was confident that he had the power and capital to unify Lin family. 3 years, Lin Dahong murmured. He didn't know where Lin Sun's confidence came from, but he saw a rare boldness in the young man in front of him. Of course, within these 3 years, my situation is certainly still impossible to change much. It may even become more dangerous than before, but I'm not worried about anything. Lin Sun changed the topic and smiled meaningfully. After all, if I, the only one qualified to inherit heart-cleansing peak, die, heart-cleansing peak will be completely lost from Lin family. I think this is the result that you 4 families absolutely don't want to see. Lin Dahong's face changed slightly, and he was speechless for a while. Indeed, heart-cleansing peak had been vacant for more than 10 years and had never been taken away. The fundamental reason was that the attitude of the imperial family had always been very clear. Only the direct descendants of Lin Daochen had the qualification to inherit heart-cleansing peak. Otherwise, how could the 4 branches of Lin family be willing to move away from heart-cleansing peak more than 10 years ago? But if Lin Sun really died, the direct descendants of Lin Daochen would completely disappear. At that time, even if the other 4 branches of Lin family wanted to compete for heart-cleansing peak, they had to ask the imperial family for permission. Lin Sun stretched out his arm and grabbed a page of contract on the ground, which was left by Xiaofengru and the other 2. No matter how unfair the conditions listed above are, they don't have the courage to kill me. On the contrary, in order to move back to heart-cleansing peak and take charge of Lin family, the only thing they can do is to put me under house arrest and even avoid my death at all costs. Lin Sun carefully put away the contract and said calmly, in their eyes, this is my only value. I will remember all this firmly. Lin Sun's words were calm, but it made Lin Dahong realize that the attitude of the other 3 forces today had made Lin Sun bear a grudge in his heart. If one day Lin Sun really had the power to unify Lin family, the other 3 forces would definitely have a hard time. Thinking of this, Lin Dahong suddenly looked serious and said in a deep voice, I come on behalf of Northlight Lin this time for a different purpose than the other 3. A playful smile appeared on Lin Sun's lips. Tell me about it. Lin Dahong said frankly, to tell you the truth, the real purpose of my visit is to see what kind of person you are with my own eyes, and then make the next decision. Lin Sun nodded and said, "It's a very cautious approach, but it's also very wise." Lin Dahong said, "We can't help it. Although we can be sure that you are a direct descendant of Lin family, we can't give a clear attitude when we don't know what kind of person you are." Lin Sun thought in his heart that it was true. In fact, from their visiting cards and Lin Dahong's previous performance, Lin Sun had seen that Northlight Lin's position towards him was indeed different from that of the other three. Although they didn't make a clear statement, they didn't directly intend to abolish him by usurping power like the other three. That was enough. Lin Sun was confident that as long as Northlight Lin gave him a chance, he could definitely give them a satisfactory answer that they had to surrender. Lin Sun asked, "Are you satisfied with my opinion, uncle?" Lin Dahong smiled bitterly and said after a while, "I'm not sure. But if I say I'm not satisfied, I'm lying." Lin Sun asked thoughtfully, "What's your plan, uncle?" Lin Dahong said frankly, "There's no doubt that your previous performance has passed my test. I won't hide some things from you anymore." After a pause, he looked solemn and said, "At present, most of the clansmen of Northlight Lin oppose you to inherit the power of Lin family. You must know the reason. You are too young and have no capital. It's hard to convince everyone." Lin Sun nodded, "I understand." Lin Dahong's expression eased a lot and he continued, "But in the end, your ancestor Northlight came forward and decided to give you a chance." Northlight ancestor, this title represented Lin Baiguang, the fifth brother of Lin Fighting, Lin Sun's grandfather, and the fifth uncle of Lin Wenjing, Lin Sun's father. Although Lin Baiguang had lived in seclusion and handed over the power to his son Lin Huayuan, no one dared to oppose him as long as he spoke. Lin Sun was a little surprised when he learned this. He didn't expect that his fifth granduncle, whom he had never met, would fight for a chance for himself. This made him realize that not all of the four collateral forces of Lin family were opposed to him taking charge of Heart Cleansing Peak and inheriting the power of Lin family. Just like the attitude shown by Northlight Lin, it was worth paying attention to and fighting for it. "What chance?" Lin Sun asked curiously. Lin Dahong took a deep breath and said, "It's very simple. A month later, please go to Northlight Lin in person and fight with your brother Lin Xiafeng. If you win, Northlight Ancestor will meet you in person. If I lose," speaking of this, Lin Dahong hesitated. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "If I lose, I will lose the qualification to be recognized by Northlight Lin, right?" Lin Dahong nodded with a wry smile. "This is the best result that Ancestor Northlight can fight for. Although he is in a high position, he can't ignore the interests of his clansmen." Lin Sun thought, "Although I reject this kind of test very much and I don't think that my qualification to inherit Heart Cleansing Peak needs to be recognized by others, it seems that I don't know what's good for me if I refuse the fifth granduncle's arrangement." Lin Dahong said excitedly, "So, you've already agreed?" Lin Sun nodded, "I never want to be enemies with all the collateral clansmen. If I can solve the contradiction between us in this way, I will be very happy." Speaking of this, Lin Sun asked, "Who is Lin Xiafeng?" Lin Dahong immediately introduced Lin Xiafeng's identity. It turned out that Lin Xiafeng was the son of Lin Huayuan, the current leader of Northlight Lin. According to seniority, he was Lin Sun's cousin. At the age of 18, Lin Xiafeng was talented and perceptive. When he reached the human gang realm at the age of 16, he condensed the first-class pond of spiritual power, Misty Rain and Landscape, which caused a sensation in Northlight Lin. He was praised as the most dazzling son of the younger generation in Northlight Lin. Now, Lin Xiafeng had reached the Heaven Gang realm, and his strength was more and more unfathomable. At the age of 16, he already had the first-class pond of spiritual power, and at the age of 18, he had reached the Heaven Gang realm. In this way, Lin Xiafeng is really amazing, even not inferior to those trainees who successfully graduated from Bloodthirsty Camp. Lin Sun was lost in thought. He had thought before that since Northlight Lin arranged such an opportunity for him, it would not be so easy for him to pass. But he didn't expect that they would send such a young overmatch like Lin Xiafeng. For Lin Sun, it made him feel relaxed. After all, in Gang Spirit Realm, he was not afraid of anyone now. Lin Dahong said, "I advise you not to be careless. Recently, Xiafeng has been practicing to break through to Sea Spirit Realm. According to the inference, he will be promoted smoothly in less than 7 days." At that time, Lin Sun's eyes suddenly narrowed. It turned out that Lin Sun's trump card was here. letting a top figure of the young generation who had just broken through to see spirit realm deal with him? This feeling was a little like bullying. The difference between sea spirit realm and earthgang realm was not as simple as two realms, but a whole big realm. Most importantly, practitioners of sea spirit realm could fly in the air and summon wind and rain. They could not only hurt people in the air, but also control the momentum of the world. But practitioners of earthgang realm lost a lot in the congenital aspect. Seeing that Lin Sun was silent, Lin Dahong's heart thumped, and he said embarrassedly, "This duel is really a bit difficult, but the ancestor of Northlight Lin said that it is not so easy to inherit the power of the clan. However, I don't mean to embarrass you. As long as you can hold on for more than 100 moves, you will pass." Lin Sun said which made others unable to know what he was thinking. This made Lin Dahong feel more anxious. Even Lin Dahong himself felt that this test was a bit difficult, but there was no other way. This was the attitude of Northlight Lin. Lin Sun suddenly smiled and said, "I have roughly understood it, but there is one last question." Lin Dahong breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly, "Go ahead." Lin Sun said, "Why do we have to wait for a month to start this duel?" Lin Dahong explained patiently, "In 20 days, Xiefeng will participate in the nation test, so we can only postpone it to a month later." Nation test, Lin Sun was shocked. He suddenly remembered that he had been so busy solving all kinds of things these days that he forgot that there were only 20 days left before the nation test. Until Lin Dahong left, Lin Sun sat there alone, thinking about the nation test. Originally, according to his plan when he left Mist City, he would participate in the nation test after entering the Forbidden City. But it was not until he entered the Forbidden City that he found that the plan could never keep up with the changes. From the moment he set foot on Heart Cleansing Peak, he could hardly spare much time for cultivation and rest, let alone for the nation test. It didn't take long for Lin Zhong to return, which made Lin Sun wake up from his meditation. "Grandad Zhong, there is one thing I want you to do in person," Lin Sun said. "Go ahead, young master," Lin Zhong said. Lin Sun took out a pen and paper, wrote a page full of words, and then handed it to Lin Zhong, saying, "Give this to Shiryu, the third young master of Keystone Business, and tell him to spread the content on the paper by any means." Lin Zhong took the paper in his hand, glanced at it inadvertently, and was suddenly shocked. What was written on it was not a shocking secret, but some introduction about Lin Sun himself. The most striking was the line of handwriting, "Won the first place in the province test of Southwest Province with the cultivation of human gang realm." This was no longer a secret in the Southwest Administrative Province. But to Lin Zhong, it was like a bolt of lightning that struck him with an inexhaustible impact. Only now did he know that the young master in front of him had made such a dazzling achievement, the first place in the province test. Among the 34 provinces of the empire, there were only 34 first places in the province test, and his young master was one of them. The most shocking thing was that his young master was only in human gang realm at that time. Then he read down, and the shock in Lin Zhong's heart was soon replaced by a touch of surprise. There was some information about Lin Sun's current situation. When he saw the sentence "suffering from mundane affairs, I have no choice but to give up the nation test," Lin Zhong was stiff all over and showed a touch of anxiety. He couldn't help asking, "Young master, are you really not going to participate in the nation test?" Lin Sun said casually, "I'm struggling now. I don't have the mood and time to pay attention to such things. It's fine if I don't participate." Lin Zhong seemed unwilling to give up and said, "Young master, this is the nation test. Do you want to think about it again?" Lin Sun's attitude was firm, and he said, "Grandad Zhong, I'm only 15 years old this year. It doesn't matter if I miss the nation test. It's not too late to take part in it after I settle the affairs of Heart Cleansing Peak." Lin Zhong showed an unspeakable disappointment on his face. He wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Finally, he sighed and turned away. Watching Lin Zhong leave, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh. How could he not want to take part in the nation test, but the reality was so cruel that he had to give up. "Zhu Laosan, thank you this time. It's all right now. You can go back to have a rest." Lin Sun suddenly opened his mouth and looked at the majestic man who had been standing like a statue. Zhu Laosan nodded and strode out without saying a word. But when he walked out of the hall, he suddenly said, "It's not necessarily a good thing to persist. It's not necessarily a bad thing to give up. His deep voice echoed in the empty hall, and Zhu Laosan's figure had disappeared. Lin Sun was stunned and suddenly laughed. It turned out that Zhu Laosan was not an extremely dull person. After a long stretch, Lin Sun turned around and walked up to the quiet room on the third floor of the hall. It would take a lot of time and energy to deal with all kinds of things every day. Lin Sun had to seize all the available time to cultivate. What's more, the opponent he would face a month later was a person who was qualified to take part in the nation test and was known as the most dazzling talent of the young generation of Northlight Lin. The most important thing was that this person must have already reached Sea Spirit Realm at that time, therefore, Lin Sun didn't dare to be careless. Lin Sun picked another wisp of root of snow ginseng and swallowed it. Then he began to meditate with his legs crossed. Soon, his handsome figure was shrouded by wisps of boiling white mist, looming like a dream. At the same time, in Westbrook Lin, the atmosphere in the clan discussion hall was somber and oppressive to the extreme, causing the 2 guards stationed outside the hall to feel suffocated and tremble with fear. Xiao Fengru, Shi Zhan and Chang Ziheng, the 3 guest deacons whose cultivation had been abolished, were kneeling on the ground with pale faces and shivering. In the depths of the council hall, there were 3 men sitting. They were Lin Tianlong, the ruler of Westbrook Lin, Lin Yanshan, the ruler of Floating Cloud Lin and Lin Pingdu, the ruler of Flying Peak Lin. Each of these 3 men was a powerful figure in Tao Insight Realm. They were in charge of a branch of Lin clan. They had great power. However, today was a rare occasion for them to gather together, and at this moment, all of their expressions were exactly the same, extremely gloomy. They had learned everything that happened on Heart Cleansing Peak from Xiao Fengru. They didn't expect that the young man refused their proposal. The thing that infuriated them the most was that this young man had crippled the guest deacon they'd sent out. Such arrogant actions were simply an insult to their dignity. A bunch of wastes, get out. Finally, Lin Tianlong, the ruler of Westbrook Lin sitting in the center, opened his mouth. His voice was like thunder, rumbling in the empty hall. Xiao Fengru and the other 2 suddenly became extremely miserable. They got up from the ground and left in disgrace. Sure enough, after losing their cultivation and becoming a waste, they had no value. It could be foreseen that when they left this council hall, all the status and offerings they had enjoyed in the past would be blown away by the wind and rain. This was Lin Sun's revenge. Although he didn't kill them, it was more cruel than killing them. Looks like this kid is deliberately going against us. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianlong opened his mouth with a gloomy look. The cold light in his eyes was extremely frightening. He is just a young man. He dares to fight against us recklessly. The ignorant are fearless. On the other side, Lin Yanshan, the ruler of Floating Cloud Lin, snorted coldly. What's your plan? Only Lin Pingdu, the ruler of Flying Peak Lin, seemed quite calm. He said, this young man has the Heart Cleansing Jade Seal and is in charge of Heart Cleansing Peak. If he would rather die than hand over the power of the clan, we can't do anything to him. As soon as these words came out, Lin Tianlong and Lin Yanshan looked gloomy again. This was indeed a tricky problem. If they killed Lin Sun, Heart Cleansing Peak would be completely taken away by the imperial family. But if they didn't kill him, it would be difficult for them to return to Heart Cleansing Peak, and they couldn't take charge of the clan justifiably, just like now. The 3 of them were nominally the leaders of the 3 branches of the Lin family, but they were still leaders, not the patriarchs of the family. This was the difference in name. Sky Dragon, you have always been resourceful. What do you think of this matter? Lin Pingda looked at Lin Tianlong, who was in the center. If it's just this lad, it's easy to deal with him. But the key is that there's an expert in the Tao Insight realm by his side now. This is a little tricky. Lin Tianlong frowned. Unless we ask one of the ancestors of our 3 clans to make a move, then perhaps we'll be able to smoothly deal with the experts by that kid's side. But the most troublesome thing is that even if we're able to accomplish that, we'll be helpless if that kid would rather die than submit. The other 2 immediately fell silent. The most troublesome thing for them was the ownership of Heart Cleansing Peak. However, only Lin Sun was qualified to inherit Heart Cleansing Peak in the world. Even if they wanted to deal with Lin Sun, they had to be cautious. However, if we can't deal with him openly, we can deal with him in the dark. Suddenly, Lin Tianlong's eyes flashed a ruthless color. I don't believe that he will hide in Heart Cleansing Peak all his life. As long as he dares to leave Heart Cleansing Peak, we have thousands of ways to control him. Lin Yinshan's eyes brightened. What do you mean? On the other side, Lin Pingde seemed to understand. He said with a smile, that's a good idea. As long as we can make sure that he doesn't die, it will be enough as long as we can control him and turn him into our puppet. Lin Yinshan understood at this moment, and he seemed to be lost in thought as he said, there are indeed many ways to accomplish this. We can first use poison, kidnap, sneak attack, and so on to control him. After that, we can use some vicious secret techniques to control his body and control his soul. At that time, wouldn't he be an idiot that has lost his self-awareness, have no choice but to obediently listen to our orders? Before he finished his words, Lin Tianlong and Lin Pingdu beside him couldn't help laughing. Immediately, Lin Tianlong looked solemn and said, you two, it's better to keep this matter to the three of us. Don't let others know about it. Lin Yinshan and Lin Pingdu both nodded, of course. They were all in charge of a force. How could they not understand that if this matter was spread out, even if they could control Heart Cleansing Peak in the end, their reputation would be greatly damaged? After all, in terms of seniority, they were Lin Sun's elders and relatives in the same clan. It was disgraceful for them to plot against a younger generation as elders. In that case, it's settled. Lin Tianlong said in a deep voice, next, I hope you two can send your elite forces to deal with this matter as soon as possible. When it's done, it's time for our three forces to return to Heart Cleansing Peak. Lin Yinshan and Lin Pingdu agreed at the same time. By the way, Northlight Lin Pingdu suddenly asked. Ignore them. Lin Tianlong's face showed a touch of coldness. At this time, they are still hesitating and unwilling to take a stand. When we return to Heart Cleansing Peak, they won't take the opportunity to take advantage of us. The night came. The Forbidden City had just begun its bustling period. There were stars in the sky and lights on the ground, shining on the capital. That was the Forbidden City. Whenever the night fell, the lights in the city were burning like fire dragons coiling on the streets and alleys. It was brilliant and dreamy. The night was also the best time to seek pleasure. Talented men and beautiful women, young masters and young ladies, literati and poets, romantic dignitaries, all sorts of figures were either riding treasured carriages, riding beast carriages, or walking slowly. They moved through the bustling streets, and it was extremely bustling. In the center of the Forbidden City, adjacent to Keystone Business, there was a sky-high white jade building. A spiritual light curtain appeared in the night. On the light curtain, a dignified and beautiful woman with outstanding appearance was broadcasting all kinds of things that happened in the Forbidden City. In this nation test, there will be 3,700 top figures of the young generation. At that time, the royal family of the empire will send King Yongling, Zhao Chang, to preside over the assessment in person. This morning, Yin Yan, a monk of Yueluan Kingdom, went to Green Deer School to discuss Taoism. He defeated 13 outstanding students of Green Deer School by himself, which caused a lot of shock and uproar. Young Sword King Shai Yutong has personally issued a letter of challenge to Yin Yan. We will continue to pay attention to what will happen next. The latest news from the front line is that Water Barbarian branch of Voodoo Barbarian tribe suddenly sent a delegation to the Forbidden City 3 months later. The purpose is still unclear. It is said that the royal family of the empire has agreed to this matter. Like the spiritual light curtain in other provincial capitals, the spiritual light curtain in the Forbidden City was also broadcasting the recent hot events. Many practitioners were gathered there, listening, analyzing, and discussing. It was very lively. In the bustling crowd, Vulture was sitting in a wheelchair, and Young Ku was pushing him behind. They walked slowly to the distance. Things are almost settled. There are still a lot of 60,000 gold coins left. Why don't you take this opportunity to go around and buy something? You know, after returning to Heart Cleansing Peak this time, there will be few opportunities to wander around in the future. Vulture said with a smile. He is a pauper now. I can't bear to spend his money. Young Ku said casually. A pauper? I don't think so. The spirit vulture smiled and chuckled. At this time, the news from the spiritual light curtain in the distance suddenly attracted the attention of Vulture and Young Ku. Today, I'm going to introduce a young talent who has won the first place in the province test of Southwest Province of the Empire. His name is Lin Sun. He is talented. What is particularly interesting is that he won the first place in the examination of Southwest Province as a human gang realm practitioner. It's hard to imagine how he did it. Looking at the world, how many people can make such dazzling achievements like him? Before the beautiful woman in the spiritual light curtain finished her words, countless people present were in an uproar and exclamation. They couldn't believe all this. Fuck. Is Lin Sun so crazy? At the age of 14, human gang realm, he won the first place in the province test of Southwest Province? Did I hear it right? Obviously, there are only two possibilities. Either Lin Sun is really a powerful character, or all the practitioners who participated in the province test of Southwest Province are rubbish. Otherwise, how could a teenager win the championship at one stroke? I've heard of Lin Sun's name before. It should be true. Who dares to cheat in the province test? So, it is very likely that Lin Sun will participate in this nation test? That's for sure. How can he miss such an opportunity as the first place in the province test? Even Vulture and Xianxia couldn't help but be stunned by the constant discussion. They stopped and listened attentively. Soon, people were shocked by another news broadcasted on the spiritual light curtain. After confirmation, Lin Sun is the direct heir of Lin clan in the Forbidden City. Now he has inherited Heart Cleansing Peak, one of the 72 peaks of aristocratic clan. It's a pity that Lin Sun has made it clear that he will not participate in the nation test because he is busy with worldly affairs. It can be foreseen that without the genius who won the first place in the province test of Southwest Province, the nation test will undoubtedly lose a big attraction. Hearing this, the Xianxia present burst into an uproar like a pot exploding. Lin clan? I only remember that there are 4 Lin clans in the Forbidden City, but none of them is qualified to enter Heart Cleansing Peak. You don't understand. Heart Cleansing Peak can only be inherited by the direct descendants of Lord Daochen of Lin clan. Don't you know who Lord Daochen is? He is a life-death realm king who saved our empire from the fire and water 500 years ago. Tut-tut, I didn't expect that the first place in the province test of Southwest Province is the direct descendant of Lord Daochen. No wonder he can make such dazzling achievements at such a young age. Hey, a bloody thing happened in Heart Cleansing Peak more than 10 years ago. Now Lin Sun suddenly returns to the Forbidden City as the direct heir of Lin clan and takes over Heart Cleansing Peak. It's like jumping into a storm whirlpool. One careless move and he will be crushed. There was a constant uproar in the field. Everyone's face was full of surprise, shock, emotion, and so on. The reason was very simple. There were too many things worth discussing and deliberating about Lin Sun. In other words, there were too many gimmicks. Some people were attracted by Lin Sun's cultivation and achievements. They thought that Lin Sun himself was a peerless genius as he won the first place in the Southwest Province trial with the cultivation of human gang realm at the age of 10. Some people were also attracted by Lin Sun's identity. No one expected that he was the lineal descendant of Duke Daochen, the life and death realm king who had shocked the world 500 years ago. More people were more concerned about Lin Sun's current situation. Although he was the only candidate qualified to inherit Heart Cleansing Peak, one of the 72 peaks of the aristocratic family, anyone who knew the bloody event more than 10 years ago knew that Lin Sun's situation was not as good as it seemed. On the contrary, Lin Sun would fall into a dangerous and unpredictable storm vortex because of his identity. I don't know who spread the news. It's obvious that it was carefully prepared. Otherwise, it would not cause so much discussion. On the street, Xianxia frowned and said, judging from the great uproar in the field, Lin Sun's deeds would spread throughout the Forbidden City at an incredible speed after tonight. At that time, no one knew how much uproar and attention it would cause. It might be a good thing or a bad thing for Lin Sun. The news coming out of the spiritual screen every day has been carefully screened. If someone didn't promote it secretly, the news about Lin Sun should not be publicized like this. In the wheelchair, Vulture's clear and calm eyes were surging with wisdom. I even suspect that the news was provided by Lin Sun himself. Xianxia was stunned. How is it possible? Vulture smiled and said, do you remember when I met Lin Sun for the first time the day before yesterday? He confidently promised that within a month, everyone in the Forbidden City would know his name. After a pause, he continued, if you look at the news coming out of the spiritual screen tonight, you can infer that even if Lin Sun didn't do it himself, he must have an inseparable relationship with him. A strange expression appeared in Xianxia's clear eyes. If so, doesn't it mean that Lin Sun has more cards in his hand that we don't know? After all, you just said that the news coming out of the spiritual screen is strictly controlled. I'm afraid that Lin Sun can't do it by himself. Vulture nodded and said, Xianxia, I have to remind you that Lin Sun's background is a bit complicated. He not only entered the bloodthirsty camp, but also had the shadow of the Dark Templar behind him. If that's all, he is the only lineal heir of Lin Sun, but he is also the only lineal heir of Lin family. No one dared to find the reason for his parents' death. What puzzles me most is the attitude of the imperial royal family. Heart Cleansing Peak has been abandoned for more than 10 years, but it has never been taken away. Don't you think it's strange? That is one of the 72 peaks of the great clans. Not only is it a paradise, but it also represents a great status and power. Vulture looked at Xianxia and said, under such circumstances, I'm not sure whether it's good or bad to continue to help Lin Sun. And you should also be mentally prepared. Xianxia thought for a moment and nodded. Of course, this is just my analysis. There are too many secrets hidden in Lin Sun. What I noticed may just be the tip of the iceberg. I'm actually looking forward to working with such a mysterious little guy. Spiritual Vulture changed the topic and smiled. Chances are that he can really bring me a lot of unexpected surprises, or miracles. Xianxia was shocked, and her clear eyes were bright. She said, if Lin Sun knows that you think so highly of him, he must be very happy. Vulture smiled and waved his hand. Let's go. It's time for us to return. At the moment, Xianxia pushed the wheelchair and returned with Vulture. Their figures soon disappeared in the bustling night streets of the Forbidden City. Behind the spiritual curtain, in front of an ancient building. This was the spirit transmitting department of the Forbidden City, which was in charge of all matters related to the spiritual curtain. At this moment, an extremely luxuriously decorated treasured carriage that was pulled by 4 snow-white cloudwater beasts was parked there silently. Not long after, a graceful figure came out of the gate of the magnificent and ancient building of the Spirit Transmitting Department. She was dignified and graceful, and her appearance was extremely outstanding. She was the woman who broadcasted the news in the spiritual curtain just now. Seeing her appearance, the chariot parked on one side opened the curtain, revealing Shiryu's handsome face with red lips and white teeth. I've done what I've asked you to do. If there's nothing else, I'll go back. The woman stepped forward and said coldly. But Shiryu grabbed her arm and held her whole body in his arms. He kissed the woman's moist lips and said with a smile, how can there be nothing else? In order to celebrate your contribution tonight, I'll take you to have a wonderful night. The woman was originally cold, dignified and quiet, but at this time, she suddenly giggled. Her eyes were full of flirtatious charm. Oh, how wonderful. With a swish, Shiryu pulled down the curtain and looked at the woman in his arms affectionately. You'll know when the time comes. As he said, he bowed his head and kissed the woman's lips. But in his heart, the third child of Keystone Business sighed with emotion. Lin Sun, I sold my body to help you. You must remember this favor. Obviously, the news about Lin Sun broadcasted in the spiritual curtain tonight was promoted by Shiryu secretly. In the same night, Xianxia withdrew her eyes from the spiritual curtain and fell into meditation. Lin Sun, it turned out that he was the only lineal heir of Heart Cleansing Peak of Lin family. His great-grandfather was Lin Daochen, who was in life-death realm at that time. No wonder the clan was not allowed to send overmatches above Gang Spirit realm in the encirclement and suppression against him. Obviously, someone opposed it. Those who opposed it were all forces that had a relationship with Lin family. Xianxia was even sure that all this must be influenced by Lin Daochen. After all, Lin Daochen was too famous 500 years ago. He turned the tide alone, fought on the battlefield and competed with the king of the Empire of the Dark. Although he died in the end, he successfully saved the empire from the fire and water and helped the empire to resolve a terrible disaster. With the great kindness left by Lin Daochen, anyone who wanted to kill his lineal descendants would encounter a lot of resistance. At least in the last action of Qi family, this was fully reflected. For example, they were not allowed to send practitioners above gang spirit realm. Another example was that Xianxia was stopped by the old man of the Dark Night Shrine as soon as he took action. Xianxia was punished and was forced to be confined for 3 years. When I go back, I will kill Xianxia. Xianxia meditated for a long time and suddenly said. The servant who followed her was stunned and immediately nodded. He also heard that Xianxia's hands were destroyed by Lin Sun in order to rob a woman. He was still recovering in the clan. However, although Xianxia's surname was Qi, he was not a member of Qi family after all. It was not a big deal to kill him. In addition, warn the clansmen who have contact with Xianxia that whoever dares to fight for Xianxia will bear the consequences. Xianxia added another sentence. This time, the servant was a little uneasy. He hesitated and said, Miss, isn't it a little too cautious? If outsiders know it, I'm afraid that Qi family is afraid of Lin Sun. Xianxia said indifferently, just do it. The reason why she did this was not that she was afraid of Lin Sun, but that she had been instructed by her father Qi Lingxiao not to take action against Lin Sun for the time being. Xianxia could probably guess the reason. She just wanted to watch the internal fight between Lin Sun and Lin Sun's collateral clansmen. No matter what the result was, Qi family would not get involved in this muddy water rashly. Not only Qi family but also many aristocratic forces in the Forbidden City had such an attitude. However, Xianxia always felt that things would not be so simple. It seemed that there was a more terrifying force behind Lin Sun, so that many forces including Qi family dared not take action easily. Of course, this was Xianxia's own speculation. But anyway, the more mysteries about Lin Sun, the more interested Xianxia became. The failure of the last action made it impossible for her to swallow it. If there was a chance to retaliate against Lin Sun in the future, Xianxia would never miss it. Castle of the Night Miss, since Lin Sun entered the Forbidden City, the old priest in the observatory has been silent and never showed any attitude, so some forces including Qi family dare not take action without authorization. They adopted a wait-and-see attitude. It's normal. Before the situation is clear, no one dares to take action without authorization. Speaking of it, I didn't expect that there was a big shot in the royal family of the empire who secretly stood up for Lin Sun. I'm not sure which big shot it is. Then continue to check. Yes. What's the current situation of Lin Sun? It's not optimistic. It's not so easy to take charge of Heart Cleansing Peak. It's an opportunity for him to hone himself. I think so too. By the way, have you found out the relationship between Lu Boya and Lin family? Not yet. This is very important. Lu Boya is not a man of the empire. His identity is quite mysterious. But he is willing to live in the Purple Abyss prison in order to save Lin Sun. This is thought-provoking. I'll pay attention to this matter. Well, you can go now. In the dark hall, the old man turned around and left. On the high-bone throne, the Queen of the Night supported her chin with one hand and was lost in thought. As Vulture and Yunku expected, the news about Lin Sun spread all over the Forbidden City overnight as if it had wings, setting off countless discussions and uproars. Some busybodies jokingly called Lin Sun the youngest lord of aristocratic family in the Forbidden City. Of course, there was another full of ridicule title, the loneliest lord of aristocratic family in the mountain of aristocratic families. It seemed to be a joke, but the truth behind it was that Lin Sun was really too young. He was only in his teens. Among the many forces in the Forbidden City, he was the only one. There was no one else like him. Moreover, his situation as the successor of the Lin family was too pitiful. He was all alone, had neither money nor manpower, and only had a false reputation. Moreover, his situation was precarious, and he was simply pitiful to the extreme. In a word, the name of Lin Sun resounded in the Forbidden City overnight. His reputation was neither good nor bad, but there were many interesting things about him. Lin Sun didn't know all this. As time went by, it had been 7 days since Lin Sun's closed-door cultivation. In the 7 days, there was no disturbance on Heart Cleansing Peak. All chores and affairs were solved in an orderly manner under the handling of Vulture. On the evening of the 7th day, Lin Zhong went to the 3rd floor of Heart Cleansing Hall as usual. There were many things he needed to report to Lin Sun. But Lin Sun didn't come out for a long time, so Lin Zhong didn't dare to disturb him rashly. The bronze gate was closed as before. Seeing this, Lin Zhong was ready to turn around and leave. Right at this moment, a muffled buzzing sound could be heard, and the tightly shut bronze door had already slowly opened. Lin Zhong was refreshed at once. His young master finally came out. He turned his head and saw Lin Sun walking out. What surprised Lin Zhong was that compared with the past, the young master in front of him had become more transcendent. His black eyes were deep and clear, and his gestures were calm and dignified. Immediately, Lin Zhong reacted and said with joy, "Congratulations to young master for successfully advancing to the heaven realm." Lin Sun smiled and said, "Grandad Zhong, how long have I been in closed-door cultivation?" 7 days. Lin Sun was in a trance. He didn't expect that his cultivation would be overflowing like water when he swallowed the root of the snow infant jade ginseng while he was in closed-door cultivation this time, and he advanced along with it. Different from the past, Lin Sun was keenly aware that not only his cultivation, but also his body and spiritual power had undergone a comprehensive transformation during this promotion. All of this had caused him to forget the passage of time while he was cultivating. Only now did he suddenly realize that this advancement had actually taken 7 days. But comparatively speaking, the harvest was also huge. First of all, his cultivation base had broken through to the heavenly star border realm, allowing the earth star border energy in his body to perfectly transform into the heavenly star border energy. The density of his earth star border energy was more than double that of before. At the same time, his whole body was further transformed and became more and more powerful. Lin Sun had tested it before and found that ordinary swords and sabers could not scratch his skin at all. In his sea of consciousness, over 10 more soul stars lit up. Presently, there was an entire 72 soul stars flickering in the starry sky of his sea of consciousness, and they emanated clear radiance that nurtured his soul. All this made Lin Sun's spiritual perception improve a lot, and he could perceive all the movements within a radius of 3,000 meters. This was Heaven Gang realm. From the earth to the sky, comprehending the general trend of Qian Kuan and the atmosphere of the whole sky was no less than a rebirth for practitioners. No matter if it was cultivation, soul, or physique, they were all accumulating power for breaking through to the spirit ocean tier. This was a process of accumulating strength. The more profound the accumulation, the greater the benefit when breaking through to the soul realm. Young master, Lin Zhong said, "There are a lot of things happened during your closed-door cultivation. I need to report them to you." "Oh, Grandad Zhong, go ahead." Lin Sun walked downstairs. 7 days ago, according to your order, I have contacted Shiryu, the third child of Keystone Business. He has done your thing. Lin Zhong followed Lin Sun. Done? Lin Sun was surprised. Yes, Child Shiryu has already publicized your name through the spiritual transmitting light curtain in the Forbidden City. Now, your name is everywhere in the Forbidden City. Lin Zhong explained. Lin Sun smiled. I didn't expect Shiryu to have such amazing means to be able to use the spiritual screen. This is a big favor. Lin Zhong continued, Child Shiryu also asked me to tell you that he will hold an auction in 10 days. At that time, he will invite the top forces in the Forbidden City. If you are interested, you can also go there. Lin Sun nodded, I see. Is there anything else? Lin Zhong said, in addition, Mr. Vulture has returned and recruited 3 strong practitioners to work for Heart Cleansing Peak. Mr. Vulture said that you can come and have a look when you finish your closed-door cultivation. Lin Sun was stunned, only 3 people? A strange look appeared on Lin Zhong's face. Yes, there are 3 of them. However, according to this old servant's observation, none of them are simple. Lin Sun immediately became interested and said, let's go and have a look now. Lin Zhong suggested, young master, you'd better invite Mr. Vulture to come with you. The 3 strong practitioners have a strange temper. Lin Sun nodded. Before long, Lin Sun saw Vulture sitting in a wheelchair, leisurely looking at the wonders of the sea of clouds in the distance. Young Ku was not there. She had been going out early and coming back late these days to help Lin Sun spy on the 4 collateral forces of Lin family. I heard that you have promised to go to Northlight Lin to fight with a young man named Lin Xiafeng? Vulture spoke first when he saw Lin Sun. Yes. Lin Sun nodded. Sea Spirit Realm is not so easy to deal with. It's even hard for you to win. So I think your decision this time is a little risky. Vulture pondered. I understand. But as long as I can hold on for 100 moves without being defeated, it's enough. Lin Sun smiled. Since you've already made your decision, then I have nothing else to say. However, I still have to remind you that haste makes waste on the path of cultivation. You must not be too impatient to advance because of a battle. Otherwise, it will be disadvantageous to your cultivation. Vulture reminded. Lin Sun naturally knew this and nodded seriously. Vulture used to be a powerhouse in the Tao Insight realm. Although he was afflicted with the Devil Calamity Powder and his cultivation was almost no different from being crippled, his cultivation experience was still there. Naturally, his words could not be wrong. Thinking of this, Lin Sun suddenly thought of something. He only focused on cultivation and forgot that there were many powerful people on Heart Cleansing Peak now. Young Ku, Vulture, Zhu Laosan, and even Lin Zhong were far ahead of him in cultivation. If he could get their guidance, it would definitely help him avoid many detours. Let's go and meet the three old friends. Vulture pushed the wheelchair down the mountain. He was always like this. He could guess many things without asking Lin Sun. He was so wise. Martial arts practice field. It was built on a hillside on the hillside of Heart Cleansing Peak. It covered a very wide area. It was originally a place for Lin family to practice martial arts. But in the past 10 years, it had long been deserted, leaving only an empty field with weeds spreading. At this time, there were 3 figures in this martial arts practice field. A skinny man dressed in shabby clothes was lying on a rock in a slovenly manner. He was gulping down wine, and his eyes were blurry from the alcohol. Beside him, there was a tall fat man with a giant hammer on his head. He was sleeping soundly and drooling. Not far from them, there was an old man with gray hair and scars on his face. He looked extremely ferocious, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. When Lin Sun arrived, he was slightly stunned to see such a scene. Were these the 3 strong practitioners invited by Vulture? Vulture said with a smile, the one drinking is Xianxia, the one sleeping is Yangling, and the one meditating is Lao Diao. They are all veterans who retired from the frontline battlefield. I spent a lot of effort to invite them. Retired veterans, Lin Sun thought about it and took the initiative to step forward. He cupped his hands and said, I'm Lin Sun. Nice to meet you. As soon as he said this, no one responded. Those who should drink drank, sleep slept, and meditate meditated as if they didn't hear him at all. Or they just ignored Lin Sun. Lin Zhong's heart suddenly jumped. He looked at Lin Sun with some worry, for fear that Lin Sun would lose his temper. Unexpectedly, Lin Sun smiled disapprovingly. He turned to Vulture and said, it seems that it's not easy to get their approval. Vulture said with a smile, it's true. These 3 are so bad-tempered that even I can only invite them back. As for whether they are willing to stay here or not, it depends on your ability. Lin Sun said, I know that the arrogant people are generally like this. Otherwise, how can they highlight their value? This sentence was with a touch of provocation. However, Xianxia, Yangling and Lao Diao still ignored Lin Sun, as if no matter how Lin Sun abused them, they would not respond. Vulture laughed when he heard this, yes, that's it. Are you confident that you can make them submit? Lin Sun said, how can I make them submit? Vulture said, it's simple. You can use any method. As long as you get their approval, they will definitely bring you unexpected surprises in the future. Lin Sun suddenly laughed, any method? Vulture was stunned. He seemed to guess something. His lips couldn't help twitching slightly, and he said, well. Don't go too far. Lin Sun smiled more brilliantly, don't worry. They are the masters you invited back with great difficulty. How can I embarrass them too much? End of chapter 351. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.